Chapter 1. The fisherman's village of Shanghai, the celestial maiden Su Qingwan. Beside the sea, on the sandy beach in a state of hazy confusion, Wang Yi felt an unsettling pressure on his chest. Instinctively opening his eyes, he was met with a stunning visage resembling that of a celestial being, which seemed to grow larger before him. The ethereal beauty pouted her lips, and by her demeanor, it appeared she was about to bestow a kiss upon him. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi instinctively pouted in response. After all, who wouldn't desire a kiss from a celestial maiden? However, to his utter astonishment, what he received was not a tender, fragrant kiss but a resounding slap. Smack. Ouch. Feeling the stinging pain on his cheek, Wang Yi inhaled sharply, instinctively scrambling to his feet, cradling his jaw in irritation as he demanded, "Why did you hit me, you woman?" "Bah! Hitting you is a mercy. I, with good intentions, saved you, and yet you attempt to take advantage of me. It would be no injustice if I were to slay you." The maiden, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a celestial being, spat, swiftly seizing a pair of tongs from a nearby white bucket. Gripping them tightly as she glared fiercely at Wang Yi, it seemed that should he dare to approach, she would not hesitate to use the tongs against him. You saved me?" Wang Yi, somewhat bewildered, scratched the back of his head, but quickly retorted, "I was perfectly fine. Why would I need your help? I saw you lying on the beach, breathless and with good intentions. I performed CPR on you, yet you turn around to accuse me. How disgusting." "What? I was lying on the beach, breathless?" Ignoring the disdain on her face, Wang Yi widened his eyes and instinctively turned to survey his surroundings. This glance, however, left him startled. To the south lay the azure sea, shimmering under the sunlight, with several small fishing boats casting their nets. Not far off, a fishing port docked a variety of vessels, both new and old, side by side. Beneath his feet was a sandy beach of earthy yellow, with a lengthy coastline where he could still see some people gathering seafood. To the east, west, and north, mountains surrounded him, their verdant slopes extending into the sea, where a collection of uniquely styled stone houses with black-tiled roofs stood. Quietly at the mountain's base, a broad stone village road meandered down from the highland village, leading all the way to the seaside dock. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yi was left dumbfounded. Where on earth was he? Was this still within the country? He distinctly recalled drinking at a bar the previous night. How had he awakened in such a place? Had he perhaps traversed time and space? Yet, a glance down at his attire dispelled that notion. Was still clad in the white t-shirt, denim capris, and flip-flops he had worn the night before. His body remained unchanged, and there were no foreign memories in his mind. It seemed he had not crossed over after all. But if this was not a transference, why was he here? Was it that after a drunken stupor, he was unceremoniously cast into the sea, only to wash ashore on this very beach? The mere thought of such a possibility made Wang Yi clench his fists in anger. How could someone treat him, a man who usually indulged in a life of leisure, avoiding conflicts and refraining from courting trouble, in such a manner? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, until he could no longer contain himself and shouted at the ocean. "What the hell? It's 2025 now. Who dares to throw a person into the sea like this? Do they really think they're some kind of underworld kingpin? Just wait. Once I return, he'll use you as bait to catch a shark." At that moment, a woman behind him chuckled. "Are you out of your mind? It's 2006. Where did you get the idea it's 2025? What?" Upon hearing her words, Wang Yi turned around in shock, hastily demanding, "What did you just say? What year is it?" The woman looked somewhat surprised. "It's 2006. Are you really that dazed? How could that be?" Wang Yi shook his head in disbelief, his gaze fixated on the woman's eyes as he pressed on. "Then where exactly is this place?" With a peculiar expression, the woman replied, "It's Shanghai Fishing Village." "Shanghai Fishing Village?" Wang Yi echoed, then shook his head vigorously. No, I meant to ask which country this belongs to. Which province? Which city?" The woman paused for a moment, but patiently answered, "This is Huagua, Nanhai Province, Shanghai City, Pinghai Town. Just take a boat from that dock, and you'll reach Pinghai Town." Wang Yi's heart sank, yet he stubbornly inquired, "Then what is this world called?" "Ah, how pitiful." The woman shook her head and sighed. "It seems your head is really injured. You don't even remember the Blue Star? It's over. It seems I have truly crossed over." Upon hearing the term Blue Star from the woman, the last shred of hope in Wang Yi's heart dissipated. It wasn't that he was particularly averse to the idea of crossing over, rather, the manner of his transition was utterly unacceptable. Those who had experienced such transitions knew well that a body swap was far more challenging than a soul transfer. Firstly, he possessed no knowledge of this world, rendered utterly blind to his surroundings. Secondly, he had no money, no home, nor any friends or family essentially. He was utterly alone. Most troubling of all, he lacked a legal identity, classified as an undocumented extraterrestrial. Should anyone discover this, he might very well find himself subjected to dissection for research. This was a nightmarish beginning. Hey, the woman's voice cut in again. Have you forgotten just the place? Or have you lost all memory of your family as well? It seems I've forgotten everything. I only remember my name is Wang Yi. Wang Yi instinctively fabricated a lie. What choice did he have? His current state of memory was akin to amnesia. Oh, and what do you plan to do next? The woman furrowed her brow, clearly concerned that I don't know. I suppose he'll take it one step at a time. Wang Yi shook his head, instinctively sizing up the woman before him. In her mid-20s, she appeared slightly older than him by a year or two. Adorned in a worn plaid shirt and faded jeans, her feet were clad in black rubber shoes. Tall and strikingly beautiful, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a celestial being, her long, ebony hair tied back in a ponytail cascading gracefully behind her. Perhaps due to frequent sun exposure by the seaside, her skin had a wheatish hue, yet was far from unattractive. Instead, it imparted an aura of spirited courage and vigor. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Wang Ye's mind. If I could marry her, wouldn't my living situation be effortlessly resolved? Moreover, with her assistance, it seemed plausible to tackle the issue of household registration. Most importantly, this woman embodied his aesthetic ideals. Marrying her would not be a compromise. As he pondered this notion, his previously fluctuating expression transformed into a radiant smile. He turned to the woman and spoke. Miss, thank you for saving me earlier. By the way, what is your name? The woman was taken aback by Wang Ye's sudden change in demeanor, akin to a dramatic transformation in a Sichuan opera. Whether out of sympathy or simply charmed by his smile, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and replied, My name is Su Qingwan Su, as in the surname, and Qingwan as in the mythical bird. So you're the esteemed Su's sister. My apologies, I was rather dazed from drinking too much seawater earlier, Wang Yi said, clasping his hands together and bowing deeply to Su Qingwan, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. This fellow has quite the audacity, but he's amusing. Su Qingwan thought to herself, well, I haven't lost anything, and given that he's lost his memory, it wouldn't be fair to hold a grudge. With that in mind, she waved her hand dismissively and said, Since you're fine, I shall go collect some seafood. I need to hurry and gather some ingredients for dinner. As she bent down to retrieve a small white bucket and a sand shovel nearby, Wang Yi preemptively picked up the bucket, exuding an air of familiarity. Su's sister, allow me. This is a trivial task. I have good fortune and will surely find something worthwhile. Also, I remember that I can cook quite well. Just wait, and it'll whip up a dish that will leave you breathless with delight. With that, Wang Yi turned and strode away, leaving no room for Su Qingwan to decline. Is he trying to attach himself to me? Su Qingwan momentarily stood in shock, but as the realization washed over her, she regarded Wang Ye's retreating figure with a peculiar expression. However, considering her home situation, she smirked and leisurely followed behind him, hands clasped behind her back, fiddling with the clips. What is that? Wang Yi, oblivious to Su Qingluan's thoughts, suddenly halted, his face alight with astonishment as he gazed at a translucent blue light curtain before him. Within the curtain, an image of a patch of yellowish sand appeared, seemingly identical to the ground beneath his feet. Scattered across the sand were several red and green light spots, with a few of the red ones slowly moving. Witnessing this spectacle, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Could this possibly be a system or a golden finger? As soon as the thought emerged, a sudden influx of information appeared in his mind. Chapter 2. Su Qingwan. Another revelation? Haha, so it truly is a system? Upon absorbing the information in his mind, Wang Yi was instantly overwhelmed with joy. He had not miscalculated. This luminous screen indeed represented a system called the King's Wild System. The display depicted a real-time miniature map centered around him, with two green dots symbolizing himself and Su Qingwan. With a mere thought, he could magnify the dots, akin to a high-definition camera, allowing him to observe every movement of the figures on the map with clarity. The red dots represented the creatures available for hunting, which could also be enlarged. However, visibility was compromised in sandy or watery areas or behind obstructions. Currently, the miniature map encompassed only a radius of 1 meter, but it could be expanded through hunting activities. Moreover, engaging in hunting would yield points, which could be utilized for lottery draws to acquire equipment, skills, consumables, and so forth. Well, I must hasten to test this system and see how effective this map is. Understanding the purpose of the system, Wang Yi eagerly sprang into action. Russell, with a graceful stride, he approached the nearest red, then knelt, taking up the shovel from the bucket and digging vigorously. As the shovel struck, the creature within sensed danger and swiftly began to move. Seeing this, Wang Yi quickly swung his shovel in the direction the red dot fled. The system indeed did not disappoint him. After several vigorous digs, a king clam, about the thickness of a finger and over 10 centimeters long, emerged into view. Its white flesh exposed. Ha ha ha. I've struck gold. At the sight of the king clam, Wang Yi couldn't help but leap to his feet, hands on his hips, and in a rather dramatic fashion, laughed heartily towards the sea. With this king's wild system, the entire ocean and the vast mountains stretching for hundreds of miles were essentially his private domain. From now on, he could indulge in wild delicacies, spend money freely, and, cough cough, in any case, he would no longer need to fret over finances. Feeling elated, Wang Yi turned to Su Qingwan, flashing a grin that revealed a set of pristine white teeth, and pointed at the king clam, asking, Su Qingwan, what do you think? Is it valuable? Ha, it's just a king clam. Is it really worth getting so excited over? Su Qingwan chuckled, shaking her head, but still replied, this is a king clam, also known as a bamboo clam. The price? Well, there's someone in the village who buys them for about 10 yuan per pound. If taken to Pinghai town, it could fetch around 12 or 13, 10 yuan per pound. He mused, then inquired further, so what is the average monthly income for people in Pinghai town and Shanghai city? Su Qingwan pondered for a moment before responding, approximately around 1,000, perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 in the city. If I dig up 10 pounds in a day, wouldn't that place me squarely in the high income bracket? Hearing the income levels of this parallel world, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile broadly. As he reminisced about his days on Earth, where he often went hungry for 3 days. He now found himself in a realm where newfound abilities promised wealth beyond the top 90% of the populace. That it was no wonder that everyone yearned for such a transformation. Digging 10 pounds a day? Dream on. If it were that easy, would it be left for you? Su Qingwan rolled her eyes, exasperation evident on her face. An average person can manage to unearth 2 or 3 pounds in a day. Do you really think the ocean is your personal playground? Please, am I just anyone? I am a transcender. Cough, cough, regardless of what others can or cannot do. I assure you, I will succeed. Wang Yi nearly let his secret slip and quickly changed the subject, bending down to seize the escaping clam king and tossing it into his bucket. With one hand carrying the bucket and the other wielding a sand shovel, he set off toward the next red dot on the horizon. Simultaneously, he focused his thoughts, transforming the map into a system interface for review. Host, Wang Yi. Physique, 11 average male, 10. Map, 1 meter 0.5100. Items, none. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Points, 1. Each clam king yielded 0.5 experience points, in addition to 1 point. Thus, it would take 200 clam kings to level up the map, while 100 could be exchanged for a basic lottery draw. Nodding in satisfaction, he closed the panel and returned to the map. Continuing his journey, Su Qingwan, observing him, remarked with a hint of skepticism, all right, I shall keep my eyes wide open. I am keen to see whether you are merely boasting or if you truly possess skill. Her. Wang Yi's fair complexion suggested he was no local to the seaside. If he managed to find even one clam king, it would be akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Certainly. If he were to uncover a few more, it would require considerable time. She planned to wait 5 to 10 minutes before retrieving the bucket, deeming it a fair gesture. However, scarcely had that thought crossed her mind when she saw Wang Yi crouch down again, vigorously wielding his shovel. No way. Has he already found another one? It can't be. He must be digging blindly, undoubtedly. With these thoughts swirling her mind, Su Qingwan instinctively moved closer, fixating her gaze on every shovelful Wang Yi unearthed. Scrape, scrape. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops, haha. Another one. Wow, this one's even larger than the last. After several more scoops, Wang Yi reached into the sand and pulled out a clam king measuring over 15 centimeters in length and 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter. Really, actually found one? How is this possible? When did clam kings become so easy to dig up? Su Qingwan stared, dumbfounded, at the clam king in Wang Ye's hand, momentarily questioning whether she had been harvesting from a false sea all these years. She often collected clam kings, typically employing a rolling pin or striking the sand with a shovel to disturb their burrows, allowing her to excavate them based on their escape routes. How could it be that one could so casually unearth them with just a few shovels? Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. He must be just that. Yes, it has to be. In an attempt to comfort himself, Wang Yi stood up, took a few small steps, and then placed the bucket down once more. He knelt on one knee and began to dig. Could it be? Is there another one? Su Qingwan was taken aback by this scene. She hurriedly ran to Wang Ye's side and crouched down to scrutinize the sandy ground. However, after a considerable time of observation, she could not discern any differences. Unwilling to give up, she speculated that Wang Yi might have stumbled upon a cluster of clam kings and began to tap around with the tongs in her hand. After probing several spots, she found no trace of a clam king's burrow. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, with a few deft shovels, unearthed a plump clam king. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Wang Yi, the sand looks identical everywhere. How can you tell there are clam kings beneath?" "Ha! Didn't I mention? I have exceptional luck. Now you must believe I can dig up 10 pounds, right?" Wang Yi chuckled, then stood up, lifting the bucket. The secret of the system was not something he could disclose, not even to Su Qingwan, whether or not she became his wife in the future. Exceptional luck. "Are you pulling my leg?" Su Qingwan frowned as she gazed at Wang Yi's retreating figure, muttering to herself. "Rustle." Rustled. In response to Su Qingluan's skepticism, Wang Yi merely shrugged and continued his strides. After a few steps, several red dots appeared on the mini-map, prompting Wang Yi to hasten towards them. With one shovel, then another. Having grasped the technique, his speed quickened. After just a few shovels, he reached down and caught another robust clam king. Nodding in satisfaction, he tossed it into the bucket and proceeded to dig for the next target. Observing this, Su Qingwan became even more convinced that Wang Yi was deceiving her. However, she understood the importance of maintaining a cordial rapport and refrained from pressing him further. Thus, she closely followed Wang Yi, keenly observing in hopes of uncovering his secret. And so, on the vast sandy beach, a tall and dashing young man wandered, pausing intermittently to excavate sandy pits, occasionally flashing a grin. Beside him walked a stunningly beautiful woman, her brow furrowed at times, lost in contemplation at others. Time passed swiftly in this picturesque scene, and before long, over an hour had elapsed, with the tide beginning to rise gradually. Su Qingwan, I think we got about 4 or 5 pounds here. Is that enough for your family to enjoy a meal? After tossing the last clam king into the bucket, Wang Yi stood up, brushed the sand off his legs, and stretched. In the short span, he had successfully gathered 60 clams, each of decent size, with around 12 or 13 weighing nearly a pound. Calculating, he realized this would yield at least 40 to 50 units of currency, more than sufficient to cover his lodging and meals for the day. "Huh? Aren't you going to sell these for money? That's quite a sum." Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback as she stood up, astonished. "No, thank you." Wang Yi shook his head. "One must uphold integrity. I promise to help you collect these. They are yours. If you wish to sell them, feel free to do so yourself." Pausing briefly, he shifted the conversation, speaking earnestly. "Oh, by the way, I was hoping to stay at your place for a couple of days. You know my situation, I genuinely have no idea where to go. Certainly, if it is convenient for you to accommodate me, I can cover the rent and food expenses. If not, then let us consider it as if I never spoke." Wang Yi, now armed with a system, found his initial intent to cling to Su Qingwan rather trivial. Thus, he resolved to embrace sincerity over cunning. "Well, then very well, let this clam fee serve as an additional meal tonight. As for the rent, let us set that aside. You may visit my home first and thereafter decide whether to stay." Su Qingwan hesitated, neither accepting nor declining, instead redirecting the inquiry back to Wang Yi. Those familiar with their own circumstances know, well, given the conditions of her family, There were indeed few men willing to entangle themselves. All right, I shall visit your home first. Wang Yi found himself perplexed by the implications of Su Qingluan's words, yet her willingness to accompany him suggested at least a semblance of acceptance. Perhaps her household was governed by a formidable father and a mother who favored wealth over character, rendering her unable to make decisions. Engaged in such musings, the two traversed the stony village path towards the heart of the village. However, what struck Wang Yi as peculiar was that most villagers they encountered recoiled at the sight of Su Qingluan, as if they were in the presence of a harbinger of misfortune. Su Qingluan, for her part, appeared to take this treatment in stride. This scene left Wang Yi feeling uneasy, casting doubt upon whether returning home with Su Qingluan was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 3. My elder sister is finally desired by someone after a tumultuous journey. We finally arrived at our destination. Su Qingluan's home is situated in the southeastern corner of the Shanghai fishing village, where a modest stone courtyard offers a panoramic view of the sea, mere hundreds of meters from the Grand Mountains to the east. The abode comprises 3 stone cottages arranged in a U shape, facing southward. Unlike the tiled roofs of other houses in the village, her home is thatched with seaweed, exuding a scent of neglect and age. The front courtyard, connecting to a stony village path, is enclosed by a makeshift fence crafted from bamboo and wood. Within the yard stands a well, constructed from stone, alongside a few patches of vegetable garden flourishing with vibrant greens. A gaunt yellow rural dog lies beneath a jujube tree adorned with yellow-green blossoms, eyes closed, tongue lolling out. As Su Qingluan approached the wooden gate with Wang Yi, the dog suddenly opened its eyes, stood up, and barked furiously at Wang Yi outside the yard. "Da Huang, Kia, these are guests," Su Qingluan scolded. To her surprise, the dog obediently ceased its barking, displaying a remarkable intelligence. Attracted by the commotion, or perhaps by Su Qingluan's voice, 3 children emerged from the central room. All were girls, the eldest around 10 years old, and the youngest merely 4 or 5. They were not unattractive, yet their frail forms resembled sprouting bean sprouts, their complexions pale, and their hair dry, embodying the visage of malnutrition. Though their garments were clean, they were old and drab, patched in places, indicating a life of poverty. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi could not help but furrow his brow, caught in a conflict of uncertainty about whether to advance or retreat. Su Qingluan observed Wang Yi from the corner of her eye. Despite having braced herself for disdain, she felt an unexpected pang of disappointment upon seeing his expression. However, reminding herself that their encounter was merely fleeting, she composed herself and introduced her siblings. From eldest to youngest, "This is my 3rd sister, Su Qingfeng, who is 14, my 4th sister, Su Qingke, who is 11, and my 5th sister, Su Qingji, who is 5. I also have an 18-year-old second sister, Su Qinghuang, who studies in the city. Do they not appear younger than their actual ages?" After a brief pause, without waiting for Wang Ye's response, she continued with a tone devoid of joy or sorrow. "I am 24 this year. 5 years ago, I was still in my 1st year of university when my father went to sea and never returned. At that time, my mother had just given birth to my youngest sister. Upon hearing the news, she suffered a stroke and was left partially paralyzed. As the eldest, I had no choice but to drop out of school and support the family. However, in this remote fishing village, opportunities to sustain a livelihood are exceedingly scarce. One can either venture out to fish or hunt and forage in the mountains. I refrained from going out to sea, knowing that it was the very cause of my father's misfortune. Thus, I have resorted to fishing along the shore. Additionally, I accompany the village's hunting team into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, barely managing to make ends meet. Yet, with my mother needing medication and my sisters requiring education, I was left with no option but to borrow money from the villagers. Previously, you may have noticed that whenever people see me, they tend to avoid me from a distance. This is hardly surprising, as I owe them money. After a brief pause, Su Qingluan forced a smile and shifted the conversation. Of course, I share this not to elicit your sympathy, but to convey the dire state of my family's finances. We are so impoverished that we are left with only these few dilapidated huts, and the entire village dares not approach my home. Should you wish to stay, I would not refuse you, yet I possess nothing of quality to offer, and it may invite gossip. So, do you still wish to take shelter here? Silence ensued. After Su Qingwan's heartfelt words, Wang Yi was enveloped in deep contemplation. He had thought his own life as an orphan, wandering through society, was harsh enough, only to realize that this woman before him bore a burden even heavier than his own. She had forsaken her education to care for her ailing mother, raise 4 younger sisters, and grit her teeth to support their schooling. This level of courage and responsibility was something he could scarcely imagine achieving. In that moment, he found himself genuinely admiring Su Qingwan and felt an earnest desire to assist her. Moreover, having already approached her home, it would be unthinkable to turn back now. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Yi finally spoke. Su Qingwan, after some consideration, I've decided against taking shelter. Instead, I would like to rent a room in your home. How much would be a fair price for a month? Su Qingwan appeared somewhat taken aback, an unfamiliar sensation blossoming within her. However, she quickly suppressed it and shook her head. As for rent, let us skip that. The west room of my house used to accommodate guests and has remained vacant. You can stay for as long as you wish. Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively. That simply won't do. It is only right to pay for a room. Please, name your price. Would 300 suffice for a month? That is far too much, she replied. Even the entire house could be rented for that amount. If you insist on paying, then let it be 50 a month. 50? That's far too little. Let us compromise. How about 100 for the month? Very well, I accept that. Thank you. Su Qingwan did not refuse. Recognizing Wang Yi's earnest desire to help, a form of assistance she truly required. No need for thanks. If anything, I should thank you. For otherwise I would be at a loss for where to go. Wang Yi smiled, then urged, since we are fortunate to have crossed paths, and you have saved me, let us dispense with the formalities. Please, show me my room so I can settle in. Oh, by the way, I must confess that I cannot cook. I was merely jesting earlier. Please do not take offense. Humph, I had suspected you were quite the trickster. However, given my circumstances, there is little to deceive about, she replied, rolling her eyes. Su Qingwan then regarded Wang Yi with a scrutinizing gaze. By the way, your amnesia isn't part of your deception, is it? Wang Yi quickly shook his head. I assure you, I have not deceived you in this regard. I truly know nothing of this world. All right, I shall tentatively believe you. But do be honest. Do not underestimate me simply because I am a woman. I am quite adept at hunting in the mountains. With a fierce warning, Su Qingwan opened the courtyard door and beckoned to the 3 young girls by the main room. Third sister, is the food ready? Gulme, take these clams and wash them to rid them of sand for tonight's extra meal. At her call, the 3 girls hurriedly approached, tall and slender. With a slightly larger head resembling a bamboo pole, Su Qingfeng ran while nodding her head, exclaiming, Sister, the rice has long been cooked. We are merely awaiting your vegetables. As she finished her sentence, she reached Su Qingwan and, upon seeing the bucket brimming with razor clams, could not restrain her astonishment. Wow, so many razor clams. Did you dig all of these, sister? Why not sell them for money? After Su Qingfeng spoke, Su Qingke, who sported a short haircut and possessed a somewhat boyish charm, fell a few steps behind, but soon caught sight of the razor clams and exclaimed, Oh my sister, have you struck it lucky today? This is an astonishing amount. Following closely behind, the petite Su Qingji, with her sky-high pigtails reminiscent of a lucky charm, finally arrived with her short legs racing. Not wishing to be outdone, she squeezed between her 2 older sisters, peered into the bucket, and exclaimed in her sweet voice, Wow, big sister, how impressive. So much meat, we can eat meat. Hee. In her excitement, she could not help but smile broadly, revealing a gap where a front tooth had recently fallen out, creating a comical effect. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands, her demeanor shifting to one of bashfulness as she shrank her head slightly. With a soft chuckle, Wang Yi could not contain her laughter at the adorable sight. It was simply too charming. No wonder everyone yearned for daughters. Even she found herself desiring one. Wow, sister, is this the brother-in-law you found for us? Wang Yi's sudden burst of laughter drew the attention of the Su sisters. At that moment, the most exuberant Su Qingke brightened with excitement and cried out, My sister finally has someone interested in her. I'm so happy for you. Chapter 4. The audacious mouse, how dare you speak such nonsense, you wretched girl? Do you believe I won't strike you down? This was Wang Yi, who had come to rent a room in our home. Do not spout such absurdities. Moreover, these razor clams were also dug up by Wang Yi. He dined at home last night, so why aren't you hurrying to wash them? Su Qingwan wore an awkward expression, instinctively glancing at Wang Yi. And upon seeing he was not angered, she shouted at Su Qingke. This impudent girl truly lacks discernment, oblivious to whom she speaks. Dear sister, I am not speaking nonsense. If you disliked this Wang Yi, you wouldn't have rented to him. Su Qingke retorted fearlessly, her expression one of feigned ignorance, cheerfully adding, I guess he may not be my brother-in-law now, but he certainly will be in the future. They call it a fiancé on television. Henceforth, I shall refer to him as my future brother-in-law. With that, Su Qingke dashed to Wang Ye's side, extending her small hand to pat his shoulder. However, upon realizing she could not reach, she awkwardly withdrew her hand behind her back, adopting an air of precociousness as she proclaimed, Future brother-in-law, is my sister not exceedingly beautiful? Let me tell you, she is the second beauty of our Shanghai fishing village. If you marry her, you will have much to be secretly pleased about. Oh, if your sister is the second beauty, who then is the first? Wang Yi asked, suppressing a smile as he inquired, wouldn't it be even more delightful to marry her? Ah, that cannot be. Su Qingke replied, her expression turning serious. The first beauty, of course, is yours truly, Su Qingke. But you are far too old. By the time I grow up, you will have aged considerably. So, you should remain my brother-in-law. Oh, so you're the first beauty? That indeed poses a problem. Wang Yi chuckled. Isn't it? So, do you desire a wife? My sister is quite sought after by many young men in the village. Wang Yi shot a peculiar glance at Su Qingwan, nearly bursting into laughter. How little is this elder sister worth, that her younger sibling is so eager to promote her? Noticing Wang Ye's odd gaze, Su Qingwan felt a pang of annoyance. As she saw her sister about to utter more nonsense, she swiftly extended her right hand, seizing her ear and admonishing, You little brat, all you do is spout nonsense day in and day out. Just wait. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Ouch. Sister, I was wrong. I shall not speak anymore. Su Qingque's facade of maturity crumbled instantly as she felt the pain in her ear, hastily retracting her hands while desperately pleading for mercy. Oomph. Now you realize your mistake? It is too late. A good thrashing will do you well. 3 days without a beating will lead to the roof being lifted, and today I shall surely discipline you properly. As she spoke, Su Qingwan raised her left hand, delivering swift slaps to Su Qingque's small backside. Her movements were remarkably proficient, clearly indicating that this was not the first time such discipline had been administered. Alas, dear future brother-in-law, you must save your most beautiful sister-in-law. I am on the brink of being utterly beaten. You wretched girl, dare you continue your nonsense? I shall strike you down. Slap, slap, slap. Oh, wicked elder sister, wicked brother-in-law, you conspire to bully me. I, Qingke, am truly incensed. And this is no mere, trivial matter. Well, Su Qingwan, perhaps. At that moment, Wang Yi spoke. Instinctively, Su Qingwan halted her actions, and Su Qingke gazed at him with gratitude, while Su Qingfeng and Su Qingji looked on with curiosity. However, just when the Su sisters believed Wang Yi was about to plead for Su Qingke, to everyone's astonishment, he shifted his tone and said, How about I take a couple of swings too? The 4 Su sisters stared in disbelief, quickly regarding Wang Yi with expressions of bewilderment. Su Qingke instinctively covered her dairy re and stepped back 2 paces. Cough, cough. I was merely jesting. Ha! Please, continue with your antics. Realizing the delicate nature of gender interactions, Wang Yi hastily cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Let there be no misunderstanding. He was not a pervert, merely a bit restless and thoughtless moments ago. Fortunately, Su Qingwan, being perceptive, sensed the awkward atmosphere and promptly coughed twice, saying, Ahem, enough of the foolery. Third sister, take the little ones to wash the clams. Remember to add a few drops of sesame oil to help them expel the sand. I shall accompany Wang Yi to tidy up the west room. After dinner, let us retire early. The tide is high tonight, and we shall venture to the sea at dawn. With that, She nodded at Wang Yi and strode toward the west room. Observing this, Wang Yi hurriedly followed, feeling quite self-conscious under the peculiar gazes of the three little girls. Soon, the two arrived at the west room. Creak! Su Qingwan procured a key from somewhere and unlocked the ancient double wooden doors. Upon entering, they found themselves in a hall, furnished with a worn-out square table and 4 long benches. On the wall opposite, there hung a portrait of the goddess Mazu, with an altar beneath it. Aside from that, there was little else of interest. Crossing the hall, they found rooms on either side. At this moment, Su Qingwan pushed open the door to the right, which was closer to the courtyard, saying, "Wang Yi, you shall stay in this room. The bed is ready. Let us tidy up first, and I will fetch you a quilt shortly." Wang Yi nodded and followed Su Qingwan inside. The room was simply adorned. Against the wall stood an old wooden bed. In the corner was a vintage wardrobe, and by the window loomed a dilapidated writing desk. The room, having been neglected for ages, was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, with cobwebs festooning the ceiling and the earthen floor riddled with numerous pits. Upon closer inspection, several mouse holes of fist-sized proportions could be seen in the corners beneath the bed and the desk. Thud! Squeak! Squeak! At that moment, the wardrobe creaked, and suddenly a sizable mouse, about the length of a hand, darted out. It brazenly scurried past the two and disappeared into a mouse hole behind the door. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yi could not help but wear an expression of utter astonishment. Could it be that at night, mice might come to gnaw at the little birds? My sincerest apologies. Wang Yi, I had anticipated that the place would descend into such disarray after not being clean for a year or two. Feeling somewhat awkward upon seeing the current state of the house, Su Qingwan hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you sleep in my room over in the east wing for now? I'll take care of tidying this place up in the next couple of days. Is that appropriate?" Wang Yi yearned to dart straight to Su Qingwan's room, yet he feigned hesitation on his face. "It's fine, come along. I'll show you to my room." Su Qingwan waved her hand and turned to lead the way. Wang Yi grinned and promptly followed. He could hardly be blamed for his lack of courtesy. The room was in such a deplorable state. Moreover, who wouldn't he wish to sleep in the room of a beautiful lady? Squeak, squeak. At that moment, the large rat re-emerged from its hole, audaciously attempting to scurry past his feet once more. If only it had dashed by like last time, it would have been one thing. However, this time it ambled along like a tortoise, occasionally stopping to sniff the air and emit a few squeaks. Ultimately, it halted right at Wang Yi's feet and refused to budge. Wang Yi regarded this peculiar sight with a bemused expression. Was it taunting him or courting disaster? Regardless of its intent, Wang Yi had no reason to spare it. With a decisive thud, he brought his foot down without hesitation. Squeak! Wang Yi's foot came down mercilessly, the rat barely managing a pitiful cry before its eyes bulged, blood seeping from its mouth and nose. Its body collapsing in a grotesque twist, meeting a most tragic end. Rustle! Rustle! Instinctively raising his foot to rub it against the ground, Wang Yi suddenly came to a realization. Unbeknownst to him, several grains of rice had adhered to the sole of his shoe. As he rubbed, they disintegrated into a mushy paste, explaining why the rat had been circling at his feet. Indeed, it was true that one's greed could lead to demise, just as the mouse perished for food. With a slight sigh reflecting on this, Wang Yi prepared to leave. Yet at that moment, the system panel activated automatically. Glancing at it instinctively, Wang Yi's peach blossom eyes widened in shock. He involuntarily exclaimed, "What the heck? Does this rat count as prey?" Chapter 5. The Pursuit of Mice. It was no wonder that Wang Yi was taken aback. He had never anticipated that mice could be considered prey, and of considerable worth at that. With a bounty of 5 experience points and 10 additional points to boot, his prior experience of 30 had now risen to 35. A brief calculation revealed that should he vanquish just 13 more, he would ascend to a new level of the map, and with only 3 mice, he could unlock a basic lottery. With a surge of delight within, Wang Yi promptly switched to the mini-map, eager to ascertain how many mice resided in the room, and whether they would suffice for his upgrade. To his astonishment, upon approaching one burrow, the map illuminated with 4 or 5 red dots, and another burrow revealed several more. By the time he had circumnavigated the room, the total exceeded 30. Overwhelmed, he gasped, "Goodness! Thank heavens, Su Qingwan invited me to sleep in her room. Otherwise, I would surely have been gnawed to the bone by mice overnight. Wang Yi, what are you doing? Hurry out. I am about to lock the door. Su Qingwan's voice rang from the hall. Oh, I'm just catching mice, Su Qingwan. Could you possibly bring me some food? Wang Yi called back, turning towards the door. Ah, catching mice? Su Qingwan was momentarily puzzled, wondering how he had suddenly taken up such an endeavor. Curiosity piqued, she instinctively hurried back. Upon witnessing the tragically deceased mouse at Wang Yi's feet, she gasped in astonishment and inquired, Did you step on this mouse? Indeed. Let me tell you, there are far too many mice in your room. I estimate no fewer than 30. Since I have some free time, I thought I would embark on a rodent extermination mission. Pausing for a moment, Wang Yi urged, quickly, fetch me some rice, and while you're at it, bring a sturdy stick. I intend to lure them out and take them down one by one. Just a few grains of rice had this one, throwing caution to the wind. I'm certain a rice ball at the burrow's entrance will entice them out. Is this truly how one catches mice? Perhaps I could buy some rat poison or borrow a cat for the task. No need for that. Just bring me some food, and leave the rest to me, Wang Yi insisted, waving his hands dismissively. After all, how else could he garner experience and points? He planned to join the night fishing expedition, and if the map expanded, his earning potential would surely increase. Very well, I shall fetch it for you, Su Qingwan conceded, albeit reluctantly, and departed to gather food and a stick. At that moment, she began to question whether bringing Wang Yi back had been a wise decision. His unconventional approach to catching mice did not seem to align with that of a typical person. Future brother-in-law, I brought the rice and stick you requested. How we catch the mice? A moment later, Su Qingwan did not appear. Instead, Su Qingke rushed in, bearing a small bowl of rice and a stick the size of an arm. Su Qingwan followed closely behind, her little shadow. What brings you both here? Where's your sister? Wang Yi casually inquired, effortlessly taking the bowl and stick, and promptly moved to the corner, where he retrieved a small handful of rice and placed it at the entrance of the hole. He then crouched slightly to the side, raising the wooden stick to steady his breathing, ever ready to strike. My sister is cooking, Su Qingke replied, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the hole and asked, Will the mouse really come out like this? Shoo! Wang Yi nodded, whispering, Do not speak. The sound will scare it away. Oh! Su Qingke immediately closed her mouth, watching the hole with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Behind her, Su Qingji quickly covered her mouth as well, her large eyes sparkling with interest. Rustle, rustle. The mice, perhaps accustomed to hunger, soon made faint sounds from within the hole as they sensed the rice. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi tightened his grip on the stick, his heart beginning to race. Although this catch wouldn't bring any monetary gain, it marked his first genuine hunting experience, especially with two young girls observing him. He certainly did not wish to falter and embarrass himself. As time ticked by, the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, with only the rustling from the hole and the soft breaths of Wang Yi and the two girls breaking the silence. Soon, it would be time, just a little longer. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the small map where several red dots were moving outward. A few beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and he refrained from wiping them away, fearing it would scare the mice off. Squeak, squeak. At last, a small black, pointed head adorned with a few whiskers emerged from the hole. The tiny head glanced around, its bead-like eyes darting about. It let out a couple of squeaks before darting out towards the rice. Following its call, a few more black heads soon peeked out. Indeed, these mice were short-sighted, oblivious to the imminent danger so close at hand. As Wang Yi observed the little heads emerging, his anxiety dissipated. He murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the stick, taking a deep breath and fixating his gaze, waiting for them all to emerge before he struck decisively. The mice did not keep him waiting. Just a few seconds later, they hurriedly scurried towards the mound of rice. Whoosh, bang, pop. Squeak, 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 squeak. Once the mice surrounded the rice mound and began to eat, Wang Yi no longer hesitated and swiftly brought the stick down. The strike was both quick and precise, cutting through the air as it landed heavily on the two nearest mice. In an instant, their bones shattered, and they cried out in agony, blood flowing as they neared their end. However, Wang Yi felt no trace of mercy. After a brief glance to confirm their demise, he quickly withdrew the stick, preparing to strike the remaining three. Squeak, squeak. Yet, the mice's wariness was still quite pronounced. At the sound of the sudden commotion, they let out shrill cries, attempting to flee back into the hole. Their intentions were noble, but the reality proved to be fatal. As Wang Yi had anticipated, the creatures instinctively scurried towards the hole. Thus, in the fleeting moment the stick was retracted, it was swiftly brought down upon the entrance. A piercing squeal echoed through the air as the largest of the black rats, leading the pack, was struck at its midsection, collapsing instantly. Half of its head was wedged into the burrow, yet it could never return. The remaining two rats, either startled by the commotion or terrified by the fate of their comrade, began to flee in a panic. "Ah, brother-in-law, there's one here. Hurry, it's going to bite my foot." By sheer coincidence, one of the frantic rodents dashed towards Su Qingqiue's feet. To everyone's surprise, despite her earlier bravado and audacity, she was now shrieking in terror, hopping around with wild gestures. It's coming, it's coming. Don't panic." Wang Yi, finding the situation amusing, rushed forward with his stick. However, what he did not expect was for Su Qingji, who had been standing quietly behind Su Qingke, to suddenly extend her right foot and firmly pin the rat beneath it, leaving only its head exposed as it squeaked in distress. Goodness! Wang Yi was taken aback by her boldness. "Hey, Xiaowu, let it go. The rat might bite you." Su Qingke exclaimed in alarm, eager to intervene. Unperturbed, Su Qingji chuckled, exuding an air of confidence. "Fourth sister, don't worry, I'm stepping on it. It can't bite my foot." Su Qingke was left speechless. Chapter 6. The truly audacious Su Qingji. Su Qingke felt utterly bewildered at this moment, questioning the very fabric of her existence. She had always been regarded as the bravest in her family, while it was her younger sibling, Xiaowu, who was known for his timidity. How had their roles suddenly reversed? Upon reflection, she realized this simply would not do. After all, she was known in the village as Su Daring. And if timid Xiaowu could muster the courage to confront a mouse, how could she possibly shy away? With this determination, Su Qingke turned to Su Qingji and resolutely declared, "Xiaowu, lift your foot. Allow me to take a step as well." However, Su Qingji shook her head earnestly and replied, "Sister, if I lift my foot, the mouse will flee. You can grasp its tail. That way, it won't escape." "What? No, that's out of the question. I refuse to grasp a mouse's tail. Eldest sister warned me that mice can be venomous and may bite." Upon hearing the suggestion of grabbing a mouse's tail, Su Qingke instinctively recoiled, shaking her head vigorously. It was absurd. Even the thought of stepping on a mouse filled her with dread, let alone seizing its tail. Unbeknownst to Su Qingke, her younger sister was unfazed by such fears. With a mischievous grin, Su Qingji retorted, "Silly. Eldest sister is merely teasing you. I often catch mice by their tails. If you don't believe me, I shall demonstrate." As she bent down to seize the slender tail protruding from beneath her foot, her audacity was remarkable. "Wait, little one, allow me to handle this," interjected Wang Yi, who had been observing the scene. Alarmed by the unfolding events, he swiftly intervened to prevent the little girl from proceeding. Though the child was young and naive, unafraid of the dangers that lay ahead, he could not simply stand by. While grasping a mouse's tail might prevent it from biting, the creature, in a state of sheer terror, could react unpredictably, much like a person fleeing for their life. "Brother, have you ever caught a mouse?" Su Qingji inquired, a mix of fear and shyness evident in her voice, yet she summoned the courage to ask. "Of course I have. I am quite adept at it. Just wait until I catch the mouse by its tail, and when I instruct you to lift your foot, you shall do so. All right?" Wang Yi's confidence was not unfounded. In his childhood, growing up in a dilapidated orphanage, he had encountered an abundance of mice. His reclusive nature had led him to play alone, and thus, catching mice became one of his childhood diversions. "All right." Su Qingji nodded obediently in response. "Now, prepare yourself as I am about to catch it," Wang Yi said with a smile, drawing a deep breath as he grasped the mouse's tail. "Lift your foot." Immediately, the little girl complied, raising her foot obediently. In that fleeting moment when her foot was lifted Wang Yi straightened up, holding the mouse aloft before swiftly spinning it around twice and then forcefully throwing it to the ground. As one grows older, courage often diminishes, not from lack of bravery, but from an increased understanding of the world and its perils. In his youth, he had dared to play with mice and to confront serpents on the road. Yet now, he approached such encounters with caution. This awareness of potential danger is perhaps one of the inevitable costs of growing up. Bang! Squeak! Without any unexpected turn of events, the mouse emitted a pitiful cry and lay still. After prodding the lifeless body with a stick to confirm its demise, Wang Yi turned his attention to the two young girls, adopting a serious demeanor. You both must remember this, especially you. Su Qingji, never attempt to grasp a mouse by its tail. When you try to catch it, the creature will panic and struggle. Some stronger ones can twist their bodies and bite you. A mouse's teeth harbor toxins and bacteria. A bite can be quite painful and may necessitate an injection, which, if not administered in time, could be fatal. Future brother-in-law, rest assured, I will never grab a mouse by its tail. From now on, I'll keep my distance whenever I see one. Su Qingke quickly nodded, her earlier curiosity about stepping on one now completely extinguished. Brother, I understand too, Su Qingji echoed, nodding earnestly. Though she grasped little of the explanation, she was obedient and eager to please. Very well. You two stay back and watch while I continue to deal with the mice, Wang Yi said, satisfied, surveying the surroundings. The last mouse had disappeared into an unknown crevice, prompting him to approach the next hole and repeat the process. Bang! Ah, little creature, where do you think you're running off to? Bang, bang, bang. Squeak, squeak, future brother-in-law, over here. It's running away. There. Ah, don't come near me. Brother. Qingji just stepped on another one. For over an hour, the expansive room echoed with the dull thuds of the sticks striking, accompanied by Wang Ye's boisterous commands. Alongside, the excited shouts of the two young girls filled the air, one voice bright and clear, the other sweet and youthful. The sounds of the mice scurrying and the terrified shrieks created an uproarious scene. Wang Yi, Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, dinner's ready. You can eat now. After an indeterminate period, Su Qingwan's voice rang from outside. Pitter-patter, the sound of light footsteps approached. Ah, Wang Yi, Su Qingke, Su Qingji. Are you tearing the house apart? Look at what you've done to this once decent room. Can you still see the color of the fabric on your clothes? Su Qingwan was nearly beside herself with rage. In the brief time she had taken to prepare a few dishes, the desk had collapsed, the cabinet sported several large holes, and even the bed had lost a leg. Scattered across the floor lay a dozen or more dead mice, and the trio inside appeared disheveled, their heads adorned with a thick layer of cobwebs. Witnessing this scene, even with her typically placid temperament, she felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. Simultaneously, she regretted bringing Wang Yi back, for he was indeed a calamity, not only wreaking havoc on her home, but also leading her two younger sisters astray. Especially Xiao Wu, who usually was such a well-behaved child, now stood triumphantly atop a squeaking mouse, grinning as if she had accomplished something monumental. Ah, Su Qingwan, you have arrived. Do not rush. The furniture is rather antiquated and not sturdy. I will gradually replace it with brand new items, ensuring you will not suffer any loss. Upon witnessing Su Qingwan's exasperation, Wang Yi belatedly cast a glance around the room, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Moments earlier, she had been so focused on the commotion caused by the mouse that she had overlooked the furniture. Now, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the items had indeed suffered significant damage, which justified Su Qingwan's ire. At that moment, Su Qingke quickly interjected to offer support, saying, Indeed, dear sister, please do not be upset. Our future brother-in-law is merely trying to help us deal with the mice. Furthermore, this furniture has long since rotted. It is unfair to place the blame on him. Yes, big sister, brother did not intend any harm. Look at how many mice we have caught. We can even feed them to Xiaohua. Su Qingji chimed in, nodding vigorously. Sighing, Su Qingwan declared, Enough of this chatter. Let us quickly wash up and eat. Xiao Si, have your third sister fetch a set of our father's old clothes for Wang Yi to change into, while I dispose of the mouse remains. With both sisters seemingly siding against her, Su Qingwan found herself at a loss on how to continue her indignation. Reluctantly, She shook her head in resignation. After all, the trouble had been brought upon by her own actions, and there was no point in turning hostile and driving him away at this late hour. All right then, future brother-in-law, follow me, and I shall show you where to bathe, Su Qingke exclaimed with a bright smile, beckoning Wang Yi to follow her as she dashed out. Wait for me a moment, Wang Yi replied, approaching Su Qingji, grasping the mouse's tail to free her foot, and then effortlessly dispatching the creature with a swift motion. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and hurried after them. Such mischief! Witnessing this scene, Su Qingwan could not help but twitch her lips. Surely, there were more efficient and aesthetically pleasing methods to eliminate mice. Why resort to such violent and gruesome means? Each mouse lay in a grotesque state, some resembling flattened meat patties stuck to the floor, complicating the cleanup process. Chapter 7. Is the Clam King tired? Wang Yi remained oblivious to Su Qingwan's grievances as he donned his attire and followed Su Qingke to the bathing area in the backyard. This was a modest, flat-roof structure against the wall with a toilet on one side and a bathing space on the other. Though referred to as a bathing area, it was merely an independent space with a stone-paved floor devoid of a water heater, solar energy, or even running water. The water for bathing had to be drawn from a well and then heated. However, given that it was summer, Wang Yi found this unnecessary and opted for a refreshing rinse with cold water instead. Splashing, the icy well water cascaded over him, causing Wang Yi to shiver momentarily. Yet, after that brief tremor, he felt invigorated, the fatigue from recently catching mice dissipating significantly. As he scrubbed away the grime, he hummed a cheerful tune and simultaneously accessed the system panel to check his status. Host, Wang Yi Physique. 11. Average male, 10. Map, 5 meters, 25 1000. Items, none equipment, none skills, none points, 250 splendid. It seems the effort spent on those mice was indeed worthwhile. Upon reviewing the newly updated data, Wang Yi grinned with satisfaction. The mini-map had expanded to 5 meters, allowing him not only to gather sea treasures but also to fish, thus enhancing his income sources. While currently limited to fishing within a 5-meter radius, it was still promising. With a stroke of luck, he might reel in something substantial from nearby waters. System, initiate 2 rounds of basic lottery. The lottery was divided into 4 tiers. Basic at 100 points, intermediate at 1,000 points, advanced at 10,000 points, and top tier at 100,000 points. With only 250 points to his name, Wang Yi could afford 2 basic draws. As his thought concluded, the screen transformed, revealing a circular wheel adorned with an array of basic items and skills. The pointer at the center began to spin rapidly. After a brief moment, the wheel completed 2 full rotations, unveiling the items he had drawn, a low-level physique elixir and an introductory fishing skill. Suddenly, Wang Yi felt a tingling sensation as knowledge flooded his mind. Moments later, the introductory fishing skill saturated his consciousness. This skill essentially encompassed the proficient use of various fishing rods and fundamental fishing operations. While seasoned anglers might regard it as trivial, for Wang Yi, a novice who had never fished before, it was exceedingly practical. System, extract the physique elixir. With a thought, Wang Yi summoned a round, brown elixir, roughly the size of an eyeball, from the system space. He found himself favoring this elixir over the fishing skill, as it promised to enhance his physique by 2 points. Though it may seem modest, this increment translated into considerable strength. To illustrate, an average adult male possesses a strength of 150 pounds. Thus, 1 point of physique equates to 15 pounds of strength. Therefore, an increase of 30 pounds in strength was nothing to scoff at. Clearly, this enhancement was indeed significant. With a decisive gulp, Wang Yi swallowed without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, a warm current surged through his limbs. He instinctively clenched his fists, feeling a profound surge of strength, and even the previously indistinct contours of his muscles appeared more defined. Simultaneously, the fatigue that once weighed upon his body dissipated, leaving him invigorated as if he had consumed a potent elixir, filled with vitality and vigor. As he continued his unfinished bathing ritual, humming a cheerful tune, he felt quite pleased with himself. The dining area of the Su family was situated within the kitchen, which was also located in the backyard, adjacent to the main hall. Facing the bathing room, it was a square, flat-roof structure, albeit with the addition of a chimney. Inside the kitchen, a traditional farmhouse stove with 2 burners stood near the back, while a pile of dry firewood rested in the corner. A square dining table accompanied by 4 long benches and a stone platform resembling a cabinet, adorned with pots and pans, as well as condiments, completed the modest yet tidy space. Despite its simplicity and age, the kitchen was impeccably clean, evoking no sense of disdain. Upon entering after his bath, Wang Yi found the Su sisters waiting for him. Su Qingke and Su Qingji had also washed their faces and tended to their hair, transforming back into their charming selves. Additionally, seated on one of the benches was a middle-aged woman, seemingly in her 50s. One side of her body appeared somewhat stiff, and a cane rested beside her. The corner of her mouth bore a slight tilt, though not severe. Her features bore a resemblance to Su Qingwan, unmistakably marking her as the mother of the Su sisters. "Hello, Auntie, I am Wang Yi. I apologize for keeping you waiting," he greeted politely, feeling a twinge of guilt for making an elder wait for him at mealtime. "It's quite all right," Su Ma replied, her words somewhat muddled and labored. Yet Wang Yi grasped the essence and nodded eagerly. "Yes, Auntie, please do eat. Let's all dine together." As he spoke, Wang Yi took a seat beside Su Qingji, picked up a bowl of rice that had already been served and with chopsticks, added a couple of clam dishes into his bowl, beginning to eat heartily. The offerings on the table were rather modest. There was only a single dish of stir-fried clams, alongside green peppers stir-fried with beans, a smashed cucumber salad, and a large bowl filled with sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes seemed to serve as the staple, as he noticed that apart from his generous serving of white rice, the others had only modest portions. The Su family members all held their chopsticks in their right hands while grasping sweet potatoes in their left. They consumed a bite of sweet potato, followed by a small portion of vegetables, hardly touching their rice, and the clams remained largely untouched for quite some time. Noticing this, Wang Yi paused in his eating, feigning confusion, and inquired, "Oh, why aren't you all eating the clams? Have you grown weary of them?" The dining actions of the Su family momentarily halted as Su Qingwan lowered her eyelids and replied, "Indeed, we have grown tired of it. You should eat quickly before it gets cold and loses its flavor." "Ah, this woman," Wang Yi thought helplessly, then turned to the nearby Su Qingji and asked, "Little Qingji, why aren't you eating the razor clams? Is it true, as your elder sister said, that you've grown weary of it?" Su Qingji glanced at her elder sister, then at Wang Yi, and finally at the razor clams, licking her lips yet lowering her head in silence. "Sigh, what a perceptive little one." Wang Yi sighed internally, shifting his gaze to the distant Su Qingke and inquired, "Little Qingke, do enlighten me. Are you also tired of it?" "Ah, yes. This Qingke eats razor clams daily and has nearly had her fill. You should hurry and eat," Su Qingke proclaimed with a grand demeanor. Yet her furtive glances toward the razor clams betrayed her true feelings. Observing this scene, Wang Yi understood well and refrained from further questions, hastening to finish the rice in his bowl in a few swift bites. He then pushed the bowl aside, picked up a sweet potato, and declared, "I'm done. You all take your time." With that, he left the kitchen without a backward glance, leaving the Su family in a state of astonishment. After a considerable pause, Su Qingke turned to Su Qingwan with hopeful eyes and asked, "Elder sister, since our future brother-in-law has finished eating, may we begin?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingji and Su Qingfeng immediately raised their heads to look at Su Qingwan, their eyes brimming with desire. "Yes, go ahead and eat," Su Qingwan replied. At this, the 3 Su sisters erupted in joy, eagerly reaching for the razor clams. However, instead of immediately placing them in their mouths, they first set them in Su Ma's bowl before indulging themselves with delight. A flicker of tenderness and gratitude crossed Su Qingwan's eyes as she glanced at Wang Yi's recently vacated spot. Yet she continued to eat without touching a single razor clam herself. Sigh, this woman truly possesses a strength that evokes sympathy. In the courtyard, Wang Yi sat on a small stool, casually crossing his legs while munching on a sweet potato and studying a small map. The map displayed an enlarged image of Su Qingwan, capturing every action and expression of hers, all under Wang Ye's watchful gaze. Chapter 8. The popular Su Qingwan O. Su Qingwan, are you going fishing? Time passed unnoticed as the Su sisters tumbled out of the main room, while Su Qingwan held in her hands a fishing rod and a large white bucket. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Ye's eyes brightened, and he abruptly rose to his feet. He had just been contemplating what to do that evening, and how fortuitous it was that his recently acquired beginner's fishing skills would finally find purpose. Indeed, Su Qingwan nodded. What? Do you wish to join? Yes. I couldn't sleep so early. Do you have another fishing rod at home? Wang Yi nodded eagerly, as if afraid Su Qingwan might not take him along. He stepped forward and snatched the bucket and fishing rod from Su Qingwan's hands, holding them with enthusiasm, reminiscent of their previous playful tussle over the shovel and bucket. There's another fishing rod at home. I'll fetch it for you. Su Qingwan chuckled, bemused, yet turned to retrieve the rod. At that moment, Su Qingke volunteered, I'll go. Future brother-in-law is going fishing, and I want to see. With that, she dashed back into the house and returned moments later, brandishing a fishing rod, exclaiming, Let us go, future brother-in-law, follow me. Impudent girl, where do you think you're going? Su Qingwan frowned disapprovingly. Hand the fishing rod to Wang Yi and hurry off to bed. Come back later with your third sister. Oh, big sister, it's summer vacation, and I'm not tired of sleeping all day. I promise I'll be good and won't hinder your fishing or evening beachcombing. Please let me go. No, it's nearly dark. What mischief do you intend to get into? The rocky areas are treacherous with strong waves, and the path is difficult. What if you trip and fall into the sea? Oh, I won't. I'll be careful. Just let me go. Thus, the two of them debated back and forth for quite some time, but ultimately, Su Qingwan could not prevail against Su Qingke's persistence and reluctantly allowed her to accompany them. The trio made their way along the village path to the dock, then followed the coastline westward for about half an hour, finally arriving at a vast area resembling a cluster of small hills, the Rocky Zone. Wang Yi, I usually fish down there. Around 11, when the tide recedes, we can also beachcomb, Su Qingwan explained as she led the way down. Wang Yi nodded, carefully escorting Su Qingke in between them as they descended. With a splash and a flurry of footsteps, they finally reached the shore after about 5 minutes. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks filling their ears. Scanning the surroundings, they beheld enormous rocks partially submerged in seawater, leaving only their pointed tips exposed to the elements. Several individuals stood atop some of the rocks, fishing, the occasional sound of line slicing through the air ringing out. Qingwan, you've arrived. Come here, this spot has good bites. I've saved a place just for you. At that moment, a voice called out, causing them to instinctively turn their heads. They saw a slender young man in his 20s standing 10 meters away on a rock, waving his fishing rod in their direction. Who is that? Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yi could not help but furrow his brow and glance at Su Qingwan. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling feeling surged within him, accompanied by an impulsive desire to kick the young man into the sea. However, just as he posed his question, Su Qingwan had yet to respond. At that moment, another eager voice rang out from afar. Qingwan, do not listen to that nonsense from Li Wan. The fishing here is far better, and I've saved a spot for you. Come quickly. As soon as this call faded, more voices followed in rapid succession. Qingwan, neither Li Wan nor Zhou Ping's spots can compare to mine. You should definitely come to me. Get lost, get lost. I've already caught several fish. Can you boast the same? I believe Qingwan would prefer my spot. Shoo. With your short and stout figure, how could Qingwan possibly fancy you? If she comes, it'll be to my side. In an instant, with Su Qingwan's arrival, the rocky area buzzed with excitement. The young men, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, dropped their fishing rods and rushed towards her. Su Qingwan, are all these your admirers? Wang Ye's earlier annoyance dissipated, replaced by a look of amusement. He truly did not anticipate that Su Qingwan possessed such allure, that even a simple fishing trip could evoke such fervor, akin to that of a celebrity. Ignore them. Su Qingwan cast a fleeting glance at Wang Yi, offering a nonchalant reply before making her way to an unoccupied rock. Su Qingke chimed in with pride, future brother-in-law. I was exaggerating, was I? My elder sister is pursued by many. Hearing this, Wang Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is quite popular. After a pause, he shifted his inquiry. But speaking of which, with so many suitors, why does she not choose one? Does she not fancy any of them? Of course not. Su Qingke leaned closer to Wang Yi, nodding slightly as she whispered, I'll let you in on a secret, but you must not tell my sister. Once, I overheard a conversation between her and my second sister. My elder sister said she might never date anyone, as she needs to support our family. Unless one day, a boy is willing to accept our family and help her provide for us. Though they flatter my sister with their words, she claims none of them show any true responsibility, especially their mothers, who frequently speak ill of our family. At this juncture, a hint of sorrow crossed Su Qingchue's face. We've burdened our elder sister. Otherwise, she would have graduated from university and become part of the city, surely encountering a suitable partner there. After a moment, Su Qingke looked up, her gaze earnest as she regarded Wang Yi. Future brother-in-law, do you know why I call you that? Why? Wang Yi instinctively asked. Because I hope my sister find a partner soon. I don't want her to remain single for life. Su Qingke replied earnestly. Even though I'm only 11, I understand so much. In town, I've seen elderly people living in solitude, scavenging for food. I don't want my sister to end up like that. After a moment of silence, Wang Yi, with a complex expression, inquired, Why did you choose me? This is our first meeting. Are you not afraid I might be a bad person, or that I could take your sister away and leave you without food? Su Qingke replied, without hesitation, No. My elder sister is the smartest. If she brought you home, it means you're not a bad person. Besides, it's been shown on television that bad people are unattractive, while good people are pleasing to the eye, and you are quite handsome, so you must be good. Wang Yi, somewhat bemused, shook his head. Is your judgment of good and bad so superficial? Nevertheless, he continued, I cannot make any promises, but as long as I stay in your home for a day, I will help take care of you and your sister for that day. Whether I can form a bond with your sister will only be revealed with time. Oh, by the way, during our next meal, please don't be so courteous to me. I felt embarrassed when I couldn't eat any of the clam kings. Su Qingke quickly nodded. You can't blame us. Blame my elder sister. She said those clam kings are all yours and insisted we wait until you finish before we can eat. Fortunately, you eat quickly. Otherwise, I would have starved. It's been ages since we've had clam kings. They are truly delicious. After saying this, the little girl smacked her lips, seemingly savoring the memory. What do you mean eat quickly? Wang Yi chuckled. I was doing it on purpose. If I didn't finish my meal, you all wouldn't touch your chopsticks. How could I eat so heartily by myself? I knew you were a good person. Rest assured, if you let me enjoy the delicious food, I will help you pursue my elder sister. Thank you. Then let's hurry and find a spot to fish. We can catch a nice fish for a late-night snack. Wow, really? I want to eat too. All right, follow me and see how I treat you to a feast. Giggle. I'm following my brother-in-law for a delightful meal. In that moment, Wang Yi said nothing, but subconsciously he felt a sense of joy at being referred to as brother-in-law. Chapter 9. The goddess is snatched away, heartbroken Qingwan. You are not suited there. Come fish with me. With the mini-map activated, Wang Yi quickly discovered an excellent fishing spot. Noticing that Su Qingwan was being entangled by several young men, he promptly called out to her. Regardless of whether Su Qingwan would eventually become his wife, he felt a surge of displeasure witnessing those rascals pestering her. Oh, I'm coming. Su Qingwan, already exasperated, found Wang Yi's call to be perfectly timed. She responded and immediately grabbed her fishing rod and bucket, making her way over. The sight of this left the young men dumbfounded. Goodness, an unexpected hero has emerged. They murmured, Who is this fellow, and where did he come from? They were bewildered by the audacity of this stranger daring to intrude on their territory. Oh no, he looks fair and clean. Could he be a city slicker that Qingwan knows? Who cares if he is a city boy? In Shanghai fishing village, even a dragon must coil and a tiger must lie low. Indeed, Qingwan is our goddess. We cannot allow an outsider to take advantage. That's right, let's confront him. As the young men rallied together, they were incensed at the thought of their goddess being whisked away. They began to surround Wang Yi, shouting in outrage. Li Ben, Zhou Ping, what do you intend to do? Seeing the trouble brewing for Wang Yi, Su Qingwan, stepped in front of him, arms outstretched like a hen protecting her chicks, glaring fiercely. The young men, already agitated, were further enraged by Su Qingwan's protective stance. Qingwan, step aside. This is a matter between men. If this pretty boy wants to take you away, he must prove his worth. Otherwise, we will not concede, Li Wan, the tall and lanky one, declared first. Zhou Ping, shorter but sturdy and dark-skinned, chimed in exactly. Unless this pretty boy can best us, we will not allow you to be with him. As their words echoed, the others joined in, echoing their sentiments. Li Wan and Zhou Ping are right. We won't accept this. He looks like a mere pretty face, a mere decorative pillow. Why should he come to our Shanghai fishing village and steal the most beautiful girl? Yes, if we don't teach this boy a lesson today, he will never learn the true strength of the men from Shanghai fishing village. Qingwan, quickly let him go. You may protect him today, but we shall certainly confront him tomorrow. He cannot escape. You all are going too far, Su Qingwan exclaimed, her body trembling with anger at their words. Regardless of whether Wang Yi was her partner or not, it was not their place to dictate her choices. Qin Ke, equally furious, could no longer contain herself, placing her hands on her hips and interjecting, "Yes, why do you bully my brother-in-law? Do you believe I, Qin Ke, will not make you regret this?" "What? Qin Ke, did you just call him your brother-in-law?" In an instant, the young men present were taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief as they stared incredulously at Qin Ke. Even the older onlookers, who were merely there for amusement, wore expressions of astonishment. Previously, everyone believed that Wang Yi was simply a classmate or friend of Su Qingwan. Little did they know, the younger sister was already calling him brother-in-law. With a proud demeanor, Su Qingke puffed out her small chest and declared, "This is my brother-in-law, Wang Yi. He has promised to treat us to delicious meals in the future, so you better not bully him, or I will make you regret it." A collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, their minds buzzing with disbelief. With the younger sister addressing him as brother-in-law and the man himself remaining silent, what were they even arguing about? "Qingwan, Qin Ke, ignore them and come fish with me." Wang Yi's calm voice broke through the commotion. He had been standing behind the two, silent not out of fear, but rather overwhelmed with emotion. Throughout his life, he had always been alone. Later, he formed some bonds with like-minded individuals, but those relationships were merely superficial. No one had ever stood in front of him during crucial moments. When Su Qingwan had opened her arms to shield him just moments ago, warmth flooded his heart, leaving an indelible mark of her presence. Thus, when Su Qingke referred to him as brother-in-law in front of so many, he chose to remain silent, tacitly accepting this newfound identity. "All right, let us go fishing." Su Qingwan and Su Qingke chimed in unison, turning away from the crowd. After ensuring the two were settled, Wang Yi turned to face the sea, picked up his fishing rod, and extended the line to about 5 meters, engaging the reel's break. He then attached a rather inexpensive dead shrimp brought by Su Qingwan, gave it a slight shake, and cast it into the water. His fishing rod was a 4.5-meter shore rod, coupled with a spinning reel. With the appropriate line setup and the rod's strength, according to Su Qingwan, he could catch fish weighing around 20 pounds, which should suffice in this rocky coastal area. "Su Qingwan, this is the man you found? Your taste is truly lacking. He can't even fish properly." Indeed, using a shore rod as if it were a hand rod and casting the hook only 4 or 5 meters away, one would be lucky to catch anything at such a distance. Haha, who would disagree? I bet he'll snag the bottom soon. As the young men, feeling slighted by Wang Yi's apparent success with Su Qingwan, began to mock him, they positioned themselves nearby to fish, seemingly intending to humiliate him while flaunting their own fishing skills to prove Su Qingwan's poor judgment. Wang Yi, though they spoke harshly, had to concede that their critique held some merit. His cast was indeed rather short. Su Qingwan, thinking he lacked fishing skills, offered a quiet suggestion. At that moment, she had already cast her hook at least 20 meters out. "Ha! Don't pay attention to these clowns. They don't know anything. Just wait until I reel in a fish and slap them with it." He chuckled, confident that his hook was cast precisely at the red dot on the small map, and there was no way he wouldn't catch something. As for snagging the bottom, he had no fear whatsoever, although his fishing skills are merely at the novice level. He has no difficulty avoiding snags. Wang Ye's voice was unrestrained, even deliberately raised, provoking a stir among the younger crowd. Wow, this pretty boy is audacious. He dares to claim that we know nothing about fishing and intends to catch fish to humiliate us? They exclaimed in disbelief. This arrogant fellow not only snatched our goddess, but now has the audacity to provoke us. I must show him what true fishing prowess entails. Indeed, it was essential to teach this outsider a lesson. Otherwise, he might truly believe he could trifle with the men of Shanghai Fishing Village. Just then, before the last fellow's boastful words could fully dissipate, Wang Ye's hearty laughter erupted. Ha ha! You lot are quite the chatterboxes. Open your eyes wide and come see what your brother is up to. Chapter 10. The Snapper and the Bass. What on earth? Did he actually catch one? Damn it. This lucky little fellow has some incredible fortune. Unbelievable. How could he hook a fish so swiftly without even snagging the bottom? It's infuriating. He has truly outdone us. Now, the goddess is even further from our grasp. Come on, let us not dwell on our misfortunes. It's just a fish, perhaps even a worthless one. Yes, let us put in some effort and reel in a big catch to overshadow him. After all, we are locals, and the fish belong to our waters. There's no reason that they shouldn't favor us. Indeed, Wang Yi has hooked a fish and is currently leading it in. Witnessing the scene, the younger fishermen were left utterly disheartened. Not only was the goddess snatched away, but she had never paid them much attention anyway, and they certainly could not compete with this handsome rival. But as fishermen, how could they accept being outdone by this pretty boy? Ha ha ha! How does it feel, you featherweights? Is your pride stinging? With your abysmal fishing skills, you dare mock my abilities? Truly a bunch of fools, utterly clueless. Wang Yi, while skillfully maneuvering the line, laughed heartily, showing no mercy to his rivals. He was simply that kind of person. If one does not offend him, he will not retaliate. But if one provokes him, they must face the consequences. Damn it, you pretty boy, don't get too cocky. Don't you know the art of fishing with long lines for larger catches? Indeed. Wait until we reel in a big one, and we shall humiliate you. Yes, we've been fishing since childhood. Do you think we fear a newcomer? Hearing Wang Yi's taunts, the younger fishermen seethed with indignation. They retorted while fixating intently on the rod tip, vowing to catch something substantial to show Wang Yi a thing or two. Splash! Before long, a loud sound erupted as Wang Yi's catch neared its conclusion. Wow, brother-in-law, you're amazing. It's a sea bass so large. Upon seeing the fish breach the surface, Su Qingke couldn't help but clap her hands in excitement. Su Qinghua nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's quite impressive. This sea bass appears to weigh around 5 pounds, with a market price of about 15 yuan per pound. This fish could fetch 60 to 70 yuan. As she spoke, Su Qinghua picked up the landing net to assist in catching the fish. At that moment, Li Wen grumbled enviously. Pure luck. It's just a 5-pound sea bass. I've caught bigger. Zhou Ping chimed in. Who has to say otherwise? I'm going to catch an even larger one and enjoy a midnight snack tonight. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi glanced at the two, while helping Su Qinghua net the fish, and turned to Su Qingke with a twinkle in his eye, asking loudly, Little Qingke, do you like sea bass? If so, we'll have it for our midnight snack. Su Qingke, a true food enthusiast, eagerly nodded without hesitation. Wow, brother-in-law, I adore you. I love it, I really do. Ha ha, then we shall feast on it tonight. One fish isn't enough. I'll catch another until we're satisfied. After a brief pause, Wang Yi cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Ping and remarked, However, we cannot emulate a certain individual who merely boasts without substance. Having caught not even a single fish, yet dreaming of a midnight feast. Chuckling, she continued, Brother-in-law, I refuse to mimic such folly. I shall simply enjoy the good life alongside you, rather than indulge in empty boasts. Su Qingke, in perfect harmony with her, spoke words that incited Zhou Ping's ire, causing his face to oscillate between shades of green and white. Fortunately, the night had fully descended. Otherwise, the scene would have been exceedingly entertaining. You wretched girl, refrain from using foul language. You are young ladies, for heaven's sake. Following Su Qingchua's admonition, Su Qinghua shot another glare at Wang Yi, adding, and you as well. Curtail your vulgarity and do not lead my sister astray. Did you hear that? Wang Yi turned to Su Qingke, declaring, "Young ladies must not utter profanities, otherwise no one will want you when you grow up. Hee hee, if no one wants me, I shall follow my sister and brother-in-law to enjoy the good life," Su Qingke retorted, her head held high, exuding an air of indifference. Witnessing this, Wang Yi shrugged helplessly at Su Qingwan, signaling that she bore no responsibility for the situation. Su Qingwan shook her head in resignation, lamenting that her youngest sister had evidently been born under an ill-fated star. Had she been a boy, she would undoubtedly be capable of standing on her own. As the sea base was pulled ashore, Wang Yi deftly removed the hook, baited it once more, and cast the line again. The distance remained short, but it appeared that the others had learned their lesson or perhaps were wary of Wang Yi's sharp tongue. For no one dared to mock her further, instead opting to fish in silence. Soon enough, Wang Yi lifted her rod again, and with a splash, she reeled in a fish that was relatively small but emerged effortlessly from the water. What kind of fish is this? Wang Yi pondered, as her knowledge of marine life was limited to the few varieties she had previously encountered. The fish she had caught, weighing about a pound and exhibiting a long, oval shape with a pronounced dorsal ridge and adorned with a network of grayish-black patterns, was unfamiliar to her. However, those present recognized it instantly, and soon a chorus of envious remarks erupted. "Damn, this kid's luck is utterly unfathomable. He even caught a stone perch. How infuriating! This fish can fetch at least 60 to 70 yuan per pound. Indeed, it's astonishing. Should we also cast our lines nearby? Perhaps the fish are congregating close to shore today? Yes, that's a splendid idea. I must give it a try." As they spoke one by one, they reeled in their lines and mimicked Wang Yi's technique, using their rods as handheld fishing poles. Not only the younger crowd, but even several older relatives could not resist following suit. It was undeniable. The allure of the stone perch was irresistible. "Wang Yi, do you think I should also try fishing nearby?" Su Qingwan inquired, her curiosity piqued. "No, you should remain at a distance. There aren't as many fish close to shore, and it's easier to snag the bottom. Do not emulate them, and certainly do not follow my lead. Those who imitate me thrive, while those who resemble me perish." Wang Yi cautioned, for she possessed a map that aided her, allowing her to catch fish with such ease. Below them lay an uneven expanse of bizarrely shaped rocks. Even if one were to hook a fish, it would be all too easy to get snagged. Thus, she wished for Su Qingwan to avoid wasting her time in bait. "All right, I shall heed your advice." Su Qingwan cast a perplexed glance at Wang Yi, but obediently refrained from retracting her line. In hindsight, her compliance was undoubtedly justified. Before long, several individuals began to snag their hooks, desperately pulling as if they had caught a formidable fish. However, the notion of a grand catch was soon dispelled, for with a resounding snap, the fishing line broke into two. Without a spare hook, they had no choice but to reluctantly reel in and depart. At this moment, Wang Yi hooked another fish. With a splash, he effortlessly drew it from the water's depths. Indeed, it was yet another stone bream weighing approximately a pound. Witnessing Wang Yi's continued success, the surrounding youth and older onlookers were engulfed in envy, their mouths almost watering at the sight. Their resolve intensified, compelling them to fish nearby, even if it meant resorting to striking the water with their hooks to land a few stone bream. Nevertheless, perseverance does not always yield results. Most individuals repeatedly found their hooks snagged, while only a fortunate few managed to reel in a couple of fish. Yet, such luck often came at the cost of several lost hooks. As time passed, the onlookers became increasingly transfixed by Wang Yi's prowess. Not once did he snag his line. The stone bream and base were caught with ease. Within mere hours, the white bucket was nearly overflowing. Were they fishing or merely restocking? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed that someone could achieve such success in close proximity. It was, without a doubt, more exhilarating than fishing from a boat. Chapter 11. Into the mountains for hunting? 50 meters, a perfect shot? Wang Yi, you have caught an abundance of fish. Shall I make a call to have someone come and collect them? Su Qingwan suggested, noticing Wang Yi's bucket was nearly overflowing. Sure, as you wish, Wang Yi readily agreed. Indeed, the catch was rather excessive, and he pondered how burdensome it would be to transport them back. Selling them would be the most advantageous. All right, I shall call Wuya, Su Qingwan nodded, producing an old Nokia that looked capable of cracking walnuts, and dialed. After a brief conversation, Su Qingwan hung up the phone and turned to Wang Yi. Wu Yi is my closest friend and has often assisted my family. Her family runs a general store in the village, where they also accept seafood and game for sale to the hotels. I usually sell my catches to her, and she offers a slightly better price than the others. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, not voicing any concerns, as he trusted Su Qingwan completely. With a thought, he opened the System Attributes panel to review his status. Host, Wang Yi Physique, 13, Normal Male, 10, Map, 5 meters, 135, 1000, Items, None Equipment, None Skills, Fishing Technique, Beginner, Points, 520. Having reviewed the attributes, Wang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Most of the fish he had caught tonight were stone bass and perch, totaling no less than 20. However, the experience points awarded were meager, averaging about the same as that of a rat. Nevertheless, he had accumulated a substantial number of points, exceeding 500, which allowed him to initiate 5 rounds of basic lottery draws. Without hesitation, Wang Yi concentrated and commanded, "System, I wish to draw. Let me begin with 1. In a flash, the screen transformed, revealing a circular lottery wheel, with the pointer at its center spinning rapidly. After a brief interval, the pointer gradually slowed and finally came to rest on the entry-level culinary skill. In the next moment, Wang Yi felt a tingling sensation as his intellect expanded. Moments later, he transitioned from a culinary novice to an entry-level chef. An entry-level chef is akin to a street vendor level, producing delicious yet affordable fare. Though not suitable for a banquet, Wang Yi felt content with this acquired skill. While Su Qingwan could cook reasonably well, her culinary endeavors were merely sufficient to stave off hunger, lacking in flavor. Being a lover of good food, he didn't often indulge in cooking, but occasionally he relished the opportunity to showcase his culinary abilities. This evening, for instance, he could prepare a late-night snack, rewarding himself while simultaneously delighting the Su sisters' palates. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Yi resolved to act without further delay, directing the system to initiate a 4-time draw. As he issued the command, the pointer on the wheel spun once more. After approximately a minute, the 4 draws concluded. Whether it was his fortunate streak or merely the system's design, he astonishingly acquired 4 formidable skills in succession: entry-level leg techniques, entry-level fist techniques, entry-level knife techniques, and entry-level archery techniques. The introductory techniques of leg movements not only serve as a foundation for leg skills, but also enhance mobility. Compared to his previous speed, he has experienced at least a 50% improvement. Wang Yi believes this skill is exceptionally suited for hunting in the mountains. It allows him to pursue prey effectively or escape when necessary. Truly, it is an indispensable skill for both home and wilderness. As for the martial arts, there is no need for elaboration. Had he possessed such foundational boxing techniques back on Earth, he would have undoubtedly risen to the status of an advanced fighter, thriving in the chaos of life. Previously, when Li Wen and Zhou Ping engaged him in verbal sparring, he no longer felt the need for banter. He could simply confront them directly. Who needs words when strength prevails? We are not gentlemen. We are mere rogues, indifferent to life and death, ready to confront those who challenge us. Regarding the introductory knife techniques, Wang Yi is uncertain of their utility. While it is a common inclination among men to wield knives and guns, he personally believes that engaging in hand-to-hand combat is far preferable. The use of a blade escalates matters significantly. After all, he is merely a petty thug, not a member of an underworld organization. He cannot afford to take a life. However, he would not hesitate to use a knife against a beast. On the other hand, possessing introductory archery skills, with an accuracy of hitting the target every time within 50 meters, seems far more secure. After all, life is precious. Who would willingly risk it with close combat? Unless confronted by a wild animal, he deems the knife techniques largely unnecessary. Nevertheless, with the convergence of these 4 skills, he could indeed venture into the mountains. Abundant treasures await in the heights, and should fortune smile upon him with the discovery of ginseng or valuable medicinal herbs, he might find himself on the path to prosperity. Contemplating this, Wang Yi turned to Su Qingwan, who was intently fishing, and inquired, "Su Qingwan, when do you plan to enter the mountains next?" Enter the mountains? Su Qingwan paused, then replied, in a couple of days, my uncle will notify me. After a moment's hesitation, she asked with a hint of suspicion, why? You don't intend to join me, do you? Wang Yi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am quite intrigued by the idea of hunting in the mountains, and I wish to accompany you. Su Qingwan shook her head, frowning. Venturing into the mountains is no trivial matter, especially for hunters. Those hunting teams consist of skilled archers and robust individuals. Perhaps you should reconsider. It was not that Su Qingwan looked down upon Wang Yi, but rather that hunting entails considerable hardship. Sometimes, one must endure days and nights in the wilderness, facing poor sustenance and sleep, with the constant peril of being devoured by wild beasts. She did not wish for Wang Yi to encounter such dangers. Hey, are you underestimating me? Wang Yi retorted with mild indignation. Though my complexion may be fair, my strength is substantial, and I possess archery skills. With an accuracy of hitting the target every time at 50 meters, I should not be far off from the hunting team members from your village. At that moment, Wang Yi's voice rose, and Li Wen, Zhou Ping, and the others heard him clearly. Before Su Qingwan could respond, they interjected with scornful ridicule. What? You a pretty boy? Can shoot arrows? Do you dare boast? Aren't you afraid of being gored by wild boars in the mountains? Indeed. Just look at you, clearly inexperienced in the mountains, and you claim to be an archer? Who doesn't boast? I also proclaim myself a master of martial arts, capable of single-handedly confronting a tiger. Who dares to dispute that? We, the offspring of hunters, have honed our archery skills since childhood, and few dare to venture into the mountains alongside us. Do you, with your delicate appearance, possess such prowess? Indeed, your boasts resonate like thunder, claiming to hit a target perfectly from 50 meters away, showcasing immense strength. If you truly possess such abilities, I would gladly eat humble pie. As the youthful Li Wen and his companions concluded their banter, some middle-aged and older individuals fishing nearby could no longer restrain themselves and interjected with words of caution. Young man, though the words of these youngsters may lack decorum, they hold a kernel of truth. Entering the mountains for hunting is no place for bravado. In my youth, I would never have dared to claim a perfect shot from 50 meters. Are you certain you can achieve that? Indeed, few in the village would dare to make such a bold assertion. While it is commendable for the youth to possess confidence, one must refrain from exaggeration. Otherwise, should you find yourself in the mountains, it may be too late for regrets. Chapter 12. The scheme of deception. Wang Yi was utterly speechless. It was one thing for the younger generation to oppose him and doubt his abilities, but what was with these old-timers joining in? Do they not realize the depths of my capabilities, daring to question my prowess? Are they not afraid of suffering the consequences of their insolence? It seems the previous lesson was insufficient. Perhaps a firmer approach is necessary. With this thought, Wang Yi set down his fishing rod and rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as it fell upon the lanky Li Wen. He declared with a resonant voice, "You lot, lacking in merit, presume that others share your ineptitude? I may not possess a bow and arrow at present to prove my marksmanship at 50 meters, but I can certainly demonstrate my strength and skill. So, what do you say? Are you bold enough to engage me in a duel? You may come at me as a single entity, in pairs, or even as a mob. However, I must make one thing clear. Should you lose, do not come seeking trouble from me, nor should you continue with your sarcastic jabs. Likewise, if I happen to be defeated, I shall not pursue retribution. Do you dare to be forthright?" Previously, he refrained from physical confrontation, adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer immediate loss. However, the situation had changed. He was now capable of both fighting and fleeing. Why should he hold back for their amusement? It was clear to him that these insufferable individuals would not cease their mockery unless subdued. He was tired of enduring their barbs every time he spoke or fished. By heavens, you are quite the arrogant one. Do you think a gang is necessary to bring you down? I alone will suffice. Before Li Wen could respond, Zhou Ping interjected, stepping forward. Realizing the shift, Li Wen glared at Zhou Ping in displeasure. What do you mean, Zhou Ping? Can't you see this fellow is focused on me? If there is to be a fight, I should lead the charge. Get lost, Zhou Ping retorted defiantly. Today, I am the one who will teach this brat a lesson. No one else will do. How about we settle this between the two of us first? Li Wen challenged. Are you afraid? Come on, let's fight. With that, Zhou Ping discarded his fishing rod and strode forward. Damn it, I've been itching to teach you a lesson for a while now. Li Ben spat, casting aside his rod as well, following suit. Wang Yi stood there dumbfounded. Are these two out of their minds? While I stand here, they choose to brawl amongst themselves. A thought flickered in his mind, a match akin to the crouching dragon and the young phoenix. Hee, brother-in-law, your strategy is brilliant. You set them to tear each other apart. At that moment, Su Qingke approached, giving a thumbs up. Su Qingwan smiled as well, but quickly urged, Wang Yi. They are preoccupied and cannot attend to you now. We should take our fish and leave. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a precarious situation once they finish. Hey, why do you always doubt me? Wang Yi rolled his eyes in response. I speak the truth. Not only can I shoot arrows, but I also possess formidable skills. Just wait and see. You, how can you be so ungrateful? Li Wen and Zhou Ping often accompany their father into the mountains to hunt. Even if you have practiced before, can you truly compete with them? After a moment's pause, Su Qingwan shook her head in frustration and said, Forget it. If you wish to fight, then go ahead. You are not connected to me. Your demise means nothing to me. With that, she beckoned to Su Qingke, little four. Let's return. We shall not dare to venture into the sea tonight. Upon finishing her words, she crouched down to gather her belongings. Shall we not wait for the brother-in-law? Su Qingke hesitated, somewhat reluctant. Without Wang Yi, how could they indulge in luxury? What brother-in-law? Su Qingwan lifted her head and shot Su Qingke a glare, exclaiming, He is not your brother-in-law. He is merely a brash fool seeking to prove himself. Ignore him. Let him take a beating to learn a lesson. Well, very well. Su Qingke, under the imposing authority of her elder sister, could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Yi found himself at a loss. The woman's demeanor was as changeable as the weather in June. However, he was currently in a precarious position. Having not yet entered Su Qingwan's room, should she return and lock the door, he would find himself sleeping on streets. Moreover, he understood that Su Qingwan was merely concerned for his well-being. As for dealing with those two troublemakers, there was no rush, given their nature. They would undoubtedly seek him out again, and he could confront them then. Weighing the pros and cons, he quietly gathered his fishing rod and followed suit, carrying the fish bucket. Noticing that Wang Yi had joined them, a subtle smile crept upon Su Qingwan's lips, filling her heart with an indescribable sweetness. Su Qingke was even more delighted, frequently glancing at the fish bucket Wang Yi carried, her mouth nearly watering. Above on the rocks at that moment, Li Wen and Zhou Ping were entangled, rolling on the ground and intermittently shouting threats at one another. Surrounding them, a group of youths cheered for Li Wen, while others rallied for Zhou Ping, and the older spectators stood with arms crossed, offering their critiques. None noticed the trio quietly passing by with their belongings. Once Li Wen and Zhou Ping had been pulled apart, their faces bruised and battered, it finally dawned on everyone to look for Wang Yi, but there was no trace of him to be found. One astute individual suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Oh no, Li Wen and Zhou Ping, you've been duped. That sly fellow must have realized he couldn't defeat you. So he devised a scheme to incite you to fight one another while he quietly slipped away. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation and discussions erupted. Indeed, your reasoning holds water. That lad is fair and refined, clearly an intellectual. It is highly likely that Li Wen and Zhou Ping fell into his trap. Yes, what a clever stratagem. What was it called again? Just a few words, and Li Wen and Zhou Ping are left battered, while he might very well be at home, sleeping peacefully with his wife. This is a classic case of a ruse. Both Cao Cao and Zhuge Liang employed such tactics in the Three Kingdoms. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Our village has produced a strategist. We must remind the women at home not to speak ill of the Su family behind their backs. Indeed, this young man possesses considerable talent. It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. Should he take an interest in you, it could lead to complications. In no time, opinions varied widely, and Wang Yi was labeled a mastermind, a figure best left undisturbed. As time progressed, the reputation of Wang Yi grew increasingly notorious, to the point where he was ultimately likened to a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang or a vessel for Cao Cao's spirit. However, that is a tale for another time. As for Wang Yi, He remained blissfully unaware of all this. Otherwise, he would surely cry out in protest. His intentions were merely to employ force for suppression, rather than any strategic machinations. Chapter 13. Her mother is my mother, and her sister is my sister. A strikingly beautiful woman often possesses a friend of lesser appeal. In the past, Wang Yi dismissed this notion without a second thought. However, upon encountering Wu Ye, who was riding an electric tricycle, he began to reconsider. Wu Ye, of similar age to Su Qingwan, stood at a modest height of around 1.60 meters, her slightly plump round face framed by a bobbed hairstyle. While not unattractive, she embodied a more endearing charm. Yet when juxtaposed with Su Qingwan, she could only serve as a backdrop. Wow, Qingwan, you caught so many tonight? Upon meeting, the sisters exchanged pleasantries, and Wu Ye's eyes widened with delight as she spotted the bucket brimming with fish on the ground. Initially, she had been reluctant to venture out at such a late hour for the haul. Had it not been for her close friendship with Su Qingwan and the prospect of gossip, she would have stayed home. Yet, seeing the bucket filled with sea bream and sea bass, she was grateful she had not declined, for she might have wept inconsolably in the restroom. Hee, you know my skills and luck. How could I possibly catch so many fish? With a smile, Su Qingwan gestured toward Wang Yi, introducing him. This is my friend Wang Yi. He is the one who caught all these fish. Wang Yi? Wu Ye paused. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized him from head to toe. After a moment, she suddenly inquired, Are you Qingwan's boyfriend? Wu Ye, what nonsense are you spouting? He is my friend, not my boyfriend. Before Wang Yi could respond, Su Qingwan grew agitated. She could not fathom why Wu Ye would make such a statement. TSK, Qingwan. That is hardly fair. You're in a relationship and didn't even tell your best sister. I was at home watching the shop when someone mentioned you were dating someone from the city. I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm convinced. He is so handsome. I'd be smitten too. Who told you that? Su Qingwan's demeanor soured. Wu Ye's family convenience store, which also functioned as a gaming hall, was the village's social hub, a breeding ground for rumors and gossip. If we had heard, it was likely the entire village was already abuzz with the news. It was old Zhang. He came to buy fish hooks after getting snagged while fishing, saying you've got a boyfriend who is not only good-looking, but also an excellent fisherman. Oh dear, that old Zhang. Su Qingwan felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She opened her mouth to clarify that her relationship with Wang Yi was merely a ruse, but thought better of it. If the rumor spread, people like Li Wenzhou would surely pester her endlessly, so she opted to remain silent. Running out of words, are we? Wu Ye observed, her smile widening. Let me tell you, I had a few aunties over at my place playing mahjong, especially Aunt Yu. This news is probably circulated throughout the village by now. Pausing for effect, Wu Ye curiously asked, by the way, you're not getting any younger. When are you planning to get married and celebrate? Oh, please don't ask. Do you still want the fish? If not, we'll take them to sell elsewhere. Su Qingwan felt flustered and wished to avoid further discussion on the matter. Just wanted to sell the fish quickly and retreat home to contemplate under her blanket. Of course, but it is quite dark here. Perhaps we should go to my family's shop to weigh it instead. Su Qingwan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. With that, the three of them boarded the tricycle and set off towards Wu Ye's shop. Wu Ye's establishment was situated in the heart of the village, close to the seaside, facing the ocean. Compared to Su Qingwan's home, Wu Ye's house resembled a mansion. It was a two-story building with white walls and a flat roof, lacking yard, but boasting a spacious concrete area in front, where an aluminum awning had been erected, adorned with several bright light bulbs. At that moment, 2 tables were occupied by players engaged in a game of mahjong. Additionally, a crowd had gathered around, exchanging lively banter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As Wang Yi and the others arrived on the tricycle, the collective gaze of the onlookers turned toward them, followed by a flurry of whispered conversations. Oh, that fair-skinned young man must be the suitor of Su's eldest daughter. I didn't believe old Zhang when he mentioned it, but it seems to be true. Indeed, Su's daughter must have struck lucky to find a city dweller. It appears she is about to enjoy a life of ease. If you ask me, that young man must be out of his mind. Su's family is burdened with 4 daughters and a paralyzed mother. What kind of family could sustain such a union? True enough, marrying that girl is hardly a bargain. Raising 4 sisters through their studies costs a fortune, and her mother needs medication. An ordinary person might not endure long unless they abandon these responsibilities. But given that girl's character, she would never agree to such a thing. Enough. Let us speak less. They are coming over. Someone's caution caused the murmurs to abruptly cease. However, Wang Yi and his companions had been close enough to overhear most of the comments. Wang Yi noted that in an instant, Su Qingluan's expression shifted to one devoid of emotion, as if she had become numb. Meanwhile, Su Qingke appeared furious. Her small fists clenched. Were it not for the significant disparity in strength, she would have rushed down to confront the crowd. Qingluan, pay no heed to their idle chatter. Just focus on living your life well. Wu Ye admonished the crowd with a disapproving glare, then turned her attention to Wang Yi, adding, Wang Yi, although Qingluan's family circumstances are not ideal, she is a wonderful girl. She was the first in our village to gain admission to a prestigious university. Moreover, she is a capable homemaker, skilled in cooking, gathering herbs from the mountains, and fishing in the sea. Most of the men in the village cannot match her abilities. Marrying her is certainly not a loss. Haha, Wuya, you need not convince me. I am well aware of the kind of person Qingluan is. Upon finishing her sentence, Wang Yi laughed heartily, addressing the crowd loudly. Rest assured, marrying Qingluan means her mother becomes my mother, and her sisters are my sisters. I shall share the burdens of this family with her. If we have wealth, we shall indulge in fine delicacies together. If we have none, we will survive on wild vegetables. As for those who speak ill behind our backs, let them do so. We will not lose a morsel. After a brief pause, Wang Yi continued, moreover, who can say whether these individuals are merely lamenting their inability to attain what they desire? Just the other day, while fishing by the sea, a number of foolish young men attempted to covet my wife. Ha ha ha. My brother-in-law speaks the truth. Those who cannot reach the grapes often claim they are sour, and gossiping behind one's back is a sign of a rotten character. Upon hearing Wang Ye's words, Su Qingke clapped her hands in excitement, grinning from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Su Qingluan gazed intently at Wang Yi, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. She could not discern whether Wang Ye's words were mere theatrics or heartfelt sincerity. Yet either interpretation was enough to leave a lasting impression on her. As for Wu Ye, she momentarily froze, then feigned a look of envy, saying, Qingluan, your fortune is remarkable to encounter a man like Wang Yi. Unlike my own Zhu Ping, who would never utter such sentiments. The gossipers, who had been speaking ill moments ago, now bore expressions of discomfort, their faces alternating between shades of green and white. Though they felt an urge to retaliate, they were acutely aware that their earlier words had been unfounded. Furthermore, there was a hint of truth in what had been said. Those with sons often exhibit the very sourness they criticize. They were left in a bind, for Su Qingluan was indeed the most beautiful and capable girl in the village. And aside from her family's unfortunate circumstances, one could find no fault in her. Thus, they found themselves in a quandary, unable to express their grievances, yet also unable to suppress their discomfort, leaving them in a state of profound unease. Chapter 14. Tonight's expenses are on me. The thoughts of those individuals were unbeknownst to Wang Yi and his companions. However, upon witnessing their expressions, akin to having swallowed a fly, it was evident that they were quite displeased. Embracing a mindset where the discomfort of the adversary brought them joy, their spirits lifted momentarily. Even Su Qingluan could not suppress a smile. With a grand gesture, Wang Yi laughed heartily and proclaimed, Wu Ye, catch some fish. Tonight, I shall treat everyone. Qingke, choose whatever you desire. We are not short of funds. Fortunately, those present were not on friendly terms with Wang Yi. Otherwise, in his current jovial mood, he would undoubtedly declare, tonight, all expenses are on young Master Wang. Wow, brother-in-law, I adore you. Su Qingke exclaimed, springing up with delight upon hearing Wang Ye's words. Promises of indulgent feasting had materialized, and she was utterly enamored with her brother-in-law. He cannot possibly have caught more than a few small fish. He.s. just pretending to be extravagant, scoffed a stout woman in her 50s, disdainfully rolling her eyes while playing mahjong. Earlier, she had contemplated voicing her irritation, but could not find a right moment. Now, the opportunity had arrived, and she was keen not to let it slip away. Although Wang Ye's figure obscured her view of the fish bucket, she reasoned that a city-dwelling dandy like him could hardly catch many fish. A few little catfish would be laughable, she mused. Many shared her sentiment, and as her words fell, several women in the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could he dare invite Wuya to fetch fish? Wuya is far too kind, pitying Su Qingke. Were it me, I would disregard him entirely. Truly, he has never seen the world. He thinks he is a big shot. Yes, yes, I shall call my son to bring some fish over. I want this lad to understand what fishing is really about. Wang Yi could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of their remarks. They had not even seen the fish, yet they spoke so confidently. Was it truly wise? Hey, little one, how can you speak so? Are we truly that outrageous? Is what we say incorrect? Have you caught something remarkable? Indeed, just because you have caught a few fish, we cannot voice our opinions? True. We understand that young people value their pride, but empty boasting is ill-advised. As Wang Yi laughed, it seemed he had stirred a hornet's nest. The women erupted in a chorus of retorts, leaving no room for him to interject. Even the men in the vicinity chimed in, seemingly convinced that Wang Yi could not have caught much at all. Oh dear, in my reading of novels, I often encountered mindless antagonists who sought trouble with the protagonists. I never imagined such characters existed in real life. It appears I am destined to play the role of the protagonist. As the crowd fell silent, Zhao Yi let out a gentle sigh, turning her gaze towards Wuya, who was stifling her laughter. Ah, Xiao Wu, you see, this is not my fault. They brought this upon themselves. If they end up embarrassed and flee, please don't hold it against me. While speaking, Wang Yi lifted the white bucket from the trunk of the car with one hand and deliberately walked into the line of sight of the onlookers, gently placing it on the ground. With another sigh, she lamented, Alas, I didn't perform well tonight. The catch is rather meager. Xiao Wu, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and weigh it. We're eager to indulge and see if we have enough for 2 packs of spicy strips. Just then, Wuya, fully in sync with her, suppressed her laughter and quickly grabbed the electronic scale, striding over. Beside her followed Zhu Ping, her husband, each hand carrying a white basket. He stood neither too tall nor too short, around 24 or 25 years old, sturdy in build and of a simple appearance. With a clatter and a splash, Zhu Ping set down the baskets and tipped the fish bucket into them. Devoid of the life-sustaining sea water, the fish within began to thrash wildly. The cacophony of their movements echoed like resounding slaps against the face, leaving everyone present, apart from Wang Yi and her companions, utterly astonished. Were the promised few catfish? They had anticipated only enough for 2 packs of spicy strips, yet what lay before them was entirely unexpected. The sea bass, with some weighing 5 or 6 pounds and others 2 or 3, numbered no fewer than 5, amounting to a total of at least 20 pounds. At 15 yuan per pound, that equates to 300 yuan. The stone bream, with at least 20 fish, each weighing 1 to 2 pounds, collectively exceeded 30 pounds. Retailing at 60 yuan per pound, Wuya would certainly profit, but even at a conservative estimate of 50 yuan per pound, that amounts to over 1,500 yuan. Furthermore, there were several pounds of miscellaneous fish, easily worth a few dozen yuan. Remarkably, when calculated, the total value of these fish reached 2,000 yuan. The seasoned fishermen, well versed in the worth of such catches, could not help but collectively gasp in disbelief as they turned their astonished gazes towards Wang Yi. The stout woman among them even forgot to discard the mahjong tile she held, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a small apple. Meanwhile, Wuya and Zhu Ping were equally taken aback, though their surprise swiftly transformed into excitement. Though Wang Yi reaped significant rewards, they too stood to gain a modest profit. Su Qingwan and Su Qingke fared slightly better, having witnessed each fish Wang Yi caught. Yet, even they could not restrain their widened eyes, their expressions shimmering with exhilaration. Wang Yi, the water has nearly drained. Shall we wait now? Taking a deep breath, Wuya looked at Wang Yi and cautiously proposed. The retail price for sea bass is generally around 15. I can match that. For stone bream, the retail is roughly 60. I can offer you 55, just to cover your efforts. What do you think? She sensed that Wang Yi would soon become a significant source of business for her family. Thus, she was willing to forego some profit, or even break even, to ensure this transaction. Go ahead and weigh it. You need not offer me a special price. Charge me the same as you do others. You are a dear friend of Qingwan, and thus we are friends as well. I would never allow my friends to suffer a loss. Wang Yi waved his hand, exuding an air of nonchalance. With a system at his disposal, the vast ocean was his private domain, and making money was exceedingly effortless for him. It was not worth the trouble to haggle over trifles. Very well, let us proceed with the weighing, but the price is settled as it stands. Whether I earn more or less is inconsequential. There will certainly be profit. Wang Yi was magnanimous, yet Wu was not so easily convinced. After all, what if he was merely speaking empty words? As she spoke, she hastily beckoned Zhu Ping to begin sorting and weighing the catch. Observing this, Wang Yi chose to remain silent. The matter was being handled transparently, and he would ensure to support their business in the future. The weighing was completed swiftly, with 2 fish set aside for a midnight snack, leading to a final tally of 2,195 yuan. Wu Yi rounded the figure to a whole number, and Wang Yi received 22 crisp 100 yuan notes, akin to those on Earth. In contrast, Su Qingwan had her own modest catch, but it paled in comparison to Wang Yi's, amounting to a mere 50 yuan. Nonetheless, 50 yuan was not insignificant. After all, the average monthly wage for a worker in town was only around 1,000 yuan. If she could earn this amount daily, she would be considered part of the higher income bracket. Regrettably, fishermen could not calculate their earnings in such a manner. Inclement weather and bad luck often resulted in no income at all. With the money in hand, Wang Yi did not forget his earlier words. Casting a teasing glance at the slack-jawed gossipers, he waved his hand grandly and declared, "Qingwan, little Qingke, tonight expenses are on me. Order whatever you desire." Chapter 15. Midnight Snack and Intoxication Bang. Crash. No more, no more. What a stroke of bad luck, running into a harbinger of misfortune. No amount of money is enough to cover my losses. Wang Yi's loud exclamation jolted the stunned crowd back to awareness. Gazing at the large stack of red bills in his hand, the stout woman felt a surge of bitterness and frustration, not wanting to dwell on it. She pushed her tiles aside and stormed out, grumbling under her breath. Her departure acted as a signal. Others quickly rose, seeking excuses to make their hasty exit. We'll leave the money on the table. We're off now. Right, it's nearly 10 o'clock. Time to head home and rest for tomorrow's trip to sea. Me too. Let us go together. In an instant, the once bustling entrance was left desolate, save for 2 lonely mahjong tables and a scattering of debris. With a chuckle, Wang Yi exchanged amused glances with Su Qingwan, both unable to suppress their laughter. Su Qingke, hands on her hips, boisterously proclaimed, "Ha ha, let us see if you dare to speak ill of my family again or bully us. My brother-in-law will not let you off lightly. All right, everyone has left. Who are you shouting for now?" After sharing a laugh, Su Qingwan, finding her sister's bravado amusing, playfully tapped her forehead. Then, turning her gaze to Wang Yi, she gently suggested, "Let us head back. There's no need to buy anything more and waste money. We're not lacking anything at home." However, Wang Yi shook his head, disregarding Su Qingwan's advice, and proceeded to purchase a multitude of items, filling Wu Yi's electric tricycle to the brim. When one has money, one must indulge in good food and drink. After all, who can predict whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will arrive first? Just as he once never imagined he would traverse into another realm, he recalled how, back on Earth, he had never saved a penny. What a loss that would have been. Thus, in this new world, he resolved to maintain this delightful habit. Finally, he splurged on a decent bottle of wine, intending to sip a few glasses during their midnight snack, one toast to the past and another to the future. Once their shopping was complete, the trio climbed onto the edge of the tricycle, with Wu Yi driving them home. The tricycle was swift, and they soon arrived at the gate of the Su family's fenced yard. At that moment, Su Qingfeng emerged from the main room, yawning and carrying a bucket along with her seaside gear. Sister, come here quickly. Brother-in-law has bought us so many delicious treats. I brought you your favorite chicken skewers and some instant noodles." Upon seeing Su Qingfeng, Su Qingwan called out excitedly, her enthusiasm suggesting she was the one who had made the purchases. "Hey, fourth sister, big sister, why are you back on Wu Yi's tricycle? Aren't you going to the beach tonight?" Su Qingfeng immediately dashed out, but when she beheld the tricycle overflowing with goods, the bucket in her hand clattered to the ground, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she covered her mouth in disbelief. After a moment, she finally regained her composure and exclaimed, "Wow, big sister, why are there so many things on this tricycle? Are they all for our family?" Sister, all of this was bought by brother-in-law, and he said it is for us to enjoy together." Su Qingwan opened her mouth, ready to respond, but Su Qingke spoke up first. She suddenly jumped off the tricycle and ran to Su Qingfeng, opening the large black bag she held. With an air of excitement, she exclaimed, Sister, look quickly. These are the snacks brother-in-law bought for us. Spicy snacks, tang sing meat, large peaches, soda, and even happiness instant noodles. There's also Wang milk on the cart." "Ah, so much? All from brother-in-law, or rather, all from brother Wang Yi?" Su Qingfeng gazed at the contents of the bag, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, she questioned whether she was still asleep and dreaming. Unable to resist, she pinched her thigh, and when the sharp sensation hit her, she realized everything was indeed real. Su Qingke nodded vigorously and continued, "Of course, brother-in-law bought it. You know, brother-in-law is quite the fisherman." She then animatedly recounted how many fish Wang Yi had caught, the money he made from selling them, and how he had dealt with some gossiping acquaintances. In conclusion, she mimicked Wang Yi's earlier demeanor, declaring, "Tonight's expenses are on me. Order whatever you desire." Indeed, this little one had a knack for storytelling. Not only was Su Qingfeng captivated, but even Wang Yi, listening from a distance, felt a sense of pride in himself for the night ahead. "Brother Wang Yi, thank you for standing up for my elder sister and fourth sister." After hearing Su Qingchue's words, Su Qingfeng approached Wang Yi, bowing in gratitude, her face radiating appreciation. At that moment, she thought how wonderful it would be if Wang Yi truly were her brother-in-law. "Haha, don't be so polite with me. Who knows? I might become your brother-in-law one day. We are all family. No need for such formalities," he joked lightly, waving his hand. "Let us hurry and unload these things. I'll personally cook a sumptuous midnight feast for you all." As he spoke, Wang Yi was the first to lift the heaviest bag of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, costing only about 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound, significantly cheaper than on Earth. So, he purchased 200 pounds in one go. He also bought plenty of cooking oil, flour, and various seasonings, enough to last a considerable time. He planned to visit the pork stall the next day to buy some lard for Su Qingwan to render, as it makes for delicious cooking. The unloading was swift. After bidding farewell to Wu Ya, who refused to stay for the midnight meal, the group of four made several trips, bringing everything inside. Soon, Wang Yi took charge of the cooking while the Su sisters assisted. In no time, a lavish midnight feast was prepared. In the main room, the round table was adorned with several dishes, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Though the lighting was dim, every face radiated with bright smiles. Suma sat at the head of the table with a small cup of clear water in front of her. Su Qingwan sat beside her, with a cup of white liquor before her, followed by Su Qingfeng, who enjoyed soda. Next to them were Su Qingke, Wang Yi, and Su Qingji, both seated on either side of Wang Yi, also drinking soda. As for Wang Yi, it goes without saying that the spirit of choice is undoubtedly Baijiu. The table was set, the wine poured, and everyone raised their glasses in unison, even Suma tremblingly lifting her glass of plain water. Upon clinking glasses, they all took a modest sip before the festivities commenced. This time, the Su family genuinely embraced Wang Yi, treating him with warmth, selecting dishes for him without reservation, and frequently inviting him to share a toast. What a lively scene, with a family of 5 engaging in a delightful drinking challenge. Suma clinked her glass of water with him, while Su Qingwan confidently joined in with the same fine baijiu. The 3 young ladies, holding their glasses of cola, downed their drinks with bravado. Wang Yi, confident in his drinking prowess, welcomed every toast and downed each offering in one go. However, he overestimated his capacity, and soon enough, he began to feel a pleasant haze enveloping his mind, a compelling urge to retreat beneath the table. Fortunately, at that moment, a soft embrace steadied him, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted into his senses, momentarily diverting his attention. Chapter 16. embrace, and lift high? Su Qingwan, have you taken care of me all night? In a daze, Wang Yi opened his eyes, and before him was the exquisite face of Su Qingwan. At that moment, she was leaning on the edge of the bed, her delicate face resting on her hands, her brows slightly furrowed, hinting at fatigue. Witnessing the scene, fragmented memories of the previous night flooded Wang Ye's mind, disjointed yet seemingly lively. Alas, it appears that I truly can no longer indulge in alcohol. My capacity and decorum seemed to be lacking. During his time on Earth, Wang Yi had enjoyed drinking, yet every time he awoke after a night of revelry, his memories were a blur. Those unruly companions would often declare his inability to hold his liquor and poor drinking etiquette, which he had dismissed. However, the fragmented recollections now surfacing in his mind confirmed that his tolerance was indeed poor. He had barely finished a bottle before succumbing to inebriation. Furthermore, after becoming intoxicated, he seemed to have been rather restless, leaving him uncertain if he had transgressed any boundaries the previous night. "Ah, you're awake? Does your head hurt?" At that moment, Su Qingwan also stirred awake, her voice slightly hoarse. "No, not all." Wang Yi shook his head, quickly urging her softly, "Your throat sounds hoarse. You must be exhausted from the night. Please rest. I will get up shortly." "All right, I will take a short nap. Samay should have prepared the porridge. You should hurry and eat a bit." Su Qingwan nodded, stretching her limbs. The perfect curves of her figure were momentarily revealed, yet upon realizing Wang Yi was still present, she hastily lowered her arms, attempting to appear nonchalant. I didn't do anything out of line last night, did I?" Wang Yi touched his nose, finding no blood, and sighed in relief, yet still anxiously inquired. You better not drink again. You truly cause chaos." Su Qingwan did not provide a direct answer, instead casting this remark before quickly departing. Once outside, Su Qingwan's cheeks flushed as she muttered under her breath. How dare you ask? Last night, you kept calling me wife and insisted on hugs and lifts. Now, I don't even know how to face my sisters. What a complete scoundrel." Of course, Wang Yi could not hear Su Qingwan's murmurs. Seeing her leave, he shook his head and got out of bed. Although Su Qingwan had said little, he understood that he had undoubtedly misbehaved the previous night. Thus, he resolved to refrain from drinking in the future to prevent any further absurdities. Exiting Su Qingwan's room, he noticed that the day had brightened considerably. Su Qingfeng was at the well, her back turned to him as she washed clothes. Seeing this, Wang Yi stretched and greeted her. "Ah Qingfeng, good morning." Su Qingfeng paused momentarily before turning around and softly replying, "Brother-in-law, good morning to you as well. The sweet potato porridge is in the kitchen. You can wash your face and then go eat." "Ah, Qingfeng, haven't you always called me Brother Wang Yi? Why are you calling me brother-in-law now?" Wang Yi was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Su Qingfeng had adopted this term as well. Had a single meal truly won over yet another sister-in-law? "Brother-in-law, have you forgotten what happened last night?" Su Qingfeng did not respond, but instead posed a seemingly playful question. What happened last night? What happened last night?" Suddenly, Wang Yi felt an ominous premonition. It seemed he had done something significant the previous evening. Indeed, the next moment, Su Qingfeng remarked, "Last night, you were calling my elder sister wife while holding her, want to kiss and embrace her. And you even told my mother that my sister is a good girl and that she must marry you." My mother agreed. "So you can be considered my prospective brother-in-law now. It's perfectly reasonable for me to call you brother-in-law." "What? One night of drinking, and I've become your brother-in-law?" Wang Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly acted so flirtatiously while intoxicated, kissing and embracing? Had he, in a daze, married a wife? This was even more absurd than time travel. At that moment, Su Qingfeng tapped her head and continued, "Yes, you are indeed my brother-in-law now. You and my sister slept in the same room last night, just a wedding ceremony away." After a pause, Su Qingfeng suddenly widened her eyes, her expression turning serious as she inquired, "You didn't take advantage of my sister and intend to back out, did you? Are you trying to be like Chin Shimmy?" "Oh, no, I'm not. Don't say such things. I was just a bit muddled and couldn't remember for a moment." Wang Yi hastily waved his hands, nearly choking on his own saliva. Judging by the girl's stern gaze, he surmised that should he dare to nod, she would surely confront him fiercely. Yes, brother-in-law. I knew you were a good person and certainly not chinchimmy. Su Qingfeng expressed her satisfaction with Wang Yi's attitude and curiously asked, "So, brother-in-law, when do you plan to get the marriage certificate with my sister? Rest assured, my mother knows you have amnesia and no family. This is your home. There is no need for bride price or a wedding feast. Nothing at all, as long as you treat my sister well." After a moment, she bit her lip and added, "Moreover, my mother said that if you do not wish to live with us, you can still reside separately with my sister. The East Room can be reserved for you." Wang Yi opened his mouth, about to say that there was no rush, but at that moment, Su Qingwan's voice came from the main room. "Third sister, last night Wang Yi was drunk. Don't make it difficult for him." As her words settled, Su Qingwan emerged from the main room holding a bowl of sweet potato porridge. Following her were Su Qingke and Su Qingji, both also carrying bowls of porridge, occasionally slurping. "But big sister, brother-in-law kissed your face last night and held your waist. You both slept in the same room for an entire night. If this gets out, how will you ever get married?" Su Qingfeng exclaimed anxiously. She was already 14, no longer an innocent little girl. Although societal norms were becoming more liberal, they had not reached a point where one could casually kiss and embrace and share a room for the night. In a big city, perhaps there would be little issue, but in this remote fishing village, such gossip could lead to serious social repercussions. "Be quiet, you little brat. Didn't Ti say that Wang Yi was drunk, and didn't he mean it? Moreover, I shared a room with him solely to care for him, not for slumber." Su Qingwan felt a flush of embarrassment, yet maintained her composure as she remarked, "Furthermore, it is merely our family at home. As long as you refrain from spreading rumors, who would be privy to these matters?" As she spoke, she approached Wang Yi and handed him the kanji, her eyes a tapestry of emotions as she urged, "Consider this incident as if it never transpired, and hasten to eat." However, as fate would have it, just as Su Qingwan's words fell, a woman's piercing voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. "Well, Su Qingwan, I once thought you were a respectable and decent girl, someone I would consider marrying into my family. To my astonishment, you are nothing but a shameless hussy, sharing a room with a man without the sanctity of marriage. Fortunately, I happened upon this. Otherwise, I would have unwittingly allowed my son to be deceived. Enough of this chatter. Return the money you owe my family at once, or I shall not hesitate to wreak havoc upon your home today." Chapter 17. Entering to seize grain, sisters united a sudden, resounding voice startled everyone in the courtyard, especially the timid Su Qingji, who dropped the stainless steel bowl she was holding, grateful it did not shatter into pieces. Instinctively frowning, the crowd turned to the entrance, only to discover several people had gathered outside. Leading them was a stout, middle-aged woman in her 50s, hands on her hips, her face contorted with anger. Beside her stood the hefty woman from the previous night, now wearing a smug expression. As the gaze of Wang Yi and the others fell upon her, the stout woman's fury seemed to intensify. She slapped the gate with her plump hands, making a loud noise, while she spat out her grievances. "You shameless hussy, return the money. ISN to your wild man from the city. Hurry up and repay the $1,000 you owe my family." No sooner had she finished than several women of similar age behind her chimed in. "Qingwan, old Zhang said your boyfriend made over 2,000 selling fish last night. You owe my family 500. It's time to settle that. ISNT it? Yes, indeed. And my family is owed 300. Times are tough for us all. If you have money, repay us right away. We don't want this to get ugly." "Exactly. We held back before when your family was in dire straits. But now that you have a city boyfriend, a few hundred or thousand is mere pocket change. Just pay us back." In an instant, the clamor of debt collectors filled the air, with at least 10 voices demanding repayment. Faced with such a scene, the Su sisters reacted differently. Su Qingji, the most timid, turned pale, clutching Su Qingke's clothing with trembling hands, visibly distressed. Su Qingke, holding a bowl in one hand and clenching her small fist in the other, glared fiercely at the crowd, exuding an air of defiance. Su Qingfeng, however, kept her head bowed, her thoughts a mystery to everyone. As for the eldest sister, Su Qingwan, in that moment, she stood tall, her face betraying no emotion. Gradually, she walked toward the gate and spoke with a cool demeanor. "Ladies, I have not yet married Wang Yi. His money belongs to him, not to the Su family. He has no obligation to pay our debts. As for the money I owe you, I will repay every last cent, but at present my family truly has no funds. If you are in urgent need, feel free to come in and take anything of value. If that is not sufficient, you may strike me to vent your frustration. Bah! You shameless hussy! You dare to sleep with him, yet feel embarrassed to ask for money? The stout woman spat on the ground, her face twisted with malice. Don't try to play games with me. If you don't repay today, I'll strip you of your clothes and let the village men see what a shameless creature you are. Let us see if you still have the face to show yourself. Springflower Aunt, I owe you money, not my life. Is it necessary for you to be so aggressive? Su Qingwan's brows furrowed. Despite her composure, she was deeply offended by the woman's words. How dare you not return the money and still act righteous? The stout woman, Su Chunhua, continued to threaten. Regardless, you must return my money today. Otherwise, I will take your family's food and smash your house. I mean what I say. Su Qingwan furrowed her brow even tighter. Gazing at Su Chunhua with a frigid tone, we are neighbors. Must you create such a scene today? Ha! Who considers your family neighbors? A family of debtors. A sickly bunch, destined to live on meager meals. Either return the money today, or I will take your valuable belongings to settle the debt. Otherwise, I shall not leave. Fine, then come in and take whatever you find valuable. If it's not enough, I will repay you in due time. With that, Su Qingwan creaked open the courtyard door, gesturing for her to enter. Once the door opened, Su Chunhua immediately rolled up her sleeves and shouted to the women behind her. It is only right to repay debts. Today, if the Su family has no money, we shall take their belongings. Even the village chief cannot object. However, not everyone shared her malicious intent. As her words fell, no one echoed her sentiments. Instead, they began to persuade her. Perhaps we should go back. We are neighbors. After all, this isn't appropriate. Indeed, the Su family is already impoverished. If we take their things, we be watching them starve. True, we wish to reclaim our money, but we cannot let them starve. After all, when Su Dahai was alive, he had dealings with our family. Exactly, we mustn't take their belongings. If we push them to desperation, not only will we fail to recover our money, but we may also find ourselves in misfortune. Just as the opportunity to avenge last night's humiliation seemed ripe, these people faltered at a critical moment, causing the stout woman, Li Chunlan, to grow anxious. As her mind raced, she suddenly caught sight of Wang Yi, who stood expressionless in the courtyard. An idea sparked in her mind. Clearing her throat, she addressed the crowd. Are you all foolish? Don't you see Su Qingwan's partner standing there? He is from the city, you know what that means, living in high rises, driving cars, and possessing wealth beyond measure. I've heard that this Wang Yi bought a large quantity of goods last night, at least 300 or 400 pounds of rice, along with cooking oil and milk. Quite a lot. That's why the Su family isn't worried about my debt. Otherwise, I would have rushed in to take their things. After a pause, she clicked her tongue. 300 or 400 pounds of rice is worth at least $300 or $400, enough for a family of 4 to eat well for several months. Chunlan, is that true? Did this young man really buy that much rice? Upon hearing Li Chunlan's words, some began to waver. Then came another voice, yes. Don't deceive us. The Su family consists of just a few people. What would that young man do with so much rice? Exactly. You must be joking. Did you see it with your own eyes? But did someone tell you? Indeed. In an instant, the women who were on the verge of retreating began to voice their inquiries, displaying an eagerness that suggested they would seize the opportunity the moment it was confirmed. Among them, Su Chunhua boldly stepped into the courtyard, her sights set directly on the kitchen behind the main hall. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Su Qingfeng, who had previously remained silent with her head bowed, grew anxious. She grasped the laundry mallet and hastened towards Su Chunhua. Simultaneously, she called out to Su Qingwan, elder sister. We cannot allow her to take away our grain. We must confront her. Su Qingke also raised a bowl high in the air, following closely behind. Her teeth clenched in determination. Elder sister, quickly close the door. She is alone. We can overcome this old witch. Upon hearing Su Qingchue's words, even the timid Su Qingji could no longer stand idly by. She picked up a small stainless steel bowl from the ground and stumbled after them, shouting defiantly, You shall not steal our grain. You shall not take our grain. I will make you pay, you wicked thief. Chapter 18. Escalation of conflict. Ruthless and taciturn Su Chunhua. You still have time to back out. All this grain was purchased by Wang Yi. You cannot take it. Otherwise, I will ensure that we both suffer dire consequences. As Su Qingwan observed her three younger sisters rushing forward, she swiftly seized a nearby bamboo broom and positioned herself firmly in front of them, her gaze fixed intently on Su Chunhua. Initially, she had adopted a strategy of retreat, believing that as neighbors, they would merely exchange a few harsh words and create a scene, but would never truly resort to taking away their belongings. The situation had unexpectedly escalated beyond her anticipation. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not stand idly by and allow their family's grain to be taken. She could forego her own meals, but her mother and sisters could not. For their sake, she had fought tirelessly for 5 years, and she was prepared to do so once more. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to resort to violence? Debts must be repaid, and if I lack the funds, I will take the grain. On what grounds do you obstruct me? Upon witnessing the Su sisters' defiant stance, especially with the broom nearly poking at her nose, Su Chunhua felt a twinge of unease. Thus, she instinctively took a couple of steps back, straightened her neck, and placed her hands on her hips, inquiring with a fierce facade. It is true that debts must be repaid, yet my family currently has no money. What do you expect us to do? Should we simply perish? Since you wish to seize our grain and drive our family to ruin, if death is inevitable, I shall drag you down with me. At this juncture, Su Qingwan no longer restrained her temper. While she acknowledged that her family owed money, this woman before her sought to endanger their lives, and she would not submit without a fight. If it came down to it, she would exchange her life for hers. Oh, the wretched fate of being oppressed. How cruel it is to be in such dire straits. Where are the men in my family? Why do they remain hidden? They should come forth and witness how this family of miscreants threatens to take a life. Realizing her isolation, Su Chunhua began to shout for reinforcements. Indeed, the men in her family had been watching from the shadows, not to join the fray, but to prepare for the task of moving the grain. Earlier that day, Li Chunlan had come to inform her that Su Qingwan had found a wealthy man from the city who had purchased a considerable amount of grain. Thus, her family had not even ventured to the sea, rushing to the Su household in haste. They had prepared a cart, vowing that if they could not secure their money, they would take the grain home. Su family's eldest daughter, you have gone too far, taking advantage of your numbers to bully my wife. Indeed, Su Qingwan, I once thought you a fine young woman, even considering marrying you, but it seems you are of a different ilk, refusing to repay debts and resorting to violence. Upon hearing their wife's, mother's call, the Zhou father and son swiftly grabbed the cart and made their way to the courtyard entrance. As they spoke, they forcefully kicked open the half-closed gate and strode inside with confidence. For these two robust men, the grain was as good as theirs. How could a few young women pose a challenge? Zhou Changgui and Zhou Ping, what do you mean by this? Do you too intend to bully a family of women? I must inform you, should you wish to engage in a brawl, we harbor no fear of you. If you intend to seize our grain, you shall have to step over our lifeless bodies. Otherwise, do not even think about it. Upon encountering these two men, Su Qingwan's brow furrowed in concern as she cast a cold glance at the cart outside the courtyard. Clearly, they were prepared for this confrontation, and it seemed today could not be resolved peacefully. She tightened her grip on the broom, ever ready to fight fiercely. Su family young lady, you, a mere girl accompanied by 3 little maidens, dare to challenge us? I advise you to repay the debts owed to my family swiftly or surrender the grain. Otherwise, I shall take it upon myself to teach you insolent girls a lesson on behalf of the deceased Su Dahai. Zhou Changgui, whose appearance belied his name, with graying hair, deep-set eyes, and a frail, diminutive stature, bore a complexion darkened by deep creases that could easily ensnare a fly. Though he appeared to be around 50, he looked closer to 60, his wide-eyed stare lacking any semblance of authority, instead evoking a sense of a hellish demon. Beside him stood Zhou Ping, who had endured a mutual beating with Li Wen the previous night. His face, bruised and battered, now wore a triumphant grin. Su Qingwan, when I previously proposed marriage, you ignored me. Now I no longer desire you. Pay up quickly, Pausing briefly, he cast a scornful glance at Wang Yi, who had unknowingly positioned himself behind the Su sisters. Oh, isn't this pretty boy your partner? What is this? Now you can only cower behind a woman? At this juncture, he could not resist touching his still painful face, cursing Wang Yi vehemently. Damn it, you coward. How dare you mock me last night? Do you have the guts to face me in a fight? Scurry back to Shanghai fishing village. Ah, so it's you, this wild man? Who has left my Zhou Ping in such a state? Su Chunhua seethed with rage, exclaiming, I shall tear you apart to avenge my son. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, Su Chunhua suddenly realized the situation, her fury igniting as she lunged at Wang Yi, claws bared. Yet, she overlooked the presence of the four Su sisters. As she made the first move, the Su sisters' taut nerves snapped, and they instinctively brandished their makeshift weapons, launching a counterattack. Bang! The first strike came from Su Qingke, who hurled her bowl with precision. Remarkably, the bowl struck Su Chunhua squarely in the chest, sending the kanji spilling forth, leaving her utterly disheveled. Following suit, Su Qingji attempted to throw her bowl, but her strength and aim fell short. At that moment, Su Qingwan swung her broom, bringing it crashing down upon Su Chenhua's head. The long, slender bristles struck with force, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet the chaos did not end there. The normally reticent Su Qingfeng seized a hammer, delivering a heavy blow aimed at Su Chenhua's skull. Ah, murder! As the hammer descended, Su Chenhua was momentarily paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. Fortunately for her, the hammer narrowly missed her face, crashing down instead onto the earth, creating a small crater with a resounding thud. In an instant, Su Chenhua emitted a heart-wrenching scream, not from pain, but from sheer terror. Gazing at the hammer before her, and the small pit it had created, she felt an overwhelming urge to urinate from fright. It was fortunate that it had not struck her forehead. Otherwise, would she still be alive? Not only did Su Chenhua nearly lose control, but those who witnessed the scene were equally terrified. They had never anticipated that the usually quiet and unassuming third daughter of the Su family, Su Qingfeng, could unleash such brutality. It was evident that she was intent on taking a life. In that fleeting moment, those who had contemplated moving the grain swiftly abandoned the thought. After all, while food may be essential, it pales in comparison to the value of one's life. They certainly did not wish to share Su Chenhua's fate of being struck by a hammer. Nevertheless, Su Chenhua was no timid soul. Once she regained her composure, she began to thrash the ground, crying out, "Oh, you wretched scoundrel! You've committed murder! You fiends, what are you standing there for? Hurry, strike them down. Eliminate these vile creatures." Chapter 19. Fist deterrence and repayment. Alas, the heavens have turned upside down. You young girls, today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Su Dahai. Hearing his wife's furious shout, Zhou Changwei snapped back to reality from his earlier shock, uttering a fierce remark before rushing towards the cart to retrieve the two carrying poles he had brought. Turning back, he handed one to Zhou Ping, commanding, "Son, let us deal with these girls together, break their legs, and then we'll move the grain." Zhou Ping accepted the pole, hesitated momentarily, but then gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine. If they dare to strike my mother, we shall indeed break their legs. The debts can serve as medical expenses." With that, the father and son approached, poles in hand, their intentions clear. The Su sisters felt a pang of panic upon witnessing this, especially Su Qingke and Su Qingji, who trembled at the thought, being mere children. Heh, it seems trouble has come home to roost. First, the women came to hurl insults, and now two burly men seek to harm these young girls. Truly, you have gone too far. Wang Yi could no longer stand idly by. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the Su sisters, a faint smile gracing his lips, filled with mockery. Initially, he had refrained from intervening, as it was a matter involving women, and he deemed it inappropriate to engage in a war of words with them. However, the situation had changed. Two men, brandishing carrying poles, were threatening to break the legs of these girls. While the uncles might tolerate such behavior, he could not. "So, you finally dare to show yourself? Very well. I shall not strike a woman, but I will deal with you instead." Upon seeing Wang Yi step forward, Zhou Ping's expression transformed from surprise to elation. He quickly turned to his father, gritting his teeth. "Father, it is this pretty boy who caused me and Li Wen to suffer last night. He also interfered and snatched Su Qingwan from us. Let us teach him a lesson and vent our frustrations. Indeed, let us deal with this brat who dares to snatch people from our Shanghai fishing village." Zhou Changgue exclaimed, raising the carrying pole high and bringing it down forcefully towards Wang Yi's shoulder. Unlike Su Qingfeng, he did not possess the audacity to strike to kill. Following suit, Zhou Ping swung his pole towards Wang Yi's legs, his intent clearly to break them. "Wang Yi, be careful." The Su sisters gasped in alarm, instinctively warning him. "Ha! Do not panic. I have trained for this. These two fools lack any finesse." Wang Yi smiled lightly, and, as he spoke, he thrust his legs powerfully, leaping over a meter into the air, evading Zhou Ping's strike, while simultaneously seizing the pole that Zhou Changgue had swung at him. Having acquired basic leg and fist techniques, his speed and reflexes had improved tremendously. Against the brute force and lack of technique from these two, he felt no threat whatsoever. "Come here." Grasping Zhou Changgue's pole, Wang Yi landed and yanked forcefully. Zhou Changgue's emaciated physique was no match for Wang Yi. In an instant, both he and the carrying pole were pulled over. As he gazed into the aging face before him, Wang Yi showed no mercy, adjusting his strength to deliver a series of blows. "Bang! I let you flaunt your seniority. Bang! I let you bully the weak. Bang! I let you take advantage of women. Bang! I let you be a rude guest. Bang! I let you, well, simply put, you deserve a beating." Wang Yi was skilled in the art of combat. With 4 or 5 punches, each landing solidly, Zhou Changgue cried out in agony, his eyes transforming into dark circles, his cheeks swelling grotesquely. At that moment, his son and wife would scarcely recognize him, his appearance a tragic sight to behold. However, these were merely superficial injuries. No teeth were lost, nor internal damage sustained. In a word, he was dazed but unharmed. After finishing with Zhou Changgue, Wang Yi did not pause for breath. He half raised the pole he had seized and swung it towards the bewildered Zhou Ping. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He merely sought to knock the pole from Zhou Ping's grasp, rather than strike him directly. Compared to wielding a weapon, he preferred the satisfaction of delivering punches. Of course, there was also the matter of not being able to gauge the proper degree of force with a weapon. After all, he was merely a small-time thug, not a ruthless killer, and he dared not take a life. With a swift motion, as Wang Yi's pole swept toward him, Zhou Ping remained in a state of confusion, resulting in his pole flying several meters away. Clatter. Bereft of a weapon, Zhou Ping found himself at Wang Yi's mercy, who swiftly closed the distance and seized it by the collar. Following the same methodology, Wang Yi unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang! "I told you not to trouble me." Bang! "I told you to stop spewing nonsense." Bang! "I told you to cease your aggression." Bang! "I told you to stop bullying others." Bang! Being younger, Wang Yi afforded Zhou Ping a few extra punches. After 5 or 6 strikes, his already bruised visage became even more pronounced. He resembled a modern-day Zhu Beiji, a woeful sight, surpassing even his father's disheveled state. After concluding his assault, Wang Yi shoved Zhou Ping toward his parents, who were seated neatly on the ground. He then clapped his hands and addressed the astonished onlookers beyond the fence with a booming voice. "Is there anyone else?" Gulp. As Wang Yi's words echoed, the crowd outside instinctively swallowed hard, then retreated 2 steps in unison, shaking their heads vigorously like rattling drums. "Little Wang, don't misunderstand. We merely came to observe. The repayment of money can wait. We are not in a hurry, right?" Yes. I'm related to the Qingwan family, and it was Li Chunlan who dragged me here early this morning. Otherwise, I would never have come demanding payment. Indeed, it's all Li Chunlan's fault. Regardless of their cowardice, they were all women, and though they may engage in hair-pulling and tearing clothes during fights, they were no less fierce than men. However, the young man before her was exceedingly formidable. He must have undergone rigorous training. Otherwise, how could he have seized the pole with bare hands and, with swift precision, turned the Zhou father and son into a pair of bruised fools? Such an individual was best left undisturbed. Should he unleash his wrath upon them? transforming them into a spectacle of bruised pandas and pig heads. How would they ever show their faces again? Very well. Since you have not truly entered to take anything, I shall overlook this matter. Wang Yi cast a faint glance at Li Chunlan, who cowered behind others like a clown, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Then, with a smile, she addressed the assembly in a gentle tone. It is a timeless principle that debts must be repaid. The Su family owes you money, and I shall settle it on their behalf. 3 days hence, bring the IOU, and I shall add 10% interest to each of your amounts. What? Is this for real? You're not deceiving us, are you? You'll repay the money with interest? Upon hearing Wang Ye's words, the women regarded her with incredulity. Of course it is genuine. I may well settle in Shanghai Fishing Village, and, as neighbors, I kindly ask for your support. With a broad smile, Wang Yi clasped her hands together and bowed deeply. As an outsider, merely possessing strength was insufficient. She aspired to enjoy life in the future and had no desire to antagonize the entire village. Thus, a display of intimidation followed by a gesture of goodwill served to lay a solid foundation for her social relations in this new abode. Chapter 20. Entering the mountains. You must bring me along. Xiao Wang, fear not. We are all neighbors here. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the ants. Whatever we can help with, we shall certainly do so. Yes, indeed. Xiao Wang is a truly good person, and Qing Wan is fortunate to have him. When you hold the banquet, do remember to invite us to partake in the festivities. Indeed, we are neighbors, and we should keep in touch more often. As Wang Yi concluded his words, the women's faces brightened with smiles, nodding in agreement. Despite their lack of formal education, they were astute. If Wang Yi managed to repay the money in 3 days, it would indicate that this young man possessed real capability. Thus, fostering closer ties would only benefit their family, with no detriment whatsoever. Of course, should Wang Yi fail to repay the debt, they might refrain from confronting him directly, but they would undoubtedly gossip behind his back. Then Wang Yi extends his gratitude to all the ants. With that, he picked up a shoulder pole and approached the Zhou family trio, nonchalantly retrieving 1,000 yuan from his pocket. He inquired, Qing Wan owes your family 1,000, correct? Do you have the IOU? Yes, we do, Su Chunhua replied. Suddenly subdued, the grim situation of her husband and son loomed before her, and she wished to avoid further hardship. Here is 1,000 yuan, Wang Yi stated. Hand me the IOU. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing. Do not trouble the Su family again, and refrain from gossiping about us. Otherwise, I shall not hold back next time. As he spoke, Wang Yi raised the shoulder pole with both hands and forcefully struck his knee against it, resulting in a resounding crack as the pole snapped in two. Hiss! All right, from now on we owe nothing to each other. The Zhou family members were utterly terrified, hastily accepting the money and discarding the IOU, supporting each other as they limped away. This is no jest. A shoulder pole, snapped by a knee. If that had struck a person, would they still be alive? We cannot provoke him. He is a martial arts master, undoubtedly not to be trifled with. The onlookers could not suppress their gasps, filled with dread, while simultaneously feeling relieved that they had not summoned their own men. For the outcome would have likely been no better than that of the Zhou family. Observing the crowd's reaction, Wang Yi nodded to himself. Though this display of bravado was somewhat painful, the effect was undeniably impactful. Yet, reflecting on the instigator of this entire affair, Li Chunlan, who suffered no repercussions, left Wang Yi feeling rather displeased. Thus, he called out loudly to the retreating Zhou family trio, "Ladies and gentlemen, depart without seeing me off, especially the 3 from the Zhou family. Please do not harbor resentment towards me. If you wish to hold a grudge, let it be against Aunt Li Chunlan. Were it not for her, I had intended to assist Qing Wan in repaying you shortly. Alas, you were incited by her, and now you have endured a beating without even receiving your interest. How unfortunate." The Su family trio. Li Chunlan. As the crowd finally dispersed, it remained uncertain whether Wang Ye's last words would have any effect. The courtyard fell silent, and the 4 women of the Su family lowered their makeshift weapons, collectively exhaling in relief as they gazed at Wang Yi with expressions of gratitude. Wow, brother-in-law, you were incredibly impressive just now. I want to learn martial arts from you. Su Qingke, full of spirit, quickly regained her former exuberance. She began imitating Wang Ye's manner of striking, one hand playfully grasping at an imaginary collar while the other waved her tiny fist in the air. Meanwhile, Su Qingji suddenly clung tightly to Wang Yi, as if she had discovered a paternal affection, tugging at his clothing and refusing to leave his side. Su Qingfeng and Su Qingwan, though grateful, wore furrowed brows, perpetually caught in a state of hesitation. "What's troubling you two?" Wang Yi inquired, casting a glance towards Su Qingwan and Su Qingfeng. "Brother-in-law, we truly appreciate your support, but our family's debts are overwhelming. 3 days is far too brief a period for us to gather the funds," Su Qingwan lamented. "Indeed, Wang Yi. Amassing 10,000 yuan in such a short span is beyond our capabilities," Su Qingfeng added. 10,000 yuan? Were there creditors yet to arrive? Wang Yi expressed his surprise, as he had previously calculated the debts to be around 5,000. Even without a stroke of luck in catching valuable fish, he believed gathering the amount was feasible. Now, with the figure suddenly doubling, he felt the urgency of the situation. Su Qingwan nodded. "Yes, several of my uncles have yet to show up, as well as some who are close to my father. However, I fear that once we begin repaying, they may come forward as well. If we repay some and neglect others, I worry they might cause trouble. My aunts are not easily placated." "Very well, it is merely 10,000 yuan. I shall prepare and head to the mountains. I believe it can be managed," Wang Yi resolved, contemplating the situation. Earning money at sea is a gradual endeavor. Yet to acquire a significant sum swiftly, the mountains presented a more suitable option without a fishing boat. Should he encounter precious herbs like ginseng or reishi, it would be a windfall. Even if fortune did not favor him, hunting a few wild boars or bears would suffice to cover the debts. "What? You intend to venture into the mountains?" "Absolutely not. I cannot allow you to risk your safety for our family's debts. My sister and I can repay slowly. The worst that can happen is being labeled as unreliable. But you must not go into the mountains," Su Qingwan insisted. As she finished speaking, Su Qingfeng quickly echoed her sentiments. "Yes, brother-in-law, you cannot go into the mountains. The village's seasoned hunters always go in teams. Accidents happen regularly, with some sustaining serious injuries or worse. It is far too dangerous for you to go alone." "That's right, brother-in-law. The wild boars in the mountains are formidable. Freya's father was killed by one. I won't allow you to go," Su Qingke declared, abandoning her playful antics to grasp Wang Ye's arm. Su Qingji, who had not strayed far, clutched Wang Ye's garment even more tightly. "Why are you all in such a frenzy? I possess martial skills, should danger arise. I can flee faster than a rabbit. Moreover, my archery is exceptional. Hitting targets at 50 meters is a certainty, and I boast a 50% accuracy even at 100 meters. The danger is minimal," he reassured them. "Very well, if you insist on entering the mountains. You must agree to 2 conditions. Otherwise, I shall firmly oppose the idea." Upon observing Wang Ye's resolute demeanor, Su Qingwan contemplated for a moment before shifting her approach. "First, you must shoot a few arrows for me to ascertain your proficiency. Second, I insist on accompanying you into the mountains." Wang Yi could have opted for inaction, but in her desire to assist them in repaying their debts, she chose to brave the mountains alone, a decision that stirred an indescribable emotion within her. Realizing she could not dissuade him, she resolved to accompany him through thick and thin, to face life and death together. "What? Absolutely not. While I have no objection to demonstrating my archery skills, you cannot join me in the mountains," Wang Yi protested, shaking her head vigorously as if in jest. It was preposterous. He had confidence in his ability to escape danger alone, but carrying Su Qingwan with him would pose an insurmountable challenge. "Wang Yi, I frequently venture into the mountains, possess archery skills, and am well versed in identifying various herbs. I'm also more familiar with the mountainous terrain. If you refuse to take me along, you shall not embark on this journey alone," Su Qingwan asserted with unwavering determination, casting a glance at Su Qingke and Su Qingji. "You too, hold on tightly to your brother-in-law. Without my express permission, he is not to set foot anywhere." Wang Yi. Chapter 21. Su Qingwan is the greatest gain from the journey crack. In the secluded old forest, a tall and handsome young man, holding a bow and arrow, with a bamboo basket and quiver on his back and a machete at his waist, stepped on the dry branches and leaves, producing a crisp sound. Less than a meter in front of him stood a tall and ethereal-looking woman, similarly equipped with a basket and quiver. In her left hand, she grasped a small bough, while her right hand wielded a bamboo staff, tapping it rhythmically. Before them, a yellow countryside dog sniffed the ground, its nose twitching inquisitively. These two individuals were none other than Wang Yi and Su Qingwan. After much deliberation at home, he ultimately could not persuade Su Qingwan to stay behind, and together they ventured into the mountain. Fortunately, Su Qingwan accompanied him, for he would have been lost without her guidance. Truth be told, prior to entering the mountain, he felt an abundance of confidence, but after just half a day, he realized he had underestimated the challenges of hunting. The 5-meter mini-map they had was of little use. It was too close to provide any significant information about wildlife. The purple light spots representing medicinal herbs had scarcely appeared, and every time they approached, Su Qingwan would confirm their worthlessness, yielding minimal experience and points. Several times, he nearly tumbled down the mountainside, feeling utterly disheveled. Had it not been for his reluctance to return empty-handed, he would have already turned back. However, he had resolve in his heart to return before nightfall, as it would be far more prudent to earn money in the sea. With this thought in mind, the two continued cautiously for over half an hour. At this moment, Su Qingwan spoke. "Wang Yi, we cannot proceed any further. Let's explore the surrounding area and try our luck." Wang Yi paused, looking ahead. A vast expanse of dense forest suddenly materialized 100 meters away. Unlike the low shrubs they currently occupied, this forest was a tangle of gnarled trees, resembling a primordial wilderness. It lacked the bright green sheen depicted in television and videos, instead presenting a pitch-black visage, akin to a monstrous beast poised to devour all living beings. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi felt a surge of apprehension, his expression grave as he inquired, "Is it true that few venture within?" "Indeed," Su Qingwan replied. "We are currently on the outskirts of the mountain. While large game and valuable medicinal herbs are scarce here, the danger is relatively minimal. However, that dense forest marks the mountain's core area, its vastness unknown. It remains shrouded from sunlight year-round, with a low temperature and a plethora of wild beasts. Back in the 1980s and 1990s, when food was scarce, villagers frequently entered, but they always did so with groups of 10 or more, armed with firearms. Yet, despite these precautions, injuries and fatalities were common, rendering it perilous. As time passed, with seafood becoming increasingly lucrative, villagers sought their fortunes at sea, leading to a decline in hunting expeditions. Consequently, this deep mountain forest has remained untouched, with most hunters now confining their pursuits to the periphery, seeking game such as wild chickens and rabbits, and foraging for medicinal herbs. Su Qingwan provided a thorough explanation. The reason she had followed closely before was twofold. First, she feared Wang Yi might lose his way. Second, she was apprehensive about his venture into the dense forest. After all, entering such a perilous area was akin to courting death, and she could not afford to be careless. Qingwan, strong brother, once said that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. I've always found this statement quite profound. What do you think? Huh? What do you mean by that? You can't possibly be thinking of hunting in the forest, can you? No, we must return at once. We can't do this. Wang Yi's seemingly nonsensical remark left Su Qingwan momentarily bewildered. Yet, being an intelligent individual, she quickly grasped the essence of his words, despite not knowing who Strong Brother was. Without hesitation, she slung her bow over her shoulder, seized Wang Yi's hand, and began to pull him downhill. After all, even the most skilled hunters in the village dared not enter such a forest. How many lives did Wang Yi possess? Hey, Qingwan, stop. I want to go in. I'll just stay with you around the outskirts. Suddenly yanked by Su Qingwan, Wang Yi stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but fortunately, his agility allowed him to regain his footing swiftly. My goodness, your strength is no less than that of an average man. Really? Su Qingwan halted, a look of skepticism on her face. You mustn't deceive me. This isn't a matter to be taken lightly. Indeed, I am not a fool nor braggart. I would never toy with my own life. Wang Yi was not lying. He merely intended to tease Su Qingwan to lighten the mood, not to genuinely enter the forest. With his current limited map and basic skills, recklessly plunging into such a dangerous thicket would be sheer folly. If he were to venture in, at the very least, he would require a map that extended over 100 meters to secure a position of safety. Ah, knowing you think this way puts me at ease. I was genuinely worried you might be overly confident. Su Qingwan nodded, releasing a sigh of relief. Her concern was not unwarranted. Many young men often believe themselves invincible, and she was truly anxious that Wang Yi might misjudge the situation. Rest assured, while I am confident, I am not reckless, especially when it comes to preserving my life. I cherish my current existence too much to gamble with it. As he spoke, Wang Yi tightened his grip on Su Qingwan's hand. Her hand was smooth on the back. It's slightly rough in the palm, pleasantly cool to the touch. Her fingers were long and delicate, adorned with several varying scars that elicited a pang of sympathy. Ah, please let go. It wouldn't be proper if someone saw us. Wang Ye's firm grasp made Su Qingwan feel a jolt of electricity, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Having never held hands with anyone before, she found her mind momentarily clouded. Don't worry. It's of no consequence if someone sees us. Who in the village doesn't know I'm your partner? I'm merely holding my fiancée's hand. Who could possibly object? Wang Yi did not release her hand. Instead, he gripped it even more firmly. Though their acquaintance was brief, he had already resolved to take her as his bride. Firstly, he could discern that she was an exceptionally wonderful girl. Apart from her family's burdens, she possessed no faults and was remarkably suited to be a wife. The familial encumbrance was a concern for others, but for Wang Yi, it was not a burden but rather a bond, a source of joy. As an orphan, he had long yearned for familial affection, and these little girls, being both sensible and obedient, always bestowed upon him a sense of brotherhood and fatherhood. Thus, he relished this connection, and most importantly, he was capable of providing for them. Secondly, his relationship with Su Qingwan had already stirred quite a stir in the village. As Su Qingfeng remarked, if he did not marry her, Su Qingwan would undoubtedly face the brunt of gossip within the community. After all, this was the early 2000s, a time when societal norms were far less liberal, particularly in a small fishing village. Once entangled with a man in ambiguous circumstances, she would be subject to incessant scrutiny, and he wished for nothing more than to shield Su Qingwan from such judgment due to his actions. Lastly, and most importantly, Su Qingwan provided him with a sense of security and belonging that no one else had ever offered. It was akin to that moment by the seaside when Li Wenzhou and his cohorts sought to trouble him. Su Qingwan had stood before him with her arms wide open, and in that instant, he felt a profound sense of having found his place. At that moment, he no longer felt solitary. He realized that he was cared for and cherished. Furthermore, the memory of waking up after a drunken night to find Su Qingwan resting beside his bed filled him with warmth and reassurance, imparting a feeling that even in death, he would not fear being forgotten. Additionally, he recalled the incident when Su Chunhua had lunged at him, only for the Su sisters to unite and decisively thwart her advance in a display of protection. Just moments ago, when Su Qingwan, fearful for his safety as he ventured into the dense forest, grasped his hand with a look of trepidation, it stirred within him a profound sense of connection. All these experiences led Wang Yi to conclude that this journey through time had bestowed upon him his greatest treasure, Su Qingwan. Chapter 22, A Passionate Proposal. Defining the relationship, will you marry me? Su Qingwan was oblivious to Wang Yi's inner thoughts. In this moment, she ceased to resist. Her gaze fixed intently upon Wang Yi's eyes, brimming with unmasked hope. From the very beginning, she had harbored a fondness for him. He was tall and handsome, surpassing even the most charming of her college crushes, and when he smiled, he radiated a captivating sunshine. This undeniable charm was a significant reason she had brought him home. Subsequently, Wang Yi showed no disdain for her family's modest circumstances and got along splendidly with her younger sister, further endearing him to her. Later, during their fishing escapades by the seaside, he outperformed the local villagers, and his generous spirit in aiding them against gossips added to her admiration. All these moments propelled her feelings to a pinnacle. Last night, when Wang Yi drunkenly declared his intention to marry her, she felt a surge of joy. as she tended to him in the stillness of the night. Witnessing his playful, childlike demeanor, she felt no irritation. Rather, she found him inexplicably charming. In that instant, she realized she had indeed fallen for this young man, who was a year her junior. However, the following day, overhearing her third sister discussing the marriage contract with Wang Yi, his non-committal response doused her spirits like a cold bucket of water. Disappointment settled in her heart. Yet, Su Qingwan was a proud individual. If Wang Yi hesitated to marry her, she would not impose upon him further. Later, when her family faced despair as two burly men approached them menacingly, Wang Ye's sudden emergence, standing before them with an air of calmness, etched itself vividly in her memory. In that moment, she perceived him as a towering figure, reminiscent of her father's protective silhouette, capable of shielding her family from life's storms. It was then she recognized her heart's surrender. She understood that no one else could ever penetrate her heart as he had. Afterward, Wang Yi swiftly vanquished the Zhou father and son, bravely shouldering their debts, which rendered her utterly speechless with gratitude. She longed to rush into his embrace and declare her desire to marry him, to bear his children, and to remain steadfast by his side for eternity. Now, as Wang Yi professed his intention to marry her, her heart fluttered with joy, yet disbelief lingered. She feared she had misheard, terrified that he might be jesting. Thus, she fixated her gaze on his, anxious to discern any hint of jest within. Of course, I am willing. A girl as wonderful as you is a rare find. How could I possibly refuse? Not only do I wish to marry you, but I also intend to do so swiftly, promising to cherish you for a lifetime. Wang Yi nodded emphatically, setting down his bow and arrow, releasing Su Qingwan's hand as he scanned the surroundings. Upon spotting a few tufts of foxtail grass, his eyes sparkled with inspiration. He quickly dashed forward, plucking a stalk to deftly fashion a ring, the size of a finger, with remarkable ease. Returning to the bewildered Su Qingwan, Wang Yi knelt on one knee, half holding a ring made of cattail grass, his gaze tender and filled with emotion. His voice, soft and magnetic, inquired, "Qingwan, will you marry me?" "Yes, I am willing." Su Qingwan, overwhelmed with emotion, quickly covered her mouth with her right hand to stifle her sobs, while her left hand reached out towards Wang Yi. Her eyes sparkled with tears. Nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, she never anticipated that Wang Yi would be so adept, not only proposing to her on the spot, but also having prepared a wedding ring for her, though woven from cattail grass. She deemed it far more precious than any platinum or diamond ring. "Ha ha ha, Qingwan, rest assured, once we repay our debts together, I will certainly replace it with a grand diamond ring, allowing you to shine in splendor." Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, a genuine smile gracing his face as he gently took Su Qingwan's hand and placed the grass ring on her ring finger. Truth be told, he had been incredibly anxious moments ago. Having never experienced love in either of his lives, he had learned this approach from video. Thankfully, the video did not deceive him. Su Qingwan accepted his proposal, and from that moment on, they could finally embark on a blissfully unrestrained life together. However, before that, he needed to earn money quickly to settle their debts and organize a splendid wedding for Su Qingwan. She should possess everything others had, and even what they did not. No, this is quite sufficient. The ring is merely a formality. As long as we can strive together and lead a good life, that is all that matters. I do not fancy wearing such things. Su Qingwan hurriedly helped Wang Yi up, shaking her head repeatedly. With her family burdened by over 10,000 yuan in debt, she was immensely grateful for Wang Ye's willingness to share the burden, but could not bear to add to his load. Besides, as a woman from the countryside who toiled daily, she saw no need for a ring. What woman does not like rings? Wang Yi laughed heartily, dismissing her objections. "All right, we shall not debate this. If we have money, we will buy it. If not, we will save. Regardless, anything that other women possess, I will ensure you have as well." Wang Yi. Su Qingwan felt a wave of emotion swell within her, nearly moved to tears. However, before she could complete her sentence, her lips were suddenly silenced by something soft. In an instant, her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She instinctively wished to retreat, but a large hand firmly held her in place, leaving her no choice but to close her eyes and awkwardly respond. The owner of that soft thing, of course, was Wang Yi. He had learned this from a video as well. Regardless of the circumstances, one should kiss first and speak later, employing a domineering approach. Yet, having never kissed a woman before, he found himself clumsily colliding teeth, struggling to breathe. After more than a minute, he reluctantly released Su Qingwan, gasping for air. Su Qingwan, too, could not help but slap Wang Yi on the shoulder, then picked up her bamboo staff and called him a rogue before hastily walking ahead. "Hey, wait for me, my wife." Wang Yi touched his lips, grinning mischievously as he hurriedly chased after her. No wonder everyone yearns for a sweet romance. It truly is delightful, indeed. "Wang Yi, it's getting late. Perhaps we should descend the mountain. It's not safe up here at night." As time swiftly passed, around 4 in the afternoon, Su Qingwan peered through the foliage to assess the sky and made the suggestion. "Sure, there is nothing of value in this vicinity. It would be better to go to the seaside for fishing," Wang Yi couldn't help but remark. Throughout the afternoon, the pair had only gathered a few inexpensive medicinal herbs, worth merely 100 or so coins, and had failed to catch any game. Had it not been for the opportunity to enjoy Su Qingwan's company and occasionally benefit from her presence, he would have descended long ago. It's not that there are no treasures. Rather, your expectations are too lofty. Today, we've already earned over 100 coins, which I find quite satisfactory. If we could have such fortune every day, I would be utterly elated. Ha! The bolder the person, the greater the harvest. We must always have aspirations. Wang Yi picked up his bow and arrow, stood, and stretched leisurely. Never mind that. Let's return post-haste. I must admit, after a day apart, I find myself missing the few maidens back home. Indeed, let us depart. Su Qingwan tossed the herbs she had just unearthed in her backpack, stood up, dusted off her clothes, then picked up her bamboo staff and began walking in the direction they had come. Wang Yi followed suit. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a commotion erupted from nearby, where the large yellow dog had been playing. It suddenly began to bark furiously. Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 23. A bountiful harvest of wild chickens. What is happening? Both individuals were startled, instinctively turning their gazes toward the direction of Da Huang's frantic barking. Lo and behold, is it a wild hare? A gray rabbit was crouched about 20 meters ahead, oblivious to their presence as it nibbled on something, fully engrossed. The barking did not deter it. It merely glanced back at Da Huang with a wary eye from time to time. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi felt a surge of excitement and swiftly knocked an arrow, preparing to take aim. Whoosh! However, Su Qingwan reacted even more swiftly. Just as Wang Yi was readying his shot, Su Qingwan's arrow had already soared through the air. Thud! To their disappointment, the arrow missed the hare, merely grazing its side and striking the shrubbery behind it. The sudden arrow sent the hare into a peculiar panic, causing it to emit a strange noise before leaping away into the thicket, abandoning its meal. Qingwan, should we pursue it? Wang Yi looked at Su Qingwan with a hint of regret. If he had fired that arrow, he was certain he would have hit his mark. Chase! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingwan dashed towards the bushes where the hare had fled, simultaneously calling out to Da Huang. Da Huang, don't let the rabbit escape. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang, exhibiting remarkable instincts, bolted towards the thicket upon hearing this command. With audacity, he dove straight into the underbrush without a second thought. Rustle, rustle, cluck, cluck, woof, woof, woof. Not long after Da Huang entered, while the hare remained unseen, two vividly feathered wild chickens suddenly burst forth from the thicket. Quick, Wang Yi, shoot. Let us each get one. Su Qingwan exclaimed with delight upon seeing the two wild chickens take flight, promptly releasing the arrow he had already drawn. All right, just watch me. Wang Yi grinned, and almost simultaneously with Su Qingwan's words, he released the taut bowstring. With a resounding twang, the arrow sliced through the air, hurtling towards the airborne wild chickens. In a blink, although Wang Yi's shot followed Su Qingwan's by mere seconds, his bow was superior, allowing his arrow to reach its target first. Thud! As expected, one of the slightly larger wild chickens plummeted, emitting a desperate squawk as it fell into the thicket, staining the grass with its blood. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Da Huang excitedly rushed forward, proudly grasping the wild chicken in his mouth, as if presenting a treasure. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan, however, missed yet again, watching helplessly as another wild chicken flew a distance away, disappearing into the underbrush. "Oh dear, I'm truly useless. I have missed twice," Su Qingwan lamented, stomping his foot in frustration as he gazed at the escape route of the wild chicken, feeling quite disheartened. "Don't worry, it was just one wild chicken," Wang Yi gently reassured him. To him, Su Qingwan's quick reflexes were commendable. Even if his aim was slightly off, he could still serve as a capable companion. "A wild chicken can fetch 50 to 60 yuan, and my heart aches at the thought." Su Qingwan shook her head, then, with a resolute bite of her lip, declared unwillingly, "No, there are wild rabbits and wild chickens here. We cannot leave." As she spoke, Su Qingwan shouted towards the large dog that had just emerged. "Dahuang, continue the chase." With a bark, Dahuang, a loyal and obedient dog, dropped the wild chicken he was holding and dashed back into the thicket. Rustling, rustling. In an instant, the underbrush began to stir violently again. The two outside could not see Dahuang, but they could discern his location. Clucking, quacking. Before long, several wild chickens burst forth from the foliage, their terrified cries echoing in succession. "Haha, Wang Yi, shoot quickly. We're about to strike it rich. We've stumbled upon a nest of wild chickens." Su Qingwan exclaimed joyfully, bending her bow to release an arrow. All right." Wang Yi cast a peculiar glance at Su Qingwan, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately shook his head and followed suit, drawing his bow. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows flew in quick succession. This time, Su Qingwan did not miss. Both wild chickens fell simultaneously, shrieking as they hit the ground. "I got one. Wang Yi, I got one." A smile of exhilaration blossomed on Su Qingwan's face, finally redeeming herself. "Haha, impressive. I concede defeat," Wang Yi praised, giving her a thumbs up. As the television often suggests, one should praise their girlfriend regardless of her skills, and Su Qingwan was far from incompetent. "Hee hee. Don't flatter me too much. With your archery skills, you could be a legendary marksman in ancient times. I could never compare to you. If you used that one stone bow from home, I believe you could take down a wild boar single-handedly, while my skills and strength might barely pierce the skin." Although Su Qingwan said this, her smile revealed her enjoyment of his compliments. "Ha! My archery isn't that remarkable. I can hit a target with perfect accuracy within 50 meters, but beyond that, my aim falters. As for that one stone bow at home, well, I could draw it. I can only shoot 1 or 2 arrows at most, and they will lack precision." Wang Yi was quite self-aware, although he possessed considerable strength. He could merely draw the bow without achieving any notable effectiveness. To master it effortlessly, his physique would need to exceed 20, along with an improvement in his archery skills. Hee hee, that is still impressive. There are hardly any in our village who can hunt with a one-stone bow, let alone achieve perfect accuracy. Su Qingwan adeptly praised Wang Yi without reservation. Of course, her compliments were not mere flattery, but rather the truth. In this day and age, as the nation develops and technology progresses, people rely increasingly on intellect, and physical strength naturally diminishes. In ancient armies, many could draw a one-stone bow, and those who could draw 2 or 3 stones were not considered extraordinary. Yet nowadays, how many can draw a 2 or 3 stone bow? Almost none. It is but a simple crossbow, and few possess the strength to draw it. Even those endowed with considerable might find it challenging to achieve accuracy. Alas, in this era, the ease of composite bows has rendered the art of traditional archery nearly obsolete, making the act of pulling a bowstring and loosing an arrow a rare skill. "Haha, your praise makes me feel quite bashful, yet I must inquire. Shall we continue?" Flattered by Su Qingwan's compliments, Wang Yi felt a sense of joy. However, at that moment, Dahuang had already retrieved 2 wild chickens and was watching expectantly. It would be inappropriate to flaunt their success in front of the dog. "Of course, we shall proceed. I have never encountered such a multitude of wild chickens before. Once we dispatch these, we shall search for their eggs, which are sure to be plentiful." As they spoke, Su Qingwan directed Dahuang to continue his work. The dog, unable to voice his thoughts, might have otherwise protested, "I haven't had my fill of dog food yet, and now I must labor again? Woof, woof, woof." Cluck, cluck, cluck. Wang Yi, you've hit again. Shoot quickly. Ha ha. I am indeed shooting, I am. As time passed, the sounds of laughter and exclamations from the trio echoed through the forest. Alongside their merriment, the number of wild chickens they had dispatched grew, culminating in an impressive total of 11. Moreover, they ventured into the thicket and unearthed numerous wild chicken eggs. The bountiful harvest brought an enduring smile to Su Qingwan's face. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar erupted from the dense thicket nearby. In an instant, the birds took flight from the trees, while the rustling sounds in the grass became incessant. Chapter 24. The tiger does not prey on chickens. Buzz. Wang Yi, run. It's a tiger. Su Qingwan felt her hair stand on end, her spine chilled with fear. At that moment, her mind was a blank slate, consumed by one singular thought. Run. Run as far away as possible. With this thought, she instinctively grasped Wang Yi's hand and fled down the mountain. In her childhood, she had witnessed a tiger descending upon her village, a scene forever etched in her memory. That day, the villagers had banded together, yet several had still suffered grievous injuries. The roar of the beast echoed vividly in her mind, an indelible mark on her life. From the sound they had just heard, she could ascertain that the tiger was lurking at the edge of the dense forest, no more than a couple of 100 meters away. It must have been driven by hunger, likely lured by the scent of wild chicken-s blood. What? That roar was a tiger? Wang Yi was equally startled. He ran alongside her, instinctively glancing back toward the source of the sound. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill down his spine. A massive tiger, measuring over 2.5 meters in length with limbs towering at nearly 50 centimeters, its yellow-black striped coat marred by numerous wounds, was charging towards them with alarming speed. The sheer force of its presence made their legs tremble, even from a distance. Oh no, it truly is a tiger. Qingwan, it's chasing us. Do you have any plans? His heart thundered in his chest as Wang Yi hurried his pace, pulling Su Qingwan along. His mind raced. He had only ever seen tigers on television and had never even visited a zoo. At that moment, all he could think to do was run. The idea of shooting an arrow at the beast was absurd. It was a tiger, not a mere mouse. If he dared to stop and draw his bow, he would surely become the tiger's next meal. Throw. Throw the wild chickens. Quickly, toss the chickens in the basket. Huffing and puffing, Su Qingwan finally regained some composure in response to Wang Yi's urgent question. The tiger was likely drawn by the promise of food. All she could think of was to discard the wild chickens. Clang, splat. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yi released Su Qingwan's hand, swiftly unstrapped the basket from his back, and hurled it towards the direction of the tiger. The basket fell to the ground, and in an instant 11 wild chickens scattered, blood splattering everywhere. Qingwan, keep running. The tiger was closing in, now only 100 meters away. Wang Yi had no idea if it would pause to feast. Fearful of even the slightest delay, he seized Su Qingwan's hand once more, propelling them both forward. Huff, puff. They ran for what felt like an eternity. Su Qingwan sensed her lungs were about to burst. Her legs weighed down as if filled with lead. The figure of Wang Yi ahead began to blur, doubling in her vision. Wang Yi, you should run. I can't move anymore. Please, remember to take care of my mother and sister. Knowing you has brought me great happiness, but alas, I lack the fortune to become your wife. With her words trailing off, Su Qingwan summoned her last ounce of strength to release Wang Yi's hand. One life lost is preferable to two. She no longer wished to burden Wang Yi with her fate. Come on, silly girl, get on my back. Wang Yi, momentarily stunned by the emptiness in his hands, instinctively halted. However, regaining his composure, he hurried back to Su Qingwan, lifting her onto his back without hesitation, and continued to run with fervor. Their bond was solidified. Before long, she would indeed be his beloved wife. Despite his many flaws, abandoning his wife was not among them. Wang Yi, please let me down. If we both run together, we will perish. Just leave me. Don't worry about me. Feeling the warmth of Wang Yi's back, Su Qingwan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down her cheeks. Encountering such a man made her feel as though fate had been kind to her, making her life worthwhile. Yet, it was precisely because of this that she could not allow herself to be a burden, and thus, She gently urged him to put her down while attempting to wriggle free. Stay still. Your man is strong enough to carry you. However, putting her down was not an option. Wang Yi, holding her securely, playfully swatted her backside. Ah, a soft, involuntary moan escaped Su Qingwan as a blush spread across her delicate features. At that moment, she dare not move, obediently wrapping her arms around Wang Ye's neck and resting her head against his back, playing the part of the ostrich. Feeling the soft warmth against his back and neck, Wang Yi couldn't suppress a grin. So, it seemed this woman had a penchant for playful teasing, but just as a thought of an inappropriate nature sparked in his mind, a thunderous roar from a tiger nearby sent a chill down his spine. Instinctively glancing back, Wang Yi was struck with terror. What the hell? Why isn't that beast preoccupied with its meal? Does it have a taste for human flesh? Cursing under his breath, he exerted every ounce of strength, sprinting onward. Uncertain of the tiger's intentions, he noticed it merely glanced at a nearby prey before fixating on them, closing the distance to a mere 50 or 60 meters. The scent of blood began to permeate the air. System, please help me. Forget the map. Just initiate communication. I'm in a hurry. As the tiger's presence loomed closer, panic surged through Wang Yi, leaving him with no option but to plead for assistance from the system in his mind. Ding! The host can initiate a lottery. You currently possess 205 points, with a chance to unlock an entry-level Beastmaster skill. There is a 10% probability of taming a wild beast. Note that the smaller the beast, the easier it is to tame. Upon hearing the frigid, mechanical voice reverberating in his mind, Wang Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. System, are you certain I will indeed draw a reward? Though the probability stood at a mere 10%, it was still a chance. Nevertheless, his greatest concern remained whether he could truly obtain this coveted skill. If he were to expend 200 points and fail to acquire the skill, it would spell disaster for both him and Su Qingwan. Beep. The lottery is a matter of probability. This system cannot guarantee outcomes. Would the host like to proceed with the draw? Damn it, utterly unreliable at a critical moment. Draw. Hurry and let me draw. By the power of heaven and earth, may the Supreme Lord manifest. At this juncture, Wang Yi could only pin his hopes on a stroke of luck, praying for divine intervention. Beep. Acknowledge the draw is commencing. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a low-grade physique pill. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a low-grade physique pill. What the hell? This damn system is indeed untrustworthy. Fuming internally for not receiving the longed-for beast mastery skill, Wang Yi instinctively cursed under his breath. However, after venting, he suddenly realized that 2 low-grade physique pills might be far more beneficial than that so-called beast mastery skill. With only a 10% chance of success, the likelihood of taming such a massive tiger seemed nearly impossible. Yet, consuming the 2 pills would undoubtedly enhance his strength and fortify his body. If he could not win a fight, surely he could manage to escape. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time, swiftly retrieving the 2 pills and swallowing them whole. Chapter 25. A warrior strolling through the streets with swords? Ah, in the very moment he swallowed 2 elixirs. A warm current coursed through Wang Ye's body, causing him to emit a soul-stirring moan. Instantly, his waist felt no fatigue, his legs no longer ached, and even his breathing steadied. He could easily run another 10 miles without issue. Wang Yi, are you unable to continue? You should set me down quickly. If we keep running like this, we might both perish. Ha ha! How can a man claim to be unable? Upon hearing Su Qingwan's words, Wang Yi laughed heartily. Just watch me. Today, I shall take you for a thrilling ride with a tiger. As he spoke, Wang Yi suddenly quickened his pace, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and the tiger. Hiss! How can you accelerate? Aren't you exhausted? Su Qingwan exclaimed in astonishment, secretly marveling at his extraordinary stamina. Of course, I can accelerate. Your man is renowned as a perpetual motion machine. Fatigue is simply not in the cards for me. I can even go faster. Would you like to experience it? Wang Yi replied while running, his expression one of pride. His physical prowess had reached a remarkable level of 17, nearly doubling that of an average adult male. Coupled with his agile footwork, his speed was astonishing. Of course, to claim he could outrun a tiger would be absurd. However, The tiger pursuing them was evidently gravely injured and had likely exhausted much of its strength. Otherwise, even with a constitution of 27, Wang Yi would struggle to keep pace. At a time like this, how can you still jest? Su Qingwan playfully smacked Wang Yi on the chest, feigning annoyance. Clearly, she did not believe he could maintain his acceleration. Hey, you doubt your man? All right, then I shall show you my full sprint. With that declaration, Wang Yi summoned all his strength, propelling himself to an even greater speed. Wow, Wang Yi, this is astonishingly fast. How on earth are you doing this? Su Qingwan's eyes widened, her mouth forming a na shape in disbelief. It was no wonder she was astonished. Wang Yi's speed was so remarkable that when he glanced back, the tiger seemed to be struggling to keep up. The wind rushing past him made it feel as though he were flying. Hee, your man possesses extraordinary talent. This is merely a trifling feat, no need for alarm. Wang Yi grinned, casting a glance over his shoulder at the tiger, which was now a good 40 to 50 meters behind. Yet, the tiger was not to be underestimated. With furious roars, it increased its speed, nearly matching Wang Yi's pace. At this rate, Wang Yi was uncertain whether he would outpace the tiger or if the tiger would catch him. However, he did not relish the feeling of racing against death, so he removed the bow and arrows slung over his shoulder, preparing to counterattack. Qingwan, is the tiger a protected species? Will killing it land me in jail? As he bent the bow and knocked an arrow, Wang Yi inquired of Su Qingwan. On Earth, tigers were classified as a level 1 protected species. If he were to kill one, he would likely face severe consequences. Of course, if the tiger were to attack first, retaliating would be justifiable. After all, one could hardly wait for death, could they? However, that is Earth. Who knows if the laws of this blue planet regard tigers as more important than humans? What if he retaliates against the tiger and finds himself liable under the law? He certainly does not wish to exchange blows with the tiger, only to lose a heavenly wife in the process. Huh? What does it mean to protect animals? Su Qingwan asked, somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi also felt a bit confused, but replied nonetheless. Protected animals are those safeguarded by national law, deemed rare and more precious than humans, the kind whose killing would lead to imprisonment and severe penalties. How could this be possible? Is there truly an animal more precious than a human? Su Qingwan shook her head in disbelief, explaining. In our country, most provinces and cities boast vast mountain ranges, teeming with tigers. The government would rather see them hunted. For instance, in our mountains, according to the village elders, there are no fewer than hundreds of tigers, along with bears, leopards, wild boars, and so forth. They occasionally descend from the mountains, wreaking havoc on our terrace fields, livestock, and even posing a threat to human lives. The village organizes hunting teams to patrol the outskirts of the dense forests where we previously gathered medicine, aiming to deter these beasts from descending and causing harm. Su Qingwan paused, then added, however, our country forbids the use of firearms, crossbows, and other military-grade ranged weapons. To hunt large wild animals, one can only use traditional bows crafted by artisans or cold weapons such as knives, swords, and spears. Otherwise, it would be considered illegal possession of military equipment, punishable by a minimum of 10 years. Are you joking? Wang Yi asked incredulously. Ordinary people can wield knives and swords? Isn't that illegal? Of course, it is not illegal. Due to the actions of certain foreigners establishing martial arts schools and security companies in the country, which sometimes lead to excessive behavior. The government actually encourages martial arts training with cold weapons. Su Qingwan nodded. One day, I'll take you to the town where many martial artists enjoy strolling around with their swords and knives. However, long weapons like spears are relatively rare. Really? They encourage martial arts? Martial artists carry swords and knives around in public? Is that true? Wang Yi felt as though his mind was struggling to comprehend. Is this truly a modern city? Indeed, it is true. Su Qingwan nodded, suddenly considering a possibility. She remarked, Wang Yi, speaking of which, I suspect you were once a martial artist yourself. I wonder if your brain was damaged and then tossed into the sea to eliminate all traces. You might have a point there. Are you not afraid? What if one day my enemies discover that I am alive? They might come looking for me. Wang Yi casually deflected her comment. This world truly was full of surprises. Damn, one can even practice martial arts. No wonder the lottery can yield martial skills. However, with martial artists around, he must remain discreet, for he possesses only beginner-level strength. Who knows how many formidable individuals lurk outside? If he attracts too much attention and ends up with a damaged brain, that would be disastrous. What is there to fear? Su Qingwan tightened her embrace around Wang Ye's neck slightly and remarked, while martial artists are formidable, they too fear firearms. Thus, they must operate within the boundaries set by the law, refraining from acting recklessly or intruding into private residences. Otherwise, the National Martial Control Bureau will intervene. The individuals within that bureau are not only armed, but also possess exceptional martial skills. I had several classmates in university whose parents were among them. These are tales I have heard from them. Oh, is that so? Wang Yi replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, he had been startled, fearing that this place resembled ancient times where entire families could be annihilated at a whim, where killing was as trivial as slaughtering chickens. Previously, he had merely been a small-time thug, engaging in brawls as a matter of routine. However, the notion of taking lives so casually was something he found difficult to fathom. He preferred a life of tranquility, a villa to call home, a devoted wife, and numerous children. That was the existence he cherished. Not one of a chivalrous swordsmen roaming the rivers and lakes, shouting against injustice. The thought of such a life was, upon reflection, utterly exhausting. Chapter 26. Su Qingwan's partner is a fierce man, fear not, for we have already established our bond. In this lifetime, I shall marry no one but you. Even if one day someone comes seeking vengeance, I shall face it alongside you. Su Qingwan gently reassured Wang Yi, lightly patting his chest. Haha, silly girl, rest assured. Your husband is no pushover. Should anyone dare to trouble us, I will make them regret it, just like Zhou Ping and his son, who wouldn't dare utter a sound. Wang Yi declared with confident laughter. Although this world was different from what he had imagined, he possessed a system. What was there to fear? I believe in you. However, for the time being, let us prioritize our escape, Su Qingwan urged, glancing back to see the tiger drawing nearer, approximately 30 meters away. She quickly tightened her embrace around Wang Ye's neck. Escape? Not today. I intend to vanquish this tiger and sell its pelt, Wang Yi proclaimed with fervor. Wife, hold on tight. Watch how your husband takes down this beast. With that, he executed a swift 180-degree turn, releasing the taut bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like lightning, a gleam of cold light flashing as it sped toward the tiger's head. Thud! As anticipated, at 50 meters, he hit his mark flawlessly. At 30 meters, it was a certainty. Yet this tiger possessed some cunning. Sensing the imminent danger, it instinctively turned its head, causing the arrow originally aimed at its brow to veer toward its eye. Roar! Having lost one eye, the enraged tiger became frenzied. With a furious roar, it surged forward toward Wang Yi with unmatched speed. However, Wang Yi was no fool. The moment he released the arrow, he had already begun to make his escape. As a young man from Earth in the 21st century, he was adept at playing games. Now, he was akin to a professional archer, fully aware of the art of evasion. Wife, how am I doing? Is your husband impressive? He called out while running, knocking another arrow with flair. Yes, but could you perhaps increase your speed a little? The tiger is going wild and gaining on us. Haha, all right, hold tight, Wang Yi replied, quickening his pace. As he covered some distance, he executed another 180-degree spin, launching another arrow with force. Thud! Once again, he struck true, this time hitting the tiger squarely in the face. Goodness, in an instant, the once mighty visage of the tiger became a grotesque mask, drenched in blood. Roar! This only fueled the tiger's rage, pushing it into a frenzied pursuit of Wang Yi, its eyes blazing with fury. Yet, Wang Yi was nearly as swift, and despite the tiger's irrational anger, it could not close the gap. Instead, Wang Yi grew increasingly composed, as if engaged in a game. He was Ho-E carrying his Yao, Su Qingwan, shooting an arrow to create distance, then turning to shoot again, continuing his flight while loosing arrows. Thus time passed. Second by second, two individuals sprinted ahead, occasionally loosing an arrow, while a tiger pursued them from behind, occasionally receiving a shot. The ebb and flow of their struggle saw the tiger's speed diminish, whilst Wang Yi grew increasingly invigorated, until a resounding thud echoed. The tiger could bear no longer and collapsed onto the ground, crushing a patch of grass beneath its weight, causing the earth to tremble slightly. With a roar of despair, the tiger gazed at the approaching figure of Wang Yi, yearning to rise and rend this bipedal creature to shreds. Yet its vision blurred, and its body was too feeble to muster even an ounce of strength. At that moment, it could not fathom why this two-legged beast could run with such swiftness. Meanwhile, Wang Yi observed the tiger's fall and, with bow drawn and arrow nocked, cautiously advanced step by step with Su Qingwan on his back, every nerve taut and poised to release. After all, a tiger possesses formidable vitality. Who could tell if it was merely feigning death, engaging in a battle of wits? Concurrently, not far from their location, a group of villagers, armed with bows and knives, was hastening towards them, calling out boisterously, "Qingwan, where are you? I am a village chief. Listen for my voice. Qingwan, it's your third uncle. If you hear me, come this way. The village chief and I are here to rescue you." The shouts echoed far and wide, reaching the ears of Wang Yi and his companion. Yet, Wang Yi had no time to respond. He was focused on inching closer to the tiger, daring not to lose concentration. Su Qingwan, perched on his back, held her breath, fearing even the slightest sound might provoke the tiger into a sudden, fatal strike. At last, they approached within 10 meters of the tiger, and Wang Yi could aim for its neck. Without hesitation, he released the bowstring, sending an arrow forth. The result was evident. The tiger had long since reached its limit, rendering the action somewhat redundant. The arrow struck its neck, and the tiger merely shuddered, the once defiant crimson eye dimming instantly, slowly drooping downwards. Thus, it marked the definitive end of the tiger's life. With that, Wang Yi and Su Qingwan behind him both exhaled deeply, their bodies softening with relief. "My dear, please come down, my legs feel weak." After being taut with tension, the moment danger had passed left Wang Yi feeling utterly drained, barely able to stand. "Are you all right, my husband?" Su Qingwan quickly dismounted and supported Wang Yi, who was on the verge of collapsing, unconsciously referring to him as her husband. Though they had yet to marry, their shared experiences of life and death had forged an inseparable bond, with only a piece of paper standing between them. "It's nothing. Just a bit fatigued. I will recover slowly." As Su Qingwan helped him sit upon a wooden stump, Wang Yi shook his head and inquired, "I think I heard someone calling for you. Did you hear it?" "Yes. It must be the village chief and my third uncle. They likely came after hearing the tiger's roar," Su Qingwan replied, nodding as she retrieved a water cup from her pack and opened it to offer Wang Yi a drink. "Oh, then I shall drink by myself. You go fetch them. With such a formidable tiger, it is beyond the capability of the two of us to bring it down the mountain." As he spoke, Wang Yi took the cup and sipped delicately. "Very well. I shall call them over." Su Qingwan nodded, preparing to turn away when, unexpectedly, a chorus of astonished voices erupted from not far behind. "Goodness, isn't that Qingwan's partner? How astonishing! To carry a person and yet manage to slay an adult tiger? My word, is this even human? If it were me, I wouldn't merely fail to kill a tiger. I would probably be too frightened to even draw a bow." Indeed, the youth of today are truly remarkable. This is a tiger we are speaking of, which devours humans with the same ease as one enjoys a spicy snack. What a formidable individual. Yes, this young man must be quite skilled, possessing considerable strength. He must be a prominent figure in the city. That's right. Earlier, upon hearing the tiger's roar, several young ladies from the Su family came to urge us to rescue someone. I thought for sure we would be too late. Yet he managed to slay the tiger directly. Indeed, it seems we have come in vain. Oh, wait, we could assist in moving the tiger. Chapter 27. The Six-Digit Tiger? People were astonished. Village chief, Uncle San, and all the other elders, I was just about to seek your assistance. Yet here you are looking for me first. Su Qingwan turned around, greeted the village chief and Uncle San with courtesy. With their presence, the peril she and Wang Yi faced that day was entirely alleviated. "You are quite audacious, young lady. You dared to venture into the mountains without joining the hunting team? Your 3 younger sisters were in tears, anxiously searching for you. How could we not come? Luckily, you emerged unscathed today. Had anything happened, who would have cared for your little sisters?" Village chief Li Xiangping a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, was not tall. Yet his square face bore an authoritative visage. As he approached briskly, he pointed a finger at Su Qingwan, his tone laced with reproach. Indeed, Qingwan, your recklessness this time was excessive. The three girls from Qingfeng wept as they rushed to my home, claiming you and your companion were on the mountain, which frightened me greatly. You must not repeat such folly next time. Su Qingwan's uncle Su Desui, a tall and slender man in his 30s with a sun-kissed complexion, promptly chimed in. Village chief, uncle, I was merely wandering around the outskirts with Wang Yi when that tiger suddenly appeared, and I was petrified. Thankfully, Wang Yi carried me all the way and ultimately vanquished the beast. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences. Rest assured, we shall never venture into the mountains alone again. Su Qingwan was now filled with trepidation. She could hardly bear to envision how her mother and younger sisters would manage without her. Well, as long as you are aware, we understand your family situation. We cannot offer substantial help, nor should we say much more. Li Xiangping nodded, his expression earnest. However, before embarking on any endeavor, consider your mother and sisters. Money can be earned gradually, hardships can be endured, but life is singular. Once lost, it is truly gone. Yes, I understand. Su Qingwan nodded promptly, then shifted the topic, her face alight with anticipation. By the way, village chief, you frequently travel beyond the village and are well informed. Do you have any idea how much this tiger might fetch? Swish, swish, swish. Upon her words, everyone turned their curious gazes towards Li Xiangping, even Wang Yi, who had been drinking water. After all, this creature belonged to him, and its value directly impacted his future quality of life. Cough, cough. Sensing all eyes upon him, Li Xiangping relished the attention. Yet he did not keep them in suspense. Clearing his throat, he began, well, I cannot specify an exact price, but tiger skins can be fashioned into coats. Tiger bones can be infused into liquor, and the meat and blood can enhance vitality. Moreover, the bones are quite beneficial to man, so the price will certainly not be less than 5 digits, and it might even reach 6. Hiss, as Li Xiangping concluded, except for Wang Yi. Every person present gasped in astonishment. Following this, disbelief echoed among them. No way, village chief, are you certain you're not jesting? Is this tiger truly worth such a sum? Indeed, village chief, you must not speak carelessly. A 6-figure sum begins at 100,000, and I doubt I could earn that in a decade. Yes, if this were true, it would be extraordinary. Could it not render one the wealthiest in our village? In the face of skepticism from the crowd, Li Xiangping shot a glare. Of course it is true. Although I have never seen anyone sell such a thing, I have heard of its value. It is undoubtedly worth a considerable sum. If one encounters a discerning buyer, it could fetch an even higher price, especially for martial artists. This treasure is a rare boon, a veritable gift from the heavens. My goodness, it could sell for even more. This fortune is simply too extravagant. Indeed, it is unfortunate we arrived too late. Otherwise, we could have shared in the fortune. What a pity. Who would not wish for such a sum? 100,000. Could my elementary school education even allow me to comprehend such a figure? The villagers, filled with envy, gazed at Wang Yi, who sat leisurely sipping water, wishing to take his place. A 6-figure sum in an era where the average wage barely grazed 2,000. Who would not covet it? Yet, envy alone bore no fruit. This was another's prize. Could they truly resort to violence to seize it? However, a thought struck them. This mountain was home to more than one tiger. They could hunt for themselves. If a young man could slay a tiger while carrying a girl, surely they could succeed too. Thus, a bold soul proposed, village chief, since tigers are so valuable, why not form a team to venture into the mountains to hunt? His words fell into a momentary silence, soon followed by a chorus of eager agreement. Why did I not think of that? It is worth a try. If we manage to hunt one, each of us could earn at least 10,000. Yes, I believe it is feasible. Shall we embark on this endeavor? Indeed, this seems promising. In an instant, greed clouded the minds of the villagers. Of the 10 hunting volunteers, 8 yearned to enter the mountains in pursuit of the tiger. Only Li Xiangping and Su Desui appeared conflicted. Ahem, friends, tigers are not so easily vanquished. The one I hunted was injured and could not flee quickly. That is why I was fortunate enough to slay it. Do not act rashly. At this moment, Wang Yi felt compelled to intervene. These individuals were blinded by avarice. Should they venture into the mountains and suffer losses, it could lead to trouble with the families of the fallen. He wished to avoid being labeled the cause of their misfortune. Yet the crowd remained unconvinced. As soon as he finished speaking, voices rose in protest, some even resorting to harsh words. Village chief, do not heed this boy's nonsense. If he could slay a tiger while burdened, surely we, seasoned hunters, can surpass him. Indeed, I sense this boy harbors ill intentions. He must wish to keep the bounty for himself. Quite right. Do not listen to him. With our numbers, even if we struggle, we shall face no peril. With good intentions met with ingratitude, Wang Yi found himself both exasperated and amused. Nevertheless, he patiently advised, Village Chief, Uncle San, for the sake of Qingwan, I earnestly urge you to reconsider. Tigers are not to be trifled with. While you may succeed in taking down a tiger or two, there is a high likelihood that someone among you will be injured, or worse, lose their life. Life can continue without such peril. There is truly no need for it. Pausing for effect, Wang Yi then shifted his tone. Of course, I am merely an outsider. Your decision to proceed or not holds little consequence for me. I am simply offering a well-meaning warning. Should you encounter misfortune, it bears no relation to me. It is often said that good advice falls on deaf ears. He had made his point. If these individuals chose to ignore his counsel and seek their own demise, it would not concern him in the slightest. Chapter 28. Selling the tiger, everyone has heard, right? Qingwan's partner speaks the truth. Tigers are not so easily hunted. Our lives are improving, and there is no need to take such risks. We should think of our families. What if something goes wrong? What would become of them? Li Xiangping, initially hesitant, found Wang Ye's words to be quite reasonable. Thus, his already reluctant heart became resolute. Village chief, I will heed Qingwan's advice, regardless of whether they go or not. I will not participate. Su Desui, who had been somewhat tempted, ultimately suppressed his greed upon seeing Su Qingwan shake her head. His niece is a university student, exceptionally clever. Trusting her judgment is undoubtedly wise. Perhaps we should reconsider. The tiger isn't going anywhere, he suggested. Indeed, I agree. Let us return and discuss it with our families. We can see how many are willing to join. Yes, this is a significant matter that requires family consultation. Li Xiangping's remarks, along with Su Deshui's stance, caused others to waver. Indeed, with the economy flourishing and fishing in the sea yielding considerable income, was it worth risking their lives against a tiger? They had all witnessed the tiger's ferocity. Although they were young then and some memories were hazy, the deaths and injuries from that time were indelible. Just moments ago, upon seeing Wang Yi slay a tiger with a single arrow, they seemed to have forgotten their fear. Very well, go home and deliberate. In 2 days, it will be time for this month's hunt. Those willing to go can do so, while others may linger around the outskirts. Li Xiangping waved his hand, then turned to Wang Yi and Su Qingwan, asking Qingwan, her partner, are you planning to bring the tiger back to the village or sell it now? After a brief pause, he continued, my suggestion is to take advantage of the crowd and head directly to the city to sell it, to avoid any unforeseen complications. There exists a small path in the mountains that leads directly to the town, taking over an hour to walk. Qing Ke and the others usually take this route to school. Upon noticing Wang Ye's puzzled expression, Su Qingwan explained, oh, I see. Would that be too much trouble for you? Wang Yi realized, if they could sell it directly, he would be more than willing. No trouble at all. We are all from the same village, and we have grown up together with Qingwan's father. As long as you treat Qingwan well, that is sufficient. Yes, it's not a problem. Just treat us uncles to a meal and drinks afterward. Indeed, all right. I will not be coy. Once the tiger is sold, I will treat everyone to a feast. Oh, and by the way, if you help me carry the tiger, I am not stingy. I have also caught some wild chickens, one for each family to enjoy. With that, Wang Yi called to Su Qingwan and hurried off to gather the scattered wild chickens. Upon seeing the chickens, the men feigned reluctance, yet their faces lit up with delight. Ultimately, they could not refuse and accepted them all. With everything in order, Su Qingwan remained behind with 2 villagers to relay the news. The remaining individuals united to lift the tiger, making their way along the path towards Pinghai Town. After nearly 2 hours, as darkness enveloped the sky, the weary group arrived at the bustling intersection of the town. This locale represents the heart of Pinghai, where various shops and commerce converge. The tiger they intended to sell would be offered at the local fish and game market. From the outside, the market resembled a modest light steel factory. Upon entering, one would find a series of rectangular stone platforms constructed from cement. The market was brightly illuminated, with numerous individuals clad in modern attire, yet bearing swords, gathered in the innermost area, animatedly observing something and chattering excitedly. The stalls were divided into 3 distinct sections. Immediately upon entry was the vegetable area, which was largely empty, devoid of buyers or sellers. Venturing further in, one reached the seafood section, where various bowls and glass tanks displayed an array of marine life. A few patrons were seen sifting through the selections, haggling over prices. Continuing deeper, one encountered the game section, where various small game, such as wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits were displayed. Additionally, some stalls featured hooks from which hung larger wild animals like mountain goats and wild boars. Is that a tiger? Upon their entrance, a voice rang out, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the market. Where? By heavens, it truly is a tiger. Incredible. Just moments ago, a leopard was remarkable enough, and now there's an even more formidable tiger. Silence, everyone. Whose tiger is this? I wish to purchase it. Let us hear some offers. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Who would want such a magnificent tiger? Indeed, I'll offer 50,000. How absurd. 50,000 for a full-grown tiger? You might as well buy a large cow for that price. Haha, who can argue with that? I'll raise it to 100,000. Wang Yi remained relatively composed, but Li Xiangping and the others were left dumbfounded. Had they just entered, and already the price was soaring to 100,000? If this bidding continued, who could predict how high it might go? In an instant, the earlier resolve to hunt the tiger had rekindled their interest. Ahem! Everyone, let us keep it orderly. I am the owner of this tiger. If anyone wishes to buy, please make your offers one at a time. The highest bidder wins. With payment exchange for the tiger. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, who was elated at the prospect, Li Xiangping and the others were still grappling with the situation. Seeing the initial bid at 100,000, he anticipated the final amount would only increase. With this sum, he could not only settle the debts owed to Su Qingwan's family, but also refurbish the house and provide Su Qingwan with a splendid wedding. The thought alone filled him with joy. Since this young man has spoken, I, Zhang, shall place the first bid at 105,000, declared a burly man from the crowd, his sword slung across his back. A robust man with a sword at his waist, around 27 or 28 years of age, spoke calmly. I shall offer 110,000. I kindly ask you all to give Chun Su some consideration. I have traveled through various markets these past few days in search of a formidable beast, and this tiger is mine to claim. Ha ha ha, young man. What consideration do you possess? Laughed a gaunt, middle-aged man without an ounce of deference. I shall bid 120,000. This creature could be brought home for my child to strengthen his resolve. As for the ox, I shall feast upon it myself. Does that not sound delightful? Indeed, you have yet to fully mature and already wish to show off. Do you believe yourself to be an entry-level swordsman? Another voice chimed in. I shall offer 121,000. Very well. Should you truly be an entry-level swordsman, I would immediately take my leave, relinquishing my claim even to that leopard. Alas, you are not, so I will bid 125,000. Upon hearing their remarks, the youth named Chun Su's expression darkened slightly. However, realizing that this was merely a remote and impoverished area where no one recognized him, such lack of respect was to be expected. He thus nodded and, regaining his composure, stated serenely, Then let us measure our financial prowess. I shall bid 150,000. Chapter 29. Escalation of conflict and evolution of the fray. Good heavens. Are you out of your mind? This tiger is worth, at most, a little over 100,000, and you jump straight to 150,000. How can we possibly bid against that? Indeed, young man, do you even understand how to bid? Jumping to such an exorbitant figure leaves us at a loss. Damn, I see this lad is here just to stir up trouble. The individuals who had previously placed their bids were incensed by Chun Su's offer of 150,000. If they continued to bid, they would be nothing but fools. Yet, the thought of watching the tiger slip away was equally unbearable. Thus, They resorted to venting their frustrations towards Chun Su, hoping he might reconsider. However, Chun Su remained unfazed, merely offering a faint smile. "Oh, weren't you all dismissive of me just moments ago? Now that I bid 150,000, what's the problem? I have plenty of money. If you're capable, feel free to raise your bids. By heavens, you have quite the temper. Do you believe you can withstand our wrath with just a single sword? Exactly. You should think twice. We are many, and you are but one. Indeed, it would be wise for you to leave before you provoke us further." A group of individuals glared at Chun Su, their demeanor threatening, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Cough, cough. "Gentlemen, this is a fair competition. He has bid 150,000. You are welcome to bid higher or abstain from bidding altogether. Kindly refrain from threats," Wang Yi interjected, concerned that this handsome young man named Chun Su might be scared off, which would be a significant loss for him. Nonetheless, the crowd either felt emboldened by their numbers or was simply accustomed to intimidation, disregarding Wang Ye's words. The burly man who had initially bid spoke up. "Young brother, your assertion is flawed. This fellow is clearly engaging in malicious competition, driving up prices. We must voice our objections. We certainly cannot allow ourselves to be taken advantage of. Indeed, young brother, this is none of your concern. Just wait for the sale to conclude." Right. A tiger is only worth a little over 100,000. Don't be too greedy. The night roads can be perilous. The gaunt middle-aged man and his companions chimed in, some even issuing veiled threats. Hearing such remarks, Wang Yi felt a surge of indignation and resolved to no longer tolerate their behavior. Turning to Chun Su, he smiled gently. "So, you are Chun Su, correct? You bid 150,000. This tiger is yours. Shall we proceed with a cash transaction?" Yes, no problem. I have cash in my car. We can finalize the deal right now." Chun Su was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that this young man, seemingly younger than himself, would be so resolute. However, he found this character admirable, and if the opportunity arose, he would certainly welcome a friendship. "Very well. Let us proceed to your vehicle for the transaction." Wang Yi nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Chun Su. In an era where the average income was merely 1,000 to 2,000, the ability to own a car indicated that one was certainly no ordinary individual. It would indeed be worthwhile to get acquainted. Should we chance upon valuable goods next time, we could sell directly to him, sparing ourselves the trouble of haggling with those who cannot afford a reasonable price, yet are exceedingly arrogant. "Very well, let us proceed. My vehicle is parked just outside the hotel where I'm also residing." As he spoke, Chun Su stepped forward to lead the way. However, at that moment, the burly man with a knife and his companions were unwilling to relent, swiftly blocking the path ahead of the group. "How audacious of you, two, to disregard us. Do you dare to believe I won't leave my mark upon you?" They sneered. "Indeed, your audacity is impressive. Today, you shall either let the tiger leave with 100,000 or engage in a scuffle. The choice is yours. Indeed, we have set our sights on this tiger. No one shall take it from us. To obstruct our fortunes is akin to murdering one's parents. You think you can rob me of 50,000 with just a word? What gives you the gall?" Wang Yi, growing increasingly irritated, let his gaze turn icy as he addressed the leader of the burly men, stating calmly, "I too present you with two options. Vacate promptly or find yourselves in a hospital bed." Wang Yi was undeterred by their words. They were barely at the threshold of competence, whereas he possessed proficiency in leg, fist, and blade techniques. He had no reason to fear them. Furthermore, during his journey, he had engaged in numerous conversations with the villagers and gained considerable insight into this world. In Huagua, brawling is encouraged, provided one refrains from using ranged weapons and avoids fatal or crippling harm. After all, a nation must maintain the valor of its people to grow strong. The youth of today are exceedingly arrogant. Just look at your attire. You resemble hunters of the wilderness. While you may outshine us in archery, in combat, your numbers alone will not suffice. Yes, young man, wise up and hand over the tiger, taking away 100,000 while you can. Do not wait until you are beaten and have to send your money to the hospital. Indeed, the weakest among us possesses the strength of a minor martial disciple, while the strongest among us has reached greater mastery. One could easily take on 10 of you. I advise you to comply." As the brazen threats echoed, Wang Yi had yet to respond when Li Xiangbing and the others grew anxious. Xiao Wang, perhaps we should sell it to them after all. They are martial artists, and we cannot afford to provoke them. Indeed, losing 50,000 is inconsequential, but should a fight break out, blades do not discern their targets. Precisely. They are all at least minor martial disciples. While we do not even qualify, how could we possibly fight? Ha ha ha. Youngster, did you hear that? Your elders seem to possess a keen awareness of their limitations. Hand over the tiger. The burly man crossed his arms with a smug expression. Typically, they banded together in this market, acquiring numerous fine catches and seafood at slightly lower prices. Some were for personal consumption, as training required proper nourishment, while others were resold for profit, leading to a comfortable life. Now, with the tiger in their possession, they anticipated an effortless 200,000 at the market come morning. The sudden doubling of profits filled my heart with an indescribable joy. However, while the notion was promising, both Wang Yi and Chen Su remained unfazed by his threats. Chen Su, swift to act, unsheathed the long sword from his waist and stepped forward, coldly declaring, "This tiger has already been claimed by me. Should anyone wish to contest, they must first surpass my blade. How dare you show such insolence?" "Very well, I shall make you bleed today," retorted the burly man, his smile instantly transforming into a fierce scowl. Drawing forth the fearsome blade from his back, he bellowed, "Step outside with me. I want to see just how strong you truly are, daring to disregard my authority." With that, he strode out of the market and into the square, striking a formidable pose. The dim streetlights cast a shadow upon his tall, imposing figure, lending him an air of intimidation. Not to be outdone, Chen Su followed suit, positioning himself a few meters away. Grasping his sword with one hand, he stood tall and proud. Had he exchanged his white t-shirt and jeans for a flowing robe and let his buzz cut transform into long hair, he would have embodied the very essence of a sword immortal. Thus, the two faced each other from a distance, striking cool poses in perfect synchrony, neither willing to make the first move. Meanwhile, the senior citizens dancing in the square, along with those taking leisurely evening strolls after dinner, gathered around, their whispers filling the air as they witnessed the impending clash. Chapter 30. Are you a novice martial artist? Oh, is that not Zhang Xiong? This fellow possesses the formidable strength of a seasoned martial artist, and in our Pinghai town, aside from a handful of elder warriors, I doubt anyone could secure a decisive victory against him. Indeed, Zhang Xiong is regarded as a formidable figure among the middle-aged martial artists in our town, wielding the ghost head blade technique with great vigor. The young man before him is surely in for a rough time. However, one cannot dismiss this entirely. The young man exudes a remarkable aura, suggesting a significant background, and he appears rather unfamiliar. I suspect he might be the scion of a wealthy family from the city, and his strength is likely commendable. I share your sentiment. He employs the sword, adopting a graceful style that perfectly counters Zhang Xiong's approach. Yet, you seem to overlook a crucial detail. Does he not have companions? Those are Zhang Xiong's underlings. Even if this young man can hold his own against Zhang Xiong, he is bound to face a fate of being overwhelmed by numbers. Goodness, let us cease our chatter. It appears they are about to engage. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the murmurs surrounding them faded into silence, as all eyes turned to the two adversaries locked in confrontation. With a shout, they commenced their duel after exchanging a few sharp words. Zhang Xiong, wielding the ghost head blade, struck with the force of a mountain. Chen Su did not flinch, raising his sword to parry the blow. The clash of blade against blade resounded, and it was evident that Chen Su was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. He quickly retreated, seeking to create distance. However, Zhang Xiong was relentless, pursuing him closely and delivering a sweeping strike. With no other choice, Chen Su raised his guard once more. In this exchange of attack and defense, Chen Su found himself on the back foot. Yet, the heavy blade demanded immense strength and stamina, and after several strikes, Zhang Xiong's pace began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Su launched a counterattack. His swordplay fluid and agile, forcing Zhang Xiong into a state of disarray. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, their whispers resuming with fervor. Goodness, this young man is extraordinary, At just over 20 years of age, he too is a master of the martial arts. Indeed, his prowess is remarkable, as swordsmanship is among the most challenging disciplines to master and possesses the highest offensive capability. Zhang Xiong may be in for a difficult time. Yes, while Zhang Xiong's technique is bold and powerful, it is evident that it lacks the agility and endurance of the sword. Alas, you are overestimating the situation. He is not alone. Look, his underlings are preparing to intervene. As anticipated, just as those words were spoken, a previously gaunt middle-aged man produced a dagger from his possession and shouted, "Brother Xiong, I come to your aid. Let us eliminate this outsider." With that exclamation, the thin man charged into the fray, his dagger striking towards Chun Tsu's sword hand like a venomous snake. Yet this was not the end. 3 more figures followed suit, clamoring as they rushed into the battlefield. "Brother Xiong, I too shall assist you. Let us resolve this swiftly, and do not bother with niceties." Indeed, how dare this outsider challenge us in Pinghai? He is truly courting disaster. In a moment of chaos, the lean middle-aged man launched a sudden ambush that caught Chun Tsu off guard, who had been preoccupied with suppressing Zhang Xiong. Fortune Di Jian Su, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship and swiftness, narrowly evaded the dagger's strike. However, he was unable to defend against the subsequent 3 slashes that followed. In an instant, 2 blades pierced his back, and 1 cut into his arm, causing his long sword to clatter to the ground, blood gradually seeping out and staining his white t-shirt. Thankfully, although the nation revered martial prowess and permitted the use of cold weapons, the law prohibited sharpened blades. Otherwise, his injuries would have been far more severe. "You possess remarkable strength, young man," Zhang Xiong admitted, "but even the mightiest dragon cannot subdue the local serpent. This fishing and hunting market in Pinghai town is our brother's livelihood. Do not blame us for using our numbers to overwhelm you." He gestured to his subordinates to refrain from further aggression, shaking his head. Then, his gaze shifted to Wang Yi, who stood with arms crossed at the market's entrance, and he laughed heartily. "Well, little brother, what will it be? Are you prepared to join the fray, or will you swiftly hand over the tiger to us?" Wang Yi smirked, dismissing the situation with a wave of his hand, and stepped closer to Chun Tsu, inquiring, "Brother, are you all right? Is it serious?" "I'm fine," Chun Tsu replied, one hand clutching his injured arm, "but I apologize. I may no longer be able to purchase your tiger." "Do not fret, my brother," Wang Yi chuckled. "These few insignificant fellows are merely relying on their numbers to intimidate you, but they cannot bully me. Once I avenge you, we shall conduct our transaction." He patted Chun Tsu on the shoulder with a hearty laugh before striding confidently toward Zhang Xiong and his group, casually declaring, "You desire the tiger, do you? Very well. Defeat me, and the tiger is yours, free of charge." "What? Are you serious?" The eyes of Zhang Xiong and his companions lit up, fixated on Wang Yi. The onlookers were equally astonished. 100,000 yuan was no trifling sum, worth more than a house in town. Was this man exceptionally brave, or simply foolish? Joking? "I never jest with those who aren't my friends," Wang Yi replied nonchalantly, continuing to advance with a faint smile. Suddenly, he surged forward, his speed escalating dramatically, reaching the 5 men in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, he had already begun his assault. With a powerful punch, he struck the abdomen of the foremost lackey, who let out a muffled groan as his face contorted in agony, followed by a violent retching. Without a moment's pause, Wang Yi pivoted sharply, delivering an elbow strike to another lackey's jaw. The latter barely had time to scream before blood erupted from his mouth, mixed with a few teeth. As he collapsed in a daze, continuing his relentless assault, Wang Yi executed an uppercut that connected with yet another lackey's chin, sending blood splattering and teeth flying as the man fell, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Finally, Wang Yi bent his leg and drove his knee forcefully into the thin, middle-aged man's thigh. "Ah, my leg. My leg is broken." A gaunt, middle-aged man emitted a wail, staggering and collapsing, clutching his knee, rolling about in agony. "Damn it, you little brat pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I'll kill you." The anguished cries of the gaunt man jolted the bewildered Zhang Xiong awake, who, in a fit of rage, brandished his large blade and swung it towards Wang Yi's head. This time, he truly meant to deliver a lethal blow. If that strike landed on Wang Ye's skull, even a dull blade could take away a significant portion of his life or even cause instant death. After all, the weight of his sword was no trivial matter, weighing a full 5 kilograms. However, Wang Yi merely wore a disdainful expression, advancing rather than retreating, and simultaneously turning his body to execute a shoulder charge. With a resounding crash, in the blink of an eye, while Zhang Xiong's ghostly blade was still raised in the air, he felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a speeding automobile. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, propelling him 7 or 8 meters away before he finally came to a stop. "Why, you're an entry-level fighter," he gasped, struggling to sit up and pointing at Wang Yi, his eyes wide with horror. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, another torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, and with a roll of his eyes, he lost consciousness. Chapter 31. Brother-in-law. Have you given all your money to him? Silence enveloped the room, as if someone had pressed the pause button. All eyes were fixated on Wang Yi, who remained in a striking pose, leaving the crowd parched and their minds blank. After an indeterminate span of time, an elderly man with graying hair murmured, "Such a young novice fighter. Whose grandson is he? How can he be so remarkable?" The old man's voice ignited a powder keg, and instantly the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. "When did Pinghai Town gain such a young novice master? Who is this? Does anyone know him? Can someone introduce him? This young man seems unfamiliar. I don't recognize him, but I know someone who just stood beside him." "Who? Are you referring to those fellows clutching the tiger?" "Yes, one of them is named Li Xiangping. He is the village chief of Shanghai Fishing Village. I suspect this young man hails from that village as well." "How could that be possible? That Shanghai Fishing Village is impoverished. How could they cultivate a novice master?" "Hey, don't dismiss it. Those individuals are indeed from Shanghai Fishing Village. I've purchased seafood from them several times. By your account, I must visit Shanghai Fishing Village someday. Perhaps there are exceptional masters hidden there. Indeed, even if there aren't any greater ones, it would be remarkable to have this young man as a mentor." As they spoke, they regarded Wang Yi with fervent admiration. Although novice-level prowess might sound unimpressive, it is the threshold of true martial artists. The martial apprentice realm merely serves as an introduction to martial arts. With diligence and proper nourishment, most individuals can attain it. However, reaching the novice level is a different matter altogether, demanding years of practice, proper sustenance, and innate talent. Otherwise, one may never gain entry. Take Zhang Xiong and his companions. For instance, all in their 40s, they remain trapped at the pinnacle of martial apprentices, unable to achieve completeness, let alone the novice level. Yet here stands Wang Yi, so young, already a master of novice-level combat, inciting their desire to seek him as a mentor. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, these thoughts swirled in the minds of the onlookers. At this moment, he straightened his posture and approached the astonished Chun Su with deliberate steps. "Brother, the obstructions have been dealt with. Shall we continue our transaction?" Oh, wow, you truly are a novice master?" Chun Su stammered, nodding in disbelief. As he processed this revelation, a look of incredulity washed over his face. At 25, he was merely a step away from the pinnacle of martial apprentices, earning the title of genius in the province. Yet, before him stood a younger individual who had already attained the novice level. What an anomaly! What a remarkable talent! In that moment, he even contemplated becoming a disciple, albeit not of Wang Yi himself, but of Wang Ye's master. That is not important. What matters is that it's getting late. Let us expedite our transaction. Wang Yi harbored a desire to impress Chun Su, intending to reveal that he had not only mastered the fundamentals of boxing and leg techniques, but had also delved into the art of swordsmanship. However, years of social experience taught him the virtue of humility. One must always retain a few hidden cards. For while one should harbor no malicious intent, one must remain vigilant against the designs of others. "All right, let us proceed to the hotel for our transaction," he said. Chun Su, realizing his impulsiveness, readily agreed and led the way. Wang Yi smiled and waved at Li Xiangping and the others, who appeared bewildered, before following Chun Su towards the hotel. Upon reaching the hotel parking lot 10 minutes later, the exchange was completed seamlessly, with both parties trading cash for goods. After the transaction, Wang Yi, carrying a black bag filled with 15 bundles of red notes, prepare to leave with Li Xiangping and the others. Unexpectedly, Chen Su insisted on treating them to a meal. Unable to decline the warm invitation, Wang Yi acquiesced. Over dinner, they got to know each other better and exchanged contact information, though Wang Yi provided the phone number of the village head. After satisfying their appetites, they bid farewell to Chen Su and set off under the stars along the same path back to Shanghai Fishing Village. After nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the village. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Yi distributed 200 yuan red envelopes to each person before they returned to their homes. As he approached the courtyard, he noticed Su Qingwan seated with her 3 younger sisters, engaged in animated conversation. "Brother-in-law, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you. Did you really catch a tiger today?" as the eldest sister said. Upon hearing Wang Ye's voice, Su Qingke leaped up excitedly, rushing to open the door while chattering away. Su Qingfeng and Su Qingji also stood up, brimming with enthusiasm as they followed closely behind. Su Qingwan, though equally thrilled, remained still, quietly observing from her spot. "Indeed, it is true. Quickly open the door for your brother-in-law. By the way, have you all eaten? I brought back plenty of delicious food for you," Wang Yi replied, waving the takeout bag in his hand. Having indulged in a sumptuous meal at the hotel, he had not forgotten about Su Qingwan and the others, and had ordered several signature dishes for them. Naturally, he paid for the meal himself, refraining from letting Chen Su treat them. After all, their party was large, and having earned a substantial profit, he felt no need to take advantage of the situation. "Wu, brother-in-law, I adore you." Thankfully, the eldest sister insisted on waiting for you before starting the meal. Otherwise, I would have filled my stomach and missed out on all these delicious treats, Su Qingke exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the food Wang Yi carried. Su Qingfeng and Su Qingji, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, couldn't help but lick their lips in anticipation. At that moment, Su Qingwan approached, playfully chiding, "You spoil them, you know. The food at home is ready, with wild chicken soup prepared. Why waste money on this?" "Haha, how can food consumed be considered waste?" Wang Yi replied generously, walking inside with a smile. "Qingwan, from now on, I will shoulder the financial burdens at home. You can confidently lead your sisters in their endeavors." As Wang Yi spoke, he handed the takeout bag to Su Qingfeng and tucked the black bag filled with money into Su Qingwan's embrace. With a wave of his hand, he urged them, "You two should go eat. I need to take a shower. I feel utterly uncomfortable with this stickiness." Having said that, Wang Yi strode towards the backyard shower without a backward glance. In the front yard, the 4 Su sisters stared blankly at Wang Ye's retreating figure until he finally disappeared from view. "Sister, that bag doesn't contain the money from brother-in-law selling tigers, does it?" Su Qingfeng swallowed hard. The black bag was bulging, and one could faintly discern the shapes of little bricks within, if that were indeed money. How much could it possibly be? "Wow, sister, has brother-in-law given you all this money?" Su Qingke exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. Though still young, she had witnessed numerous altercations sparked by monetary disputes. She truly hadn't expected her newly arrived brother-in-law to be so generous. In that moment, she found herself utterly enamored with this magnanimous brother-in-law. Su Qingwan, too, was taken aback, though she managed to maintain her composure as she remarked, "It must be, but we cannot keep this money. We should return it to Wang Yi when he comes out. He has been good to us, and we must not take advantage of his kindness." Chapter 32. Lottery, insufficient funds. Big sister, why not go and get the marriage certificate with brother-in-law tomorrow? Su Qingfeng suddenly suggested. It was not that she wished to seize economic control for her sister, but rather she felt that their brother-in-law truly treated their family well. The sooner they married, the more at ease she would feel. After all, if their brother-in-law were to be lured away by some vixen, where could they possibly find another like him? Su Qingke paused momentarily, then eagerly nodded in agreement. "Big sister, I believe Sanjie is right. Brother-in-law is not only capable of earning, but he is also handsome and treats you well. He is willing to spend so much on you. You should hurry and tie the knot. I have this matter under control, so you need not worry. Now go and eat." Su Qingwan waved her hand and, clutching the money, walked toward the main room. Today, in the mountains, the two had confirmed their relationship, and they would face life and death together. She was indeed willing to marry Wang Yi. However, such matters could not be settled solely by her words. It depended on Wang Ye's feelings as well. Thus, she planned to inquire about his sentiments when they were alone later. Meanwhile, Wang Yi was unaware of the conversation among the Su sisters. At that moment, he was enjoying a comfortable bath while checking his system panel. Host, Wang Yi physique, 17. Average male 10. Map, 10 meters, 130-5000. Items, none. Skills, beginner fishing, beginner cooking, beginner archery, beginner leg technique, beginner fist technique, beginner knife technique. Points, 5150. After reviewing his attributes, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile broadly. This tiger was practically a delivery boy. The experience points had remarkably surged by over 1,000, and the map range had expanded from 5 meters to 10, significantly increasing his earning potential. As for the points, they had skyrocketed to a terrifying 5,000, allowing for an impressive 50 chances at a beginner draw. The roulette wheel would likely be spinning smoke. Of course, Wang Yi was not foolish. With the availability of intermediate draws, who would opt for the beginner ones? However, he decided to indulge in a preliminary draw to warm up. System, let me have a beginner draw first. Beep. Received beginner draw commencing. The system's prompt resounded in his mind, and the screen transformed, revealing a spinning wheel. Soon, the pointer came to a halt, and he had drawn an item, a handheld net. Upon seeing this prize, an idea to purchase a small boat suddenly struck Wang Yi. Without a boat, while he could earn a little from the shore, it was far too meager. As for venturing into the mountains, he would rather not. Even a smaller, injured southern tiger had nearly taken his life. Encountering a larger northern tiger or a bear would likely lead to his demise without him even realizing it. Thus, purchasing a boat to venture out to sea seemed the most prudent choice. However, acquiring a boat was no trivial matter now that he had a partner. It was essential to discuss it with Su Qingwan. With this resolution in mind, Wang Yi ceased his overthinking and proceeded with another draw. System, let me have an intermediate draw. Beep. Acknowledged. The intermediate lottery commences. As the system's prompt echoed, the roulette wheel displayed on the screen spun, elevating the previous basic prizes to a higher tier. Simultaneously, the pointer at the center began to whirl rapidly. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the master-level breath-holding skill, allowing you to breathe underwater for 15 minutes with a single intake of breath. Underwater breathing? Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly broke into a grin. This skill is quite advantageous. It enables diving for lobsters, and with a spear gun in hand, one could also fish beneath the waves. Most importantly, should one fall into the sea, this ability would greatly enhance survival compared to an ordinary person. System, draw again at the intermediate level. Beep. Acknowledged. The intermediate lottery commences. The roulette spun swiftly. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the master-level swordsmanship. What on earth, what use is this? Wang Yi felt somewhat exasperated. He had no intention of establishing a sect, so why would he need master-level swordsmanship? A master-level archery skill would be far more beneficial for hunting in the mountains and earning extra income. Draw. Let us continue. Beep. Acknowledged. The intermediate lottery commences. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the master-level archery skill. Goodness, did I actually win that? Wang Yi found himself both amused and bewildered. However, after absorbing the master-level archery skill, he felt quite pleased. It was indeed practical. With this skill, one could achieve the feat of hitting a target from 100 paces. In this context, it meant hitting the mark from 100 meters away, striking precisely wherever the eye could see. Armed with this archery prowess, coupled with his current physical condition, taking down that southern tiger would be a breeze. System, proceed with another draw. Beep. Acknowledge. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the master-level painting skill. For goodness sake, could we not draw something sensible? Am I to rely on painting for my livelihood? Wang Yi rolled his eyes. Draw again. Beep. Acknowledge. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the master-level architecture skill. By the heavens, first painting, now architecture. Are they trying to mold me into a polymath? Wang Yi couldn't help but murmur in frustration. Yet on second thought, the architectural skill wasn't entirely without merit. With some funds at his disposal, he could purchase a plot of land from the village chief and design a small villa for himself. After all, it would be preferable to reside in his own home when marrying. Should a dispute arise one day, and Su Qingwan were to say, "Get out of my house," how would he respond? Of course, he believed Su Qingwan would never utter such words, but it was wise to consider the long-term implications of one's actions. However, constructing a house, especially a 2- or 3-story seaside villa, would undoubtedly require a substantial sum, certainly not achievable without hundreds of thousands. Additionally, he wished to buy a boat, and with just over 100,000 in hand, he was still quite short. Furthermore, he needed to prepare for his marriage with Su Qingwan. Every aspect required finances. Alas, I must first focus on earning money. Everything else will have to unfold gradually. Upon exiting the shower, Wang Yi could hear the voices of the Su sisters from afar, emanating from the kitchen, especially Su Qingke, with her little mouth chattering about how delicious this and that is, expressing her adoration for her brother-in-law. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yi couldn't help but smile softly. He then stepped to the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame, and cheerfully remarked, "Little Qingke, you are quite lacking in ambition. I promise to treat you to delightful meals, and this is merely the beginning." After a brief pause, he continued, "Tomorrow, I shall take you all to the city, to buy you some clothes and enjoy a splendid meal. Is there anything in particular you yearn to eat?" "Wow, brother-in-law, you must be joking. Are you really taking us to the city?" Wang Ye's sudden voice startled the Su sisters. Yet once they regained their composure, Su Qingke instantly became excited. However, in contrast to Su Qingke's enthusiasm, Su Qingwan and Su Qingfeng shook their heads in unison. Su Qingwan was the first to speak. "Wang Yi, we already have enough clothes. There's no need to buy more. The meals we've had these past couple of days have been more than sufficient. We cannot afford to waste money." Su Qingfeng quickly chimed in, Yes, brother-in-law, earning money is not easy. We are already grateful for all the delicious food you've provided, and we cannot allow you to spend more." Hearing her two sisters, Su Qingke wilted, but being a sensible child, she managed to muster a smile and concurred, "Brother-in-law, you should heed the advice of my elder sister and third sister. I have clothes to wear and do not wish to go to the city." Upon finishing her words, even Su Qingji set down her spoon, approached Wang Yi, and gently tugged at one of his fingers, saying in a sweet voice, "Brother-in-law, please don't spend money. Qingji is very full and very happy." Chapter 33. A Pact of Devotion. The city is brimming with delightful little dresses, delectable cakes, ice cream, strawberries, pineapples, and so forth. Does Qingji not desire them? Does she not yearn to indulge? Wang Yi gently grasped Su Qingji's small hand, guiding her back to the dining table while playfully responding with a tender smile. He found great affection for this considerate little girl, and he was always generous towards those he cherished. Of course, he was inherently frivolous, never able to hold on to money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a position where even a bath could wash away his finances. "Brother-in-law, what are cake and ice cream? And what about strawberries and pineapples?" Su Qingji blinked her large, curious eyes in bewilderment. Having experienced upheaval shortly after her birth, the villagers claimed she brought misfortune to her parents. Thus, even at 5 years old, she seldom ventured beyond her home. Coupled with her family's poverty, they didn't even possess a television. She had never heard of such city delicacies, let alone seen them. Well, I can't quite explain, but tomorrow brother-in-law will take you to the city, and you'll find out then." Wang Yi gently squeezed the little girl's hand, his gaze filled with tenderness. In the world he hailed from, children of her age were treasures in their parents' eyes, and such ordinary delights were familiar to everyone. Yet, here was this little one, completely unaware of them, which was truly heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Since she had yet to experience the world, he would show her the splendor it held. What others possessed, she would have as well. What others lacked, she could still attain. "But, brother-in-law, our family is poor and in debt. I don't want you to spend money recklessly," Su Qingji said, her resolve wavering. The memory of a crowd demanding money from her family earlier that morning extinguished her fleeting desire. It's all right. Today, brother-in-law has come into great fortune. Henceforth, feel free to tell me whatever you wish to eat." He affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair before turning to Su Qingwan, inquiring with curiosity, "Qingwan, did you not inform your sisters how much money is in the bag?" Su Qingwan nodded, handing the bag resting on her lap to Wang Yi, and replied, This is your money. We should not look at it. You should keep it safe and not lose it. After a moment, she added with curiosity, by the way, how much did you sell that tiger for? Well, why not open it and see? Wang Yi smiled faintly, opting not to take the money. Instead, he picked up an empty bowl nearby and poured himself a serving of wild chicken soup, savoring it leisurely. Truth be told, this wild chicken soup was exquisite. Just like Su Qingwan's character, it remained untainted by the presence of the money. This realization brought him immense satisfaction. Should I open it then? Indeed, open it. My money is also your money. Do not distinguish between us so sharply unless you do not wish to marry me. All right. Su Qingwan ceased her pretenses, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she tore open the convenient bag. A sea of red met her eyes, and in an instant, Su Qingwan's eyes widened. Her small mouth slightly agape, as her mind struggled to process the overwhelming sight. Elder sister, what is it? How much is it that has you so astonished? Upon encountering the sight of Su Qingwan, Su Qingfeng curiously leaned in for a closer look. This glance proved to be quite startling. She found herself more astonished than Su Qingwan, instinctively covering her mouth in fear of disturbing their mother, who had only recently fallen asleep. Observing the astonishment etched on the faces of her two elder sisters, Su Qingke and Su Qingji were unable to suppress their curiosity and paused their meal to peer over as well. Yet, as they drew nearer, Su Qingke stood frozen, her mind swirling in disbelief. Meanwhile, the younger Su Qingji, lacking a clear understanding of money, innocently inquired, Elder sister, how much is this? Is it a lot? Indeed. A great deal, an extraordinary sum. With this amount, you can attend school next year, the family debts can be settled, we will have ample food to eat, and mother will have the means to purchase her medication. Su Qingwan exhaled deeply, feeling momentarily as if she were in a dream. After addressing her sister's question, her gaze shifted to Wang Yi, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Wang Yi, how much is this? Please tell me, is it truly real? Wang Yi finished the last of his soup, lifted his head with a light chuckle. Of course it's real. The total is 150,000. After spending a few hundred on meals and giving 200 each to the village chief and others, we have over 14,000 left. Over 14,000. Over 14,000. The Su sisters repeated in disbelief, their minds swirling once more. Before Wang Ye's arrival, their family of 5 could only afford sweet potatoes for meals, with savings barely reaching 3 digits. Yet, in just 2 to 3 days since Wang Yi appeared, they now held over 14,000 in red bills. Furthermore, every meal was accompanied by delicious meat dishes. It felt as if they had ascended from hell to heaven. The man who had guided them to this paradise was the charming rogue before them. Gratefulness filled their hearts, and they yearned to express their gratitude. However, with nothing of material value to offer, they could only pledge their devotion. With this thought, they all turned their eyes toward Wang Yi, their gazes imbued with warmth and appreciation. Su Qingke was the first to speak. Brother-in-law, you should go get your marriage certificate with my elder sister tomorrow. I want to be your closest little sister-in-law. Su Qingfeng eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Brother-in-law, both you and my elder sister are not getting any younger. You need to hurry and give us a nephew. Don't worry, I will help take care of him. Even Su Qingji, mimicking an adult, nodded repeatedly, clapping her tiny hands in excitement. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi instinctively glanced at Su Qingwan, awaiting her reaction, just as he expected her to shyly reprimand her sisters. Su Qingwan boldly stated, Wang Yi, what my sisters have said mirrors my own thoughts. Do you wish to marry me? Yes, I certainly do, but is it not a bit too hasty to get the certificate tomorrow? Wang Yi replied, caught off guard. He too desired to marry Su Qingwan soon, to embark on a life of unreserved intimacy together. Yet he had not anticipated it happening so swiftly. It is not too fast. Although our acquaintance has been brief, I know you are someone worthy of lifelong commitment. That is sufficient, Su Qingwan asserted, shaking her head with unwavering determination. At this point, she can no longer afford to be reserved. With his striking looks, unwavering loyalty in life-and-death situations, financial success, and the kindness he showed to her family, he had directly gifted her a substantial sum of money. For a man of such caliber, The only reciprocation she could envision was to offer herself wholly, to bear him several children. Beyond that, no other means of gratitude came to her mind. Very well, they shall obtain the marriage certificate tomorrow. Wang Yi no longer hesitated and nodded decisively. Since the young lady had expressed her intentions so openly, what room was there for him to be coy? Marrying swiftly would allow him to leave behind his bachelorhood and begin the journey of fatherhood, thus establishing a true home in this world. Yet, the matter of being an unregistered resident lingered, raising concerns about potential complications. Chapter 34. Marriage License, A Night of Silence. Early the next morning, Wang Yi took a boat with Su Qingwan's family to the city, including the mobility-impaired Su mother. Aware of Wang Yi's amnesia and lack of household registration and identification, the group first headed to the police station to address his identity. Just when Wang Yi anticipated a cumbersome process that might take some time, he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected ease of it all. After paying a modest express fee, his household registration and identification were processed in just over an hour. The registered residence was Su Qingwan's home, and under her initiative, he was even designated as the head of the household. This left Wang Yi somewhat bewildered as he exited the police station, though upon reflection, it made sense. Primarily, in Huagua, the population census was still incomplete, and there were numerous unregistered residents, especially in remote villages like Shanghai Fishing Village, which likely harbored many undocumented individuals. Those like Wang Yi, who took the initiative to register their household, alleviated the burden on the state, prompting the staff to be particularly courteous without any difficulty imposed. With his identification secured, Wang Yi's final worry dissipated, and he promptly accompanied Su Qingwan to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Without any unforeseen complications, they completed the necessary procedures and received their official certification, thus binding them as husband and wife. "Wife, pinch me," Wang Yi said, gazing at the marriage certificate in a daze. In just 3 days since his arrival, he had not only established residency, but also married and formed a family. Such a whirlwind of events felt surreal. "Huh, why should I pinch you?" Su Qingwan responded, slightly perplexed but obediently extending her hand. Instinctively, she pinched the soft flesh at Wang Yi's waist, careful not to apply too much pressure, merely giving it a gentle twist. "Ouch, all right, let go. I meant to ask you to pinch my arm, not my waist." Wang Yi confirmed he was not dreaming. Yet the price was steep. He quickly lifted his white shirt, specifically purchased for the wedding, revealing a large red mark. He looked at Su Qingwan with a frown. What was wrong with this woman? Would she resort to such tactics again? "Husband, you never specified to pinch your arm, did you? This was merely an instinctive reaction. You can't blame me. How about I blow on it?" Su Qingwan pouted, bending down as if genuinely preparing to blow on his waist. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi hastily raised his hand to shield her smooth forehead, teasingly scolding, "You woman, how can you be so audacious in a crowded civil affairs hall?" Pausing, he added with a bemused expression, "Is your previously composed demeanor merely an act?" As he spoke, he glanced around nervously, noticing many people wearing knowing smiles, while the Su sisters and Su mother wore expressions brimming with ambiguous delight, barely containing their laughter. Upon witnessing the scene, he could no longer engage in a debate with Su Qingwan and swiftly took her hand, urging her to leave. Let us hurry. I cannot bear your lack of modesty." Indeed, the adage rings true. Marriage reveals a woman's true nature. It seems that the days ahead may bring enduring trials. Yet, I cannot help but wonder why the corners of my mouth persistently wish to curl upwards. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Wang Yi did not relinquish Su Qingwan's hand. Instead, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "My dear, do you have any particular places in mind that you wish to visit next? If not, shall we proceed to the mall? We could purchase a few sets of clothes for each of you, followed by a sumptuous meal at a hotel to celebrate our new union." Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan glanced back at her mother and sisters, their worn garments a stark reminder of their humble circumstances. She nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head, responding, "The clothing at the mall is prohibitively expensive. Let us rather visit the wholesale market, where the garments are both affordable and durable, allowing us to acquire several sets. As for dining at a hotel, Perhaps we should forego that notion. We can purchase fine ingredients and prepare a meal at home, which is far more economical. Wang Yi, not in agreement, promptly interjected, "Oh dear, my wife, you are a university graduate. Surely you understand the principle of you get what you pay for. Quality items may be costly, but they possess no flaws aside from their price. Conversely, inferior products, while cheap, are often riddled with defects. Although mall clothing may be pricier, the styles are appealing. The fabric's superior, and they provide comfort when worn. In contrast, the garments from street vendors, while inexpensive, may have poor quality, fade easily, or even contain harmful substances, potentially causing skin allergies. The savings from such purchases would scarcely cover a doctor's visit." At this juncture, Wang Yi gently shook Su Qingwan's hand, imploring, "Please, my dear, heed my advice. Our family is now financially stable, and we ought to elevate our quality of life. Wearing fine clothing not only brings comfort, but also garners admiration from others. Eating well contributes to our health. Can one truly suffer from such indulgence?" He paused momentarily, gesturing toward Su's 3 younger sisters. "Look at our 3 lovely sisters-in-law. Each of them, amidst a crowd, would undoubtedly outshine their peers with their beauty. And what of our mother? In any gathering, she would eclipse her contemporaries. Then there is you, radiant as a celestial being descended from the heavens. I ask you, who on this street could rival your beauty?" As he continued, he noticed the 5 young women blushing at the compliments. He skillfully redirected the conversation. "However, do take a moment to observe the garments you and they wear, as well as your complexions. Are they not noticeably inferior to those around you? Why should those less fortunate in appearance have superior attire? Is it merely because they have men in their households that they thrive? Yet now, your family also has men, brothers-in-law and sons-in-law. So why persist in a life of frugality?" At this moment, Wang Yi gently released Su Qingwan's hand, his palms gripping her shoulders. His gaze was tender and profound, his voice resonant with a magnetic timbre. "To marry a man is to secure one's livelihood. If you choose me, I vow to nourish you to a state of health and vitality. Should I fail in this, others may perceive me as lacking in capability. Please, for the sake of my honor, heed my words." Their eyes locked. Su Qingwan found herself entranced by Wang Yi's gaze, her reflection shimmering within his pupils. In an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks, unbidden. She uttered no further words, merely nodding with gravity. In that moment, she truly comprehended that she had acquired a husband, a steadfast mountain upon whom she could wholly depend. Meanwhile, Su's mother and her 3 sisters could not suppress their silent tears. Their hearts swelled with emotion. In that instant, they perceived a radiant light emanating from Wang Yi. It was a brilliance that only a true man could exude, a magnificent aura capable of dispelling darkness and chill, illuminating the path ahead and warming their hearts, banishing their fears of uncertainty. Chapter 35 time seemed to drag on, and impatience gnawed at him once more. "How is everyone? Have you all eaten well?" By this time, evening had fallen, and after comforting the 5 members of the Su family at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the group made their way to the shopping mall. Under the generous influence of Wang Yi, each person, from head to toe, indulged in 3 complete outfits, all branded merchandise. Naturally, Wang Yi treated himself no differently. Upon completing their shopping, they did not leave immediately, but began to meander through the mall, from cakes and fruits to a variety of snacks and toys. Whenever the women lingered over something, he would make a grand gesture and purchase it without hesitation. As noon approached, the group settled for a meal in the mall, choosing a hot pot restaurant rather than a lavish hotel. For Wang Yi, the flavor of hot pot was merely average, yet for the Su sisters, it was akin to a culinary treasure. After all, aside from Su Qingwan, who had experienced it a few times during her school days, the rest were indulging for the very first time. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, beads of sweat formed from the spice could not dampen their joy. They relished every moment. After their meal, considering their youthful exuberance, Wang Yi took them to an amusement park, where they spent a delightful afternoon. Later, they dined at a prestigious hotel, enjoying a sumptuous feast. However, after such expenditures, including the purchase of a new phone, Wang Yi felt a lingering dissatisfaction, as if he had not spent enough. Therefore, After checking in with the Su sisters, who leaned back in their chairs, he suggested, "The evening is still young. Shall we indulge in a hot spring and take a bath? Dear, it's getting late. We should head back, or we might miss the last boat." Su Qingwan quickly interjected, shaking her head. She had begun to realize that this man was quite the spendthrift. At this rate, his considerable funds would likely vanish in just a few days. It seemed prudent to take control of their finances upon returning home. Unaware of Su Qingwan's thoughts, Wang Yi dismissed her concerns, saying, "What has to fear about missing the boat? We can simply stay. The hot spring has lodging available. If you all prefer not to stay there, we can find a grand hotel." "All right, Wang Yi, be honest with me. Have you frequented such places before? And didn't you suffer from amnesia? How come you know so much about them?" Su Qingwan's gaze turned suspicious, glinting with a dangerous light. In that moment, she felt as if she had been deceived by Wang Yi. Perhaps his memory loss was merely an act. "Oh dear, how can you accuse me unjustly?" Wang Yi stammered, standing up with a hint of guilt. "Forget it. If you don't wish to go, we can return." With that, he scooped up Su Qingji, who sat beside him, and turned to leave. Witnessing this scene, the Su family found it amusing and promptly gathered their belongings to follow suit. The journey back was marked by silence. By the time they returned to Shanghai Fishing Village, darkness had settled. Sated and exhausted from a day of fun, the Su sisters gradually washed up and retreated to their rooms for rest. After Wang Yi emerged from his bath, he settled in the living room, grinning as he played with his newly acquired mobile game, humming a little tune while he awaited. What he was waiting for, of course, was for Su Qingwan to finish her bath, as it was their wedding night. The minutes felt interminable, and he could not fathom why Su Qingwan was taking so long in the bathroom. Goodness, it left Wang Yi quite anxious, prompting him to rise and approach the bathroom door, rapping lightly. "Darling, are you done yet? Why is it taking so long?" "Oh, I've only been in here for 5 minutes. It's hardly long at all. Go on, go to bed, and don't loiter at the door." Su Qingwan replied from within, her bemusement evident. Having seen the world, she was well aware of her husband's impatience. However, she thought him rather hasty. What woman could finish her bath in less than half an hour? Especially on such a significant occasion, she certainly would not emerge until she felt perfectly prepared. Outside, Wang Yi remained oblivious to Su Qingwan's thoughts. Hearing her claim it had only been 5 minutes, he scratched his head in disbelief. It felt like an eternity had passed. How could it be merely 5 minutes? Resigned, he replied, "Well, hurry up. I'll be waiting for you in the living room." After a moment's hesitation, he dawdled for several seconds before retreating to the living room once more, amidst Su Qingwan's playful admonishments. "Darn it, why is this snake game so difficult? Ugh, this tank battle is utterly unentertaining. I keep dying. What is going on with this block? It's reached the top so quickly. Goodness, why is she taking so long in the bath? No, I must go urge her again." Distracted, time slipped away once more amidst his frustrations and exclamations. Growing impatient, Wang Yi stood and made his way back to the bathroom door. "Knock, knock. My dear, the moon is nearly home, the sun is getting ready for work, and I've waited until the flowers have wilted. How much longer will you be? Please, my beloved husband, could you check the time before you come to rush me? Including the previous 5 minutes. It's barely been a quarter of an hour. The moon is not going home just yet. But dear, a quarter of an hour is still significant. It equals 15 minutes, and 15 minutes amounts to 900 seconds. 900 seconds? Do you realize what transpires in just 1 second? Pausing for emphasis, Wang Yi recalled a set of statistics he had encountered about Earth, counting on his fingers. In 1 second, for babies are born, humanity consumes approximately 80 to 90,000 kilograms of food, and every second, a couple ties the knot. Therefore, my dear, we cannot squander so much time on bathing. It's simply isn't right. Giggling, oh my, where did you hear such things? You sound so knowledgeable. I think you were a graduate student. Oh, don't concern yourself with where I learned it. Just hurry out. We truly cannot waste any more time. Every moment of our spring night is invaluable. All right, you win. I can't argue with you. Just go wait in the bedroom, and I'll make it quick. Ah, very well. I shall await you in the living room. But do not dawdle any longer. I understand. Indeed, haha. As common folk, we are truly delighted today. Receiving a satisfactory response, Wang Yi nodded repeatedly, laughing heartily as he hummed a tune upon returning to the living room to resume his game. Although he continued to face failures, a smile stretched from ear to ear. However, as time slipped away, another 15 minutes passed without a sign of Su Qingwan. Wang Yi's expression grew increasingly displeased, and an array of expletives began to escape his lips. Finally, after yet another unfortunate demise in the game, he became agitated, abruptly rising to rush to the bathroom door. Just as he lifted his hand to knock, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing Su Qingwan standing there, a vision of grace. Under the dim light, she wore a dark red silk nightgown, tilting her head as she dried her damp hair. A few droplets of water clung to her fair neck, and her enchanting visage bore a rosy hue. Perhaps shy, her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her large eyes were cast downward, seemingly fixated on her toes. Gulp. Chapter 36. Purchasing Land and Boats? Upon encountering such a captivating Su Qingwan, Wang Yi could not help but swallow hard, his gaze fixated upon her. At that moment, a singular thought flooded his mind. My wife is exceptionally beautiful. What are you staring at? Is it pleasing to the eye? Initially, Su Qingwan felt a twinge of nervousness, but witnessing Wang Yi's expression, her anxiety dissipated, replaced by amusement. Naturally, a sense of secret delight also blossomed within her. Yes, it's certainly pleasing. My wife is the most stunning beauty in the world. I truly feel fortunate. Wang Yi snapped back to reality, instinctively feeling a bit bashful as he rubbed his nose in an attempt to conceal his embarrassment. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that she was indeed his wife, their marriage certificate in hand. So what was there to fear? Thus, he nodded earnestly, his gaze ardent and unabashed. Such a silly expression. Su Qingwan felt a hint of shyness at Wang Yi's praise and his hungry gaze, but her heart was filled with sweetness. A woman delights in the admiration of her beloved. To be cherished by her husband brought her immense joy. My dear wife, it is getting late. Shall we retreat to our chamber for some rest? Wang Yi scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat endearingly foolish. Carry me. Certainly. Wang Yi beamed with delight as he scooped Su Qingwan into a princess carry, showcasing his strength. Su Qingwan, in turn, wrapped her arms around his neck, blissfully burying her head on his shoulder. As if a spring breeze had swept through the night, the peach blossoms bloomed vibrantly, and the chorus of frogs serenaded the tranquil night, leaving only a sense of rejuvenation. A restful night ensued. The following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, Wang Yi slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of Su Qingwan, her lips pouting adorably, sprawled across him like an octopus. In this moment, her ethereal aura had vanished, replaced by an endearing charm reminiscent of a sprite. Unable to resist, Wang Yi leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on her. However, just as he prepared to deepen the moment, Su Qingwan slowly opened her eyes, mumbling, "Don't disturb me, I can't take it anymore. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm exhausted and don't wish to move." With that, she closed her eyes again, and soon the soft sound of her snores filled the air. It seems I must provide my wife with some nourishing elixirs to bolster her strength. Otherwise, she may not withstand the trials of life. Chuckling softly, Wang Yi gently shifted Su Qingwan aside, donned his clothing, and got out of bed. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, followed by Su Qingfeng's voice. "Elder sister, brother-in-law, the village chief, and third uncle have arrived, inquiring if you wish to accompany them to the mountains for a hunt." Creaking the door open. "Chill, your sister hasn't awakened yet. Let her sleep a bit longer. Will you keep your voice down?" Wang Yi made a silencing gesture before stepping outside and closing the door behind him. "Have you all had breakfast? Has mother and Qingji risen yet?" "They're all up and have eaten breakfast. Mother is in the backyard watching the sea, while Qingji is drawing, and Qingke has gone to the village to play." After a pause, Su Qingfeng hesitated, then whispered, "Brother-in-law, since you and elder sister have just married, it might be best to avoid the mountains. It could be too perilous." "Well, even if you don't mention it, I had no intention of going. I will have a word with the village chief and Uncle San. You go about your business." Wang Yi nodded and then strode towards the jujube tree in the courtyard, where Li Xiangping and Su Desui were seated, engaged in conversation. Xiao Yi, I heard you registered your marriage with Qingwan yesterday. Did you take her and the others to the city for a day out? When you plan to hold the banquet? Upon seeing Wang Yi approach, Li Xiangping stood up, beaming as he fired off a trio of questions. Su Desui also rose, his expression serious as he added, Xiao Yi, from now on we are family. You must treat my niece well. Otherwise, as her Uncle San, I shall not permit it. Ha ha, you needn't worry, Uncle San. I will certainly treat such a fine girl as Qingwan with the utmost care. If she endures any grievances, I will not require your intervention. I can manage to punish myself thoroughly. After assuring Su Desui, Wang Yi turned his gaze to Li Xiangping, smiling as he said, Village Chief, regarding the banquet, it will be organized in the coming days. My plan is to hold it at a hotel in town. They have wedding services, which not only provide a grand setting, but also alleviate many hassles. Once Qingwan and I finalize the details, we shall send you an invitation. Oh, holding it at a hotel in town? Each table will cost at least 400 to 500. How many tables are you planning? I'm not entirely certain about the number of tables. Being an orphan without parents or relatives, it primarily depends on Qingwan's side. Ah, I see. In that case, I believe it would be better to hold the banquet in the village. We have excellent chefs here, and a table can be arranged for 100 or 200. Moreover, Qingwan's relatives and friends are all in the village, which would save travel back and forth. Indeed, that is also a viable option. I will discuss it with Qingwan later. If we choose to hold it in the village, I would appreciate the assistance of the village chief and Uncle San. Wang Yi had not yet gone into specifics with Su Qingwan regarding the banquet. Hence he refrained from making any definitive statements. After all, this ceremony was optional for him. It was essential to align with Su Qingwan's wishes. His only responsibility was to ensure the banquet was splendid. That is certainly not an issue. Once you and Qingwan reach a decision, we will assist you in drafting the plans and implementing the details. Li Xiangping readily agreed without hesitation. Though he had only known Wang Yi for a short time, he recognized that this young man was far from ordinary. Not only was he handsome, but he was also skilled in martial arts. And most importantly, he displayed a generous spirit, helping to carry a tiger, each person contributing a wild chicken, followed by an ample meal and an additional 200 in wages. Such generosity foretold a promising future. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, Li Xiangping's thoughts were far from his own. He nodded politely and said, Thank you, village chief and Uncle San. After a brief pause, he shifted the topic. Oh, by the way, village chief, I intend to settle in our village permanently, so I wish to purchase a plot of land to build a house. How much do you think it would cost? Buying land to build a house? Li Xiangping was momentarily taken aback, questioning with surprise. Aren't you living with Qingwan's family? Do you wish to move out and live independently with her? Upon hearing this, Su Desui became anxious and interjected, No, Xiao Yi, you can't do that. What will happen to Qing Feng and Qing Ke? Ha! Dear uncle, please do not be anxious. I have no intention of living alone. Rather, I believe that as a grown man, it is essential for me to possess my own residence. Otherwise, how could I defend myself against the whispers that I am living off others? With that, Wang Yi pointed towards a large expanse of vacant land not far from Su Qingwan's home. Continuing, I intend to build my house right next to Qingwan's. In due time, we shall all reside together. As for Qingwan's house, I also plan to renovate it. It will be useful later on. Oh, I see. Very well. I shall return and discuss this with the village committee, and I will provide you with a response. However, rest assured, this matter should not pose any significant issues. The land for the house is quite affordable, costing only a few thousand yuan. All right, then I shall trouble you, village head. Wang Yi nodded politely, but quickly added, By the way, village head, I have one more favor to ask of you. After a brief pause, without waiting for Li Xiangping's reply, he continued, You see, hunting in the mountains is exceedingly perilous, and Qingwan and the others are quite unwilling for me to venture there. Therefore, I plan to purchase a second-hand small boat to go fishing at sea. It need not be too large, around 6 or 7 meters will suffice. Do you have any connections? Chapter 37. The Fishing Stone of Jiogong. Alas, my dear fellow, Your expenditure knows no bounds. With the construction of houses and the purchase of boats, it seems that your tens of thousands will vanish in an instant. Li Xiaoping could not help but click his tongue, gazing at Wang Yi in utter disbelief. In the fishing village of Shanghai, which young man in his 20s would dare to spend money so liberally? Surely, only this one. Huh. Isn't money meant to be spent? Otherwise, shall we let it languish until mice gnaw at it? Wang Yi replied with a grin, shrugging his shoulders. Village chief, do you have any connections? If not, I shall seek other avenues. Hey, are you trying to provoke me? Li Xiaoping chuckled, shaking his head in amusement before nodding. Very well, I shall arrange those two matters for you. Just wait for the news. Pausing momentarily, he waved his hand. From the looks of it, you certainly won't be going hunting, so we shall take our leave. The team awaits us at the foot of the mountain. All right, see you later. As he watched the two leave the courtyard, Wang Yi stood in contemplation for a moment before turning back to wash up and have breakfast. After finishing his meal, he greeted Su Qingfeng and the others, then took his bucket, net, and fishing rod as he stepped out. Purchasing a boat, building a house, and renovating. All these endeavors require substantial funds. That mere sum of over 100,000 is hardly sufficient. Thus, he must find ways to earn more money, and plenty of it. Upon exiting his home, Wang Yi did not immediately head to the previous rocky area, but instead made his way to Wu Ya's convenience store. He intended to buy a vehicle, specifically an electric tricycle. With money in hand, he had no desire to neglect his legs. If only this fishing village were connected to the outside world, a car would be feasible. Otherwise, he would have certainly acquired a van or a pickup truck. Arriving at Wu Ya's residence, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Yi spent 5,000 yuan on a large red cargo electric tricycle. This vehicle was designed for hauling and speed. As he rode the tricycle, the breeze danced around him, alleviating even the summer's heat, and Wang Yi felt that his decision was indeed wise. Brother-in-law, take me with you. Take me with you. Is this our family-ass tricycle? Upon emerging from Wu Ya's home and just reaching the main road by the sea, Wang Yi suddenly heard Su Qingchue's voice calling out. Instinctively pressing the brake, he turned to where the sound originated and saw Su Qingke running towards him, a group of children of similar age trailing behind her. Huh, you little rascal, coming to play in the sands so early, and you haven't even helped your sister at home? Shouldn't you be doing your homework or reading? As Su Qingke approached, Wang Yi playfully patted her head. Oh, dear brother-in-law, I'm not just playing in the sand. I'm building houses with my little brothers. When I grow up, I aspire to be a master builder. Oh, you have such ambitions? Wang Yi was taken aback by Su Qingchue's prideful demeanor. He had not anticipated that this little one harbored an interest in architecture. Of course, my greatest passion is martial arts, and my second is building houses. My sister says that to practice martial arts, one must eat well to nourish the body. But we lack the funds for that. So, I come to the beach every day to build houses with sand. Ah, I see. Well, make sure to study diligently. And when the time permits, your brother-in-law will teach you. Wang Yi, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement. To be honest, he has developed a newfound respect for this little girl. Her perseverance in constructing sandcastles by the seaside every day is a commendable quality not commonly found in others. Fortunately, he had recently acquired master-level building skills, which he could take the time to impart to her alongside his martial arts expertise. Moreover, Su Qingji, who resides in their home, has a profound passion for painting. Just yesterday, when toys were purchased, she requested nothing but a drawing board and sketchbook, and this morning she began to create art in the backyard. Wang Yi glanced at her work, a depiction of a blue sky, white clouds, a stone house, and a family of 6, remarking on her evident talent. This was splendid. He could now apply his martial arts, architectural, and artistic skills. He was eager to experience the satisfaction of being a minner. Sister-in-law, I have nearly finished building the house today. Is this our family's tricycle? I wish to ride it. Will you take me? Su Qingke exclaimed with excitement as she fondled the tricycle, which belonged to their family. Wang Yi obviously would not refuse her request, smiling as he replied, Haha, I'm going fishing. If you do not mind the boredom, you may come along. It's not boring at all, brother-in-law. I want to sit in the front and watch you drive. May I? Certainly, hop on. Thank you, brother-in-law. Su Qingke joyfully leaped into the seat beside Wang Yi, waving her small hand and cheerfully exclaiming, "Let us go." However, as soon as she uttered those words, the little friends trailing behind her were not pleased. "Big sister, I also want to ride the tricycle. If you don't take me, I won't hang out with you anymore." "Yes, yes, big sister. I want to ride too. If you don't take me, I won't play with you again. And me. If you don't let me ride, I won't help you build a house." Goodness gracious. It seemed they were staging a rebellion. How could they dare to threaten her in front of her most admired brother-in-law? Su Qingke was vexed, yet she couldn't bear to part with her loyal little followers. So she turned to Wang Yi with hopeful eyes. Seeing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter, but did not refuse. "Come on up, everyone. However, you must sit properly and not stand up or move around, understood?" "Oh yeah, thank you, big sister and brother-in-law. You are so handsome." Yes. I also wish to have a brother-in-law like you." "Big sister, why don't I trade my brother-in-law for yours?" "I want to trade too. I want to trade." Su Qingke. Wang Yi. The tricycle rolled along the seaside, filled with a cacophony of excited children chattering away. Wang Yi found himself in a rather challenging predicament. It felt akin to being trapped in a poultry pen, with the noise overwhelming his senses. Fortunately, they finally arrived at their destination. He quickly parked the vehicle, removed the key, and gathered his equipment, heading straight towards the rocky shore. As for whether Su Qingke and her group of little rascals would dismantle his newly acquired tricycle, he was neither worried nor concerned in the slightest. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonates melodiously as I arrive at the shoreline. Here, the number of anglers is sparse, barely a handful, not exceeding 10 individuals. A mere glance reveals unfamiliar faces, but I pay them no mind, focusing instead on unfolding my small map to select the optimal fishing spot. The map expands to a 10-meter radius, and I notice an abundance of red dots scattered across it, particularly dense near the 10-meter mark, with clusters appearing every few centimeters. Wasting no time, I promptly attach a shrimp bait purchase from Wia's shop and cast my line toward one of the red dots. With a swift motion, the hook pierces the water, sending ripples radiating outward. Moments later, a subtle tug at the tip of my rod signals a bite. Without hesitation, I lift the rod to set the hook and swiftly reel in the line. The fish is modest in size, soon drawn to the shore. Its deep brown body, adorned with speckles of white, is complemented by a few formidable spines along its back. Measuring merely the length of my palm and weighing approximately 3 to 4 ounces. I recognize it as a stone 9, a delicacy I have encountered and savored on Earth, renowned for its exquisite flavor in soups. It commands a price upwards of 100 yuan per pound back home, and here I estimate it could fetch around 50 to 60 yuan per pound. At first glance, it may seem unremarkable, yet the ease with which I caught this fish makes the experience quite rewarding. Chapter 38. The plump jute sewn with a swift motion. The fishing hook was removed, and the fish was tossed into a bucket already containing some water. Wang Yi rebaited the hook and cast his line once more. The rhythmic sounds of fishing continued, and before long, he felt another tug. Pulling his catch to the shore revealed yet another stone fish, nearly identical in size to the last. As time slipped away, an hour had passed in the blink of an eye, and Wang Yi had successfully caught no fewer than 30 stone fish. With an average weight of 3 fish per pound, he estimated his catch to weigh around 10 pounds, translating to a potential income of 4 to 500 yuan. The pace of earning was undeniably swift. Once again, he baited the hook and cast towards a red dot on the far edge of the map. Before long, he felt another bite. However, just as Wang Yi anticipated another stone fish, a sudden powerful tug jolted him. The fishing rod bent dramatically, resembling a crescent moon, while the line emitted a loud, slicing sound as it cut through the water. Witnessing this, Wang Yi, who had been leisurely fishing, instantly rose to his feet, a radiant smile illuminating his face. After the monotony of catching stone fish, which felt akin to tightening screws in a factory, just baiting, casting, and reeling in with minimal effort, this exhilarating struggle was what true fishing entailed. Yet, considering the quality of his rod and the line, he refrained from yanking forcefully. Instead, he allowed some slack, gently bending the rod while gradually reeling in. Time passed, and amidst the relentless tug of war, the fish beneath the surface eventually succumbed, slowly surfacing. Wow, my friend, your luck is remarkable. You've hooked such a sizable tiger grouper. The sudden exclamation from behind startled Wang Yi, instinctively turning around. He was surprised to find 2 men and 2 women standing behind him, each holding a fishing rod. The speaker was a short, chubby young man, roughly Wang Yi's age, with a fair complexion that seemed more reminiscent of a recent university graduate than a beachgoer. The other 3 also appeared to be of similar age, all possessing a clean, youthful appearance. Hey, buddy. Hello. I'm Zhu Tsong, just graduated from university, here on vacation. It's a pleasure to meet you. The chubby boy, seemingly friendly and open, introduced himself with a bright smile that was quite disarming. Hello, I'm Wang Yi. Wang Yi replied with a smile and a polite nod before returning to his task of reeling in the line. To be honest, he was somewhat curious about why these freshly graduated students had chosen this place for their vacation. However, not one to pry, especially with unfamiliar company. He opted to remain silent. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, Zhu Tsong, with his naturally gregarious demeanor, was eager to engage further. After learning Wang Yi's name, he curiously inquired, Brother Wang, are you also here on vacation? You seem to be around our age. You wouldn't happen to have just graduated from university as well, would you? No. My wife's family is from here, so I'm currently settled in this place. But as for you, with the inconvenient transportation surrounded by mountains and the sea, what made you think to come here for a vacation? Wang Yi, observing the little chubby boy's familiarity, couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Wow, Brother Wang, you're so young and already married? Zhu Tsong exclaimed in surprise, yet responded, We're all studying marine biology, and since our families have some wealth, we travel to various coastal locations. This is already our 3rd stop. Marine biology? Wang Yi was perplexed by this subject. Thus he shook his head and asked, So, are you interested in studying my tiger grouper? Not exactly. We admire your fishing skills, and we're hoping to ask if we could fish alongside you. Huh, I see you with your thick brows and big eyes, looking quite honest and simple. I didn't expect you to have such cleverness. Wang Yi chuckled at the little chubby boy, but nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead and fish. The sea isn't mine, so feel free. Hey, thanks, Brother Wang. You truly are a good person, Zhu Tsong exclaimed joyfully, grabbing his fishing rod and dashing to a spot just 2 meters away from Wang Yi to cast his line. His 3 classmates, equally excited, quickly followed suit. Thus, Wang Yi found himself surrounded in the middle by a boy and a girl on his left, and another boy and girl on his right. Moreover, all 5 of them were fair-skinned, aged around 23 or 24. One might mistakenly think they were a group. The tiger grouper was soon pulled to the shore, and Wang Yi picked up a net beside him, holding the rod in one hand while scooping the fish with the other. With a splash and a flurry, the tiger grouper was netted, immediately writhing restlessly. Indeed, this fish possessed great strength, living up to its name. However, the true tiger had already been exhausted by Wang Yi, let alone this fish. Before long, the fish was on land, continuing to thrash in the net, causing the rocks to clack ominously. The tiger grouper was a pale brown, adorned with 5 irregularly arranged vertical stripes resembling the deep brown patterns of tiger. It looked quite formidable. This fish was sizable, measuring approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in length, nearly matching the length of his arm. After weighing it, he estimated it to be no less than 10 pounds. However, he had never eaten this kind of fish on Earth and was unaware of its market price. But with 4 marine biology students around, he decided to inquire, Chubby, may I ask you a technical question? How much is this tiger grouper per pound? Brother, my name is Zhu Tsong. Could you please refrain from calling me Chubby? Zhu Tsong paused for a moment, looking somewhat disheartened. Yet he answered, The larger the tiger grouper, the more valuable it is. Yours, being around 10 pounds, should sell for about 50 to 60 yuan per pound. Wang Yi was somewhat satisfied, nodding as he inquired further, Oh, Chubby, what about the stone base? Sigh. It seems this nickname Chubby will stick with me for a while. Zhu Tsong sighed. Brother, the stone base you caught mostly weighs around 3 to 4 taels, and should sell for about 30 yuan per pound. Just 30 yuan? Indeed, if you manage to catch around half a kilogram, it could fetch a price of 50. Should you exceed a kilogram, it would be worth at least 100. Initially, I had anticipated it might be valued at 40 or 50 per kilogram, but I suppose I was mistaken. After a brief pause, Wang Ye's eyes glimmered as he turned to Zhu Tsong and said, "Well, my chubby friend, if you call me brother, we shall be comrades. Given that we are brothers and have some leisure time, could you kindly enlighten me about the various fish species in the ocean, along with their prices and characteristics?" As he now considered himself a professional fisherman, it was imperative for him to comprehend the names and prices of marine fish. With the oceanic scholars present, who better to serve as his instructors? Goodness, brother, are you jesting with me? There are tens of thousands of fish species in the sea. Do you think you can remember them all? The plump boy's eyes widened in disbelief. The remaining 3 classmates gazed at Wang Yi with peculiar expressions. Fret not. I have ample time. We can take it slow, or if you are pressed for time, you may choose to mention only the common ones. Enhancing one's physical constitution does not solely involve augmenting strength. It also sharpens the intellect. Wang Ye's current memory capacity, while not extraordinary, suffices for retaining names and prices of fish without much difficulty. Well, all right then, let me share some with you. Seeing that Wang Yi was earnest, Zhu Tsong hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, Zhu Tsong began to speak, and Wang Yi listened intently. When Zhu Tsong grew weary, the 3 marine classmates took turns contributing. Wang Yi absorbed the knowledge of marine fish like a sponge, eagerly soaking up every detail. Chapter 39. Being treated like a fool, brother. That's enough. My throat feels like it's on fire. Please have mercy on me. Yes, brother Wang. I can't take it anymore. My head is spinning, came the chorus from Zhu Tsong and his companions. Time slipped away, and eventually, the 4 of them declared a collective strike. After hours of continuous conversation, fatigue set in. Even the loquacious Xiao Pang had grown taciturn. All right, it's getting late. Come back with me for lunch, and we shall continue in the afternoon, Wang Yi said with a smile, his enjoyment of learning palpable. What? We're continuing in the afternoon? No. We won't bother you for lunch, they quickly replied. Indeed, we rented a house in the village, and we caught a few fish earlier. We can manage just fine on our own. Zhu Tsong and his friends were visibly alarmed and shook their heads in refusal. Having already spent 2 or 3 hours benefiting from Wang Ye's fishing spot, they feared that a meal might leave them parched. I was merely jesting. Come on, let us go to my house for a meal. Wang Yi chuckled, gathering his gear and hauling the bucket filled with fish as he ascended. For the past few hours, he had focused intently on memorizing the types of fish, yet his hands remained busily engaged. He had caught several tiger groupers, albeit modest in size, each weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. Additionally, there were several stone bream and sea bass, making for a respectable haul. Xiao Pang, should we go? The 3 students exchanged glances at Xiao Pang, hesitation evident in their expressions. Yes, look at Wang Yi's luck. He might catch fish we've only seen in our studies. Befriending him is certainly worthwhile, Zhu Tsong asserted, then added, if worst comes to worst, we can simply go diving this afternoon instead of fishing. That's a splendid idea. You always have the best suggestions. Let us go. They agreed, no longer hesitating as they picked up their equipment and fish and hurried to follow Wang Yi. Upon reaching the main road and spotting a new tricycle at the roadside, satisfaction blossomed on their faces. Just for the convenience of not having to walk. This outing was already a success. The tricycle sped along, and instead of heading straight home, Wang Yi stopped by Wu Ye's house to sell the fish. After leaving behind a 2 to 3 pound tiger grouper, he sold the remaining fish for a total of 2,500 yuan. While not an exorbitant sum, it was enough to evoke envy from Zhu Tsong and his companions. After selling the fish, Wang Yi purchased a few bottles of drinks and ice pops before driving the 4 of them home. Upon returning, the meal was ready. He shared the ice pops with the girls, introduced Zhu Tsong and his companions, and they all took their seats to begin dining. Once the meal concluded and the girls cleared the dishes, Zhu Tsong turned to Wang Yi with an apologetic expression. Brother, I'm sorry, but I just remembered that we need to go diving this afternoon to observe the fish's behavior. We might not be able to accompany you for fishing. Oh, that is perfect. I'll join you, Wang Yi replied. Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he recalled having drawn the master-level breath-holding skill. Initially, he had contemplated waiting until after purchasing a boat to explore the waters. However, The current situation seemed fortuitous. With more people around, safety was assured. Are you joking, Brother Wong? Diving requires professional suits and oxygen devices. Do you possess those? I do not, he replied, but my breath-holding ability is exceptional. I do not require such equipment. Of course, if any of you have a pair of goggles, I would appreciate borrowing one. What? Brother, please do not jest. Who dives solely relying on breath-holding? Zhu Tsong exclaimed, his face a mixture of disbelief and concern. We are heading to depths of several dozen meters. Even with oxygen gear, there are risks, let alone without it. Do not worry. I'm aware of what I'm doing. If anything occurs, I will not hold you accountable. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch an underwater fishnet, and then we shall set off. With that, Wang Yi strode towards the main room, disregarding any chance for Zhu Tsong and the others to dissuade him. Goodness, little fatty, look at the terrible idea you've proposed. If anything happens to Brother Wang, we will be in dire straits. Indeed, relying on breath-holding for diving is no laughing matter. Right, little fatty, you are the one who instigated this. You must find a solution swiftly. Otherwise, you might as well sleep on the floor tonight. Darling, do not fret. Once Brother Wang emerges, I shall persuade him. If all else fails, we can simply cruise on the boat and return. Zhu Tsong's face turned pale, and in a moment of desperation, he devised a plan. There's no choice. This is not the city, and the ground is not a suitable place to sleep. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, the conversation transpired among Zhu Tsong and his companions. He returned to the room, engaged in flirtation with Su Qingwan, and interacted with Su Qingke and the other girls for a brief period before retrieving a waist-hanging underwater fishnet from the storeroom and exiting. Rejoining Zhu Tsong and the others, Wang Yi hopped onto the tricycle, racing towards the dock. Throughout the journey, the four persistently attempted to dissuade him. Yet Wang Yi remained resolute, leaving them no choice but to fall silent in resignation. At that moment, they all regretted provoking such a relentless individual. Once he had latched on, there was no escaping. Soon, they reached the dock, where Wang Yi parked the vehicle and followed the others to their vessel. Upon seeing the boat, Wang Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated a small wooden fishing boat rented from the village, but instead, it turned out to be a sleek, white fishing yacht. Inquiring further revealed that the ownership belonged to Zhu Tsong, the little fatty. This was no mere indication of financial means. They were undoubtedly affluent second-generation heirs. However, Wang Yi felt no envy, for at the rate he was earning, bread and milk would soon be his reality. As they boarded the fishing boat, little fatty took the helm, quickly entering the cockpit to start the engine. The boat hummed to life, gently rocking before swiftly departing the dock, heading towards the depths of the sea. Along the way, Wang Yi glanced at the small map, his desire to purchase a boat intensifying. The red dots were abundant, a plethora of them marking their journey on the map. This is all money, yet regrettably, the boat does not belong to him. Otherwise, he could easily find a spot and make several thousand in just an afternoon. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over half an hour had elapsed. Suddenly, Wang Yi sensed something amiss. The boat seemed to be circling back, now heading in the opposite direction. Witnessing this, a frown creased his brow as he turned to the boy beside him. What does this little chubby one mean? Have you all conspired together? Why hasn't anyone dissuaded him? After all this time, has he merely been toying with me? Wango, I am unaware. What is the matter? Su Xiao, tall and slender with a fair complexion, lived up to his name, appearing somewhat effeminate, hence the nickname Little Nyan. Upon hearing Wang Yi's inquiry, he feigned confusion, yet inside, he was too intimidated to meet Wang Yi's gaze. What is going on? Are you all treating me as a fool? Wang Yi found the situation both vexing and amusing. Truly, he was not to be underestimated. Such a roundabout route was surely wasting water, not fuel. Wango, why do you say that? Su Xiao continued to play the innocent, while inwardly cursing the little chubby one. There he was hidden in the cockpit, oblivious to the world outside, solely focused on piloting the fishing boat. Yet now, he was caught in a dilemma, unable to speak or remain silent. This Wango, tall and robust, exuded a roguish charm when he smiled, clearly not someone to provoke lightly. Best not to irritate him, otherwise, one might find themselves on the receiving end of a hefty thrashing, which would indeed be a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 40. Fishing with nets enough with the pretense. You university students are clever, and I am not naive. Running back and forth like this consumes energy, doesn't it? Wang Yu was at a loss for words. With such a lack of emotional resilience, they dared to play mind games. All right, Wang Gu, we're doing this for your own good. It's really unwise to hold your breath and dive. If something were to happen, we cannot bear the responsibility, Su Xiao reluctantly urged, mustering her courage. Fine. I will heed your advice and not dive. Is it acceptable if I just fish from the boat? He recognized the validity of their concern and acknowledged his own oversight. If he were to consider their perspective, it would indeed be unfortunate for them if something went awry. Thus, it was understandable that they preferred to keep him out of the water. All right then. I will inform Xiao Peng to find a suitable area to anchor the boat. Su Xiao responded after a brief moment of surprise, hurrying towards the cockpit. Once Su Xiao had departed, Wang Yi found himself alone on the deck. He turned to gaze at the shimmering sea, resolving to rent a small boat upon his return. Finally, the fishing boat came to a halt, and Xiao Peng and his companions emerged from the cockpit, their expressions tinged with embarrassment upon seeing Wang Yi. After all, what they had done was somewhat underhanded. Noticing their discomfort, Wang Yi waved dismissively. They owed him nothing. It was only human nature to act in one's self-interest. Please, do not feel this way. It was I who failed to consider the situation adequately. I hold no grievances against you. Continue with your tasks, and do mind your safety. I shall commence fishing now. With that, he turned and made his way toward the passage beside the fishing boat. It was evident that those on the rear deck preparing to jump into the sea would hinder his fishing endeavors. Wang Yi's words made Zhu Tsong feel even more awkward. Initially, he had approached Wang Yi seeking conversation, later accepting an invitation to dinner, and ultimately agreeing to take Wang Yi out to sea. Having not declined any of these offers, yet treating Wang Yi like a fool along the way, felt rather unkind. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up, Wang Gu, how about you wear our gear? We could take turns diving and having some fun. Su Xiao quickly chimed in, Wang Gu, you can wear mine. It's a bit larger, though it may be somewhat snug, but you should be able to fit into it. No, thank you. I have never worn such gear, and I wouldn't be accustomed to it. You all should hurry and dive. I can manage on my own, Wang Yi replied, dismissively waving his hand without turning back, and walked toward the passage. Xiao Peng, do you think Wang Gu is upset? Su Xiao asked, uncertain. Zhu Tsong nodded. He likely is. After all, anyone would be irritated upon realizing they had been tricked. Oh, what should we do? Should we let it go? Or should we apologize to Wang Gu? How do we apologize? Wang Gu said he doesn't blame us, but his attitude clearly indicates he is distancing himself from us. Sighing, Su Xiao lamented, what a predicament. It's all your fault for being so clever and suggesting such poor ideas. Indeed, did you truly think Wang Gu was like those sheltered children at school? Exactly. It's all your fault. I had planned to enjoy another meal at Wang Ji's place tonight, but now it seems I will have to fend for myself. Zhu Tsong felt utterly wronged. Wasn't this a consensus among everyone? Why had he suddenly become the sole scapegoat? However, the idea had indeed originated from him, and he was the one who had put it into action, leaving him with no option to shift the blame. Reluctantly, he suggested, why don't we abandon the diving and fish with Brother Wang on the boat? Even if we can't become good friends, at least we won't offend him too severely. Yes, I think that is a good plan. Also, should we share the remaining knowledge about fish species with Brother Wang? It's not much left anyway. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. All right then, let us proceed as you suggested. I'm not too keen on diving this afternoon, came the reply. I have no objections, the other girl chimed in. With their words exchanged, the four of them nodded to one another and headed to the cabin to fetch the fishing gear. On the side aisle of the boat, Wang Yi was oblivious to their conversation. If he had heard it, he would have surely raised an eyebrow at their innocence, thinking, such pure college students. At that moment, instead of beginning to fish as he had mentioned to the others, he had a sudden thought and retrieved a hand net from his system space. The map was dotted with numerous red points. How many fish could a single rod catch? Unlike a fishing rod, a hand net could potentially yield 10 or 20 fish in one cast. Yet, while the idea was promising, reality proved to be rather stark. Holding the rope and net in his hands, he found himself at a loss, unable to throw it properly, especially in such a confined space. With no other choice, He opened the system panel to check his current points. Host, Wang Yi physique, 17. Average male, 10. Map, 10 meters, 420-5000. Items, hand net skills, beginner fishing technique, beginner culinary skills, master archery, beginner leg technique, beginner fist technique, beginner knife technique, master breath, control, master swordsmanship, master painting, master architecture. Points, 750 sign. He muttered, only 750 points? Well, let us try beginner S lottery first. Beep. Receive beginner lottery commencing. The lottery will begin to spin and soon came to a halt. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have won a low-level sea rod with a line set, capable of catching approximately 50 pounds. A sea rod? Let's take it out. Though wasn't the skill he urgently needed, it was quite practical. After all, the sea here was at least 30 to 40 meters deep, and there were likely plenty of large fish. The previous rod, which could only catch about 10 pounds, was clearly inadequate. Upon retrieving the fishing rod and inspecting it, he found it rather ordinary, not much different from the typical sea rods available on the market. Thus, Wang Yi decided not to dwell on it and continued with the lottery. As he commanded, the lottery will spun once more. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have won a low-level iron sword. Wang Yi felt speechless. Was he supposed to take an iron sword and go fishing? System, continue drawing, and give me a net throwing skill. The wheel spun again. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have won a low-level healing elixir. A healing elixir? Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively inquired, System, what is the purpose of this low-grade healing elixir? Can it remedy paralysis caused by a stroke? Beep. The healing elixir can not only cure ailments, but also nourish the body, making it suitable for elderly individuals with insufficient vital energy and blood. It is capable of curing stroke-induced paralysis. Wow, this is impressive. I am quite satisfied with this reward. I can hardly imagine how thrilled my wife will be when I present this elixir to my mother-in-law tonight. System, let us proceed with another draw. Beep. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn beginner-level medical skills. Another medical skill? It seems rather inconsequential. Let us continue. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn expertise in net casting. Haha. I actually drew something useful. Excellent. System, you may withdraw now. After absorbing the knowledge of net casting expertise, Wang Yi couldn't help but grin widely. Initially, he approached the lottery with a mere sense of curiosity, never anticipating such a fortunate outcome. Perhaps it was a stroke of extraordinary luck or the system's thoughtful design. Or maybe it was a delightful combination of both. Whoosh! Without further delay, Wang Yi promptly tossed out the net. With a newfound expertise in net casting, the fishing net felt like an obedient companion in his hands. Even in a confined space, it unfurled perfectly after being cast, transforming into a vast circle that descended towards the depths of the sea. Splash! The net plunged into the ocean, creating a crisp sound as it rapidly sank. Goodness, it's so heavy, I've struck it rich. Chapter 41. A contrasting highlight not long after the fishing net was cast. A sudden and heavy pull tugged at the rope in Wang Yi's hand. It felt as though he had ensnared a shark. Despite his robust 17-year-old physique, he struggled to pull it in. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhu Tsong and his companions approached with fishing rods in hand. Wang Yi urgently called out, Xiao Peng, Xiaonyang, come lend a hand, I've caught a shark. What, a shark? No way, really? Zhu Tsong exclaimed in astonishment. Yet he swiftly passed the fishing rod to his girlfriend and rushed to assist in gripping the rope, pulling with all his might. Su Xiao was equally taken aback and quickly mirrored the action, darting to Wang Yi's other side to grasp the rope and pull forcefully. With their assistance, Wang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Follow my lead, let us pull together. 1, 2, 3, pull. As the word pull left Wang Yi's lips, the trio exerted their strength in unison, and in an instant, a significant portion of the net was drawn up, revealing the net's mouth. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of small, spindle-shaped fish came into view, their collective presence nearly dazzling the onlookers. Wow, so many bass. This net must be filled to the brim. Remove the base, and it's certainly full. The truth soon proved Zhu Tsong and Su Xiao correct. It was indeed brimming. When the three pulled again, the entire net surfaced, teeming with bass, creating a sight reminiscent of a trawler-esque catch, bulging with fish. Splashing sounds echoed as they swiftly hauled the entire net onto the boat. The moment the net landed on the deck, a cacophony of noises ensued. Even though Zhu Tsong and Su Xiao had mentally prepared themselves, they could not help but exclaim in awe. Vanye, im truly almasit. To pull up 100 or 200 pounds of bass in a single net. You are simply unparalleled. Indeed, it's incredible. Although bass may not be worth much, the sheer quantity is astonishing. After their astonishment, their girlfriends also clasped their small mouths in disbelief, nodding in agreement. However, in contrast to their excitement, Wang Yi, the owner of the catch, felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had initially anticipated a lucrative haul, only to find himself faced with a net full of bass, which seemed rather unfortunate. According to Zhu Tsong's earlier explanations, these fish were meatless and unpalatable, worth only a mere 1 or 2 yuan per pound. Thus, even with a weight of 200 pounds, the total would amount to a meager 2 to 300 yuan, hardly a cause for celebration. Perhaps the fish's greatest value lay in the experience and points they provided, with each fish granting 1 experience point and 3 points. If every net yielded such a catch, he could potentially level up the map in less than 10 nets. With this thought, Wang Yi felt invigorated. Xiao Pang, Xiao Nyang, lend me your assistance. Let us quickly transfer the fish to the live well to keep them fresh, and I will cast a few more nets. Once we're done, I'll share the profits with you. Haha, sharing profits is out of the question. Just treat us to dinner tonight. Yes, just a meal will suffice. Your family's cooking is exquisite, unlike our 4 who can only manage to cook things through. Indeed. As they chatted, the 4 of them crouched down to lend a hand. Upon hearing Wang Ye's words, he naturally had no objections and laughed heartily. Sure. Just in time, we haven't prepared that tiger-striped fish for lunch yet. I will treat you all to a feast tonight, with the strength of many. It didn't take long for the fish to be packed into the live water tank. Wang Yi, not pausing for a moment, rinsed his hands and picked up the net, twirling it a couple of times before casting it out. Since none of the 4 were diving this time, Wang Yi threw the net from the stern of the boat. With ample space, his cast was akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, dazzling the eyes of Zhu Tsong and the others. They immediately exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Wang, how did you master this skill? It's incredibly impressive. Could you teach me?" Yes, Brother Wang. Your technique is remarkable. May I have a turn with the next cast? I want to try too, that was stunning. Me too. Chuckle Wang Yi, of course, no problem. Once this net comes in, you'll all take turns. As he spoke, Wang Yi began to pull in the net. Once again, it was as heavy as before. Zhu Tsong and Su Xiao were not slow-witted. Upon seeing this, they rushed to assist. Soon, the 3 had hoisted the net aboard, brimming with fish. Familiarity bred efficiency, and without hesitation, the 5 swiftly transferred all the fish into the live water tank. You want to go first? Wang Yi inquired, grinning as he looked at the 4. I'll go first. I'm the leader of this group, so I should go first, Zhu Tsong declared, raising his hand without a hint of modesty. Su Xiao, hearing this, protested, pushing the chubby one aside. Wait, when did you become a leader? I'm the oldest among us 4, so I should go first. However, before he could finish his sentence, a delicate hand grasped his ear, eliciting a yelp of pain. Turning to see who it was, he found it was none other than his girlfriend, Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng was petite, just over 5 feet tall, with a round face and a bobbed hairstyle, exuding an aura of adorable innocence. Yet at that moment, this little girl was anything but demure. She pinched Su Xiao's ear and glared at him. Xiao, have you lost your mind? Or can I not wield a knife anymore? How dare you compete with me for first place? No, I wouldn't dare. I was just helping you get rid of the chubby one. I was assisting you in claiming the top spot. Su Xiao retorted, quickly retracting his neck and laughing awkwardly. Oozing flattery. That's more like it. Step aside from me. I am first, and no one should contest it. Satisfied with her boyfriend's submission, Zhang Ming turned to Wang Yi, flashing a sweet smile. Brother Wang, I'll go first. Oh, all right, you go first, the bewildered Wang Yi responded, handing the net to Zhang Ming and then stepping aside. He cast a peculiar glance at her, then at Su Xiao, as a curious combination suddenly formed in his mind. A cute girl and a quirky little lady? Who is the husband and who is the wife? After observing Zhang Ming and Su Xiao, Wang Ye's gaze inevitably drifted towards Zhu Tsong and his girlfriend Su Yun. One was short and stout, the other tall and slender. One exuded an air of honest simplicity, yet was garrulous and affable, while the other, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, evoked the essence of an artistic young woman. Like attracts like, yet one could not help but wonder if these two harbored some contrasting attributes. Hey, Wang Ge, what kind of expression is that? My Meng Meng is asking you a question. Su Xiu's voice pierced through his thoughts. Huh? Oh, what? What are you saying? Wang Yi snapped back to reality, instinctively responding. Forgive him for being momentarily dazed, as it was only upon closer inspection that he realized how mismatched these four individuals appeared. Could it be that this was the legendary pairing of the unattractive with the handsome, the beautiful with the plain, the scoundrel marrying the virtuous, and the femme fatale wed to the infatuated? The essence of contrast seemed to be the underlying theme. Chapter 42. Upgrades and draws. Wang Ge, what should I do? Upon Wang Ye's retort, before Su Xiu could respond, Zhang Ming interjected, I saw you casting the net, but I have no idea how to begin. Is it truly a matter of mere observation leading to mastery, or is it a skill that one cannot grasp with simple imitation? Perhaps, Wang Yi mused. Though casting a net appears deceptively simple, it is not something one can master after only a few demonstrations. It requires persistent practice. Allow me to share some techniques with you. First, you must, then do this. All right, give it a try. Thank you, Wang Ge. I'll give it a shot. With that, Zhang Ming attempted her cast, but it was a dismal failure. The net tangled into a chaotic mass, plummeting into the sea. Aesthetically, it was far from pleasing, and the prospect of catching fish became nearly impossible. It was such a jumbled mess that even the fish would struggle to navigate through it. Oh dear, this is so challenging. I remember everything Wang Ge said and tried to follow his instructions, but why did it end up like this? Zhang Ming exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, her pouty demeanor resembling that of an adorable little girl. However, when Su Xiu approached to express her desire to try, the charming girl transformed. With a firm grip on Su Xiu's ear, she glared disapprovingly. Xiu, what do you mean by that? If I can't do it, do you think you can? Is this your way of showing off? And no, that's not it. I was just worried you might tire yourself out. So I thought I could help pull the net up. I don't need your help. Just stay out of it. Zhang Ming dismissed her rudely, pushing Su Xiu aside before turning to Su Yun. Yun, you are the smartest among us. Have you figured it out? Why don't you give it a try? All right, I'll give it a go. Su Yun accepted without hesitation, stepping beside Zhang Ming to take the net rope and swiftly pulling it up. She then stood still, scrutinizing the technique of casting the net, closing her eyes in contemplation for a moment. Following Wang Ye's instructions meticulously, she cast the net. To her surprise, the net unfurled adequately, albeit with a small opening, yielding a low probability of catching fish. Nevertheless, it was a significant improvement over Zhang Ming's haphazard attempt. When a net was retrieved, several fish were indeed caught within. As the fish were poured out, Zhu Tsong approached, exclaiming, "It's my turn now." Yet before he could finish, he was met with Su Yun's piercing glare, silencing him instantly, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Witnessing this, Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. These two were indeed kindred spirits, both fearful of their respective partners. Meanwhile, the two girls displayed a stark contrast in their personalities, reflecting a delightful dichotomy. This was simply their way of interacting. As long as they found joy in each other's company, it was a match made in heaven. Following this, the stage was set for Su Yun and Zhang Ming. After asserting their dominance over the boys, and with Wang Ye's consent, they began casting the net in a series of attempts. Initially, Su Yun could only manage a net opening the size of a bucket, but after several casts, she was able to expand it to the size of a barrel. As for achieving full extension, it seemed her strength was insufficient to accomplish that feat under the meticulous guidance of Su Yun. Zhang Ming has also mastered the art of casting the net, and after several attempts, she has successfully caught numerous barramundi. Eventually, both women grew weary, and the eager Zhu Tsong and Su Xiu, who had been waiting patiently, swiftly took over the net and began casting. It seems that men possess an innate understanding of such tasks, perhaps surpassing that of women. After a few initial failures, both men managed to cast the net in a circular fashion. While they could not achieve the grace and elegance of Wang Yi, nor replicate the perfection of a celestial maiden scattering flowers, they were at least able to haul in a dozen or 20 barramundi each time. Once they too became fatigued, it was Wang Yi's turn to continue the task. As time passed, net after net of barramundi was drawn aboard and placed into the live well. Finally, with yet another haul brought aboard by the combined efforts of the group, Wang Yi's minimap suddenly expanded, doubling to a 20-meter range. Eagerly, he opened his attribute panel to inspect the results. Host: Wang Yi Constitution, 17, average male 10, map, 20 meters 30-10,000, items, handcast net, low-level iron sword, X1 low-level healing pill, X1 skills. Novice fishing technique, novice culinary arts, master archery, novice leg technique, novice fist technique, novice blade technique, master breath, control, master swordsmanship, master painting, master architecture, novice medicine, net mastery. Points: 14500. Little fatty. Little miss, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll take a short break while you continue to play. After reviewing his attribute panel, Wang Yi bid farewell to the others and turned towards the cockpit. With over 10,000 points in hand, he was solely focused on the prospect of drawing prizes. System: let me have a mid-level draw. Even on his way, Wang Yi eagerly instructed the system. Beep. Received, mid-level draw commencing. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, the attribute panel suddenly transformed into a lottery wheel, with the pointer beginning to spin rapidly. Soon, the pointer came to a halt, and a notification chimed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Master Culinary Arts. A wave of exhilaration coursed through Wang Yi as the notification faded, and he began to contemplate his newfound knowledge. Exhaling deeply, a radiant smile illuminated his face. From this moment forward, he was a 5-star chef, proficient in both Eastern and Western cuisines. With his culinary skill, he would no longer need to dine at 5-star hotels. He could relish 5-star delicacies right at home. System: let us have another mid-level draw. Beep. Received, mid-level draw commencing. The pointer on the wheel began to spin once more. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Master Swimming. A tingling sensation swept over his scalp as a plethora of swimming techniques flooded his mind, including breaststroke, butterfly, freestyle, and more. At this moment, he had attained a world-class level in swimming. Apart from a handful of masters, he was invincible. Should one participate in the Olympic swimming competition, while securing a gold medal may be a lofty aspiration, attaining a silver medal is undoubtedly within reach. System: proceed with the draw. Beep. Acknowledged, intermediate lottery commences. The pointer begins to spin. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the master-level fishing technique. Soon, the master-level fishing technique inundates his mind, and a broader smile graces Wang Yi's face. The entry-level fishing skills merely enabled him to wield a fishing rod with basic proficiency. But the master level is an entirely different realm. With this newfound skill, he can accurately gauge the precise moment to strike when fishing. Once the hook is taken, there exists a 90% chance that the fish shall not elude capture. Furthermore, the finesse of playing the fish is paramount. For instance, with a rod and line capable of reeling in a 10-pound fish, he previously could only manage to catch fish weighing around 10 pounds. Yet now he is capable of ensnaring fish weighing upwards of 15 pounds, or even more. Such is the remarkable prowess of the master-level fishing technique in playing fish. System: I have one more intermediate lottery. Let us proceed. Beep. Acknowledged, intermediate lottery commences. As the system's prompt resonates, the roulette pointer spins once more. Soon, it comes to a halt, and a winning notification echoes in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn one intermediate physical enhancement pill. Excellent. Just as I was feeling a bit fatigued from my previous exertions, I shall consume it now. Muttering to himself, Wang Yi retrieves the intermediate physical enhancement pill and swallows it whole. In an instant, a warm current flows throughout his body, banishing any trace of fatigue with each breath. Instinctively clenching his fist, he feels an overwhelming sense of strength, as if he could challenge a tiger in an arm wrestling match. Upon inspecting the system panel, he notes an increase in his physical attributes by 5 points, elevating his score from 17 to 22, thus surpassing the average male by more than double. With such strength, complemented by master-level swordsmanship, he would not merely be formidable, but indeed a rare opponent in any confrontation. System, grant me the advanced lottery. Chapter 43. Has the net been dragged away by the big fish? Nodding with satisfaction, Wang Yi rubbed his hands together, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety in his heart. He addressed the system with urgency. After all, this was a staggering 10,000 points, equivalent to 10 intermediate draws. If he failed to acquire something worthwhile, he would surely be overwhelmed with despair in the cockpit. Ding received. The advanced draw is commencing. As the system's prompt echoed in his mind, the screen transitioned, revealing a brand new circular lottery wheel. The prizes had elevated from intermediate and master levels to advanced and grandmaster levels. In an instant, the pointer at the center began to spin rapidly. As it whirled, Wang Yi's heart raced in tandem. Gradually, the speed of the pointer diminished, and his heart leaped into his throat. Watching the array of desirable and undesirable prizes flash before his eyes, akin to the exhilarating thrill of a roller coaster ride. Fortunately, he did not suffer from heart ailments. Otherwise, he might have fainted on the spot. At last, the pointer came to a steady halt on a prize, and upon seeing it, a radiant smile blossomed on Wang Yi's face. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the Grandmaster level beast taming skill. Indeed, this was a skill for taming beasts. This ability enables one to emanate emotions such as intimidation and allure through their gaze, thereby captivating and conquering wild animals. The entry-level beast taming had a mere 10% success rate, while the master level boasted 50%, and the grandmaster level could reach an astounding 100%. In essence, he could now tame any beast, rendering the mountains virtually devoid of danger for him. In other words, the mountains would henceforth become his personal zoo. Any creature he desired could become his pet. He mused, perhaps he should venture into the dense forest tomorrow and return with a couple of tigers to raise. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the forest where Wang Yi and Su Qingwan had previously hunted wild chickens, beneath a massive tree that required several people to embrace Li Xiaoping, Su Desui, and about 10 members of the hunting team were gathered together, quenching their thirst and nibbling on provisions. After taking a hearty swig of water, a tall, robust, and fierce-looking middle-aged man spoke in a deep tone. Village chief, we have been out all day and have only caught a few wild chickens and rabbits. If you ask me, the next 2 days are unlikely to fare any better. Why don't we venture into the dense forest instead? Silence prevailed, laden with struggle, hesitation, fear, and uncertainty, yet there was also a hint of eagerness. Following the middle-aged man's words, the group fell silent, their gazes drifting toward the nearby dense forest. Their expressions a tapestry of fluctuating emotions. After a considerable pause, Li Xiaoping finally broke the silence. We all know the dangers that lurk within the dense forest, and in my view, there is no need to risk our lives for money. However, he paused momentarily, surveying the group, and continued solemnly. I am an open-minded person and do not impose unilateral decisions. As per our usual practice, let us vote. The minority shall yield to the majority. Those who wish to go, raise your hands, and those who do not, do the same. As Li Xiaoping concluded, the fierce middle-aged man was the first to raise his hand. I want to go. I have 3 sons at home, 2 are in school, and 1 is about to marry. Relying solely on fishing cannot sustain us. I need the money. As the formidable middle-aged man concluded his words, a tall and slender middle-aged individual hesitated for a moment before raising his hand and stating, I shall join as well. My family is indeed struggling. I have several children who are growing, and I wish to take a risk. Shortly thereafter, almost a minute later, a shorter, sprightly middle-aged man also raised his hand, saying, Count me in. My eldest child is demanding a bride price of 50,000 yuan, which our family simply cannot afford. I too wish to take a chance. After the 3 had spoken, a prolonged silence enveloped the gathering, with each person lowering their heads as if they were preoccupied with the ground. Witnessing the scene, the assertive middle-aged man grew anxious and quickly began to persuade. What are you all afraid of? There are over 10 of us here. As long as we stick together, what danger could we possibly face? Just a couple of days ago, Xiao Wang single-handedly took down a tiger. Surely, more than 10 of us should be able to surpass him. Moreover, if it truly comes to it, we can merely circle the outskirts of the forest. We need not venture deep within, right? Think about it. The outskirts of the forest have remained untouched for years, and the medicinal herbs within must be abundant. Even if we don't hunt, we can gather herbs and still make a substantial profit. After a brief pause, he licked his lips, his face alight with excitement. What if we stumble upon a few wild ginseng plants that are decades old? Wouldn't that mean striking it rich? Are you not enticed? His words lingered in the air, causing the villagers present to waver in their resolve. Even Li Xiangping felt a fleeting impulse to join, yet he ultimately subdued his inner greed. However, his restraint did not extend to the others, and several individuals, after a moment of steely determination, decided to take the plunge. All right, count me in. I shall also go. We will simply explore the outskirts of the forest, and I believe it poses little risk. Indeed, as long as we do not delve too deep, our strength should suffice to keep us safe. Excellent. The formidable middle-aged man rejoiced, turning his gaze towards Li Xiangping, village chief. The majority rules. You won't go back on your word, will you? Sighing, Li Xiangping responded, Oh, you all, risking everything when you can enjoy a stable life. But since everyone wishes to go, let us venture into the periphery. Let's set off while there is still daylight. As he spoke, the assertive middle-aged man gathered his gear and stood up, not allowing Li Xiangping the chance to negotiate, leading the way toward the forest. The others who had expressed their willingness to join hesitated briefly before picking up their equipment and following suit. The remaining individuals, who were less inclined to partake, turned their gazes toward Li Xiangping. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, All right, let us all explore the outskirts together, but do keep safety in mind. If anything feels amiss, we must retreat promptly. With that, he rose, brushed the dust from his trousers, and joined in. After all, these were the men he had brought along. To not follow would be a risk, and if one or two were to go missing, how would he explain it to their families? Oh, being a village chief is indeed a challenging endeavor. Seeing this, the others could only reluctantly follow him. Thus, a group of over 10 individuals, each equipped with machetes and axes, with quivers and bamboo baskets slung across their backs, bearing longbows upon their shoulders and wielding bamboo sticks in hand, ventured into the dense forest, making a cacophony as they progressed. Inside the cockpit, Wang Yi, having finished his draw, stretched lazily and stepped outside with a smile gracing his lips. Upon his emergence, he was met with the sight of Zhu Tsong and Su Xiao donning diving suits, while Zhang Ming and Su Yun leaned anxiously against the railing. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, What are you all wearing diving suits for? The sun is nearly setting. Surely you do not intend to dive? Oh no, we are not diving, they exclaimed, but rather, we have caught a large fish that suddenly dragged the net away, and we are about to go after it. Indeed, the fish must be substantial. The rope slipped from our hands in an instant, taking the net with it, they affirmed. Is that true? Wang Yi asked in surprise. Did you not hold on tightly? Su Xiao quickly shook her head. How could that be? Just look at Meng Meng's hands. The marks from the rope are vividly apparent, nearly raw. Yes. The rope slipped away so quickly that we barely had time to react. Zhu Tsong nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Ming approached briskly, offering an apologetic tone. Brother Wang, I'm truly sorry for losing your net. If Su Xiao and the others cannot retrieve it after they dive, I shall buy you a new one to compensate. It's quite all right. It's merely a net. No need for such formality, Wang Yi replied, as he stepped towards the edge of the deck, resting his hands on the railing while casually checking the small map and asking, Have you seen which direction it went? Chapter 44. Struggling with the dragonfish beneath the sea, approximately toward the 10 o'clock direction, Su Yun gestured, indicating to the side. Oh look, there's a red dot at the edge of the map spinning rapidly. Could it be the large fish they mentioned trying to escape the net? At this moment, there were few red dots remaining on the map, yet the red dot Su Yun pointed to, situated nearly 20 meters from the edge, was darting around like a headless fly. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately addressed Zhu Tsong and Su Xiao, saying, Little fatty, don't go down there. Lend me your goggles for a moment. I'll take a look. What? No way, Zhu Tsong stammered, instinctively shaking his head vigorously. However, Wang Yi did not grant him the chance to protest further, swiftly picking up a pair of goggles from the ground and donning them. Without delay, He removed his short-sleeved shirt and capri pants, revealing a pair of black square-cut swim trunks. With arms outstretched and slightly together, he took a running leap and plunged into the sea. Splash! Not a drop of water was disturbed, akin to a frog gracefully diving into the water. A sight of exquisite elegance. His seamless diving motion would leave any spectator at a diving competition utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Zhu Tsong and the others stood in awe, their mouths agape, capable of holding a duck egg. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Tsong exclaimed, "Wow, did you all just see that?" He fell from a boat without making a splash. Is this Wang Ge a diver? Indeed, he must be, and a top-tier one at that. I wouldn't be surprised if he ranks among the best in the world. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. As these words left his lips, his girlfriend, Zhang Meng, blushed and chimed in. Are you all only noticing Wang Ge's remarkable diving skills and not his incredible physique? Meng, I saw it. His arms are like those of a primate, his waist is trim, and he has 8-pack abs and defined pecs, all without an ounce of exaggeration. The sense of strength is palpable. No wonder he can cast nets for so long without fatigue. Su Yun exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Meng, feeling a connection, leaned in and hugged Su Yun's arm, gazing at Wang Yi's diving spot. How do you think Wang Ge achieved such a physique? It's simply remarkable. I truly envy Sister Qing Wan for having such an extraordinary husband. Su Yun nodded vigorously. Yes. Compared to Wang Ge, those fitness enthusiasts at our school are utterly overshadowed. As for our boyfriends, she glanced at little Fatty's round belly and sighed heavily. Zhu Tsong and Su Xiao exchanged uneasy glances, their faces turning a shade of green, with a creeping sense of dread manifesting. Instinctively lifting their shirts, they inspected their rib-like chests. Su Xiao gritted his teeth, saying, Little Fatty, how about we just set sail and leave old Wang to fend for himself? Zhu Tsong similarly lifted his shirt to inspect his abdominal muscles and sagging pectorals, his expression one of dejection as he lamented, Alas, why must there be pigs when there are kings? Su Xiao, Hu Yun, Zhang Meng. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, blissfully unaware of the commotion above, was swiftly navigating through the water in accordance with the luminous points on his map. Possessing masterful swimming skills and immense strength, his speed rivaled that of many fish. If only he had brought a net, he could have easily returned with a bountiful catch. As he dove deeper, the visibility in the water diminished, and upon reaching the ocean floor, he found himself enveloped in an oppressive darkness. The seabed, cloaked in silt, was dotted with grayish rocks, while oddly shaped corals of pale gray and dark green seaweed intertwined, with colorful fish darting about. It was not unattractive, yet it paled in comparison to the splendid underwater vistas seen on television. With a powerful kick against the rocks behind him, Wang Yi propelled himself forward in a frog-like swimming posture. A few meters ahead, he spotted his net floating in the water. The rope at its top snagged in a crevice of the rocks, twisted several times around. Within the net, a gigantic fish was thrashing about, its strength preventing it from sinking. Finally drawing closer, Wang Yi could hardly contain his laughter, but as he opened his mouth, seawater rushed in, nearly choking him, prompting him to quickly close it. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a fish exceeding 1.5 meters in length, its elongated body robust like that of a pig. The creature was a dark brown, adorned with bluish-black and grayish spots, exuding an air of majesty. It was a dragon grouper. Indeed, this was a dragon grouper, scientifically known as the giant grouper, colloquially referred to as the piggy grouper in these waters. This species is the largest among groupers, with adults reaching lengths of over 2 meters and weights up to 400 kilograms. Its flesh is tender and exquisite, suitable for steaming, braising, or as fish fillet and soup, yielding delectable dishes. On Earth, it could fetch $100 to $200 per pound, while during this period on Blue Star, it still commanded a high price of $50 per pound. Wang Yi estimated this dragon grouper to weigh no less than 200 pounds. Certainly, it would easily sell for $10,000. He felt a surge of delight as a smile crept across his face, and without delay, he swam towards the crevice. Carefully untangling the rope, he summoned all his strength to pull it free, bewildered at how such a creature had ensnared it so thoroughly. Without further thought, he swiftly secured the rope around his waist, then kicked off the seabed, shooting upwards towards the surface like an arrow. After approximately 5 minutes had elapsed since he had descended and untangled the rope, he feared that Xiao Pang and the others would soon come searching for him. However, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated the formidable power of the 200-pound behemoth in the water. As he darted a short distance away, before he could even make a stroke, a tremendous force pulled him back, dragging him further in retreat. Damn, this fish possesses immense strength. I should have struck it a few times beforehand. Cursing inwardly, Wang Yi had no choice but to turn around and swim in the direction of the fish. The situation resembled fishing. If he did not tire it out, he would not be able to reel it in. On the surface, aboard the fishing vessel, Zhu Tsong and his companions were leaning over the railing, their expressions grave and anxious. What should we do, little fatty? It's been 5 minutes. Could something have happened to Brother Wang? Upon hearing Su Xiu's words, Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, little fatty, I believe we should not wait any longer. We must dive in and search. If anything has happened to Brother Wang, how shall we explain it to Sister Qingluan's family? Su Yin hurriedly concurred, you're right. 5 minutes have already passed, exceeding the limits of most trained divers. We cannot afford to wait any longer. You are all correct. We can no longer delay. Let's quickly don our gear and descend to search, Zhu Tsong affirmed, already starting to equip himself. Observing his actions, the others swiftly followed suit, gradually making their way into the water. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yi was entirely unaware of the unfolding events above. He was presently engaged in a fierce struggle with a grouper entangled in the net. Occasionally, he would brace himself against the seabed, using his hands to paddle in resistance. And at times, he would seize the nearby rocks for leverage. When the grouper showed signs of fatigue, he would promptly swim in the opposite direction to exert further pressure. Thus, both man and fish exerted their utmost, neither yielding to the other. Fortunately, the fishing net was a product of the system. Otherwise, it would have likely torn apart by now. Chapter 45. The Fishmonger by the Sea. I commanded you to run, to disregard orders, to act recklessly, to cling to me without respite. After several minutes of contest, the giant flatfish finally began to slow. At this moment, Wang Yi was nearing the 15-minute threshold, and he dared not delay any longer. With a sudden push against the reef, he surged forward, seizing the fish along with its net into his embrace. Immediately, he uttered a curse under his breath and unleashed a flurry of punches upon the flatfish's head, striking with no mercy. Despite the resistance of the water, Wang Ye's physique was more than double that of an average adult male, and he soon rendered the massive fish disoriented and incapacitated. The flatfish twitched a few times in Wang Ye's grasp before falling still. Little creature, let us see how you flounder now. Noticing the fish had ceased its struggle, Wang Yi let out a satisfied grunt and gradually released his hold, preparing to swim towards the surface. However, upon lifting his head, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of 4 figures clad in diving suits, equipped with oxygen tanks and flippers, floating just a few meters away. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Zhu Tsong and his companions. With their eyes wide behind their goggles, they stared incredulously at Wang Yi, their expressions akin to that of witnessing a ghost. Gulping, observing their astonishment, Wang Yi found himself at a loss for words. So he merely waved his hand and gestured upwards before propelling himself off the seabed towards the surface. Realizing the situation, Zhu Tsong and the others quickly regained their composure and followed suit, swimming towards the surface. Splash! Wheeze! Wheeze! In no time, Wang Yi broke through the water's surface, gasping for air. He had reached the limit of 15 minutes and felt as though his lungs might burst. He would wager that if he delayed for another 10 or 20 seconds, his lungs would explode like a fish's swim bladder. Splash! Splash! At that moment, Zhu Tsong and his companions also emerged from the water. All 4 donned oxygen masks, resembling characters from a survival horror scenario. Watching Wang Yi greedily inhale air, Zhu Tsong was the first to remove his mask and exclaimed, "Goodness, brother, you knocked out a several 100-pound flatfish with your bare hands underwater. Are you even human?" The other 3 quickly followed suit, removing their masks, and Su Xiu eagerly nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, brother, you are astonishing. I calculated the time. You managed to hold your breath for a full 15 minutes. That is truly incredible. Yes, yes, Brother Yi, you are remarkable. From now on, you shall be my idol. Do you need a little sister? I wish to be your sister, Zhang Meng said, her eyes sparkling as if animated, undoubtedly filled with hearts. Su Yun, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in with a similar gleam in her eyes. Brother Yi, count me in. I too wish to be your sister. Ahem, ahem. Let us discuss this later, after we ascend. Under the adoring gaze of Zhang Meng and Su Yun, along with the resentful looks from Zhu Cong and Su Xiu, Wang Yi felt a sudden chill run down his spine. These two young ladies really ought to consider their words in front of their own boyfriends. Is it truly appropriate? Should you wish to discuss matters, do so privately. That way, I may swiftly decline, for I am no scoundrel and do not indulge in frivolous pursuits. Moments later, several individuals boarded the vessel, subsequently hauling the massive dragon fish ashore. Observing the enormous creature sprawled across the deck, longer than two young ladies, Zhu Cong and Su Xiu could no longer harbor their grievances. They retrieved their cameras and crouched down to capture the moment. Meanwhile, Wang Yi found himself attentively attended to by two young ladies, one offering a towel while the other provided water, each affectionately calling him Brother Yi, which made him quite uneasy. Particularly, when one of the young ladies boldly poked his abdominal muscles as he drank, he was so startled that he sprayed water 3 meters away, nearly choking on the mineral water. Not daring to remain with these audacious vixens, Wang Yi hastily donned his clothing and urged Zhu Cong, little fatty, enough with the photos. It is getting late. Let us set sail back. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and called his beloved wife. The call connected swiftly. After exchanging a few sweet nothings, he informed Su Qingwan of their bountiful catch, asking Wu Ye to come to the dock to collect the fish. After a silent journey, the fishing boat soon returned to the bustling dock, where numerous fishing boats had also arrived, offloading baskets of fish, creating quite a lively scene. Brother-in-law, we are here. Suddenly, Su Qingke's voice rang in his ears. Following the sound, he spotted a 10-meter iron fishing boat brimming with fish holds, where the three sisters, Su Qingwan, Su Qingfeng, and Su Qingke, were present. Also aboard were Wu Ye and her husband Zhu Ping, along with a middle-aged couple, busily transferring the catch into the holds. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Yi waved his hand and called out, Dear, why are you all here? I asked you over the phone what you had caught, yet you remained silent. We were merely curious and came to see for ourselves, Su Qingwan replied, her nose wrinkling in displeasure. She then inquired with curiosity, Now, can you tell us what you caught that you were so secretive about? It's nothing particularly valuable, just a rather large quantity. Wang Yi chuckled, then turned to Wu Ye and asked, Wu Ye, do you accept barramundi? What? Darling, you're joking, right? After all that suspense. It turns out to be barramundi. Su Qingwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wang Yi. The others shared her bewilderment, their expressions reflecting an indescribable strangeness. Wu Ye, named by Wang Yi, wore a face of disappointment but still nodded in response. Yes, we do accept them. However, they are not worth much. I can only offer you 1 yuan per pound. How much do you have? Wang Yi nodded, then shook his head. I am not certain of the exact weight, but I estimate it should be around 2,000 pounds. How much? 2,000 pounds? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Wu Ye's eyes widened, her speech faltering. The Su sisters stared at Wang Yi in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Hadn't Wang Yi gone out to fish? Is it truly possible to catch 2,000 pounds of barramundi? One might wonder if a fishing rod could even withstand such a feat. Not only Wang Yi, but also those around him who overheard his statement, gazed at him with astonishment. As fishermen or fish merchants, they were well acquainted with barramundi. However, to amass such a quantity in one go would typically require a trawler. No one in these coastal waters had ever managed to capture so many. Such a notion had never been heard of before. Yet, the lack of previous knowledge did not deter their desire. A gaunt, middle-aged fish merchant, grinning broadly, addressed Wang Yi. Young man, do you truly possess 2,000 pounds of barramundi? If you do, I would gladly purchase it at $1.20 per pound. Shortly thereafter, a plump middle-aged woman interjected. Little brother, If you indeed have 2,000 pounds, I would also be interested in buying, offering $1.30 per pound. Soon after, two other fish merchants clamored eagerly. Young boss, I'll pay $1.40. Sell it to me. Hey, handsome, I'll give you $1.50. That's the highest price I can offer. Any more and I 1 T profit. Chapter 46. What? You have another dragon carp? Wang Yi, I was unaware of your substantial stock of barreling fish. Hence, I quoted you the market acquisition price. However, fret not. Should you genuinely possess 2,000 pounds, I can offer you $1.50 per pound. No, I shall raise my offer to $1.60 in consideration of Qingwan's esteem. I implore you to sell to me. At this moment, Wu Yu was genuinely anxious. Although barreling fish do not command high price, they can be sold in the city for approximately $2 per pound, whether retail or wholesale. 2,000 pounds could yield several hundred to over 1,000 in profit. Who wouldn't desire such a gain? Had she known Wang Yi had amassed such a quantity of barreling fish, she would never have dared to propose such a low price. Now, not only was she faced with fierce competition, but Wang Yi might also perceive her as unscrupulous and decide against future dealings with her. Contemplating this, Wu Yu quickly turned her gaze towards Su Qingwan. Though she remained silent, her eyes brimmed with unspoken pleas. Darling, since you did not clarify the quantity beforehand, it would be unjust to blame Wu Yu. Given that her price is not lower than the others, shall we consider selling to her family? Upon receiving her best friend's request, Su Qingwan pondered for a moment before deciding to lend her support. However, just as she spoke, before Wang Yi could respond, several other fishmongers voiced their objections. Miss Su, you cannot proceed in this manner. We are all acquaintances, and we can offer $1.60, even $1.70 per pound. Oh dear, Qingwan, we initially quoted $1 per pound. How can one be so avaricious? Were it not for us, your family would be a loss. Are you truly considering selling to her? Indeed, how can one be so merciless? $1 per pound could certainly be countered. I would feel embarrassed to compete under such circumstances. Absolutely, now that we are offering a higher price, they wish to invoke sentiment. How can business be conducted this way? You are all being excessively unreasonable. If Wang Yi only has a few pounds, could you truly offer above $1? Wu Yu exclaimed in frustration. Her eyes widened as she retorted, Humph, I shall offer $1.80 per pound. I would rather forfeit any profit, even incur a loss, than concede to you. Have you lost your senses, little girl? The wholesale price for barreling fish barely exceeds $2 per pound. After accounting for labor and fuel, your offer of $1.80 is tantamount to hostility toward us. How about this? We split the 2,000 pounds, each taking 4 to 500 pounds. Wouldn't that be more beneficial for all? Yes, that sounds reasonable. Young man, what do you think? As they spoke, all eyes turned towards the composed Wang Yi. Well, I do not think so. I have already instructed my wife to inform Wu Yu. These fish were never intended for sale to anyone else. With that, Wang Yi turned his gaze to Wu Yu and smiled. Let us settle on $1.50 per pound. You and my wife share a close friendship, and we remember all the assistance you have provided her. Thus, we shall not sell the fish to anyone else. However, after a brief pause, Wang Yi half-jokingly remarked, I happen to have a dragonfish weighing around 200 pounds. This time, you must offer me a generous price. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to take it home and prepare a feast. What? You possess a 200-pound dragonfish? Wu Yu's expression of gratitude instantly transformed into one of ecstatic delight as she stammered Wang. No, I mean brother-in-law, rest assured, I will certainly provide you with a high price this time. You will not suffer any loss. However, as her words lingered in the air, the other fish vendors regained their composure and erupted in dismay. Oh dear, young brother, you cannot do this. The barbel fish is one thing, but a 200-pound dragonfish is a rare find. You should reconsider our offers. Indeed, young man, the market price for dragonfish is approximately 50 yuan per pound. I will offer 60, so please sell it to me. 60? How dare you even suggest that? Young boss, I will give you 65. Please sell it to me. Hey, handsome, sell it to me. I'll offer 70. This price barely leaves any profit. Enough of your bickering. This is my sister's husband, my brother-in-law. Your shouts are futile. Seeing Wang Yi's expression remain unfazed, we have felt a wave of relief wash over her. her face beaming with joy. In no time, she, along with her basket and her parents, boarded the fishing boat where Wang Yi was stationed. Brother-in-law, I will give you 80 yuan per pound for the dragonfish. What do you say? Haha, no problem. The fish are in the live well. Let us hasten to weigh and collect them. Wang Yi promptly gestured toward the live well that had been opened. Wu Ye's family, along with the Su sisters who had closely followed, instinctively leaned in to peer into the live well. To their astonishment, it was filled to the brim with tightly packed barbel fish. In a separate compartment, there lay a dragon fish longer than a person, unable to fully stretch out. Upon witnessing this scene, even those who had mentally prepared themselves could not help but cover their mouths in astonished delight. Without further ado, the Wu family rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Wang Yi and the others also lent a hand, netting fish, packing baskets, and weighing them. With many hands at work, the task was swiftly completed. The total weight of the barbel fish was 1,800 pounds, amounting to 2,700 yuan. The dragon fish weighed 215 pounds, totaling 17,200 yuan. In total, the sum came to 19,900 yuan. When Wu Ye paid, she rounded it to a neat figure, presenting 2 stacks of red bills. Receiving the money, Wang Yi took half from one stack and handed it to Zhu Tsong, saying, "You 4 can divide this." Without giving them a chance to refuse, he turned and placed the remaining 15,000 yuan into Su Qingwan's hands, calling out, "Dear, let us return home. Tonight, I shall personally cook for you." With that, he strode ahead, taking long strides. The Su sisters were momentarily taken aback before quickly following. The remaining 4 from Zhu Tsong hesitated for a moment before hastily chasing after them. After an indeterminate amount of time, in the front yard of the Su residence, a square table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Every dish emanated an enticing aroma, exquisitely presented, and the description of its colors, fragrance, and flavor hardly suffices. Brother-in-law, sister, may we begin? This dish is simply irresistible, Su Qingke exclaimed, unable to contain herself any longer as she observed Wang Yi and Su Qingwan bringing the braised tiger fish to the table. Although the others remained silent, their wandering gazes and subtle gestures of swallowing revealed their pretense of calm. "Haha, let us eat. Everyone, join in and taste my culinary skills," Wang Yi declared, as he deftly picked up his chopsticks to serve a piece of the fish belly to his mother-in-law, followed by a portion for Su Qingke, and of course, he did not neglect his own wife. After ensuring everyone had a share, he finally indulged himself. Upon tasting the dish, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he couldn't help but marvel at the masterful culinary artistry. The flavor was beyond reproach. "Wow, brother-in-law, your cooking is absolutely divine. It surpasses the meals we had at the hotel yesterday by 100-fold. Su Qingke declared dramatically before diving headfirst into her meal, while others remained reticent. Their incessant movements of serving food and their ravenous eating habits spoke volumes about the deliciousness of the dishes. Thus, in that moment, the courtyard was filled solely with the sounds of clinking utensils and the delightful crunch of meals being savored. Chapter 47. The howl of wolves echoes from the mountain. The gongs resound through the village, brother. Your culinary skills are exceptional. They rival those of any 5-star hotel I have ever dined in. With a contented expression, Zhu Tsong set down his bowl and chopsticks after savoring the last morsel of rice paired with the delectable fish soup, giving Wang Yi a thumbs up in admiration. Su Xiao, equally satisfied, placed her utensils down and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been ages since I have relished such exquisite dishes. Brother, may we propose that we dine at your home more often? We shall cover the expenses. Yes, yes. What a splendid idea, Xiao. I was just contemplating how I would cope if I could no longer enjoy Brother Ye's cooking, Zhang Meng exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she cast Su Xiao an appreciative glance. Su Yan also nodded with a beaming smile. Indeed, Brother Ye's meals are so delightful that I fear I will no longer be able to enjoy our own cooking. Suddenly, Wang Ye's face contorted in discomfort, eliciting a peculiar sound. Zhang Ming quickly inquired, "Brother Yi, what is wrong?" Su Yan followed suit. "Yes, Brother Yi. Are you unwell? Should we take you to the hospital?" "No, I am fine. It's getting late. If there is nothing urgent, you should all head back to rest," Wang Yi replied, casting a discreet glance at Su Qingwan. his eyes silently pleading for mercy. At that moment, a delicate hand clasped at his waist, producing an overwhelmingly intense sensation. Ah, Brother Yi, it's still early. We usually don't sleep until 11 or 12, Su Xiu protested. Yes, Brother Yi, we can't possibly sleep this early. Let us help you clear the dishes before we leave. No, you should really go. I'm tired and need to rest, Wang Yi urged. Feeling the grip at his waist tighten even further, his complexion paling as he directed a stern look at Zhu Tsong and Su Xiu. Little fatty, little miss. Did you not hear me? Take your girlfriends and leave at once. If you don't hurry, you shall no longer be welcomed at my home for meals. What? Oh, yes, we're leaving now, we're leaving. Zhu Tsong and Su Xiu exchanged bewildered glances before hastily standing up, each taking their girlfriend by the hand and making their way out. Although they were perplexed by Wang Yi's sudden change in demeanor, the priority was to secure their access to the dining hall. However, just then, a long, resonant howl of a wolf echoed from the distant mountains. Ah! The echoes of the wolf howls reverberated, causing the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. Oh no, there are wolves. Brother, there are wolves. Zhu Tsong and his companions felt their legs weaken, nearly paralyzed by fear, as they hurried back to Wang Yi's side, shouting in panic. Husband, this is dire. It must be that the village chief and Uncle San have encountered a pack of wolves. Su Qingwan suddenly stood up, her expression grave as she gazed towards the source of the howls. Indeed, it is likely they have ventured into the dense forest. Wang Yi nodded, his brow furrowing slightly, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Indeed, it is difficult to advise the obstinate. These individuals have failed to restrain the greed that resides within them. Su Qingwan harbored similar suspicions, causing her brow to furrow even further. Darling, soon the village will surely sound the gongs to gather people for rescue. Our family must also contribute. I will go and check, while you ensure that my mother and sister stay indoors and keep the doors locked. Stay vigilant, in case the wolves descend from the mountains. Clang, clang, clang. As if on cue, Su Qingwan's words had barely escaped her lips when the sound of gongs echoed from the center of the village, soon followed by the crackling announcement from a loudspeaker. Attention! Residents of Shanghai Fishing Village. A hunting party has encountered danger in mountains. Please gather at the foot of the North Mountain with your bows and arrows. The urgent voice repeated thrice, resonating throughout every corner of Shanghai Fishing Village. In an instant, the once peaceful village, with its curling smoke from chimneys, erupted into chaos. Barking dogs, wailing children, the cries of women, and the shouts of men blended into a cacophony of sound. Darling, I will fetch the bow and arrows. Lock the door as soon as I leave, and do not venture out until the villagers return. With these words, Su Qingwan turned to head inside for the bow. However, at that moment, Wang Yi grasped her hand and gently inquired, is it mandatory for every household to send someone? Yes, it is the rule. The hunting party goes into the mountains for the safety patrol of the village, and last time we encountered danger in the mountains, they came to our rescue. Ah, then I shall go. Wang Yi nodded, directing his gaze towards Su's sisters. Qingfeng, Qingke, assist your sister-in-law in retrieving that stone bow and bring several quivers of arrows. Elder sister, Su Qingfeng and Su Qingchue's faces paled as they looked at Su Qingwan, their expressions filled with hesitation. Darling, it's too dangerous for you to navigate the dark paths alone. What if you get lost? I should go instead. Su Qingwan was equally torn. Logically, it made more sense for her husband to go, but she feared for Wang Yi's safety, thinking it would be better for her to go herself. I will follow the main group from the village. How could I possibly get lost? Wang Yi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Enough of this. With men at home, how can I allow you, a woman, to take such risks? I will retrieve it myself. With that, Wang Yi swiftly made his way to the storage room, soon emerging with a long bow slung over his shoulder and several quivers of arrows in hand. Wife, make sure you lock the door tightly. I'm off now. Without giving Su Qingwan a chance to object, he strode out of the courtyard and hopped onto his tricycle, departing with purpose. Along the way, he deliberately retrieved a low-grade longsword from his system space, fastening it to his waist. With this weapon, coupled with his unparalleled archery skills and master-level beast-taming abilities, his safety was far from threatened. Soon, He arrived at the foot of Beishan, where a considerable crowd had gathered, comprising men and women of all ages. Most of them carried long bows and arrows, engaging in lively chatter. "Young man, which family do you hail from?" As Wang Yi approached on his tricycle, an elderly gentleman, dressed in a white tang suit with graying hair, holding a pair of thick green bamboo sticks, inquired with a curious expression. Just as Wang Yi opened his mouth to respond, a strikingly handsome young man in his 30s, standing beside the elder, spoke first. "Old secretary. This is the one who just received the certificate with Qing Wan, the same Wang Yi who killed the tiger." "Ah, so it is him." The old secretary nodded, turning to Wang Yi with a warm smile on his ruddy face. "Young man, I sincerely appreciate your coming to our aid. I have heard much about you from Xiamping. You are quite remarkable and skilled in martial arts. Are you not?" "Haha, old secretary. I am merely a part of our Shanghai fishing village. There is no need for such formality," Wang Yi humbly replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "As for my martial skills, I have only practiced a few basic moves, hardly worth mentioning." "Haha, you are far too modest. Being able to carry a person and slay a tiger, not to mention defeating several martial artists, is far beyond what I was capable of in my youth," the old secretary chuckled before pausing, his curiosity piqued. "Xiamping mentioned you are a novice boxer. I see you wear a long sword at your waist. Do you also possess swordsmanship?" Chapter 48. Surrounded by wolves. It hardly qualifies as swordsmanship. Merely a haphazard practice of a few moves, wielding a sword for self-defense. Shifting the topic, Wang Yi curiously inquired, "But what about you, esteemed elder? You seem to be brimming with vitality. Surely, you have practiced martial arts as well?" "Haha, much like yourself. I have dabbled in a few moves of the Zhuang family style. Nothing worth mentioning," he replied with a chuckle. After a brief pause, he gestured towards a young man beside him, smiling warmly. "Little Wang, allow me to introduce my grandson, Wu Tian. He has been training in swordsmanship and has recently embarked on his journey into the foundational level. You two should interact more and engage in sparring." Certainly, certainly," Wang Yi responded with a smile, nodding at Wu Tian. He then asked, "When shall we venture into the mountains?" "Old secretary, I fear that any further delay may result in having to recover the bodies of Li Xiamping and his companions. Xiamping had previously called me, mentioning that they had encountered a significant number of wolves. We should wait for one more person, a rare consummate master from our Shanghai fishing village at the foundational level. His presence will certainly bolster our chances of rescue." "Oh, very well," Wang Yi replied, feeling at a loss. What does it mean to be a consummate master at the foundational level? If he were to attain the grand mastery of swordsmanship, as I have, he would surely ascend to the heavens. Time passed slowly, and after a span of over 10 minutes, a robust elder clad in a black tang suit adorned with a golden dragon approached with a commanding presence. Despite the silver strands in his hair, he exuded an aura of authority. Following closely behind him was a young man in a similar black tang suit, also tall and muscular, easily towering over 2 meters. The young man carried a large saber on his back and grasped another in his hand, both gleaming ominously with a dark sheen, indicating their formidable weight. "Ha, Wu Laogui. My apologies for my tardiness. Has everyone arrived? If so, let us hasten to the mountains and rescue the stranded." "Ha, you old rascal Zhao. You always keep us waiting. All right, let us move. We are merely awaiting the two of you." Old Secretary Wu Haishan casually gestured at the imposing Zhao Wujia, then turned to the villagers who had been waiting patiently, speaking sternly. "Everyone, turn on your headlamps and follow closely behind us, remaining vigilant for your safety. Let us proceed up the mountain." With that, he and his grandson Wu Tian swiftly ascended the mountainside, while Zhao Wujia and his grandson Zhao Ritian kept pace. As if in a friendly competition, the other villagers, burdened with longbows and straining with all their might, could only manage to keep up. Wang Yi lingered at the back, observing the scene with a sense of intrigue. These two elderly gentlemen certainly seemed to harbor their own tales. Crack, crack. The night forest was eerily quiet, the group's footsteps crunching on the dry branches and leaves. No one spoke. They all hurried forward, heads down. The two grandfather-grandson pairs appeared intimately familiar with the terrain, leading the group to the entrance of the dense forest in less than an hour. How? Upon reaching the entrance, The resonating wolf howls grew increasingly distinct. Upon closer inspection, their numbers appeared to be no less than 40 or 50. Wu Laogui, we may be in a bit of trouble this time. The composure that once adorned Zhao Wuji's face had vanished, replaced by a furrow of his pronounced brows. Wu Haishan, his snow-white brows equally knitted in concern, spoke in a low tone. Indeed, it is quite troublesome, yet we must save them. It was self-evident. Having watched them grow since childhood, they had to be rescued. The question remained, should they charge in directly or lure the pack away for a confrontation? Let's draw them out. You all ascend the trees, ready your bows, and when I lead the wolves away, unleash your arrows. Ideally, we can frighten them all at once. Very well, as per our usual practice, you shall entice them while I remain in the shadows to support you. With that, the two exchanged a few final instructions, and the group began to mobilize. Wu Haishan and Zhao Wuji swiftly penetrated the dense underbrush, while the others, under the leadership of Wu Tian and Zhao Ritian, climbed the towering trees, preparing for the impending confrontation. Among the crowd, Wang Yi also ascended a tree, quietly knocking an arrow to his bow, his gaze fixed intently on the dark woods, lost in thought. As time slipped by, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a chorus of furious wolf howls echoed from the distance, drawing closer with each passing moment. The howls grew in intensity, accompanied by the sound of paws pounding against the earth. Moments later, two figures, one black and one white, burst forth from the edge of the forest. Following closely were numerous shadowy forms, moving swiftly, each bearing a pair of glinting green eyes, relentless in their pursuit. The two upright figures moved with remarkable speed, appearing like specters in the night, while the pursuing shadows were even swifter. The distance between them dwindled to a mere 10 meters, closing rapidly with each heartbeat. The wolf pack had arrived, and everyone braced themselves. Almost in unison, the two figures unleashed a thunderous shout that echoed like a clap of thunder, followed by a resounding chorus of wolf howls in response. As the black and white figures drew nearer, the eerie green glow of the wolves approached as well. The villagers perched in the trees, hearts racing with anxiety, bent their bows in preparation. Wang Yi, too, pulled back his bowstring, aiming meticulously at the center of the glowing green eyes, the very heart of the wolf. With a commanding shout, the two figures again shifted their positions, darting left and right in perfect synchrony. The sudden maneuver momentarily bewildered the wolf pack, causing them to surge forward uncontrollably. In that instant, a pure white figure emanating a greenish hue let out an exceptionally loud wolf howl, as if guiding the pack like a beacon. Upon hearing this piercing howl, the wolves lifted their heads in unison, ready to turn and continue their pursuit of the target. Yet, just then, the air was pierced by the swift whistle of arrows soaring through the sky. The sounds of arrows striking flesh echoed, relentless and unyielding. A mournful wail echoed through the mountains, piercing the silence with its haunting intensity. The anguished cries of wolves reverberated, stirring the ferocious beasts hidden deep within the forest. In an instant, the cries of eagles and the roars of tigers filled the heavens. At that moment, on an elevated vantage point behind the wolf pack, the alabaster wolf king threw back its head and unleashed a furious howl. As its mournful sound faded, every wolf, whether struck down by arrows or unscathed, joined in the chorus of howls. Once their lamentations ceased, the wolves, driven by frenzy, charged violently towards the great tree where Wang Yi and his companions were perched. The ground shook with the force of their impact, as the colossal tree swayed violently, its leaves swirling in disarray. Meanwhile, those seated in the tree found themselves unable to draw their bows, clinging tightly to the trunk in trembling fear of plummeting to the ground. Yet, the peril was far from over. As the wolves relentlessly battered the tree, a sudden cacophony of howls erupted from the forest's edge. Following this chorus, dozens of greenish lights surged forth, and at the command of the Wolf King's howl, they launched a desperate, suicidal charge at the great tree where Wang Yi and his companions took refuge. Chapter 49. The Wolf Hunt for Experience. Old Ghost Wu. This cannot continue. You are clever. Quickly devise a solution. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Wujia had ascended the tree where Zhao Ritian was perched, wielding a large ring knife, and shouted down to Wu Haishan. At that moment, Wu Haishan was also situated on the tree where his grandson, Wu Tian, was located, gripping a slender sword concealed within his bamboo staff. He wore a grim expression and replied solemnly, "There are far too many wolves. In the face of overwhelming strength, even the sharpest mind is of little use. Our only course of action now is to behead the Wolf King." "Goodness, old man, are you jesting? There are at least 50 wolves down there. We would be torn apart if we descended. Who could possibly slay the Wolf King?" I'm aware of the difficulty, but can you think of any other alternatives?" Zhao Wujia fell silent. Wu Haishan's words rang true. They were surrounded by a pack of wolves, the tree swaying precariously. Aside from killing the Wolf King, there seemed to be no other recourse. "Old Ghost Zhao, we trained together in martial arts back in the village with sword and knife, and neither of us has yet triumphed over the other. I believe this is an opportune moment. Shall we compete to see who can slay the Wolf King first?" As he spoke, Wu Haishan twirled his sword with flair. "Ha ha ha! Am I to fear you, old ghost?" Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, severing a branch the size of a child's arm with a swing of his blade, exuding an air of dominance. However, before they could descend, an arrow suddenly shot forth from a nearby tree, aimed directly at one of the wolves below. Thud, the arrow pierced its flesh, and blood erupted as the wolf let out a whimper before collapsing to the ground. The archer was none other than Wang Yi. With his keen intellect, he could easily conceive the strategies Wu Haishan had formulated. Moreover, he possessed the skill to slay the Wolf King, which was merely 50 meters away. Yet, he refrained from killing and would not permit these two old men to do so either. For him, the wolves below were not mere predators, but rather vessels of experience. If he were to kill the Wolf King now, would the experienced vessels not scatter in disarray? With this thought in mind, he continued his actions, knocking a second arrow onto the long bow. Twang whoosh, the bowstring was drawn taut and released with a powerful snap, the arrow soaring forth like a meteor. The might and speed of a crossbow need not be elaborated. Almost instantaneously, the arrow reached the head of another wolf below. Thud, the wolf, caught unawares, felt the arrow sink into its flesh, launching its robust body far away before it finally came to rest. With a whimper, blood poured from its mouth and nose, and it ceased to breathe. Without a moment's pause, Wang Yi drew back the bow, knocking another arrow, repeating the process with fluidity. With every graceful motion he executed, a wolf fell, blood blossoming as it hit the ground. The onlookers in the trees were left dumbfounded. One individual was so astonished that he forgot to hold onto the tree, nearly tumbling down when a few wolves below collided with him. "Old Ghost Wu, whose child is this fierce young man?" Zhao Wuji suddenly regained his composure, gazing in astonishment at Wu Haishan, who mirrored his shock. Wu Haishan responded, "This is Qingwan's companion, Wang Yi. He is the one who killed the tiger a couple of days ago. I had no idea his archery skills were so remarkable. He seems to be at least at the foundational level, perhaps even highly accomplished." "Oh, so it's this young man?" Zhao Wuji exclaimed. "I initially thought he was merely fortunate in slaying a tiger, but it appears he possesses genuine talent. I wonder, though, if he can shoot the Wolf King with a single arrow. I'm not certain about that. Perhaps we should inquire?" Wu Haishan suggested, turning towards Wang Yi, who was skillfully drawing his bow. He laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Young Yi, we owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." "Ah, we're all neighbors from the same village. It's only right that I assist," Wang Yi replied without turning around, his hands never pausing as he loosed another arrow, striking down a wolf. Wolves are indeed fierce and undeterred by death. Even after Wang Yi had taken down 7 or 8, they showed no signs of retreat. Rather, they grew more ferocious, charging recklessly towards the tree, particularly at the one where Wang Yi stood. Each time he felled a wolf, another would leap forth to take its place. Thankfully, the tree he had chosen was thick enough for a person to embrace. Otherwise, it would have succumbed long ago. Nevertheless, even a tree of such girth would not withstand this onslaught for long. "Young Yi, I've observed that your aim is nearly flawless. Has your archery reached a level of significant mastery?" Wu Haishan's voice broke through again. With a swift and fluid motion, Wang Yi released another arrow, replying vaguely about that. Wu Haishan was elated, Then, young Yi, can you strike the Wolf King atop that elevation? To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Without eliminating the Wolf King, these wolves will persist indefinitely. I could hit it during the day, but at night from this distance, I cannot guarantee a hit. Wang Yi hesitated, ultimately fabricating an excuse. He could not afford to relinquish this extraordinary opportunity to amass experience points. Each wolf yielding 200 to 300 experience and 500 to 600 points. Then, how far can you shoot now? I can lure the Wolf King within 30 meters. Do you have confidence? Hold on, old secretary. It's best you don't take that risk. As you can see, with my archery skills, these wolves cannot escape. There is no need to venture down. Sighing, Wu Haishan replied, I have contemplated the same, but Xiang Ping and the others are still ensnared in the dense forest. And the scent of blood will attract more ferocious beasts. Each passing minute increases our peril. Then I shall hasten, Wang Yi declared as he swiftly drew 3 arrows from his quiver, knocking them onto the bowstring with determination. Wu Haishan's words rang true. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, which wild beasts are acutely sensitive to, making it highly probable that more predators would be enticed. If a few tigers or leopards were drawn near, it would spell true trouble. These felines are not to be underestimated, especially the leopards, who are adept at climbing trees with remarkable agility. Certainly, Wang Yi hesitated to relinquish these experienced companions. Thus he resolved to endure some hardship and unleashed a simultaneous volley of 3 arrows. With a resounding twang, whoosh, 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 he released his grip, causing the bowstring to quiver as the 3 arrows sliced through the air like comets, striking the wolves below with astonishing speed. Thud, thud, thud. 3 bursts of crimson erupted, resplendent against the luminous backdrop of the moonlit night. The mournful howls of the wounded echoed, a chilling cry, as it was his inaugural attempt at firing 3 arrows at once. Even with his masterful archery skills, Wang Yi could only manage to strike 2 wolves directly between the eyes. The 3rd arrow found its mark in the flank of another, sending the creature sprawling several meters away, pinned to the ground as it howled in agony. Despite this, the villagers present gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixed on Wang Yi, utterly captivated by his extraordinary prowess. Chapter 50. The Master Apprentice Panel. Do you not believe I possess master-level swordsmanship? My goodness. Xiao Yi, from whom did you learn such exceptional archery? Wu Haishan, regaining his composure, inquired with curiosity. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement, his face alight with admiration. In ancient times, Shuerga struck the Tianshan Mountains with 3 arrows. Today, Wang Yi has felled 3 wolves with 3 arrows. This archery skill has truly impressed me. I am equally impressed. I have never witnessed such formidable archery. Brother Wang Yi, may I learn archery from you in the future? Zhao Ritian chimed in with a deep voice. Wu Tian, unwilling to be left behind, eagerly nodded. Brother Wang, take me along. I too wish to learn archery from you. I can become your disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers perched in the trees lit up with excitement, and soon the air was filled with enthusiastic shouts. Qingluan's husband, I too wish to learn. If you do not mind my age, I would gladly call you master. Yes, yes, I want to learn as well. This archery is simply extraordinary. 3 arrows to fell 3 wolves. Marvelous. Indeed, Wang Master, tomorrow morning I shall bring you cigarettes and liquor. You must accept me as your disciple. And me, Wang Master, I will buy you Zhonghua cigarettes and Matai liquor. No. I merely shot aimlessly. I am unworthy of being called master, and I have no qualifications to accept disciples. Please, do not place such burdens upon me. Wang Yi could not help but laugh in exasperation. He had merely wished to earn some experience points, yet inadvertently, he had inflated his reputation. Goodness, each of these individuals could be his father, and yet they come seeking to be his disciples in archery. What a jest! Oh, Xiao Yi, do not be modest. If your archery skills are not worthy of accepting disciples, then who is? Indeed, Wu Laogui speaks the truth. Brother Xiao Yi, your archery is sufficient to establish a sect. If you do not mind my age, I too wish to learn. Yes, Brother Wang, please accept me. From now on, I, Wu Tian, shall be your disciple. Wherever you point, I shall strike without hesitation. And me, And me, I too wish to be a disciple. I have achieved a rudimentary level in knife techniques. Whoever bullies you, I shall confront. While master, I am also here. Though I possess no martial skills, I am strong and intelligent. I am sure I can learn. I too wish to join. Wang Yi. So, do my previous words fall on deaf ears? Are they truly unwilling to relent in their pursuit of becoming my disciples? As he opened his mouth to refuse, once more, while shooting arrows at the wolves, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. A disciple wishes to pledge allegiance, and the Master-Apprentice panel has officially activated. System, what does this Master-Apprentice panel entail? Wang Ye's archery instinctively paused as he inquired within his mind. Ding! The host has established a bond with the disciple. The wildlife hunted by the disciple will yield experience points and rewards for the host. The greater the bond, loyalty, between the disciple and the host, the higher the experience points and rewards. Additionally, each time the host accepts a disciple, a gift package for discipleship will be awarded. What? Such a benefit exists? Wang Ye's eyes brightened with delight. Disregarding the rewards, doesn't accepting disciples merely signify acquiring free labor? Imagine, in the future, if I were to emulate Confucius and gather 3,000 disciples. Even if we were to dig for clams daily, the experience and accolades amassed would be truly astounding. With this thought in mind, Wang Ye's gaze ignited with fervor as he looked at the individuals perched in the trees, his mouth opening as he prepared to enthusiastically accept them all. However, at that moment, the system's notification reverberated in his mind. Beep! Friendly reminder. The host must possess the Wilderness King talent to accept disciples. Wilderness King talent? What on earth is that? Beep! Wilderness King talent, as the name suggests, refers to a hunting aptitude, requiring superior martial arts foundation, exceptional luck, keen eyesight, acute sense of smell, and rapid learning ability. This talent is categorized into inferior, average, superior, top tier, super, and extraordinary levels. The stronger the talent, the faster the martial arts training. The higher the chances of encountering wild creatures, and the greater the future achievements. Conversely, the opposite holds true. Oh, then system, since you have chosen me as your host, does that imply my Wilderness King talent is at the extraordinary level? Beep. You do not possess the Wilderness King talent. The reason for selecting you as a host is solely due to your status as a traveler. What? Are you kidding me? I lack the Wilderness King talent? Beep. Indeed, the system does not err. Goodness, you are infuriating. Among these individuals, who possesses the Wilderness King talent? Wang Yi rolled his eyes, deciding not to dwell on the absence of talent. After all, he had the system, which essentially granted him an advantage. No matter how remarkable their talents were, could they surpass the power of the system? Beep. The host may access the disciple panel for further details. I can't believe it, this lazy system. Wang Yi sighed, but he complied and switched the display to the disciple panel. Master, Wang Yi disciples. Non-current wild disciples. Wu Tian, average. Zhao Ri Tian, average. Zhao Wuji, inferior. Wu Haishan, inferior. Goodness, what a misfortune. After all this effort, I ended up with 2 average and 2 inferior talents, and those 2 inferior ones are practically half buried in the ground. If I accept them, will I, as their master, end up supporting them in their old age? Sigh, whatever, I might as well take them all in. Teaching 1 is the same as teaching 4, and besides, those 2 old fellows seem spirited enough, running faster than wolves. They might prove useful after all. With this resolved, Wang Yi once again drew his bow and shot an arrow, simultaneously stating, "If you truly wish to become my disciples, come to my home tomorrow morning, and I shall assess your archery talents." Pausing for effect to enhance the allure, he added, "Oh, by the way, not only am I a master archer, but my swordsmanship is also at a masterful level, and my knife techniques are at an entry-level perfection. If you wish to learn, I can teach you as well." What? You are a master archer, a master swordsman, and even your knife skills are at an entry-level perfection? Goodness, how is that possible? You are so young. How could you have achieved 2 masterful levels and 1 entry-level perfection? No, that is not correct. There exists another martial technique, also of an introductory level. Hiss, what kind of divine being is this? My goodness, regardless of its authenticity, this master shall be my chosen one. Even the first emperor could not impede me. Yes, indeed. Tomorrow morning I shall procure Zhonghua cigarettes and Maotai liquor. This master must be revered. Indeed, tomorrow morning I shall prostrate myself to the point of collapse at the doorstep of Master Wang, for I too wish to enter the fold of disciples. So do I. In an instant, all present, without exception, gazed at Wang Yi with fervent admiration. Even the wolf beneath the tree at this moment was completely overlooked by them. Huh! Do you not believe I possess master-level swordsmanship? Wang Yi unleashed 3 arrows, bringing down 3 wolves once more, then slung his bow across his back. A faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Wang Yi drew the long sword at his waist, leaped from the great tree, and executed a sweeping slash. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. A flurry of crimson erupted as the 3 wolves charging towards him suffered gaping wounds to their throats, blood cascading forth. With a swift turn, he delivered a leftward slash and a straight thrust, sending forth yet another spray of blood. From descending the tree to drawing his sword, mere moments elapsed, and the 5 wolves that had just moments ago been a menacing presence beneath Wang Ye's tree were now all summoned to meet the wolf god. Chapter 51. Capturing the Wolf King, naming him Little White in utter astonishment. The onlookers were left speechless by Wang Ye's swift swordsmanship that effortlessly dispatched 5 wolves. Had they not been present throughout the entire event, they might have suspected they were witnessing a stage performance. Such a technique, one might argue, would classify him as a top-tier master even in the golden age of martial arts. Yet, this was merely the beginning of Wang Ye's one-sided massacre. Below, his sword danced like a serpent, each strike eliciting blossoms of blood. As the pack encircled him from all directions, he remained steadfast, with his long sword flickering through the air, thrusting and slashing with precision, and clad in white attire. He resembled an unparalleled sword immortal, akin to the fearsome specter of death cloaked in white amidst the night. The spectators gazed in awe, revering him with profound admiration. With a series of decisive strikes, having previously felled 2 or 3 dozen with arrows, soon no wolf remained standing. The ground was littered with wolf carcasses, blood flowing freely, and there stood Wang Yi in his white protective gear, gripping a bloodied sword, an image forever etched in the minds of the onlookers, a memory they would likely never forget. On a nearby azure stone height, the White Wolf King's eyes reflected a flicker of fear, yet predominantly rage and sorrow. Howling fiercely, the proud and cold-hearted wolves, especially their king, would never flee in the face of a formidable foe. Thus, the White Wolf King released a mournful howl that resonated through the skies, and with a powerful push of its limbs against the stone, it transformed into a streak of white lightning, charging towards Wang Yi. Seeing the Wolf King barreling towards him, Wu Haishan's expression turned urgent as he shouted, "Master Wang, quickly climb a tree. That Wolf King is no weaker than a grandmaster. Do not confront it head-on." Zhao Wujie echoed his concern. "Yes, yes, Master Wang, hurry, climb. It's not worth the risk of being bitten or scratched by that beast." Wu Tian joined in the chorus. "Master Wang, you've proven your strength. Ascend quickly, and we shall shoot it down together." As Zhao Ritian's words fell, those with bows swiftly readied their arrows, aiming at the Wolf King. However, at that moment, Wang Yi remained remarkably composed and declared, "Do not shoot. I intend to keep this Wolf King as my guard dog." Gasping in unison, the crowd was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yes, they acknowledged Wang Ye's prowess, but surely he could not be so formidable as to tame the Wolf King as a mere pet? Wang Yi, however, had no time to concern himself with their reactions. Just as his words left his lips, the Wolf King closed the distance to within 3 meters. Upon nearing, Wang Yi truly felt the formidable power of the Wolf King. This creature was an imposing sight, measuring nearly 2 meters in length. With limbs that stood over 50 centimeters tall, its muscular frame rivaling that of the southern tiger. As the Wolf King lunged with its front claws, sharp as blades, glinting menacingly in the moonlight, even from a few meters away, Wang Yi could sense the deadly sharpness of its claws. If this were to land on one's body, it would undoubtedly result in a visceral rupture, instantly incapacitating one's fighting spirit. Yet, the Wolf King, formidable as he is no novice. He has awaited this precise moment. The creature, with a swift movement of its feet, retreated a couple of steps, narrowly evading the Wolf King's assault. In the next instant, its gaze fixed intently on the Wolf King's emerald eyes, it bellowed with authority, "Submit to me." In that fleeting moment, the master-level beast taming skill was activated. The Wolf King, poised to launch another strike, found itself momentarily entranced by Wang Ye's eyes. In that instant, a semblance of human-like confusion flickered in its gaze. To the Wolf King, this hairless monkey before it exuded a gentleness reminiscent of its mother's nurturing eyes from its youth. So tender and familiar. Yet, in a heartbeat, that maternal warmth faded, replaced by the stern, commanding gaze of its father. Howl! Whimper! In an instant, the Wolf King lowered its proud head, whimpering as it prostrated upon the ground, trembling with submission. This was the authority of a parent, the weight of its lineage. It could neither resist nor wish to resist. Ha ha! The system has indeed not let me down. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi felt a surge of joy. Initially, he harbored a flicker of anxiety, fearing he might fail to tame the Wolf King, thus keeping his sword poised for an immediate strike. However, upon witnessing the effectiveness of this skill, he realized it was remarkably efficient, achieving submission in under a minute. Of course, it required proximity of within 3 meters of the beast, which was rather precarious. A single misstep could spell disaster. Today, it is the Wolf King, but had it been a tiger, he would not have dared to be so audacious. Rise, all your fur is white from now on. You shall be known as Little White. Stepping forward, he gently patted the Wolf King's head. With the taming complete, a mutual understanding blossomed between man and beast, each comprehending the other's thoughts and words, leaving Wang Yi unconcerned about the Wolf King's comprehension. Howl! Little White immediately stood up, nuzzling affectionately against Wang Yi's leg, squinting its eyes and emitting sounds akin to a puppy's whimper. Observing this scene, the villagers perched in the trees were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape, some unable to resist rubbing their eyes in disbelief as if they had encountered a ghost. After all, who would dare to believe it without witnessing it firsthand? This was the Wolf King, not merely a puppy. With a single command, scores of followers would rush forth, and even tigers would flee at its presence. Yet now, this was no longer the Wolf King. It was clearly a sycophantic lapdog. The wolf's face bore a human-like obsequiousness as it rubbed against Wang Yi's pant leg. It was indeed a sight to behold. Huh, what are you all staring at? Hurry down and assist. Huh, oh right, we're coming down. Upon hearing Wang Yi's call, the villagers finally awoke from their stupor and hastily descended from the trees. However, while they descended, they dared not approach Wang Yi. After all, the Wolf King may have been obedient before him, but that did not guarantee the same demeanor towards them. And indeed, the reality was as such. As Zhao Wuji boldly approached Wang Yi, the previously harmless Wolf King suddenly bristled, its fur standing on end, and its piercing green eyes fixated intently on Zhao Wuji. In that moment, no one doubted that should Zhao Wuji dare to take another step forward, the Wolf King would undoubtedly launch an attack without hesitation. Xiao Bai, these are friends, do not act unruly, Wang Yi gently admonished as he patted Xiao Bai on the head. With a soft whimper, Xiao Bai immediately relaxed its posture, behaving once more like a docile dog. Witnessing this scene, even those who had observed it once before could not help but express their astonishment. A few extroverted individuals could no longer contain their curiosity and posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Wang Shi, how on earth did you manage this? As the words fell, all eyes turned inquisitively toward Wang Yi. Ha, merely a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning, he replied with a casual smile, before patting Xiao Bai's head and instructing, Xiao Bai, lead us to the humans you previously besieged. With a sharp yelp, Xiao Bai darted off like a flash of lightning into the dense forest. Observing this, Wang Yi waved his hand and called out, let us hurry to rescue them. We do not know if anyone has been injured. Pausing for a moment, he recalled something and pointed to the scattered wolf carcasses on the ground. Someone make a call to notify those down the mountain to come and remove the wolf bodies. Leave 2 people here to wait. Having spoken, Wang Yi strode forward with long strides, swiftly pursuing Xiao Bai. Seeing this, Wu Haishan promptly arranged for 2 individuals to remain behind and led the others in a brisk follow-up. Chapter 52. Has my uncle been injured? Crack, crack. As we ventured into the dense forest, darkness enveloped us entirely, shrouding our surroundings in an impenetrable veil. It was an apt description to say that one could not see their own hand before their eyes. Fortunately, everyone was equipped with headlamps, and with the Wolf King, Little White, leading the way, we encountered no perilous situations. Ahead of the group, Wang Yi was simultaneously sprinting while scrutinizing his attribute panel, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Host, Wang Yi Constitution, 22, Ordinary Male, 10th Map, 40 meters, 6,000, 50,000, items. Low-level fishing line set X1, low-level healing pill X1. Items not displayed in system space. Skills. Net mastery, basic medical skills, basic leg techniques, basic fist techniques, basic blade techniques, master-level fishing skills, master-level culinary arts, master-level archery, master-level breath, control, master-level sword techniques, master-level painting, master-level architecture, master-level swimming, grandmaster level, beast mastery, points, 27. 000, apprentice, none, pet. Wolf King Little White. This evening's rescue operation had truly enriched him. Having just upgraded the map during the day, he was now thrilled to find it extended to a range of 40 meters at night. Upon examining the map, he noted no fewer than 20 red dots representing prey. Magnifying the view revealed a plethora of wild chickens, hares, and squirrels. The purple dots, denoting medicinal herbs, were even more abundant. Had it not been for the urgency of the rescue and the late hour, he certainly would have seized every opportunity. What delighted him even more than the map was the astonishing accumulation of 27,000 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yi commanded in his mind, System, initiate a high-level draw. Ding! Acknowledged, high-level draw commencing. As the system's voice faded, the familiar lottery wheel materialized on the screen, its central pointer spinning rapidly. After a brief moment, the pointer came to a halt, and the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn Grandmaster-level medical skills and a medical practitioner certificate. As the system's announcement concluded, a shiver ran down Wang Yi's spine as a torrent of medical insights and practical experiences flooded his consciousness. The entry-level medical skills equated to a resident physician's capabilities. The perfected entry-level skills mirrored those of a department head. Master-level medical skills compared to the director of a top-tier hospital, akin to an international professor's standard. While Grandmaster-level medical skills were on par with royal physicians across nations. The skills Wang Yi had drawn were all perfected, signifying that his medical expertise had reached the pinnacle among royal physicians, boasting proficiency in both Eastern and Western medicine. It would be no exaggeration to refer to him as a divine doctor. With his current medical skills, he was confident that, even without using a healing pill, he could effectively treat his mother-in-law's stroke-induced paralysis. Wang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this skill. After all, as humans consume grains and other foods, illness is inevitable. Possessing this skill provided a layer of assurance for his family's health. System draw again. Ding! Acknowledged, high-level draw commencing. As the system's voice faded, the pointer began to spin anew. Moments later, the system's notification resounded once more. Congratulations, host! You have drawn the master-level driving skill, along with the corresponding various driving licenses. A shiver ran down my spine as my mind was once again flooded with an array of knowledge. The driving skills encompassed a vast spectrum, from automobiles and yachts to airplanes and tanks, with the master-level driving being the pinnacle of them all. It can be asserted that should the nation become aware of his exceptional driving prowess, he would undoubtedly be swiftly recruited into the military, enjoying benefits that would reach astronomical heights. However, joining the military was an impossibility. For this lifetime, he simply wished to lead a carefree existence in this small fishing village. System, please switch back to the map. He had no intention of drawing from the remaining 7,000 points. It was far more advantageous to accumulate a full 10,000 and draw for the higher tier. Snap, snap. As time passed, he lost track of how long he had been running, when suddenly Xiao Bai lifted his head and let out a wolf howl. Awoo, awoo, awoo. No sooner had Xiao Bai's howl echoed than a chorus of wolf howls responded from a distance, indicating their proximity. Indeed, moments later, a multitude of green, glimmering eyes came into view. The owners of these eyes were imposing green wolves. Perhaps having received Xiao Bai's instructions in advance, these wolves were now seated on the ground, appearing much like well-behaved wolfhounds, save for the eerie glow emanating from their eyes. Shifting his gaze, he spotted figures perched on the trees behind the green wolves, clinging to the trunks in small clusters. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Xiangping and the others. Xiao Bai, allow your subordinates to depart. Wang Yi gently patted Xiao Bai's head and turned his attention to Li Xiangping, who was closest to a nearby tree, inquiring, "Village chief, have we arrived too late? Is anyone injured?" "Xiao Yi, is that you?" Li Xiangping, whose vision was not the best and hindered by the darkness, could only make out a blur of figures, and thus he spoke with excitement. Wang Yi nodded. "It's me, along with the old branch secretary and the others. The wolf pack has retreated. You all should come down quickly." At this moment, Wu Haishan also spoke up urgently. "Xiangping, it's me. Is anyone hurt?" Oh yes. Yes. Li Xiangping responded eagerly, waving his hands toward the towering trees behind him. "Did everyone hear that? Xiao Yi and the old branch secretary have come to rescue us. We are saved." As Li Xiangping finished speaking, the branches of several nearby trees rustled, accompanied by sounds of weeping and curses. "Boo-hoo! They have finally come. I will never enter the mountains again." Me too. My life was almost lost. If anyone asks me to enter the mountains again, I will curse their ancestors for generations. Yes. No more mountain trips. I would rather starve than go back in there. Damn it. I was so scared I nearly wet my pants. As the voices echoed, figures began to stagger down from the trees. At that moment, Li Xiangping's anxious voice rang out once more. "Xiao Yi, old branch secretary, please come over and help. Desui and Jinxiang are injured." "What? My uncle is injured?" Wang Yi was taken aback and hurriedly ran to the large tree where Li Xiangping was located, anxiously inquiring. "Village chief, is my uncle seriously injured? Is there any danger to his life?" Her concern was amplified by the fact that this uncle was also Su Qingwan's, thus making him her relative as well. Should he not survive, his wife would undoubtedly be heartbroken. After all, he was one of the few relatives who treated them well. "Xiao Yi, do not fret. Your uncle is not in grave danger. He was merely scratched by a wolf on his leg and lost consciousness from excessive blood loss." "Oh, that is a relief. Please lay him down. I will take care of him." Wang Yi exhaled in relief. As long as he was alive and intact, everything else could be treated. Before long, the injured were brought down one by one. Su Desui was in relatively good condition, with only a few scratches on his calf. Wang Yi checked his pulse and found no significant issues. With some rest and nourishment, he would recover. However, another individual named Jin Chong, a fierce middle-aged man, was in a more precarious situation. His leg had been bitten by a wolf, and his abdomen bore a claw mark that ominously exposed a glimpse of his intestines. Wang Yi discreetly checked his pulse and realized the severity of the situation. His vital signs were declining rapidly. If the bleeding was not staunched immediately, he could succumb at any moment. Chapter 53. Surgical intervention to save a life villager. If this gentleman does not receive immediate treatment, he may not last much longer. Moreover, carrying him down the mountain will only hasten his demise with every jolt, Wang Yi candidly expressed to the village chief after a moment's hesitation. "What? Shao Igrike, you yist. Do you not? You possess medical knowledge?" Li Xiangping was taken aback. The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of how to proceed. "Well, I have learned a bit. This gentleman's wound is quite severe, particularly in the abdominal area, and it continues to bleed profusely. If we do not stem the bleeding promptly, his life will be in grave danger," Wang Yi explained, tearing off the clothing from Jin Chong's body and pressing it against the wound on his abdomen. "What shall we do then? Xiao Yi, do you have any solutions?" Li Xiangping inquired anxiously. Wang Yi nodded, then shook his head. "There are certainly ways to save him, but the wound must be sutured to preserve his life. The issue lies in my lack of needles, threads, and hemostatic herbs. I have them. I have needles and thread. Having stayed in the mountains for several days, I feared my clothes might come undone, so I always carry them with me. A gaunt middle-aged man, covered in dirt, emerged from the shadows, producing a thick thread wrapped in black string along with a shiny silver needle. Excellent. With needle and thread, this gentleman's life should be spared. Wang Yi glanced in surprise at the emaciated man, taking the needle and thread, and then turned to the village chief and others with a serious expression. Before we proceed, I must make it clear that if any unforeseen circumstances arise, the responsibility does not rest with me. Furthermore, I am aiding him out of goodwill for our community, and I hope his family will not come seeking retribution, claiming I practice medicine without a license. Although Wang Yi had not personally encountered the issue of being wrongfully accused while attempting to save someone, he had heard many tales of such misfortunes and did not wish to find himself entangled in trouble. Rest assured, Xiao Yi, with so many of us here, should anything go awry, it will not be on you, Li Xiaoping quickly assured him. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, Qingluan's husband, we will all bear witness. Once we return, Jin Chang's family will surely express their gratitude. Indeed, if Jin Chang's life is saved, you shall be their benefactor. His wife and child will be grateful. And it is inconceivable they would seek to trouble you, they added. Very well, I shall commence at once. I require your assistance, Wang Yi declared with newfound resolve. He instructed Li Xiaoping and the others to bring over the water they had carried, initiating the first step of cleansing the wound. For over 10 minutes, he meticulously cleaned the wound until the blood transformed into a vivid crimson hue. He then retrieved the needle, which had been threaded and heated, and began the suturing process. His speed was remarkable. Even in the dim light of a flashlight, the stitches were precise, resembling delicate embroidery. Once the suturing was complete, he applied the crushed plantain leaves that Li Xiaoping and the others had gathered earlier in the evening and fashioned a makeshift bandage from Jin Chang's own clothing. Securing the wound, the task was accomplished. With a sigh of relief, I ensured his life was spared and proceeded to tend to the wounds on his leg. Checking his pulse, I noted a significant improvement compared to before. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I felt a sense of ease wash over me. Despite possessing masterful medical skills, it was my first experience treating injuries, and I couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-doubt. Fortunately, the outcome proved my apprehensions were unfounded. Thank you so much, Xiao Yi. Without your help, I wouldn't know how to explain this to Jin Chang's family. Li Xiaoping exhaled deeply, his expression filled with gratitude as he nodded at me. The others chimed in with excited chatter. Wow, Xiao Yi's medical skills seem extraordinary. Did you see the speed at which he sutured that wound? One exclaimed. Of course, we're not blind. It was incredible, another responded. Honestly, I think Xiao Yi is even more skilled than the doctors at the city hospitals. Absolutely. I observed that his sutures were more aesthetically pleasing than my own when I had my appendix removed at the hospital. Yes, I noticed too. Goodness. I'm beginning to wonder if Xiao Yi graduated from a prestigious tailoring school. His needlework dazzled my eyes. Speaking of which, with Xiao Yi's skills, can we consult him for medical issues in the future? Indeed, with Xiao Yi around, we won't have to rush to the city in the middle of the night if we fall ill at that moment. I, who was tending to Jin Chang's leg wound, felt a wave of exasperation. I knew all too well that no good deed goes unpunished. Although Jin Chang's leg was bitten, it had not damaged any bones or tendons, allowing me to complete the treatment swiftly. Afterwards, I attended to my uncle Su Deshue's wounds as well. Once everything was finished, the makeshift stretchers were prepared, and under the guidance of Xiao Bai, we began our trek out of the dense forest. Along the way, Li Xiaoping and the others were in awe of my valor in slaying 4 or 5 dozen wolves and subduing the Wolf King, Xiao Bai. They praised me profusely, even expressing their desire to learn martial arts from me the following morning. Upon exiting the thicket and arriving at the site of the wolf slaughter, we were met by a throng of villagers, men, women, and children who had gathered to lend a hand. Among them were Su Qingluan, Zhu Tsong, and Su Xiao. They were busy loading the wolf carcasses onto various wheelbarrows, and their faces lit up with joy upon seeing us approach. Without regard for the crowd, Su Qingluan rushed toward me with urgency. Darling, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? She inquired, worry etched on her face. However, before she could finish her question, she caught sight of Xiao Bai beside me, and her steps halted abruptly. Zhu Tsong and the others, trailing behind, turned pale and stood frozen in place, trembling. Don't be afraid, my dear. This is Xiao Bai, my pet, and he'll guard our home in the future. Sensing her fright, I hurried over to her side. As he ran, he turned his head toward Xiao Bai and exclaimed, Xiao Bai, this is your mistress. You must heed her words from now on. Do you understand? With a responsive bark, Xiao Bai nodded in an almost human-like manner before suddenly accelerating past Wang Yi, racing towards Su Qingwan. Upon seeing Xiao Bai charge at her, Su Qingwan could not suppress a startled exclamation, despite Wang Ye's earlier words. The four individuals, Zhu Tsong and his companions, who stood a few meters behind her, were so frightened that they fell to the ground in dismay. The villagers around, who were busy hauling wolf carcasses, turned pale with fear. Some with timid dispositions even lost control of their bladders. Unperturbed by the reactions of the crowd, Xiao Bai was solely focused on pleasing his mistress. Upon reaching Su Qingwan's feet, he began to nuzzle her thigh with his large, silvery white head, his wolfish face adorned with an expression of unmistakable servility. Witnessing this obsequious display, Su Qingwan and the others were left speechless. Was this truly the legendary Wolf King? It was more akin to a playful, affectionate lapdog. In that instant, everyone recalled Wang Ye's earlier remarks, as well as the stories shared by the two rescuers. A collective gaze turned towards Wang Yi, filled with astonishment, reverence, and admiration, causing him to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Chapter 54. Apprenticeship and Land Deed. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, the Wang residence buzzed with activity. Villagers, each bearing an array of gifts, gathered in groups within the front yard, engaged in lively conversation. Have they all lost their minds? Coming to disturb my slumber at this early hour. Inside the bedroom, Wang Yi was roused from his sleep by the cacophony outside, his brow furrowing as he gradually opened his eyes, a hint of annoyance evident. After a long night dealing with the wolf carcass, he had hoped for a restful sleep. However, the youthful exuberance of the newly acquainted couple had kept them awake for hours, and just as they succumbed to slumber, the noise shattered their peace once more. Oh, darling, everyone has arrived. You should get up quickly. It's not polite to keep them waiting, Su Qingwan said, awakening with a yawn, her lovely face blushing with a charming hue. Wang Yi swallowed hard, tempted to engage in an early morning exercise, yet realizing the multitude outside. He reluctantly nodded and replied softly, All right, I'll get up. You continue to rest. Su Qingwan shook her head. I shall rise as well. With so many guests at home, it would be unbecoming for the hostess to remain in bed. As she spoke, she began to don her clothes. Seeing this, Wang Yi ceased his persuasion and dressed alongside her. Creaking open the door, the morning sunlight and fresh air enveloped him, invigorating his senses. With a faint smile, he greeted the gathered crowd. Everyone, please wait a moment while my wife and I freshen up. Master Wang, please carry on with your tasks. There is no need to concern ourselves, came the chorus of apologies from the villagers. Yes, we are indeed too eager to disturb your rest, others chimed in. Please don't hold it against us. Our desire for progress is simply overwhelming. The multitude of apologies rendered Wang Yi unable to maintain his irritation. After all, as they say, there is no fault in one's yearning for advancement. Upon returning from their morning routines, Wang Yi addressed the crowd directly. Those wishing to become my apprentices, please form a line here. I will assess your martial aptitude one by one. For those waiting for their share of wolf meat, please stand aside for the moment. As his words settled, the crowd erupted into a flurry of activity, swiftly arranging themselves into a long, orderly line that extended beyond the courtyard. The queue was extensive, comprising young and old alike, including several women, easily numbering in the hundreds. Wang Yi remained silent, opening the apprentice panel to begin his feigned evaluation. Time trickled by, but since he was merely pretending, it did not take long. Regrettably, among the throng, the number of individuals with the Wild King aptitude was exceedingly low, fewer than 10, making up less than 1/10 of the assembly. Most of these were of lower quality, with only Wu Tian, Zhao Ritian, and the enthusiastic Zhang Meng standing out as intermediate talents. However, his wife and several sisters-in-law exhibited remarkable potential. Su Qingwan was of the highest caliber, Su Qingke of upper tier, and Su Qingfeng also of upper tier, But the most astonishing was the little Su Qingji, who displayed an extraordinary aptitude. In this regard, Wang Yi would certainly not let the opportunity slip by. Aside from the fact that his wife, Su Qingwan, was the master and did not require a disciple, he established a teacher-student relationship with the other three. He opened the master-student panel to inspect. Master, Wang Yi, Mistress, Su Qingwan, Top Tier, 9, 910 Bond, Loyalty, Disciples, Su Qingji, Superb, 9, 610, Su Qingke, Upper Tier, 9, 510, Su Qingfeng, Upper Tier, 9, 510, Wu Tian, Intermediate, 510, Zhao Ritian, Intermediate, 510. After reviewing the master-student panel, a radiant smile involuntarily graced Wang Yi's face, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. The Su sisters had not disappointed him. His heartfelt kindness towards them had not been in vain, particularly Su Qingwan, whose bond and loyalty astonishingly reached 9. 9. It is known that human nature tends towards selfishness. Unless brainwashed, it is impossible for one to be entirely loyal to another. Achieving a score of 9. 9 is already the pinnacle. While the three Su sisters may not have reached this extreme, they were quite close. After all, they were just sisters-in-law, lacking that special relationship, yet achieving such a height is commendable. As for the newly accepted disciples, like Wu Tian, a score of 5 is quite respectable, considering they had no prior contact. With a little genuine teaching and kindness, I believe their scores will improve significantly. Tian, Tian, lead your fellow disciples and begin dividing the wolf meat. With disciples now at his disposal, Wang Yi would naturally refrain from manual labor, directly instructing the eldest, Wu Tian and Zhao Ritian. This time, he had only accepted young individuals as disciples. He had contemplated accepting Wu Haishan and Zhao Wuji, but ultimately decided against it. One was too old to call him master, which felt inappropriate. Secondly, at an advanced age, there was little room for martial advancement. Understood, master. Upon hearing Wang Yi's instructions, the two promptly responded and beckoned their fellow disciples to commence their tasks. Wang Yi had slain 50 wolves the previous night, each weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. He generously distributed 10 of them to the villagers. After the distribution, each household joyfully carried away their share of wolf meat. At this juncture, Wu Haishan inquired, Xiao Yi, what do you plan to do with the remaining wolves? Wang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Let us keep 10 for ourselves and freeze them. Everyone requires meat for their martial training, and we can sell the rest. That works. Once the 10 wolves are processed and divided, we can send them to Wu Ya's house for freezing. Her family has a cold storage. As for the remainder, I will contact a buyer who can come directly by boat. Thank you for your assistance. Haha, don't mention it. Since you didn't accept me as a disciple, I intend to follow you to learn martial arts. Just don't drive me away. Of course not. Anyone who wishes to learn may do so. But as I always say, those who train with me must also work for me. Hunting in the mountains and fishing at sea, all are essential tasks. Ha ha ha. No problem at all. I am not yet old. Hunting and fishing are no less than what these young folks can do. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Haishan and Zhao Wuji led their disciples to handle the wolf meat. At this moment, it was finally Li Xiangping's turn to speak. Xiao Yi, the land you requested was discussed by our village committee this morning. Here is the document. I will take it to the town for a stamp shortly. As for the payment, the village committee will cover it as a reward for your act of saving lives. Saying this, he handed over a land deed. Wang Yi glanced at it and nodded in satisfaction. This deed encompassed an impressive 10 acres, nearly surrounding Su Qingwan's family home. Naturally, most of this land consisted of hills and depressions, rendering it practically useless for the village. However, for Wang Yi, it was a different matter. With sufficient funds, he could level or fill it in and gradually develop it. Especially since he now had so many disciples, he would surely require a martial arts training ground and accommodations. After all, while they were referred to as students, in essence, they served as his instrumental aides. Furthermore, with the addition of Xiao Bai as a pet, he anticipated taming other animals in the future, necessitating a comfortable dwelling for them as well. Moreover, given the striking similarities between Blue Star and Earth, it was likely to soon embark on a path of rapid development, attracting numerous visitors to such a picturesque locale. he could preemptively construct a guest house. In summary, he was certain he would make full use of this 10 acres, and it might even prove insufficient. Chapter 55. My dear wife. I acquired a miracle drug from the old man. Very well, villager, Wang Yi said, I shall accept these 10 acres of land. However, he paused briefly before continuing, I would like to acquire more land, preferably the entirety of the hundreds of acres at the foot of the eastern mountain. What? You wish to obtain such a vast expanse of land? Li Xiangping gasped, leaping up from his chair in shock. Ah, villager, there is no need for such alarm. Allow me to explain. Wang Yi chuckled, shaking his head with amusement. As you have observed, I recently took on several disciples. As their master, it is my duty to provide them with a training ground and accommodations, is it not? Furthermore, I intend to welcome additional disciples in the future. My vision is to establish a school, a place where they can both train in martial arts and pursue their studies. A smaller space will be inadequate for such aspirations. Moreover, I plan to create a zoo, which will certainly require ample land. Therefore, I have no qualms about acquiring as much land as possible. My goodness, are you serious? Li Xiangping stared at Wang Yi, his expression one of disbelief, as though he had encountered a ghost. Indeed, I am not jesting. The children of our village must trek for over 2 hours along mountain paths to reach school, and it pains me to witness their struggle. As a member of our Shanghai fishing village, I feel compelled to contribute should I have the means. Of course, I also harbor a personal interest in this endeavor. I envision my own children receiving their education within the confines of our school, where I can keep a watchful eye over them. Wang Yi spoke with sincerity. He genuinely wished to spare his future children the arduous journey to school and the heartache of sending them off to a boarding school where he might see them only once every 10 days or so. Additionally, he sought to capitalize on the current low land prices, anticipating that as the nation flourished, he too could ride the wave of prosperity and reap substantial rewards. Regardless of his motives, he was determined to acquire land, much land. Xiao Yi, Li Xiangping gazed at Wang Yi for a long moment, a look of admiration crossing his face. Hearing your words fills me with a sense of shame. You are far more suited to the role of village chief than I am. After a brief pause, he nodded earnestly. I shall arrange for the land acquisition. I genuinely hope you can establish that school you envision. As for the zoo you mentioned, I believe you could consider purchasing or leasing the Eastern Mountain. Oh, can the mountain be bought? Wang Yi's eyes lit up with excitement as he inquired eagerly. If it were possible to acquire the mountain, he would certainly seize the opportunity, envisioning a natural zoo where he could tame wild beasts to inhabit. Even if he chose not to create a zoo, he could level the land, and such a vast expanse would surely appreciate in value in the future. Li Xiangping nodded. Yes, it can indeed be purchased, though the price is somewhat steep, starting at a minimum of 500,000. 500,000? Is that truly considered high? Wang Yi thought, elated as he processed the information. For a mountain encompassing hundreds or even thousands of acres, that was practically a steal. With that thought in mind, he quickly responded, I will buy it, villager. I shall acquire the Eastern Mountain. Very well. I shall convene a meeting at the village committee shortly, and then I will visit the town. There should be no significant issues, but you must prepare the funds promptly. No problem. I will handle the financial matters. You just need to buy us some time for a month. All right, a month it is. Li Xiangping cast a deep glance at Wang Yi, then changed the subject. Oh, by the way, you mentioned wanting to purchase a boat. Is there any progress? It's a 12-meter iron fishing vessel, powered by a 120 horsepower diesel engine, capable of reaching a speed of 11 to 12 knots. The boat is quite new, having been used for only a year, and is priced at 70,000. Are you interested? Yes, certainly. When can we finalize the transaction? You certainly act with remarkable efficiency. If you're free, we can visit his house right now. That sounds splendid. Let's go at once. With that, Wang Yi greeted Su Qingwan, who was working nearby, and followed Li Xiangping out the door. Upon arriving at the seaside and seeing the boat, it matched Li Xiangping's description perfectly. Wang Yi did not engage in haggling. Thus the transaction proceeded smoothly. After retrieving 70,000 from home and accompanying the boat owner to the town for the transfer of ownership, he officially became the proud owner of the vessel. Sailing back home, the 10 wolves had already been delivered to Wu Ye's house for freezing, and the remaining ones had also been collected by buyers. The 30 wolves sold for a total of 100,000, averaging over 3,000 each, a reasonable price that recouped the expenses incurred over the past few days. Darling, the new boat has arrived. Shall we go fishing? Wang Yi suggested to Su Qingwan after lunch. Sure, but you must promise me not to venture too far. Su Qingwan replied, not rejecting the idea, but she reminded him solemnly, recalling her father's misfortunes. Rest assured, I value my life even more than you do. If we plan to go offshore, I will definitely take a larger boat. All right, then let us prepare to set off. As they spoke, they quickly tidied up the dishes with the apprentices. Third sister, fourth sister, please take good care of Mom and little Wu at home. We are leaving now. While moving with the crowd toward the exit, Su Qingwan instructed Su Qingfeng and Su Qingke. Seeing this, Su Qingke was unwilling to stay behind. She immediately followed them outside, declaring, Elder sister, I want to go too. There's a big dog at home, and third sister can manage alone. I want to accompany you to the sea and go fishing. Are you out of your mind? The sea is perilous. We're going to earn money, not to frolic. Su Qingwan frowned, reprimanding her disapprovingly. Su Qingke paid no heed to her words, walking up to Wang Yi and tugging at his arm, defiantly proclaiming, I don't care. I want to go. I can earn money too, and I can fish. I'm not inferior to any of you. Su Qingke, are you itching for a scolding? I will count to 3. If you do not return home, I will punish you. 1, 2. Su Qingke panicked, looking at Wang Yi with a pitiful expression. Brother-in-law, master, please speak on my behalf. I do not wish to stay at home. I'm strong and can fish. I can help you earn a little money. Glancing at his distressed wife and then down at his fourth sister-in-law and apprentice, Wang Yi hesitated before saying, Dear, I encountered an old man selling miraculous medicine in town, who claimed it could cure our mother's hemiplegia. I thought it wasn't too expensive, so I purchased one. Would you like to give it a try? Curing my mother-in-law sooner would allow my several sisters-in-law to venture outside, saving them from the tedium of staying at home, while also providing him with valuable experience and points, a dual benefit. What? A miraculous remedy? Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, all the disciples present widened their eyes, gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Their master did not seem like an easy person to deceive. How could he fall for such a simplistic ruse? Su Qingwan wore a skeptical expression, yet she understood her husband's good intentions, gently saying, Darling, this is merely the trickery of swindlers. The so-called miraculous medicine may not be harmful, but it certainly cannot cure ailments. You have been duped. Su Qingke eagerly chimed in, Indeed, brother-in-law. Even a 3-year-old would recognize such a charade. That miraculous medicine is nothing more than a sugar pill. How much did you spend on it? Yes, master. Just how much did you actually pay for it? Wu Tian could not contain his curiosity and inquired, although the other disciples remained silent. Their expressions reflected their intrigue as they awaited Wang Yi's response. Ahem, it wasn't much, merely several tens of thousands. Chapter 56. The miracle drug to save my mother-in-law how much? Several tens of thousands? Master, are you certain you're not jesting with us? Indeed, master. Please refrain from joking. Who would purchase a remedy worth tens of thousands from a street vendor? Precisely, tens of thousands is not merely a few hundred. I doubt even a seasoned vendor would dare to sell such a price. Do not toy with us. Indeed, as Wang Yi's words fell, his disciples were momentarily taken aback. Yet they quickly began to question the veracity of his statement. After all, if Wang Yi truly spent tens of thousands on a remedy, it would not merely be a case of being deceived, but rather a sign of utter foolishness. Yet, how could a fool attain such extraordinary martial prowess? Clearly, that was implausible. Thus, they preferred to believe that Wang Yi was jesting rather than accept that he had indeed squandered tens of thousands on the old man's miraculous medicine. Darling, you're joking, aren't you? Su Qingwan, too, was skeptical, yet Wang Yi's earnest expression left her feeling distressed, teetering on the verge of tears. Tens of thousands, not just a few hundred or thousand. No matter how adept one is at making money, such extravagance is simply unacceptable. My dear, I'm not jesting. I truly spent tens of thousands. However, this medicine is genuinely effective. If you doubt me, we can administer it to your mother right now. The reason for such a hefty price is not to show off or frighten anyone. Rather, the immediate effects are what matter. If the price were too low, it would be rather unnatural. Of course, he was not lying. Was it unreasonable for a system-produced medicine to cost tens of thousands? Not at all. Should someone truly need it, there would be buyers willing to pay upwards of 100 or 200,000. Very well, I will believe you this once. If it proves ineffective, you will have to face the consequences. Su Qingwan sniffled, suppressing the urge to cry, and spoke through gritted teeth. At that moment, she resolved that if the medicine yielded no effect, she would withhold intimacy for at least a month from this extravagant man. Furthermore, she would seize control of their finances to prevent him from squandering money recklessly again. Agreed. If there is no effect, you may deal with me as you wish. However, if it proves effective, you must promise me one thing. Wang Yi remained composed, confident that the system's product could not possibly fail. If it works, not only will I promise you one thing, but 1,000 promises will not be a burden. Su Qingwan scoffed, her skepticism evident. As a former university student, she was well-versed and had never heard of any remedy that could cure a stroke or paralysis, let alone the so-called miraculous medicine from a street vendor. Such a blatant deception could only be believed by her husband, who treated money so frivolously. Haha, splendid. Let us agree then. My disciple shall bear witness, and no trickery shall ensue. Wang Yi laughed heartily, gesturing grandly as he strode toward the main hall, confidently proclaiming, "Come, let me show you what a miracle drug truly is, and let us see if the expenditure of tens of thousands is indeed justified." Witnessing Wang Yi's confidence, the onlookers exchanged glances, their minds stirring with doubt. "Sister, does it not seem that brother-in-law is not being duped? Could it be that this medicine is genuinely miraculous?" Su Qingfeng, who had remained silent, could no longer contain her curiosity and posed a question. Following suit, Su Qingke nodded her head, adding, "Indeed, elder sister, I believe brother-in-law is not a fool. This medicine might truly be miraculous." Hearing her younger sister's words, Su Qingwan felt a twinge of uncertainty within her. Yet, she maintained her faith in science and remarked, "Are there truly miraculous medicines in this world? I only hope that the charlatan has not lost his sanity and that the medicine he provided is not poison." With that, she hastily followed suit. The others, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed after her. Indeed, how could there be miraculous medicines in this world? Since the founding of the nation, mythical creatures were no longer allowed to attain sentience. Anything deemed divine was either the product of madness or the work of a deceitful charlatan. As the group arrived at the backyard, Wang Yi was already squatting before Su Ma, holding a bowl of water and a brown pill. "Mother, this is the medicine I specially bought for you. Once you swallow it, you will soon regain your health and no longer require a cane. Darling, this medicine isn't poisonous, is it?" Su Qingwan quickly crouched down on the other side, her heart still uneasy. After all, one could never be too cautious. How many who dared to sell counterfeit medicine were genuinely benevolent? Wang Yi opened his mouth, ready to respond, when Su Ma, trembling, took the pill and swallowed it whole. To her, this medicine represented her son-in-law's filial piety. Even if it were indeed poisonous, she felt it would be inconsequential. Living in her current state was tormenting, and she preferred to depart this life and reunite with her children as father. "Mother!" The three Su sisters instinctively reached out, exclaiming in alarm. The others present felt their hearts race, all worried for Wang Yi. If the medicine proved effective, it would be a cause for celebration. If it yielded no results, they could accept that, as they were mentally prepared. However, if it were toxic, the situation would be dire. Even if Wang Yi had been deceived, he would have harmed his mother-in-law, and the Su sisters would undoubtedly harbor resentment, potentially leading to divorce. "Honey, Qingfeng, Qingke, you need not worry. This is my mother-in-law. If it were truly poisonous, how could I possibly give it to her?" Wang Yi waved his hand, exuding calmness. Whatever concerns they had, Wang Yi had already contemplated. To be frank, if this were an unrelated individual, even with the knowledge that the elixir produced by the system could indeed cure ailments, he would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. Yet, this was his mother-in-law. Whether out of love or for a better life in the future, he had to act. Moreover, having his mother-in-law as a precedent would provide him with a ready justification for presenting other pills to the women in the future. This was also why he had not secretly administered the pill to his mother-in-law beforehand. "My dear, it's not that I don't trust you. but I have doubts about those selling counterfeit medicine. If it's poisonous, I could lose my mother. Wife, do not fret. Our mother will recover soon. Trust me. Wang Yi understood Su Qingwan's concerns. After all, one has only one mother, and who among children would dare administer fake medicine to their mother? The fact that Su Qingwan allowed him to produce the medicine already indicated a considerable degree of trust in him. Consider a shift in perspective. If it were one's own mother, in the absence of a systematic approach, should Su Qingwan suddenly proclaim the acquisition of a miraculous remedy, it is highly probable that one would seize it and cast it into the sea without hesitation. Mother, do you feel anything? Is there any discomfort? Su Qingwan queried softly, her gaze fixed intently upon her mother's face. The medicine had already been ingested. Pondering such matters now seemed futile. The immediate priority was to ascertain her mother's condition to devise an appropriate response. Others watched Su's mother with bated breath, their expressions laden with concern. Qingwan, I am well. I sense a warm current flowing within me. It feels quite pleasant. Chapter 57. Su Ma is well, a small banquet mother. Have you regained your ability to speak normally? Su Qingwan gazed at her mother in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment, her words stumbling over each other. The others stood in speechless shock, staring at Su Ma as if they had encountered a ghost. Although a stroke can lead to partial paralysis, it is not entirely incurable. Continuous treatment and rehabilitation may gradually restore function. However, what they witnessed now was extraordinary. After a single medicinal pill, her speech was clear, her mouth no longer crooked, as if she had never suffered from stroke. Mother, the warmth flowing through you is the effect of the medicine. Why not try to stand and take a few steps? At that moment, Wang Yi gently supported one of Su Ma's arms, suggesting with a smile. All right. Su Ma nodded, using Wang Yi's arm for support as she slowly rose to her feet. Initially, one side of her body felt somewhat stiff, and walking was a challenge. Yet, as the warmth surged through her, she found it increasingly easier. The stiffness and numbness began to dissipate rapidly, as if her meridians had been unblocked. After a brief moment, the warmth faded, and she could distinctly sense that her body had fully recovered. No, she felt even better than before, rejuvenated by several years. Xiaoyi, Qingwan, Qingfeng, Qingke, and my little Qingji, mother is well. Mother is truly well. Su Ma, Wang Yun, turned to her daughters and sons-in-law, her face aglow with joy and excitement. Who would choose to die when life is so precious? Her prior thoughts of surrendering were rooted in not wanting to burden her daughter further. Now that her health had returned, she was more eager than ever to embrace life. She wished to witness her daughters and sons-in-law celebrate, to assist them in raising children, and to see her daughters grow up, marry, and have families of their own. Mother, are you truly well? Su Qingwan's voice trembled, still feeling the situation was somewhat surreal. The remaining Su sisters gazed at their mother, equally astonished. Even Wu Tian and the other disciples were still in a state of disbelief. It was simply unfathomable, more astonishing than the fact that Wang Yi, so young, was already a master martial artist. Yes, mother is truly well. Qingwan, you have endured so much in these past years. From now on, focus on building a life with Xiaoyi. I look forward to the day you give me a grandchild whom I can help raise. Wang Yin walked a few steps closer to Su Qingwan, tenderly caressing her cheek. Her daughter had become darker and thinner, yet she had matured. These past 5 years have been a struggle for this brave girl. Had it not been for her decision to drop out of school to support the family and care for her younger sisters, perhaps they would have fallen apart long ago. Remembering the hardships her eldest daughter had faced, Wang Yun could not hold back her tears, filled with guilt. Mother, Qingwan has not suffered. Seeing you recover makes every sacrifice worthwhile. Su Qingwan could no longer contain herself. She leaped into Wang Yun's embrace, weeping openly. Had these 5 years been difficult? Indeed, they had been filled with hardship, often leading her to retreat beneath the covers in tears, even dreaming of sorrow. There were moments she contemplated giving up. Yet, she persevered, and now not only had she found a beloved partner, but her mother was also well again. In this poignant moment, she yearned to nestle in her mother's embrace, pouring forth all the grievances and hardships she had endured over the years. Simultaneously, Her affection and gratitude for Wang Yi soared to an unparalleled zenith. Had Wang Yi opened the Minor Disciple panel at that instant, he would have discovered that Su Qingwan's bond had reached a level of 10. As the sight of their mother and elder sister weeping in each other's arms unfolded before them, the three sisters of the Su family could no longer contain their sorrow and began to weep aloud. The elder sister had suffered. How could they not share in her pain? In what should have been a joyous time of learning, they were burdened daily with endless chores. While others indulged in fine food and clothing, they dared not even openly envy, fearing to add to the already overwhelming stress on their elder sister. But now, all was well. Their mother was recovering, and they would no longer be children bereft of maternal affection. Moreover, they had a remarkable brother-in-law who could treat them to delightful meals. With this thought, they rushed towards Wang Yi, clinging to his arms and legs, their tears and snot smearing against him. Let them weep. It was a release, for with their brother-in-law by their side, hardships would be a thing of the past, and joyous days would accompany them. Wang Yi gently patted their backs and heads, his heart brimming with tenderness rather than disdain. Perhaps his journey to this world was fate's way of compensating him for the love and kinship he had been deprived of. In this lifetime, he harbored no aspirations of becoming a wealthy magnate or a ruler. He merely desired to live harmoniously in this coastal fishing village with these cherished individuals. Brother-in-law, thank you for healing mother. Qingfeng will forever remember your immense kindness, Su Qingfeng expressed as she slowly released him and stepped back, bowing deeply in gratitude. Su Qingke promptly followed suit. Brother-in-law, I also wish to thank you for curing mother and for treating us to delightful meals. Brother-in-law, I thank you too. I adore you. Su Qingji added, not releasing her grip on Wang Ye's leg, gazing up at him with unwavering affection. Ah, we're all family here. No need for formality. Wang Yi remarked, affectionately ruffling Su Qingji's hair and smiling warmly at Su Qingfeng and Su Qingke. Sisters, your brother-in-law is correct. We are family, and it suffices to remember his kindness in our hearts. Su Qingwan linked her arm with Wang Yun's as she approached, her words directed at her three younger sisters. Yet her gentle gaze remained fixed on Wang Yi. Wang Yun, beaming, nodded in agreement. Xiao Yi, there's no need for thanks. We are family. I hope you and Qingwan will have a child soon. I will help take care of them. Ah, yes, mother, we shall strive to do so, Wang Yi responded, a hint of bashfulness coloring his cheeks, yet he nodded earnestly. He too wished to have a child soon, to continue his lineage and deepen his ties in this world. As time passed, the girls gradually regained their composure. Wang Yi pondered for a moment before deciding not to take them out fishing. Instead, he waved his hand and opted to buy ingredients and prepare a meal. With his mother-in-law just recovering from serious illness, while it might not warrant a grand celebration, a small gathering was certainly in order to spread some cheer. In response, the daughters of the Su family were elated, and the disciples expressed no dissent. In the ensuing hours, some busied themselves with purchasing ingredients, others set the tables, while some called out to invite more guests, creating an atmosphere so lively that one might mistake it for a wedding celebration. Time slipped swiftly away in such a convivial ambience. By 4 in the afternoon, 5 tables were filled in the front courtyard. The attendees were either village officials or relatives of the Su family, with the remainder being the families of the disciples. Once everyone was seated and the dishes were served, the guest of honor, Wang Yun, cheerfully raised a teacup in lieu of a wine glass, offering a few courteous words before everyone began to eat. The dishes, expertly prepared by Wang Yi, were undoubtedly exquisite. Many of the guests, accustomed to the simpler fare of the fishing village, had never tasted such delectable cuisine. In an instant, a sense of urgency enveloped the gathering. Those longing for wine abandoned their drinks, fervently wielding their chopsticks with such vigor that they seemed to dance through the air. Soon, the only sounds that filled the 5 large round tables were the clattering of chopsticks against bowls and plates, accompanied by the raucous sounds of ravenous eating. Occasionally, satisfied exclamations could be heard, as the food was savored with great delight. The daughters of the Su family felt a swell of pride. Their hearts were filled with joy and an even deeper gratitude and affection for Wang Yi. Before his arrival, their home had been desolate, their lives fraught with hardship. Now, With Wang Yi's presence, not only had their fortunes flourished, but the influx of guests surpassed even the days when their father was alive. Reflecting on her father, Su Qingwan, who had been so buoyant just moments before, suddenly felt a pang of sadness. How wonderful it would be to share such joyous times with him if he were still here. Alas, that was not meant to be. Chapter 58. The first apprenticeship and the distribution of martial artist gift packs. My dear, what troubles you? Is there a dish that does not please your palate? Noticing his wife's unease, Wang Yi softly inquired. Su Qingwan shook her head. No, I was just suddenly reminded of my father. How wonderful it would be if he were here to share in this joyful scene. My love, do not dwell on such thoughts. Our Father, watching from above, must surely take joy in seeing you thrive. Wang Yi reassured her, gently grasping Su Qingwan's delicate hand. He then shifted the conversation, whimsically suggesting, Did you not say that our father simply left and was not truly dead? I speculate that perhaps he is not gone at all, but rather marooned on an uninhabited island or captured by pirates. Once our household flourishes, I shall procure a grand vessel, and together with you and our disciples, we shall embark on a quest to find him, reuniting our family. Su Qingwan's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again as she shook her head. I have pondered such thoughts before, but the likelihood is slim. Firstly, there are scarcely any pirates within a couple of 100 nautical miles of our shores. Secondly, if you were stranded on an island for 5 years, survival would be exceedingly challenging. But our father is an experienced fisherman, possessing formidable survival skills in the ocean. Until there is definitive proof of his demise, I choose to believe he still lives, Wang Yi insisted, pausing briefly before continuing his playful musings. My dear, I assure you, my sixth sense is remarkably acute. I have a strong premonition that our father is alive, waiting for us on some forsaken isle to rescue him. Do you truly have such a premonition? Su Qingwan asked. Though her skepticism lingered, she could not help but wish to believe. Perhaps it was the innate hope of humanity. Wang Yi nodded earnestly. Indeed, I do. Then I shall place my faith in you, dear husband. May your premonition come to fruition, Su Qingwan replied, her head nodding emphatically, her eyes brimming with hope. Observing her optimism, Wang Yi refrained from further comments, silently offering an apology in his heart. After 5 years, the likelihood of her father still being alive was nearly non-existent. His words were merely intended to instill hope in his wife, a benevolent comfort that he hoped would not be deemed a falsehood. As the evening progressed, and the feast concluded with merriment all around, the guests joined forces to tidy up, and soon everyone returned to their respective homes. Those with partners embraced their spouses for the night, while the unaccompanied clutched their blankets in solitude. The following morning, the disciples hurriedly gathered at the Su residence, with Wang Yi and the family also rising early. This day marked the commencement of his apprenticeship, necessitating the arrangement of morning exercises. Ahem! Do you see the numerous boxes at my feet? These are gifts I have prepared for you as a token for your apprenticeship, Wang Yi announced, as the apprentices lined up in a straight formation on the designated area for construction. Upon hearing his words, their eyes brightened with anticipation. Brother-in-law, do you have martial arts manuals and elixirs or weapons in there? The lively Su Qingke eagerly asked first. The others, too, regarded Wang Yi with expressions of curiosity and hope. After all, who among martial artists could resist the allure of manuals, elixirs, and weapons? Sigh, it is not always advantageous for a young girl to be overly intelligent. My initial attempt at being a mentor has ended in failure. Wang Yi similed WD, shaking his head as he addressed the assembly, stating, Indeed, I have prepared for you all martial arts manuals, as well as elixirs and weapons. I shall now call out names. Please step forward to claim your rewards. Pausing momentarily, he directed his gaze towards the far left, at Su Qingwan. Qingwan, the first chest is yours. Inside, you'll find a manual on sword techniques, a long sword, and a vial containing 10 physical enhancement pills. From this day forth, consume one before each training session. With your talent, you shall grasp the basics of swordplay within 10 days. These chests were rewards issued by the system upon accepting disciples, which initially brought him great joy. However, upon opening them, he was dismayed to discover that they contained only items for his students, leaving him with no personal benefit. causing him considerable frustration. Wow, what a beautiful longsword! Su Qingwan exclaimed, nodding as she approached and opened her designated chest. Inside lay a beautifully bound ancient tome, adorned with elegant calligraphy that proclaimed Snowfall's swordplay in bold characters. Alongside, it was a small, transparent vial containing brown pills, reminiscent of the one Wang Yi had given to his mother the previous day. The remaining item was a verdant long sword, radiating vitality. In that instant, she was smitten. Brother-in-law, it's my turn. Which one is mine? Upon seeing her elder sister's sword, Su Qingke grew impatient and eagerly urged Wang Yi. Haha, my dear girl, you should open the fifth chest. That one is yours, Wang Yi replied, not at all annoyed, pointing with a smile towards Su Qingchue's reward. Thank you, brother-in-law. Su Qingke exclaimed joyfully, racing to the chest Wang Yi had indicated and flinging it open. Inside, she too found a beautifully bound manual. Though this one was dedicated to the art of dual pistols, titled Thunderous Dual Pistols. The accompanying weapons were a pair of gleaming short firearms, remarkably sharp. Wow, guns! I love them. I absolutely adore them. Su Qingke exclaimed, excitedly grasping the dual pistols. Though their weight was a challenge for her, she was reluctant to let go. Following this, Su Qingfeng also opened her designated chest, as instructed by Wang Yi. Her weapon was the Amate dagger, suited for close-quarters combat, perfectly aligning with her taciturn yet fierce personality. After Su Qingfeng, Wang Yi personally assisted the little one, Su Qingji, in opening her chest. True to her exceptional talent, the system had bestowed upon her a generous reward. Inside were two manuals, one for fist techniques and another for hammer techniques, along with 2 vials of elixirs and a pair of resounding golden hammers akin to those of Li Yuanba. Upon witnessing the formidable weapons, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. These hammers were larger than the average human head, while Su Qingji was but a petite figure. The sight of her wielding such massive hammers would surely be quite a spectacle. Brother-in-law, are these mine? Su Qingji inquired, her eyes sparkling with both excitement and a hint of concern as she pointed at the 2 enormous hammers. Indeed, they are yours, Wang Yi assured her, affectionately ruffling her hair. Do not fret. Once you consume both vials of elixirs, you will be able to wield these golden hammers with ease. Indeed, your innate talent surpasses that of your elder sisters. While they can consume but a single elixir each day, you possess the ability to partake in 2. Consequently, within the span of 10 days, you shall embark on the journey of mastering both the art of boxing and the technique of hammering. Very well, I understand, brother-in-law. The little one nodded obediently, taking the vial of elixirs and stowing it away in his small pouch. Then, looking at Wang Yi with a sweet, childlike voice, he said, Brother-in-law, please keep the remaining ones for me. Certainly, I shall teach you the boxing and hammering techniques shortly, Wang Yi replied with a nod. As Wang Yi spoke, the onlookers gazed at Su Qingji with expressions of envy. None had anticipated that this youngest disciple would prove to be the most extraordinarily gifted of them all. Not only had she received a pair of formidable hammers, but she also possessed 2 martial arts techniques, and her supply of elixirs was double that of her peers, which was truly vexing. However, lamentation was futile. Talent is an innate gift, and one could only fault their progenitors for not bestowing it adequately. As time passed, one by one, the individuals stepped forward to receive their respective martial manuals, elixirs, and weaponry. The items produced by the system were meticulously tailored to align with each person's unique talents, and none could harbor any dissatisfaction. Once the grand initiation gifts had been distributed, Wang Yi instructed everyone to familiarize themselves with their martial manuals. When they had made sufficient progress, he would have them each consume an elixir to commence their training. With the Wild King's talent coupled with the assistance of the elixirs, each individual trained with remarkable finesse, particularly the 4 sisters of the Su family. 2 possessed advanced Wild King talents, one a top tier, and the other a superlative. Their progress was nothing short of astonishing. Given time, they would undoubtedly evolve into masters of martial arts, and with Wang Ye's guidance, transcending the extraordinary would not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 59. Martial arts. You are the master, but fishing is not always guaranteed. The practice of martial arts emphasizes a balance between effort and rest. Hence, Wang Yi permitted only 3 hours of training, calling an immediate halt at 9 o'clock. Subsequently, he instructed them to transport their respective boxes back to the west room of the Su residence, which now served as their indoor training arena. Once their martial training concluded, it was time to assist Wang Yi with fishing, earning experience and points, as this was their primary endeavor. The fishing rods had been procured the day before while shopping for groceries. Thus, equipped with their gear and donning life jackets, they merrily made their way to the dock under Wang Yi's guidance, boarding his newly acquired second-hand fishing boat. The vessel was quite modest, measuring just over 10 meters in length and 2.8 meters in width, featuring a simple aluminum alloy canopy at the stern and a driving position below. Towards the front were a series of square, live bait tanks. The previous owner had employed the boat for line fishing, leaving it devoid of any additional equipment. With a roar, the engine ignited, billowing a cloud of black smoke, as Wang Yi expertly maneuvered the boat away from the dock. After a brief journey of approximately half an hour, he identified a location marked by numerous red dots on the map, smoothly bringing the boat to a halt. As they selected their fishing spots and baited their hooks with shrimp, the tranquil waters soon erupted with the sounds of splashing. It wasn't long before Wang Yi, positioned at the bow, was the first to catch a fish, and it appeared to be a sizable one. Shortly thereafter, little Su Qingji, just 5 years old and wielding the mini fishing rod that Wang Yi had gifted her, also hooked a fish. Witnessing this spectacle, all except Wang Yi were left speechless, feeling a blend of amusement and mild humiliation. Unfazed by the reactions around her, Su Qingji focused intently, her small face a mix of excitement and anxiety as she skillfully reeled in her catch. Moments later, she triumphantly pulled a small fish from the water, weighing perhaps 1 or 2 taels, a humble little creature whose name she did not know. "Brother-in-law, how much can this fish be sold for?" she inquired, her mouth breaking into a grin that revealed a gap where her baby teeth once were. "Little Qingji, you did wonderfully. This fish could fetch 50 cents. Wang Yi replied, glancing at the fish, uncertain of its exact worth, but estimating it to be worth around 30 to 50 cents. That is not much, brother-in-law. I will strive to catch more fish to earn you lots of small coins." The little one blushed at the praise from her beloved brother-in-law, but mustered the courage to express her thoughts. "Ha, then I'm grateful to you, little Qingji. You help your brother-in-law earn small coins, and when we return, I shall treat you to something delicious." Wang Yi chuckled in agreement. Both of them clad in life jackets, his in yellow and hers in pink. To ensure her safety, he had even purchased a safety tether to connect them, alleviating any fears of her falling overboard while grappling with larger fish. As he engaged with the little one, his own struggle with the fish approached its climax. With a splash, the fish broke the surface, revealing itself to the world. The elongated body, slightly flattened on the sides, measures approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in length. Its dorsal surface is a rich brown, while the ventral side displays a lighter shade of brown, adorned with a scattering of orange-yellow spots. The moment Wang Yi took in a sight of this fish, its name sprang to mind: the green stonefish, also known as the green-spotted fish, greenfin, or mud-spotted fish, colloquially referred to as the catfish or the overfish. According to Zhu Tsong and others, the flesh of this fish is tender and firm, ideal for braising or steaming, fetching a market price of 40 yuan per jin. The fish in the water, upon visual estimation, weighed no less than 5 jin, which amounts to 200 yuan. Not an insignificant sum, certainly a promising start. "Darling, you're in luck. This is a green stonefish, and it weighs at least 5 jin, which can be sold for 40 yuan per jin." Su Qingwan assumed Wang Yi was still a novice when it came to marine fish, thus she eagerly offered her insights. That means it's a windfall of 200 yuan. How about that, dear wife? Your husband is quite impressive, isn't he? Wang Yi, rather than confessing his prior knowledge, merely raised an eyebrow with an air of smugness, playing along with Su Qingwan's enthusiasm. Su Qingwan, of course, thought highly of Wang Yi's skills, yet she playfully retorted, that is not overly impressive. If you have the ability, catch another one, and I'll acknowledge your prowess. Exactly, brother-in-law. If you're capable, reel another one. And I, the green sparrow, shall concede your skill, chimed in Su Qingke, holding a moderately sized fishing rod. having witnessed Wang Yi's fishing prowess. She was well aware of her brother-in-law's talents. Yet, as a good sister, she felt compelled to support her elder sister. The others, observing the exchange, began to join in the banter, unaware of Wang Yi's true fishing expertise, harboring a hint of skepticism in their hearts. Indeed, master, if you're capable, catch another one, and I shall give you a thumbs up. Right, master. Catching one is mere luck. Catching another would show real skill. If you could land 3 or 5, then we would truly acknowledge you. True, true. You may excel in martial arts, but fishing is not necessarily your forte. Yes, master. I believe the junior disciples are correct. Our fishing skills are not inferior to yours. Haha. Dear disciples, I assure you, my prowess extends beyond mere martial arts. My fishing abilities are of a masterful caliber as well. Not just 2 or 3, but even 20 or 30 fish would be a breeze for me. Do you believe it? As a master, Wang Yi could not allow his disciples to doubt him. He resolved to teach them a lesson today, demonstrating what it truly meant to be a master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. The eldest disciple, Wu Tian, was the first to shake his head vigorously. Following suit, the other disciples quickly echoed his disbelief. Growing up by the sea, they all knew that fishing hinged on skill and, more importantly, luck. Catching 1 or 2 was a stroke of good fortune. Who dared claim they could reel in 20 or 30? Unless one stumbled upon a school of fish. No one could make such a bold guarantee. Very well, since you all doubt me, allow me to show you what fishing truly entails. With that, Wang Yi swiftly pulled the green stonefish aboard the boat, deftly removed the hook, and promptly rebaited for another cast. With a swift motion, the fishing hook, adorned with shrimp, plunged into the water, creating a cascade of ripples before vanishing beneath the surface. At that moment, the disciples could no longer suppress their whispers, engaging in speculation about the duration of their master's wait. Dear fellow disciples, how long do you think it will take master to catch a fish? One queried. I believe it will take at least 5 minutes, another replied. 5 minutes seems insufficient. I reckon it will be a minimum of 10 minutes, a third chimed in. You underestimate our master, second brother. I would wager he will succeed in around 7 or 8 minutes, echoed another disciple in agreement. However, before he could finish his thought, Wang Yi, standing at the bow of the boat, abruptly raised his rod and began to reel in. Whoosh, creak, creak. In an instant, the fishing rod in Wang Yi's hands bent slightly, the line tightening with an ominous hum as it sliced through the water. Judging by the tension, not only had he hooked a fish, but it was also considerably larger than the previous grouper they had caught. Chapter 60. Strength in numbers, experience points, soaring goodness. Is master truly this remarkable? It has barely been a minute, has it? Silence enveloped the disciples, as an unacknowledged voice rendered them speechless. They had speculated 5 or even 10 minutes, yet master had landed a fish in less than a minute. What more could they say? Claim it was mere luck. Yet, even luck is a testament to one's prowess. Dear senior brothers and sisters, how dare you question him? Su Qingke declared with a smug expression. Previously, I jokingly asked my sister for my brother-in-law to catch a second fish. Yet here you are, audaciously doubting him? Have you not inquired? My brother-in-law has fished twice, and on both occasions, he filled a bucket in just a few hours. Oh dear, Qingke, why did you not mention this earlier? Had you done so, we would not have dared to voice our doubts, Wu Tian lamented, his face a picture of regret. Zhao Ritian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qingke, you ought to have informed us sooner. At the very least, a subtle hint would have sufficed. You've truly led us into a predicament. Quite right, Qingke. You are indeed a trickster, showing no mercy to your senior brothers and sisters. Su Qingke was taken aback. Why had she become the scapegoat? It was utterly displeasing. So she tugged at Wang Yi, who was busy reeling in the fish, and pleaded, brother-in-law, just look at the kind of disciples you have. They refuse to acknowledge their mistakes, stand at attention when reprimanded, and now they shift the blame onto your dear sister-in-law. It's simply outrageous. I believe you should expel these miscreants from your tutelage to spare yourself their incessant doubts about your fishing skills. Startled, Wu Tian quickly interjected before Wang Yi could respond. Master, please do not heed Qingchue's instigation. We have never questioned your fishing prowess. We were merely jesting. The other disciples, filled with a desire to appease, hastily echoed, "Yes. Yes, master, do not be upset. We just found it rather dull, so we attempted to lighten the mood with some humor." "Indeed, master, we merely borrowed your courage. We would never dare to question you." "Absolutely, master. Your fishing skills are unparalleled. We have yet to catch a single fish, and you have already landed your second. Such excellence leaves us in awe." "Yes, yes, master. Your fishing technique rivals your martial prowess. My admiration for you flows as ceaselessly as the waters of the Yellow River." Akin to, "All right, enough of this. It sounds like you're all reciting a comedic skit. Perhaps you should abandon your martial training and pursue acting instead." Wang Yi struggled to suppress his laughter, realizing they were all quite the dramatists. Master, if you wish to see us perform a skit, we would gladly oblige." "Yes. Yes, we have watched the Spring Festival Gala for years. We are quite familiar with it. Indeed, we could even perform a feat of breaking stones on our chests to entertain you." Wang Yi, at this moment, he was utterly disinterested in engaging with this group of fools. It was exhausting. Splash! The struggle with the fish finally concluded, and with a resounding burst of water, the fish broke the surface. It was yet another stone grouper, but this one was significantly larger than the previous catch, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, valued at a modest 300. With a creaking sound, the fish was hauled aboard, the hook removed and placed into the live well, and bait was reattached for another cast. At that moment, Su Qingji, who sat beside him, had also hooked a fish, and a rather substantial one at that. The little one's fishing rod bent into a perfect arc, while her face flushed with excitement. "Little five, quickly hand the rod to your brother-in-law." Wang Yi, not daring to delay, swiftly took the rod from the child's grasp and began to reel in. The creaking continued. For the little one, it was a considerable catch, but for Wang Yi, it was effortless, and soon the fish broke the surface of the water. It was a base weighing over a pound. "Well done, Xiao Qingji. This fish can be sold for more than $10. You're striking it rich." Grasping the line, Wang Yi hoisted the fish aboard, marveling at the remarkable talent of the super wild king. Even with his navigational aids, he could not surpass the little one's success in quantity. While Wang Yi reveled in his thoughts, the others felt a pang of envy, particularly Su Qingke, who could not comprehend how her timid little sister had become so adept. Previously, when learning martial arts, the younger sister had needed 2 books for every one of hers. Now, while fishing, she had caught 2 fish while Su Qingke struggled to land even one, which was infuriating. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the eldest sister, Su Qingwan, hooked a fish, followed closely by the third sister. Soon after, Su Qingke also managed to catch one. Seeing this, she felt a surge of joy and quickly mimicked her sisters, raising her rod to strike. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Tian and the other disciples felt a mounting pressure. Fortunately, before long, they too began reeling in their catches. The sounds of fishing lines being reeled in and the occasional splash of larger fish broke the tranquil atmosphere, creating a lively scene aboard the vessel. Time passed slowly, and soon Su Qingwan was the first to bring a fish to the surface, a sizable sea bass weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. Following her, Su Qingfeng's fish also emerged, a stone grouper estimated to weigh 2 to 3 pounds. Su Qingchue's catch was smaller, less than a pound, but she had hooked a rock snapper, which was still commendable. Then it was Wu Tian's turn. Time flew by while fishing, and before they knew it, the morning had slipped away. At Wang Ye's call, everyone stowed their rods and gathered under the aluminum canopy to enjoy their provisions, animatedly discussing their morning's bounty. Meanwhile, at the helm, Wang Yi munched on bread, squinting as he opened the system attribute panel, his heart brimming with delight. Host, Wang Yi Constitution, 22, Ordinary Male 10, Map, 40 meters 14000, 50000. Items, Low-Level Healing Pill X1. Item Extraction System Space not displayed. Skills, Net Mastery Beginner Leg Technique, Beginner Fist Technique, Beginner Blade Technique, Master Fishing Skill Master Culinary Art Master Archery Master Breath, Control Master Swordsmanship Master, Painting Master Architecture Master, Swimming Grandmaster Beast Mastery Grandmaster Medicine Grandmaster Driving. Points, 28,000. Disciples, Wu Tian Zhao Ri Tian. Pet, Wolf King Xiao by Indeed, The strength of numbers prevails. Previously, my experience was a mere 6,000, yet after just one morning, it has more than doubled, and my points have soared to nearly 30,000. At this rate, I am confident I can achieve another map upgrade within 3 to 5 days. The prospect of accumulating enough for a top-tier lottery is exhilarating to contemplate. Darling, the time spent catching fish is increasingly prolonged. It seems there may be few fish left below. Shall we consider changing our position for fishing this afternoon? Chapter 61 Master. Is that mantis shrimp once again hiding beneath your shovel? A curious voice inquired. Oh, look over there, a small island. Does anyone know what it is? After their meal, Wang Yi, complying with his wife's request, set sail once more in search of fishing spots. After approximately half an hour of navigation, a modest island emerged on the horizon. Piquing Wang Yi's curiosity, it appeared to cover about 2 to 3 acres, its shape reminiscent of an elongated oval duck egg from a distance. They were currently viewing the northern side of the island, where a stretch of mudflats lay before them, dotted with trees that exhibited a vibrant green hue tinged with red. At this moment, during low tide, the roots of the trees were exposed, showcasing their robust and sturdy appearance. Darling, this is Red Tree Island, also known as Mangrove Island, named for its abundance of red trees, Su Qingwan explained. After a brief pause, she continued, there are blue crabs and mantis shrimp here, and we might even dig up some earthworms, which are quite valuable seafood. However, it's a matter of luck. In the past, villagers often organized boat trips to gather seafood, and I accompanied them a few times. Eventually, I found it cumbersome, and since I rarely collected much, fewer people came along over time. Oh, shall we go explore? Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He spoke as he steered the boat toward the mangroves. For others, gathering seafood was simply a matter of chance, but for him, it was akin to a casual stroll, especially upon discovering such a promising location. Sure, you can decide, Su Qingwan replied, having no objections. After all, the morning S-Hall had already left her deeply satisfied. The others shared her sentiments. In these relatively innocent times, the master and father were considered synonymous figures, and any dissent had to be kept to oneself. The diesel engines sputtered and emitted black smoke as they approached the island. Under Su Qingwan's guidance, Wang Yi maneuvered the boat to a natural dock with deeper waters. Subsequently, the group disembarked, carrying only a few white buckets and sand shovels. Truly a splendid place. This afternoon promises great profits. Wang Yi, the last to set foot on the island, observed the myriad of red dots scattered across the small map before him, unable to suppress his excitement. After all, this was a treasure trove. Darling, shall we venture into the mangroves in search of blue crabs, or dig for mantis shrimp right here on the mud flats? There's no need to search far. We shall dig right here. The price of mantis shrimp is no less than that of blue crabs, Wang Yi replied, fully aware of the plentiful bounty below. As he spoke, he squatted down, grasping a shovel and beginning to dig. Scrape, scrape. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops. He unearthed sand mixed with mud, quickly revealing a deep hole. Reaching into it, he pulled out a plump mantis shrimp, measuring about 10 to 20 centimeters. Its body rich with roe. Wow, master, how did you do that? Wu Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Wang Yi. From the moment he began digging to the instant he retrieved the mantis shrimp, it took Wang Yi less than a minute, as if he had an innate sense of their presence beneath the surface. This skill left Wu Tian utterly baffled. The others gazed at Wang Yi in astonishment, their thoughts mirroring those of Wu Tian, equally taken aback by their master's remarkable prowess. Su Qingwan, however, observed Wang Yi with keen interest. His technique was strikingly reminiscent of the first encounter when he had unearthed the mantis shrimp. In fact, it was identical. Thus, her curiosity piqued. She pondered how her husband had accomplished this feat. What do you mean by how? Wang Yi feigned ignorance. Are you referring to this mantis shrimp? I have no idea. Perhaps I am simply fortunate, or it may be that it was merely unfortunate enough to be hiding beneath my shovel. If it were you digging, you would likely fare just as well. As he spoke, he tossed the mantis shrimp into a nearby bucket, took a couple of steps forward, and resumed digging. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops. After approximately 5 or 6 scoops, He reached down once more and extracted another plump mantis shrimp of similar size. Goodness, master, you can't be telling us that this mantis shrimp just happened to be hiding beneath your shovel as well? Indeed, master. Such a claim would be hard for even a fool to believe. Yes, yes, master, we are all your disciples. Do not keep your secret from us. Please share any special techniques you possess. Yes, master, enlighten us so we can assist you in gathering more. At this moment, the disciples were no longer merely astonished. Their hearts burned with fervor, their desire palpable. This technique was dazzling. If learned, it would be a divine skill, whether for earning a living by the sea or for impressing others. Ah, what is the matter with you unruly disciples? Why are you not working, but instead fixating on my actions? Wang Yi pretended to be irate, glaring at them. I will say this once more. It may be that I am merely lucky, or perhaps there is simply an abundance of mantis shrimp. If you dig carelessly, you might also find them. Hurry along and dig. Whoever collects the least shall forego dinner tonight. Ah, master, do not be angry. We shall go dig immediately. Yes, yes. We shall dig right away. Seeing Wang Yi feign anger, the disciples dared not linger any longer. They quickly dispersed, several of them sharing a shovel, digging holes and excavating with great effort. However, after several attempts, they found nothing. The only catch was a small calamari. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continued to pull out numerous mantis shrimp, each measuring no less than 15 centimeters. Witnessing this, Wu Tian, the eldest disciple, mustered the courage to approach Wang Yi. Master, perhaps you could dig while I assist you in catching the shrimp? He had realized that his master must possess some secret skill, and by following him, he might glean valuable insights. Even if he could not discern the technique, perhaps Wang Yi would take note of his diligence and offer guidance, which would be immensely beneficial. Very well, I shall dig, and you shall catch, Wang Yi replied after considering Wu Tian for a moment, ultimately deciding not to decline. This arrangement would indeed enhance their efficiency in catching shrimp, a win-win situation. Ah, thank you, master. I will catch diligently and not disappoint your nurturing. Wu Tian exclaimed joyfully, his excitement reminiscent of a child weighing over 100 pounds. Oh my, the senior brother is truly cunning. Had I known, I would have approached him sooner. Indeed, he resembles a court eunuch, with that obsequious demeanor of his. How insincere! I too find this individual despicable, currying favor with a master all alone. It is utterly unbecoming. When a master is absent, I shall challenge him. At this moment, all the disciples are filled with regret. Wu Tian's thoughts are not beyond their comprehension. They are not foolish, after all. However, while they can conceive of such ideas, they lack the audacity, the shamelessness that Wu Tian possesses. Now, witnessing Wu Tian actually being retained by the master, they can only envy him, lamenting their own fate, wishing they could take his place. Chapter 62, I surmise that you must have reaped a bountiful harvest, perhaps even to the point of overflowing? Wu Tian was oblivious to the fact that his junior disciples were conspiring against him. At that moment, he was laboriously digging at the hole excavated by his master, silently lamenting the situation. The pace was too swift. His venerable master was moving with astonishing speed. While he had yet to extract the mantis shrimp from one hole, his master had already commenced digging a second. At such a rate, he could hardly keep up, let alone muster the energy to observe and learn the exquisite techniques. If he continued this way, he would surely incur his master's displeasure, leading to a most unfortunate outcome. Good heavens, your speed is inadequate. At this rate, the mantis shrimp will escape, Wang Yi remarked, preparing to dig a third hole, observing that his eldest disciple had yet to procure even a single shrimp. He felt somewhat exasperated. Master, please do not rush me. I shall hasten my efforts. Oh no! Wu Tian, in his haste, only succeeded in worsening his predicament. A cry of distress escaped his lips as he instinctively withdrew his hand, having been pricked by the shrimp spines. Ah, dear child, one must never act in haste. When one is anxious, one can barely utilize 70% of their capabilities. This principle applies not only to tasks, but also to martial arts. Wang Yi sighed, his gaze shifting to the other disciples. He gestured for them to gather around him. I suggest you all cease your digging for now and follow my lead in excavating holes for the shrimp. Remember my words. When faced with challenges, Maintain your composure and avoid panic. Such impulsiveness only leads to irrationality and worsens the situation. With that, Wang Yi resumed his digging. The adage, a teacher opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual, rang true. The future of these disciples depended on their own character. He was not one to expound grand philosophies, nor did he desire to do so. If they absorb his earlier remarks, it would be a boon. If not, he had still fulfilled his duty as a mentor. Yes, master, the disciples replied in unison, promptly falling in a line behind Wang Yi, beginning their excavation of shrimp. The collective effort proved fruitful. With Wang Yi digging in front and the disciples following suit, the pace of shrimp gathering was remarkably swift. In merely half an hour, they had filled an entire bucket, resulting in an extraordinary yield. Meanwhile, the four sisters of the Su family were also faring well. Equipped with a sand shovel, Su Qingwan initiated the digging, while Su Qingke and Su Qingfeng assisted in capturing the shrimp. Su Qingji, being quite young, was not allowed to participate directly. However, the little one was not idle, wielding a pair of tongs, and remarkably managed to unearth a hole, fortuitously catching a mantis shrimp that was as thick as her arm. This spectacle left the three older sisters astounded, a mixture of surprise and delight washing over them. However, their astonishment was fleeting, and they resumed their rhythmic shrimp excavation. Just minutes later, Su Qingji once again revealed a large mantis shrimp using her tongs, prompting the sisters to exchange glances filled with intrigue. Eldest sister, I have a feeling that our little fifth sister is quite lucky. She has shown remarkable fortune while fishing, and now in shrimp digging as well. Perhaps you should let her try her hand with the sand shovel? Su Qingfeng suggested. Su Qingke nodded in agreement, saying, eldest sister, though I am reluctant to admit it. I must concur with third sister. Our little fifth sister indeed seems to possess a greater fortune than the rest of us. As the sun began its descent, Su Qingwan nodded in agreement, allowing Xiao Wu to take the lead. Despite her petite stature, Su Qingwan offered her assistance as they commenced digging. With their combined efforts, the duo's success rate surged impressively. On average, they unearthed 7 or 8 large shrimp from every 10 holes. At times, every single hole yielded a catch. Had their digging speed matched that of Wang Yi, the outcome might have been unpredictable. Wang Yi, who was nearby, observed this spectacle in awe, marveling at the prowess of the super wild king talent, which seemed inherently suited for this endeavor. In contrast, his own wife's top-tier wild king talent paled in comparison, yielding a catch of only 1 shrimp for every 3 or 4 holes. Su Qingfeng and Su Qingke, while possessing advanced wild king abilities, fared slightly worse, averaging only 2 or 3 shrimp from 10 holes. Nevertheless, such a catch rate was commendable, especially when compared to his disciples who, with their single sand shovels, struggled to extract even 1 shrimp after digging through a dozen or 20 holes. Their inefficiency left Wang Yi both amused and exasperated. In a futile attempt to boost his luck, Wang Yi even tried disabling the minimap, relying solely on chance. To his dismay, he dug through 30 holes before finally uncovering a single small calamari, which elicited a more sympathetic gaze from his disciples trailing behind. This reinforced the notion that his wild king talent was abysmally lacking. Without the system's assistance, he would find it challenging to sustain even himself, let alone provide for a family. As the hours slipped by swiftly, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, and they had managed to fill 6 buckets. Each shrimp measured over 10 centimeters, most adorned with roe, representing the finest quality among their kind. With the tide beginning to rise, Wang Yi prudently called everyone aboard the boat, ready to return home and sell their bounty. After all, the island remained, and their catch would not escape. It was merely a matter of time. The fishing vessel sped back to their original course. Although fatigue weighed heavily on the crew, their spirits soared. After all, they had successfully gathered 6 buckets filled with premium shrimp, each over 10 centimeters long. Who could remain unexcited? Even if each bucket weighed 50 pounds. They had amassed 300 pounds in total. The market price for ordinary shrimp typically ranged from 10 to 20 yuan per pound, while these exceptional specimens could fetch a minimum of 30 yuan per pound, with those bearing roe commanding an even higher price. A quick calculation revealed that their afternoon's labor could easily surpass 10,000 yuan. In a locale where the average monthly salary barely reached 1,000 yuan, boasting such earnings in a single afternoon would surely astonish many. They imagined the shock on the faces of fishmongers and villagers alike upon witnessing their substantial haul as the boat docked at the pier. Within the span of an hour, the fishing vessel returned to the bustling harbor, coinciding with the arrival of other boats, creating a lively atmosphere. Boxes of fish were meticulously unloaded from the vessel, some faces adorned with joy, while others bore the weight of worry. The rewards of the sea were evident, etched unmistakably upon their features. Brother Yi, Qingwan, you have navigated your boat here. I have reserved a spot just for you. As the ship drew near the dock, Wu Ya's voice rang out from one of the vessels. With a series of throaty revs, Wang Yi wasted no time, steering his boat alongside Wu Ya's, positioning them in parallel. He, Qingwan, Brother Yi, and esteemed guests, how fared your inaugural voyage at sea? I surmise that with Brother Yi as your captain, your nets must be overflowing, perhaps even bursting with bounty. Chapter 63. The fishmongers have gone mad, alas. Upon hearing Wu Ya's words, the crowd, as if in unison, sighed and shook their heads with furrowed brows. What? No fish caught? That shouldn't be the case. It doesn't reflect Brother Ye's caliber. They murmured in disbelief. Wu Ya's smile faltered, yet she quickly mustered another grin and reassured them. Oh, don't lose heart. It's perfectly normal to have a day without a catch. That is how it goes at sea. With fortune, one could earn as much in a day as they might in months, or even a year, while on a bad day, one might find themselves covering fuel costs instead. No one can guarantee a daily income. Otherwise, who would still toil on land? Everyone would be out fishing. Zhu Ping nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, just look at those trawlers over there. A trip for them costs 1,000 to 2,000 in fuel, and sometimes they return with fish worth only a few hundred. Compared to them, you all are quite fortunate, aren't you? Exactly, Qingwan and Xiao Yi. Today may not have yielded fish, but tomorrow is another opportunity. You lad, have good luck. I believe in you. Yes, yes. The elderly couple from the Wu family chimed in, eager to provide comfort. Suddenly, a laugh erupted. Ha ha, I can't hold it in any longer. I simply cannot continue this charade. Someone, unable to restrain themselves, burst into laughter, triggering a wave of suppressed giggles that rippled through the crowd. What's going on here? The Wu family, with bewildered expressions, looked on as merriment enveloped those around them. Momentarily at a loss, Qingwan, please stop laughing. What on earth is happening? Wu Ya, flustered and exasperated, pressed her inquiry toward the perpetually chuckling Su Qingwan. Giggling, Wu Ya, Uncle Wu, I apologize, we were just teasing you. We actually had some success. Oh, you little rascal, how dare you play tricks on us? Wu Ya was both annoyed and amused, though her expression quickly shifted to one of anticipation as she asked, so, how many fish did you catch? Not too many, just around 20,000 in catch. How much? 20,000? Qingwan, are you certain you are not jesting? Wu Ya's voice trembled, not only her lips, but her heart quaking as well. A catch worth 20,000. Was it large yellow croaker or bluefin tuna? I assure you, I am not joking. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves. With that, Su Qingwan personally opened several live fish tanks one by one. All right, let me see. If you're deceiving me, I won't let you off easily. Wu Ya retorted, stretching her neck to peer into the tanks that Su Qingwan had opened. Beside her, the elderly couple from the Wu family and Zhu Ping also leaned in, curiosity piqued. Hiss! Goodness, there are so many. Did you truly catch all these today? Wu Ya gasped in astonishment upon seeing the bounty within the tanks. The others from the Wu family widened their eyes in disbelief. Having been in the fish business for years, they could tell at a glance that these fish were worth at least 8,000 or 9,000, if not more. A small, battered boat returning from the sea with such a haul. Who would believe it? In an instant, the crowd surrounding the spectacle erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. How could a mere 10-meter fishing vessel, equipped with just a few rods, possibly yield a catch worth 10,000? Indeed, it seemed utterly preposterous. This diminutive fishing boat, with its modest gear, appeared to be more lucrative than my 20-meter trawler. I could scarcely believe my eyes. while my own haul barely reached 2,000. After accounting for expenses such as fuel and ice, I was left with a mere few hundred. Goodness, in comparison, it made me want to weep. I feel your pain. My situation is even bleaker. Today, I barely managed to catch worth a few hundred, not even enough to recoup my investment, let alone compete with them. Speaking of which, perhaps we should also join them for fishing tomorrow. Yes, that sounds like a plan. Qingwan, you are truly remarkable. To catch so many fish in a single day, at this rate, your family will soon become the wealthiest in the village. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Wu Ye gazed at Su Qingwan with envy and playfully remarked. After a brief pause, she inquired with a hint of confusion, but Qingwan, didn't you mention a catch worth 20,000? I see no more than 10,000 here. Are you hiding something valuable? With a playful smile, Su Qingwan replied, Hee, take another look. What do you think this is? She mysteriously opened 2 hatches once more. What on earth could be so secretive? Guya, intrigue, leaned closer to peer inside. Upon seeing the contents, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped, Goodness, exquisite mantis shrimp? Realizing her outburst, she quickly covered her mouth, casting a wary glance at the nearby fishmongers, fearful of being outbid. However, her exclamation was anything but subtle. Even those who were not paying attention turned to listen. In an instant, Wang Yi and the others found their boat surrounded, curious faces peering in. Some clad in wetsuits even waded through the water to get closer, eagerly leaning over the edge of the boat to catch a glimpse. As they beheld the plump, succulent mantis shrimp, measuring a good 15 to 20 centimeters, the crowd collectively fell into a stupor. Their mouths agape, eyes bulging, they struggled to articulate their thoughts, finding their throats dry and words elusive. After a prolonged silence, a hoarse yet urgent voice broke through. Qingwan's husband, you must sell me this batch of exquisite mantis shrimp. I will offer you $40 a pound. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Nonsense. Who would want such splendid mantis shrimp? Qingwan, I'll give you 45. I want them all. You must sell to me. Qingwan, I am your third uncle's niece and as cousin's fifth aunt. We are practically family. I'll offer you 48 a pound. For the sake of kinship, you simply must sell to me. What utter nonsense. Qingwan, I am your uncle, and we are still closely related. It is unacceptable for you to sell to outsiders. I offer $50 per pound, which is already the highest price. Come now. Such exquisite mantis shrimp, coupled with this substantial quantity, would surely command a premium elsewhere. Qingwan, we are all from the same hometown, and I, Lu San, pride myself on conducting business with integrity. I will offer 55, merely to cover my running expenses. The fishmongers were in a frenzy, each competing fiercely, their faces flushed and voices raised, refusing to yield to one another. It was not only the fishmongers. Even some resourceful fishermen could not resist getting involved to profit from the price difference. To make matters worse, some went so far as to call their clients directly, urging them to make on-the-spot offers, as long as they could earn a little commission. It was truly a spectacle of ingenuity, with everyone determined to secure this batch of shrimp at any cost. Chapter 64. The struggle provoked by the mantis shrimp husband. What should we do? These fish vendors are on the verge of a brawl. You must think of a solution. Witnessing the frenzied demeanor of the fishmongers, Su Qingwan felt a pang of fear. They were merely attempting to sell their goods. It would be utterly tragic if a life were lost and blood were spilled over such a matter. Alas, greed drives men to folly, and birds perish for sustenance. What can I possibly do? If you were a fish vendor, would you be willing to let go of such exquisite mantis shrimp? Wang Yi chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Earlier, while navigating the boat, he had contemplated sailing directly to the city to sell the catch quietly and amass a fortune. However, seeing his wife and apprentices animatedly discussing how to tease their good friend Wu Ye upon their return, he could not bring himself to intervene. Now, as he had anticipated, the aroma of this batch of shrimp was irresistible, and the fish vendors were reluctant to part with them. He wagered that if he sold all the shrimp to Wu Ye now, these individuals might unite against her family. Furthermore, once the bystanders among the fishermen regained their wits, astute minds would surely deduce the source of their shrimp, and it would become impossible for them to monopolize Hongshu Island thereafter. Contemplating this, Wang Yi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Indeed, one can be ostentatious in all endeavors, except in the pursuit of wealth. Sigh. Let this be an expensive lesson learned. Husband, why don't we sell directly to Wu Ye's family, as we did last time? If they have no competition, they will naturally cease their quarrel. Exactly, brother-in-law. Why should we concern ourselves with their disputes? We can simply sell to Sister Wu. Yes, brother-in-law. We can set the price at 55 per pound. We want to incur losses, and Sister Wu should also make a profit. This was our original plan. As the Su sisters finished speaking, others nodded in agreement. To them, as sellers, the choice of whom to sell to was theirs alone. Could these vendors truly band together and refuse to accept their goods in the future? Of course, selling is an option, and the profit margins matter not to me. But have you considered that if we sell this entire batch of shrimp to Wu Ye, as we did before, these people might bear a grudge? Yes, they may have no recourse against us, and we possess quality goods, so sales are assured. But what if they decide to target Wu Ye's family? Target Wu Ye's family? How would they do that? Upon hearing Wang Ye's words, Su Qingwan and the others stared at him in confusion, struggling to comprehend. Even Wu Ye's family was puzzled. Each party took their goods, so how could they be targeted? Oh, you're all thinking too simplistically. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. They could conspire to prevent Wu Ye's family from obtaining any goods. If Wu Ye's family offers a price, they could undercut it. For every unit Wu Ye's family bids, they could counter with a lower offer. No matter how strong Wu Ye's family is, they are but one individual against a multitude. United, they could wage a price war. Do you truly believe Wu Ye's family can endure? Once Wu Ye's family is worn down, will they then come to me for goods? Should I sell or withhold? If I choose to sell, they will drive the price down significantly. In the end, if I wish to avoid losses, I would have no choice but to take the longer route to the city to sell. This not only wastes time, but also prolongs the selling process. In every regard, it will be a losing proposition. As Wang Yi delivered a well-reasoned analysis, Su Qingwan and the others gasped in astonishment. Could business truly be conducted in such a manner? However, upon reflection, a sense of dread washed over them. If they were to proceed in that way, the amount of goods Wu Ye's family would receive would undoubtedly dwindle. Over time, the customers who had previously sought to purchase fish from her family would surely turn away. Without Wu Ye, they too would inevitably find themselves led astray, unable to simply haul in a few $100s worth of fish and then rush to sell in the town or city. The cost of fuel for all those trips was certainly not negligible. It was an expense that compounded. Contemplating this, Su Qingwan furrowed her brow and spoke first. What shall we do? Should we merely watch and wait for them to outbid each other before selling to the victor? After a pause, her expression shifted to one of hope as she added, Husband, considering our remarkable fishing skills, is it possible that Wu Ye's family could rely solely on us for an endless supply of fish, rendering them impervious to any collusion aimed at undermining us? Wu Ye's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously in agreement. Sister-in-law, Qingwan has a point. If you can catch this many fish and shrimp every day, or even half or a third of that, I wouldn't need to collect anyone else's catch. The notion was indeed appealing, yet the reality of fishing was unpredictable. Wang Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. Even if fortune smiles upon me, and I consistently bring home a bountiful catch, must I endure the rigors of being a fisherman every single day of the year? Upon self-reflection, even if I were willing, would you all be inclined to do so? Having traversed a different life, earning money was merely a means to facilitate a better existence. Unless he had lost his senses, why would he choose to spend every day fishing? Were it not for the ongoing construction of his home and considerations for his future children's education, he would have long since chosen the path of leisure rather than laboring under the sun. Silence enveloped the group. No one could find words to respond. Wang Ye's observations were indeed accurate. Who could guarantee that a fishing trip would yield results? Even if they did, could they manage to go out to sea as if it were a regular job? The answer was a resounding no. Their purpose here was to learn martial arts. Fishing was merely a means to cover their tuition, not a profession, and inevitably, there would come a day when they would graduate and set forth on their own paths. Perhaps that day was 10 days or a month away, but it was certainly not far off, for they too needed to earn a living and establish families. and could not remain by Wang Yi's side indefinitely. Moreover, the Su sisters, aside from Su Qingwan, would soon be returning to school, leaving them with little time for fishing. Consequently, the notion of providing Wu Yi with a continuous supply of fish was utterly impractical. Regret washed over Su Qingwan as she thought. If only she had refrained from showing off, they could have discreetly sold to Wu Yi after the crowd dispersed. And this entire dilemma could have been avoided. The others remained silent, their expressions mirroring her sentiments. Wang Yi smiled gently. Well, we shouldn't dismiss the situation so readily. Competition can indeed lead to greater profits for our goods, can it not? In other words, if we were not your close friend, would we be so conflicted? Wouldn't it be better to simply await the victor, hoping for fiercer competition? Su Qingwan fell silent, recognizing the truth in her husband's words. However, Wu Yi is her closest friend and confidant, having offered substantial support during her most challenging times. She certainly cannot jeopardize their sisterly bond for the sake of trivial gains. Thus, the current predicament is indeed quite perplexing. Qingwan, your brother-in-law is correct. The higher their asking price, the more you will earn. So there is no need for such inner turmoil. At this moment, Wu Yi spoke candidly. We are good sisters. Your success brings me joy as well. I shall forego this batch of shrimp. Just remember me for the next time there is something worthwhile. Su Qingwan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The more Wu Yi expressed this sentiment, the more guilty she felt towards her friend. Dear sister, we have a lifetime ahead of us. What is a trifling benefit in comparison? Wu Yi waved her hand dismissively. Let them compete. Ideally, they should drive the price above 60. This way, they will not profit much, and all the gains will be yours, which delights me even more. After a brief pause, she urged, all right, it's settled. Let us weigh the fish. No one should contest this with me. As you wish, dear sister. Su Qingwan smiled brightly, signaling everyone to begin weighing the fish. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yi also smiled faintly. His wife's friend is indeed a true confidant, and their efforts to nurture the business have not been in vain. Chapter 65. The Mountain and Sea Gate. The explosive gang dared to blow up the heavens? With a multitude of hands, the fish catch was swiftly weighed, culminating in a total of over 8,900. We rounded it up, resulting in a revenue of 9,000. Once this was settled, the fishmongers also reached their conclusion. At 60 yuan per pound, the top fishmongers divided the spoils among themselves. Observing this, Wang Yi said nothing. As long as payment was made, the division was inconsequential. The total weight came to just over 300 pounds. And after reserving a few pounds for himself, he accrued another 18,000, when combined with the 9,000 from selling fish. His total earnings for the day amounted to an astonishing 27,000 yuan. From this, Wang Yi allocated 2,000 yuan, distributing 200 yuan each to his 7 disciples and 3 sisters-in-law. They too needed sustenance, and Wang Yi could not allow them to labor for free. Whether they found the amount insufficient was beyond his concern. Being their master, granting them a daily wage of 200 yuan was already quite generous. Under other masters, they might not even receive a refund on their apprenticeship fees. Should they remain ungrateful, he could do little about it. Fortunately, his disciples were commendable, showing no signs of ingratitude, consistently refusing to accept the money. It was only when he donned a stern expression that they complied. Wu Yi, continue your work. We shall return now. After collecting their earnings and tidying up the boat, they bid farewell to Wu Yi and made their way to the Su household. Upon their return, Su Mai prepared a meal. The group washed their hands and sat down to eat. The dishes were humble, simple farmhouse fare, lacking the finesse of Wang Yi's cooking, yet satisfying nonetheless. After a long day, everyone relished the meal heartily. Following dinner, they spent some time in the courtyard, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation before each departed for their respective homes. A restful night passed. The next day, before dawn, the disciples began to arrive one by one, consuming their medicinal pills and practicing their martial arts. By 9 in the morning, after indulging in a leisurely slumber, Wang Yi called them to a halt, and the group set forth once more on their fishing expedition, targeting the Red Mangrove Island. Darling, drive faster. Today, let us aim to gather plenty of mantis shrimp. Our goal isn't too ambitious. Just 30,000 will suffice, one urged. Yes, brother-in-law, speed it up. I can already see the mantis shrimp waving at us, eagerly awaiting our arrival. Another chimed in. Exactly. Master, are you up for the task? If you're not, let me take the wheel. I'm quite the seasoned driver, boasted another. Me too. I drive quite swiftly, however, Wang Yi chuckled. It's best not to harbor overly high expectations. Though he spoke nonchalantly, he increased the boat's speed. His caution stemmed from having observed the village earlier. The usual gathering of women was conspicuously absent. Even the playful children were nowhere to be seen. The once bustling village felt unusually desolate. Wang Yi surmised that most of them had likely ventured to Red Mangrove Island. The news of their significant mantis shrimp catch from the previous day had undoubtedly spread throughout the village, and he found it hard to believe that the villagers would remain indifferent. Once their hearts were stirred, it was impossible, given their experience, for them to remain oblivious to the source of these mantis shrimps. Indeed, as he had anticipated, upon arriving at Hongshu Island after a lengthy half-hour journey, they found it teeming with fishing boats of all sizes. The tidal flats were crowded with figures, some standing, others squatting. The air was filled with the shouts of adults and the laughter of children, occasionally punctuated by excited exclamations. Witnessing this scene, apart from Wang Yi, who had already guessed the outcome, the expressions of the others fell instantly. Initially filled with joy at the prospect of collecting a few thousand yuan to take home, they were dismayed to discover that they were not alone in their pursuit. Who could bear such a reality? Husband, did you know about this all along? Su Qingwan asked, her gaze lingering on Wang Yi, recalling his earlier remarks. The others also fixed their eyes on him, awaiting clarification. Wang Yi nodded and proceeded to articulate his hypothesis. Upon hearing it, a look of realization washed over their faces. Such a simple line of reasoning, they could have deduced it themselves. But their earlier delight had clouded their judgment. Now, with Wang Yi's insights, the truth was clear. However, understanding brought with it a profound sense of regret. This was all a consequence of their boastful display yesterday. Had they kept their intentions discreet, they would not have attracted so many competitors for the bounty. Indeed, one must be cautious in their pursuit of wealth. Otherwise, money tends to sprout wings and fly into others' pockets. Husband, what shall we do now? Shall we fish or confront them on the island? I'm indifferent. It depends on your mood. Wang Yi shrugged, passing the responsibility back to his wife. A day without earnings was inconsequential. The most important thing was to ensure his wife's spirits remained high. Su Qingwan nodded in agreement and turned her inquiring gaze toward the others. Seeing her look, Su Qingke, hands on her hips, was the first to speak up. Sister, we should go to the island. This money was rightfully ours, and it's infuriating that they've taken it. The others followed suit, expressing their indignation. Yes, sister, we must confront them. We cannot allow them to profit so easily. Indeed, sister, with Master and Junior Sister Qingji on our side, we can surely prevail against them, leaving them dumbfounded. Absolutely, sister, we must go to the island and show them that our Shanghai sect is not to be trifled with. Wait, what did you say? Shanghai sect? What on earth is that? Wang Yi interrupted, bewildered, as he looked at his eldest disciple, Wu Tan, as their master. He could not recall establishing such an organization. Shanghai sect, with a name so imposing, seemed to echo a sense of power. Yet this was a society governed by law, and it sounded suspiciously akin to a gang. Was he being led astray? Master, it's like this. We have all pledged ourselves to you. And with the combined count of our junior brothers and sisters, there are at least 10 of us. Plus, with your mastery as a swordsman, we could be considered a small sect within the martial world. Thus, we have proposed several sect names, originally intending to deliberate before seeking your judgment. Now that you inquire, might I suggest choosing one? After a brief pause, Wu Tian, with an expression of hope, continued, Shanghai sect is a name I conceived, inspired by our village. Master, what do you think? Just as Wang Yi opened his mouth to respond, unexpectedly, the second disciple, Zhao Ritian, interjected, his voice deep and resonant. Master, I believe Shanghai sect lacks the grandeur and resonance we desire. I propose we name ourselves the Exploding Sky Gang. If we have the audacity to explode the heavens, who would dare to oppose us? Cough. Upon hearing Zhao Ritian's suggestion, Wang Yi nearly choked on his own saliva. The Exploding Sky Gang. If they dare to explode the heavens, why not ascend to the skies themselves? Nevertheless, this name strikes a chord. It seems rather familiar, as if I have encountered it before. Chapter 66. Establishing a school instead of sect? Master, what troubles you? Do you not think that the name I have chosen is superior to that of the eldest senior brother? Cough. Well, my dear disciple, while the Explosive Heaven Gang is indeed a catchy name, it is rather audacious to claim one could explode the heavens. I may possess commendable martial skills, yet I cannot shield myself from bullets. Be cautious not to lead me astray. Wang Yi could only shake his head at this foolishness, bewildered by the confidence his disciple displayed in his naming choice. This must be what they call misguided self-assurance. Ha! Junior brother, I have been telling you that your name is inadequate. The name Shanghai sect that I proposed is far superior, embodying both depth and elegance while retaining an air of dominance. It will undoubtedly echo throughout the martial world in the future. With the second junior brother's name dismissed by their master, Wu Tian was instantly filled with excitement. He felt certain that his master would favor his proposed sect name over those of his fellow disciples. Once the name gained renown, would it not be synonymous with him? Surely, his dream of becoming a hero was not far from realization. Observing the enthusiasm of the eldest disciple, Wang Yi found it difficult to reject his exuberance. However, being a person of virtue, he had no desire to establish a sect or become the head of a criminal organization. Clearing his throat to interrupt Wu Tian's fanciful musings, he declared, Now, do not celebrate prematurely, my dear disciple. Your suggestion is no more viable than your junior brother's. What? Why not, master? I believe Shanghai sect perfectly encapsulates our martial lineage. Encapsulate? Nonsense. Wang Yi retorted, half-jokingly scolding him for his wild imaginings. If you truly wish to establish a sect, focus on mastering your martial skills. Upon achieving proficiency, you may then create your own sect. Do not harbor designs against your master's ambitions. In summary, Wang Yi proclaimed, I shall not establish a sect. Once I have amassed sufficient wealth, I will found a school, and you shall have the opportunity to become teachers. Of course, you may also forge your own paths. After pausing briefly, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, Let this topic rest. We must now disembark and seek our fortune. With that, he found a suitable place to dock the boat, grasping a bucket and equipment in one hand while cradling the small creature, Su Qingji, in the other, and leaped ashore. Internally, he could not suppress his exasperation at the group. After merely 2 days of training, they fancied themselves capable of founding a sect. What would they suggest next? An expedition to the moon, should they achieve mastery. If not for their utility, he would have considered expelling these individuals from his tutelage altogether. Master, what does this mean? A martial practitioner who refuses to establish a sect and instead opts to create a school? Wouldn't that invite ridicule from the martial world? Indeed, master. Who among martial artists does not aspire to establish a sect and become a leader? I cannot comprehend why master wishes to create a school. Does he take pleasure in being a principal? Yes, master. Why not persuade him otherwise? How can martial practitioners report their affiliations without a sect? We cannot simply claim to be martial instructors from some school. Precisely, master. Please counsel him. As they observed Wang Yi's resolute departure, Wu Tian and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of confusion and hope as they turned their pleading gazes towards Su Qingwan. To speak candidly, they truly could not comprehend why Wang Yi was so averse to establishing a sect. There were numerous sects outside, and even novice martial artists dared to rent a storefront, hang a sign of a certain sect, recruit disciples, and earn a handsome profit. With their numbers and their master strength, if they were to establish a sect for the purpose of accepting disciples and generating income, it would be a mere trifle. Why then, must they spend their days at sea fishing? Not only was it a waste of time, but it also deprived them of precious training hours. Su Qingwan, unaware of the thoughts occupying their minds, shook her head upon hearing their words and replied calmly, Your master has his own plans. Since he has said this, you should follow his guidance. Furthermore, each person has their own aspirations. If you truly wish to establish a sect, then dedicate yourselves to mastering martial arts. And in the future, you may create one yourselves. Of course, if you feel that your master cannot fulfill your desires, you may express that openly. I can assist you in communicating with him, allowing you to depart. Upon hearing her words, Wu Tian and the others felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, their expressions shifting as they hastily interjected. Ah, Master S. wife, you misunderstand us. We have no such intentions. We merely wish to enhance our Master S. reputation, so he can attract disciples and earn without enduring the hardships of fishing. Yes, Master S. wife, please do not misconstrue our intentions. Our master has been so kind to us, we would never dream of leaving him. Indeed, Master S. wife, our master intends to establish a school, and we are eager to assist as teachers. We have no thoughts of departure. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan's expression softened, and she nodded. As long as you understand, that is sufficient. Now, let us return to work. I hope today's efforts surpass those of yesterday. With that, she picked up her bucket and briskly made her way to the shore. As Wang Yi's wife, she would certainly not align with the disciples in questioning his decisions. Although she too could not fathom why Wang Yi wished to establish a school, it did not hinder her unwavering support for him. After Su Qingwan departed, Su Qingke placed her hands on her hips and cast a fierce glare at Wu Tian and the others. You truly are audacious. If you dare to provoke Master S' displeasure again, I, Qingke, shall deal with you. Following her, Su Qingfeng added solemnly, you are merely disciples and possess no qualifications to make decisions on behalf of our master. With that, she took Su Qingke by the arm, and the two walked side by side towards the shore. Seeing this, Wu Tian and the others wore expressions of bitter resignation. They had initially believed they had concocted a splendid idea to surprise their master. Now, however, it was clear that it was nothing short of a fright. Sighing deeply, Wu Tian glanced at his junior disciples and said with a wry smile, Junior brothers and sisters, our master is a genius whose thoughts diverge from ours. From now on, we shall simply obey and perform our tasks. Let us refrain from indulging in fanciful notions. Understood? Understood, senior brother, the group responded in unison. Then let us hasten to our tasks and strive to catch more mantis shrimp, bringing joy to our master. With that, Wu Tian picked up his bucket and gear, swiftly making his way to the shore. The others nodded in agreement and hurriedly followed suit. Oh, is that not the husband of Qingwan? You must have dug those mantis shrimp here yesterday, correct? I beg your pardon, but today we shall try our luck as well. I trust you won't mind. Indeed. Xiao Wang, do not hold it against us for bending the rules. The truth is, times are tough for everyone, and we are simply seeking to earn a little money. Precisely, this is a public space. If you are able to come, so can we, and one could hardly call it theft. As Wang Yi and Su Qingji approached the gathering, the villagers, who were engrossed in digging for mantis shrimp, quickly stood up to greet him. Most wore expressions of embarrassment and a hint of fear, yet the predominant sentiment was one of reluctance. After all, everyone in the village was aware of Wang Yi's prowess. He single-handedly vanquished dozens of wolves with a mere sword. Moreover, he currently had several disciples, so if he truly wished to drive them away, he could do so effortlessly. However, one must acknowledge the age-old truth. Men perish for wealth, and birds for sustenance. Should Wang Yi choose to be unreasonable and insist on their departure, they would undoubtedly resist. Fortunately, Wang Yi is a commendable individual. Previously, he not only rescued many of the village's men, but also distributed wolf meat to every household. Thus, they held a deep sense of gratitude towards him, and barring any necessity, they wished to avoid conflict. Therefore, upon seeing Wang Yi, they instinctively lowered their postures and offered greetings. Although their words carried a hint of stiffness, their underlying desire was to retain access to this valuable land. It is worth noting that they had arrived before dawn, and after several hours. Each household had undoubtedly dug up 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 pounds. Converted into currency, that amounts to several hundred yuan, equivalent to 10 to 15 days' worth of income. Who would willingly depart from such an opportunity? Chapter 67. The Ancestor of Blue Crabs. Ha. Everyone, please remain calm. You are absolutely right. This is a public space, and there is no sign bearing my name, Wang Yi. Anyone is free to dig here, so feel free to do so. Observing the villagers' expressions of tension and apprehension, Wang Yi waved his hand with an air of bravado. Although he was a little ruffian back on Earth, he never oppressed the innocent, and he certainly would not do so here. At that moment, Su Qingwan, who had been closely following him, nodded in agreement. Dear uncles and aunts, there is no need for concern. My family S. Wang Yi is a reasonable person. Everyone here is welcome to earn their living through their own efforts. We will not bully the weak. He indeed. My brother-in-law is the most reasonable person and will not take advantage of you. However, our luck is quite favorable. I'm sure we will catch more mantis shrimp than you. Su Qingke chimed in, her eyes sparkling with delight. Though the others remained silent, they smiled amiably at the group. Being fellow villagers, even if they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, they would not resort to tyrannical behavior by driving others away. Xiao Wang, Qingwan, you're truly good people. The villagers of Shanghai Fishing Village sighed in relief, yet a wave of guilt washed over them. Previously, they had looked coldly upon the Su family, and some had even hurled harsh words. Yet now the Su family showed no sign of holding grudges. Observing their demeanor was quite embarrassing for the villagers. Haha, receiving such praise. Wang Yi was at a loss for words, and could only smile as he opened his small map to take a look. It was unclear whether it was due to the crowd today, or if the mantis shrimp had slipped away with the tide last night. But the red dots on the map had diminished by at least half compared to yesterday. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yi immediately lost his desire to dig and redirected his gaze toward the mangrove forest. Everyone was preoccupied with searching for mantis shrimp, and no one was competing with them. Dear, with so many people digging for mantis shrimp, we might not find much. Shall we explore the mangrove forest instead? Wang Yi suggested. Su Qingwan considered his words, glanced at the mangrove forest, and eventually nodded. All right, let's go take a look. With that, Wang Yi led the group into the mangrove forest. The area was dotted with small puddles and sharp, protruding tree roots. Everyone paid close attention, particularly to the puddles, as they could very well conceal blue crabs. At this moment, Su Qingwan spoke up to remind them. Hearing her, the group nodded, focusing intently on the uneven ground beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's gaze was fixed on his small map, which displayed numerous red dots scattered across the 40-meter expanse. With a thought, he magnified the nearest red dot, revealing a large blue crab weighing nearly a pound, nestled within a small puddle. Its shell was a muddy green, surrounded by several broken leaves, blending almost seamlessly into its environment. Without careful observation, one might not even notice its presence. Snap! Snap! In a flurry of movement, Wang Yi rushed to the edge of the puddle, swiftly extending his pincers to firmly grasp the crab. Goodness! While it appears rather unremarkable on the map, when lifted to eye level, its true magnitude is astounding. Its entire body could easily rival the size of a hand, with a pair of robust claws that dance vigorously, exuding an impressive ferocity. Were it to clamp down on a finger, it could very well snap it in two. Wow! Dear brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. This blue crab is enormous, larger than my own face. Upon seeing the large blue crab that Wang Yi held aloft, Su Qingke immediately dashed over, her face alight with excitement. The others, unable to contain their enthusiasm, soon gathered around to marvel at this magnificent creature. Darling, this blue crab must weigh at least a pound. The smaller ones typically weigh around 3 to 4 ounces, while those of medium size weigh 6 to 7 ounces and fetch about 50. Yours, being of a larger caliber, could easily sell for 70 to 80. You've just stumbled upon a treasure worth 70 to 80 bucks. Your luck is truly remarkable. Su Qingwan exclaimed, giving Wang Yi an approving thumbs up with a beaming smile. Ha! It seems the heavens favor me. Perhaps I am destined for this line of work. Wang Yi chuckled heartily, humbly waving his hand. It wasn't merely luck that favored him. It was the system he possessed. Otherwise, with his innate talents, he would likely have found naught but disappointment. If we were to speak of true fortune, it would belong to Su Qingji, the little one who, due to her slow pace, required Su Qingfeng to guide her along. Indeed, the little one's talents were bursting forth. Midway through their journey, she suddenly halted, pointing excitedly at a sizable puddle. Her voice a sweet yet urgent squeak. Third sister, Third sister, look. There's a crab here. It's enormous, even bigger than the new ball we bought. What crab? Su Qingfeng paused, instinctively glancing toward the direction indicated by the little one. To her astonishment, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Goodness gracious! What a colossal blue crab! After several seconds, she finally gasped, her voice trembling with excitement, exclaiming in exasperation. It was impossible to contain her astonishment. This blue crab was indeed immense. With her exclamation, the others instinctively turned their heads to behold the sight. His goodness upon seeing the crab, which was comparable in size to a basketball, they collectively gasped in awe, unable to suppress their exclamations. Subsequently, they hurriedly retreated, leaving Wang Yi alone, holding up his comparatively minuscule little calamari, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Indeed, in comparison to the ancestral-level blue crab held by the little one, his was but a mere small calamari. My heavens, could it possibly be the progenitor of all blue crabs? Indeed, I have never encountered such a colossal blue crab in my life. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. Who could have imagined? It's astonishing to consider how many years it must have taken for such a crab to reach this size. I would venture to say it has taken at least 50 years, and with a few more decades, it might well become a legendary crab as they approached. The disciples all crouched down to inspect, occasionally reaching out to poke the back of the giant blue crab, their eyes filled with wonder. At that moment, Su Qingke embraced Su Qingji from behind, a blend of envy and regret in her voice. My dear little sister, your fortune is truly remarkable, nearly surpassing that of your brother-in-law. Had I known of your extraordinary prowess earlier, we should have taken you along on our sea excursions. Perhaps our family would have endured less hardship. Su Qingwan and Su Qingfeng were momentarily taken aback by her words, but soon nodded in deep agreement. Observing the events from yesterday to the present, it was evident that the little one possessed exceptional luck. Had they included her in their previous ventures to the sea, it was not a stretch to believe that while great wealth might not have been guaranteed, securing sufficient sustenance would have been far less challenging. Reflecting on this now, a sense of regret lingered. However, when considering Wang Yi, they felt reassured that every action and consequence is divinely ordained. Perhaps this is indeed the most beautiful arrangement crafted by fate. Chapter 68. The Waterhole and the First Harvest of Black Carp, Little One. You have completely overshadowed your brother-in-law's brilliance. However, as your brother-in-law, I possess an extraordinary advantage. No matter how fortunate you are, you cannot surpass my luck. On the other side, Wang Yi shook his head, somewhat dejected, and promptly tossed a large crab into his bucket. He chose not to join the commotion and instead strode towards the next glimmering point of light with his long legs. As a man, does he not care for his pride? Before long, he arrived at the location of the light, cautiously probing into the murky waterhole. Suddenly, two large pincers emerged from the depths. They were robust, nearly matching the one in his bucket, likely weighing no less than 1 pound. His prediction proved accurate. With a swift motion, he captured a palm-sized crab, comparable in size to the previous one. He chuckled, thinking, without the legendary crabs, I shall simply gather more. Continuing with determination, he tossed the crab into the bucket and set off towards his next target. If he could not outmatch in size, he would compensate with quantity, aiming to reclaim his overshadowed brilliance. Time passed steadily, and Wang Yi, like an indefatigable workhorse, left footprints throughout the mangrove forest. It was not until he traversed from the northern edge of the island to the southern side, where rocky water holes filled his vision, that he finally paused. By this time, his bucket was nearly full, with most crabs weighing between half a pound to 1 pound, and the largest nearing 2 pounds. Weighing it, he estimated the total to be around 60 to 70 pounds. Regrettably, this stretch of mangrove was merely 2 to 3 acres, and after a thorough exploration, coupled with his wife and others spreading out, his total haul amounted to just over 2 buckets, which was still a considerable yield. Darling, where shall we go next? Su Qingwan inquired as they regrouped. The others turned their gaze toward Wang Yi, awaiting his decision. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi pointed towards the largest rock pool near the sea, replying, Do you see that largest waterhole? When you weren't here, I noticed there were fish inside. I intend to drain it. On the mini-map, It was evident that most rock pools contained fish, albeit in small numbers. But this particular largest pool was brimming with potential. Counting meticulously, he estimated no fewer than 100 red dots of light. Even with a stroke of bad luck, there must be some valuable catches among them. Master, are you jesting? This waterhole may seem merely a few dozen square feet, but who knows if there are openings below connecting to the sea. Indeed, master. Such rocky pools are generally interconnected. Though the water appears scant, it would be impossible to drain completely. Yes, master. If you truly wish to drain the water to catch fish, I suggest we return for a pump that might allow us to empty it effectively. The disciples felt a chill at the thought of the task ahead. This endeavor was no trifling matter. It could be utterly exhausting. Their master truly was a spontaneous thinker. Is there anything you can conceive that I cannot? Wang Yi shook his head and said, I've already attempted this before your arrival. This is merely an isolated rock pit, and with the tide receding, we can scoop out the water. Although it may be somewhat tiring, we have a considerable number of people, so let us consider it a form of martial training. The disciples opened their mouths, eager to voice their thoughts. But upon meeting Wang Yi's unwavering gaze, they resigned themselves to silence. Observing their reaction, Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction and then addressed Su Qingwan, dear. You women should rest above, or perhaps return to the boat to fetch some provisions. This afternoon, we shall labor here. With that, he removed his rubber shoes and socks, took a bucket, and descended into the water pit, beginning to scoop. The disciples, seeing their master's example, followed suit, shedding their footwear to join him in the endeavor. With such a master, what else could they do? Splash! The strength of many was formidable, as 6 or 7 robust men wielded their buckets, efficiently scooping the water. Standing above, one could observe the water level receding, and it was evident that within 2 or 3 hours, the pit would be nearly dry. As time passed, 3 hours swiftly elapsed. At last, through their persistent efforts, only a shallow layer of water remained in the pit, revealing the backs of numerous fish. Although the specific species remained indiscernible, their abundance reassured the group that their efforts had not been in vain. In an instant, the weary faces of the disciples broke into smiles. This continuous exertion had finally yielded fruit. The thought of laboriously emptying the pit only to find no fish at all would have been truly disheartening. Seeing that the water was nearly scooped out, Wang Yi noticed the fatigue etched on his disciples' faces and waved his hand, saying, All right, you all should ascend and rest for a bit. The task of catching the fish shall be entrusted to me now. With those words, he reached for the nearest fish. Splash! However, the fish was quite alert. The moment his hand brushed against it, it executed a swift escape, sending water splattering onto his face. Smack! How audacious! Wang Yi exclaimed, annoyed as he flicked the water from his face and swiftly pursued the fish once more. Splash! Splash! This time, there were no unforeseen mishaps. He firmly pinned the fish to the bottom of the water, regardless of its fierce struggles. After a brief moment, as the fish's strength waned, he finally lifted it from the water's surface. Wow, it's a black catfish. Master, it's indeed a black catfish. This pit was worth the effort. Wu Tian, who had just climbed up, exclaimed with exhilaration. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to disregard his fatigue and dive back in to catch more fish. The others shared in his excitement. Had they not been utterly drained, they too would have rushed back to seize the fish. Goodness, calm down. It's just one black catfish. Is it truly worth such excitement? Wang Yi remarked, though a smile crept onto his lips despite his words as he regarded the black catfish in his grasp. The black hair, belonging to the family of drum fish within the order of Perciformes, is scientifically known as epinephrylus. This fish boasts an oval shape and is adorned with a deep purple-black hue, its sides embellished with numerous small black spots, rendering it a rather esteemed species within the oceanic realm. When on Earth, its price could soar to an impressive 500 to 1,000 yuan per gene. During this period on Blue Star, it is somewhat more affordable, yet still commands a price ranging from 200 to 500 yuan per gene, largely dependent on its size. For instance, the specimen he has caught now weighs a little over 2 gene, which is considered an average size. Thus, it can only fetch around 200 yuan per gene. Nonetheless, this fish could still be valued at approximately 500 yuan. rivaling the hefty catch of over 10 gene of tiger fish he had previously exerted so much effort to reel in. And all this for a mere black hair? Master, my esteemed mentor, should you not take heed of what you are saying? Wu Tian, caught between laughter and exasperation, remarked, this single black hair could equate to half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. If anyone were to overhear your words, they would undoubtedly deem you a pretentious show-off. The other disciples could not suppress their amusement and chimed in. Indeed, the senior brother speaks truthfully. Master, you truly have a flair for ostentation. Should you parade this black hair in the marshes and proclaim such, the villagers would certainly be envious. Precisely. The black hair is not a fish to be compared with the ordinary. Although this one is slightly smaller, it can still sell for at least 200 yuan per gene, and the affluent are particularly fond of it. Quite right. Chapter 69, Oh my dear mother, how could you catch so many fish? Alas, I'm not trying to show off. I merely wish to inform you that among them are quite a few black-haired fish. The one I have caught is merely a small calamari. So there truly is no need for astonishment. Wang Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. How could they not appreciate the rarity of a black-haired fish? Was he not trying to downplay his success? His disciples truly seemed oblivious. What? There are many black-haired fish? Where? Wu Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as he began to search eagerly. The others followed suit, gazing intently at the fish surfacing, striving to discern their shapes. You won't be able to see them like that. Allow me to demonstrate, Wang Yi said, quickening his pace. He reached out and pressed down on one of the fish that was exposing its back. Splash! In an instant, water erupted, and the surrounding fish scattered in panic. After a moment, the fish he held submerged began to struggle less vigorously. With a swift motion, he lifted it from the water. Its oval body gleamed with purple-black scales. Indeed, it was a black-haired fish. The head alone was a full circle larger than the first he had caught. It weighed at least 5 pounds. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wu Tian and the other disciples could no longer contain their excitement, shouting as they rushed down. Wow, there really are black-haired fish. Master, let me help you catch them. Master, I wish to assist as well. Such splendid black-haired fish. How can we leave without catching a few to boast about? Yes, indeed. I have never caught a black-haired fish in my life, and today I finally have the chance. With that, they leaped into the water, creating a flurry of splashes as the fish darted in all directions. Unfazed, they pursued the fish as if they were chasing after hens. In a moment, the pond was abuzz with activity, punctuated by bursts of laughter from the disciples. Wang Yi observed the scene with amusement. These men in their 20s and 30s displayed an endearing, childlike spirit. Was this what they referred to as a man remaining a boy at heart until death? Shaking his head, he said nothing but quicken his own pace in catching fish, with their loyalty towards him at a solid 7 or 8 points. Their assistance would not significantly diminish his experience or points. Naturally, by accelerating his own efforts to catch more, he could mitigate any loss. The collective strength of the group proved effective, and soon, 100 or so fish had been caught. They filled 6 or 7 buckets, totaling at least 300 to 400 pounds. Among them, the black-haired fish accounted for 100 to 200 pounds, with the remainder consisting of some grouper, sea bass, and a few miscellaneous fish, a bountiful harvest indeed. Once the fishing was complete, the group donned their shoes and socks, carrying their buckets, chatting and laughing as they made their way back in the direction they had come. Ah, Qingwan's husband, you're back. How was it? Spending the day in the mangroves must have yielded quite a bounty. Just as they emerged from the mangroves onto the tidal flats, someone inquired. The entire area resembled a field freshly tilled by an ox, with not a single patch intact. Most of the villagers were also tidying up their belongings, preparing to embark on their journey home. Upon seeing Wang Yi and others engaged in conversation with a certain individual, they cast curious glances in their direction. Well, it seems to be going well. How about you? I presume you've made a decent profit today? Wang Yi casually exchanged pleasantries while strolling along. Haha, thanks to you. Our harvest today has been quite satisfactory. Each family has likely earned a few hundred yuan, the person replied with a cheerful smile, leaning in to sneak a peek into the 2 buckets Wang Yi was carrying. My goodness, how is this possible? Weren't you supposed to be catching crabs in the mangroves? How did you manage to catch so many fish? Upon seeing the contents of the buckets, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bulging out of their sockets as he stammered. Ha! We were fortunate enough to discover a waterhole. Wang Yi chuckled internally but maintained a cheerful demeanor. Ah, then you truly have luck on your side. To catch over 100 pounds of bass and grouper, you could easily sell them for several thousand yuan. Had I known, I would have tried my luck as well. Although the man made an effort to conceal his envy, the undertone of jealousy was unmistakable. Ha! Just a stroke of good fortune, Wang Yi replied, suppressing the urge to laugh as he exchanged pleasantries once more, already passing by the man. He feared that continuing the conversation would cause him to burst into laughter. However, just a few steps away, the man emitted a series of gasps, his voice rising in pitch as he exclaimed, "My goodness, just how many fish did you catch?" "Oh, my dear mother, all blackfish. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 3 buckets. Goodness gracious, could that be nearly 200 pounds? Where on earth did you catch these? Please do share. I would like to try my luck as well." His exclamations ignited a stir among the crowd. The villagers, who had been curiously observing while packing up, could no longer contain their excitement and hurriedly set down their belongings to gather around. They all clamored with disbelief and questions. "Old Lou, where are the blackfish? 200 pounds of blackfish. You can't be serious." "Yes, Old Lou, do you have any idea how much blackfish costs per pound? The cheapest is 200 yuan. How could anyone catch 200 pounds? Exactly, 200 pounds of blackfish. Good heavens, that's worth several thousand yuan. If it's true, that would be astonishing. Surely, Old Lou, you must have made a mistake. How could anyone be so lucky? Hey, I've been a fisherman for years. How could I mistake blackfish? Come over here and see for yourselves if these 3 buckets aren't filled with blackfish." Despite the crowd's skepticism, Old Lou, a lean middle-aged man, defiantly pointed at the buckets carried by Wu Tian and others, raising his voice in retort. At that moment, the villagers who had swiftly approached began to peer into the buckets, following Old Lou's direction. Goodness, with their oval bodies and dark purple markings. What else could they possibly be but blackfish? How can this be possible? In an instant, those who beheld the scene were left agape, their mouths forming perfect circles, eyes bulging wide as if they would pop from their sockets were it not for the constraints of their eyelids. One might think their very eyeballs would tumble to the ground, shattering into a myriad of pieces. What has transpired here? They wondered. Could it truly be that there exists a creature weighing hundreds of pounds, draped in black fur? Indeed, they urge one another to speak. Is it true? Is there really a beast of such magnitude? Goodness gracious, have you all lost your senses? They exclaimed, urging those in front to make way. Allow us a glimpse as well. In that moment, those who had lagged behind caught up, and upon witnessing the expressions of the crowd, each resembling a face that had encountered a ghost, they fell silent, filled with a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. They longed to sprout wings and soar into the sky, eager to discover if indeed there was a creature weighing 200 pounds cloaked in black fur. Chapter 70. A bounty of 80,000. The map upgraded again. Do not crowd. Do not crowd. There are indeed 200 pounds of black fur, precisely 3 barrels. No less. Indeed, it is quite unbelievable to have caught so much black fur. This fortune is truly remarkable. Who could argue otherwise? We toil for an entire day and earn merely a few hundred coins. We thought our harvest was commendable today, yet in comparison to Qingwan and the others, it feels akin to begging. Sigh, the envy of comparing ourselves to others is truly disheartening. Why can't such good fortune befall me? As the crowd surged from behind, those at the front regained their senses, speaking with a tinge of bitterness in their tone. Is it truly 200 pounds of black fur? Upon hearing this, the individuals at the rear collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with envy. In an instant, the allure of the shrimp they had been digging for paled in comparison. At that moment, Old Lou at the forefront let out another exclamation. By heavens, a blue crab! What a massive blue crab! It must weigh around 5 pounds. What? A blue crab? Where? Upon hearing Old Lou's cry, those at the front were startled once more, turning their gazes in unison. Is this a legendary blue crab? What has it been feeding on? Goodness, this is remarkable. This specimen could easily become a centerpiece at the oceanarium in the city. Of course, who has ever seen such a large blue crab? They have probably never even heard of one. Forget a centerpiece. It could be the treasure of the Dragon Palace. Just as the last words were spoken, someone nearby nudged him and retorted, "Come on, stop rambling. Have you not noticed that there are 2 barrels filled with large blue crabs as well? Wow, I hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. Combined, these must weigh around 100 pounds. Indeed, their size is impressive. My goodness, Wang Yi and his companions are not merely gathering from the sea. They are clearly here to stock up." With that, all eyes turned toward Wang Yi. This man not only excelled in hunting on the mountains, but also possessed unparalleled luck in fishing, transforming the most destitute household in the village into one of substantial means in just a few short days. Truly, he is a remarkable figure. Well, we have seen enough, and it is getting late. Everyone, please step aside. We need to hurry back to sell the fish before they lose value. Feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, Wang Yi felt a bit anxious and quickly reminded everyone. Yes. Everyone, please make way. Do not hinder Wang Yi and his companions from selling their fish. Indeed, let's all move aside. As Wang Yi finished speaking, the crowd realized and promptly cleared a path, gazing at them with admiration. Thank you. Everyone, please tidy up and head back. Wang Yi smiled courteously, then lifted 2 barrels of fish and strode toward the fishing boat. The others quickly followed suit, each bearing a proud expression as if sharing in his glory. Especially Wu Tian and several male disciples, at this moment, raised their heads and puffed out their chests, proud as peacocks. One after another, they boarded the boat, placing the fish into the live water tank for nurturing, while Wang Yi steered the fishing vessel towards the village. After more than half an hour, the fishing boat returned to the dock, mooring beside Wu Ye's vessel. As was the case the previous day, the abundance of black-haired fish incited fierce competition. In the end, Wu Ye claimed 100 jin, with the remainder divided among the others, averaging 300 per jin, yielding a total income of 60,000. Following this, the blue crabs, excluding one ancient crab and some with broken legs set aside for consumption, brought in just over 15,000. The remaining bass, grouper, and assorted fish netted nearly 4,000. When all was tallied, the total revenue amounted to exactly 80,000. After a day's labor, witnessing such a sum left everyone, except Wang Yi, somewhat bewildered. In a small fishing village where the average income barely reached 1,000, earning 80,000 in a single day seemed utterly unbelievable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes and earned a share of the credit, they surely would have doubted its veracity. Come now, no need to be dazed. This is your wage. You all worked hard today, so each of you will receive 300. Wang Yi chuckled as he counted out 3,000 and waved it before the eager disciples. Oh, thank you, master. Coming back to their senses, the disciples hurriedly expressed their gratitude, and Wu Tian took the money to distribute it among them. Although each received only 300, they felt immensely satisfied. After all, they were disciples, and if the master had chosen to give them nothing, they would have had no grounds for complaint. Not to mention, earning 200 to 300 a day was already an exceptional wage. The prospect of learning martial arts while also earning money was a remarkable opportunity, one that would surely attract many if spoken of openly. Few would think that, given their master's substantial earnings, they ought to receive a larger share. Let us return and have our meal. Seeing that all the disciples had received their money without any dissatisfaction, Wang Yi nodded in approval, subsequently handing over the remaining 70,000 to Su Qingwan. The financial reins of the household had now been entrusted to his wife, and they only awaited the accumulation of 600,000 to purchase Dongshan and the land at its foot. After that, they could commence the construction of a villa and a school. Upon returning home, Su Ma, as before, had prepared the meal. Everyone washed their hands and sat down to eat. Before the meal, upon learning of the day's earnings of 80,000, Su Ma was beside herself with excitement, fervently serving dishes to Wang Yi and, in front of everyone, urging for grandchildren. This left Su Qingwan's cheeks flushed. Indeed, a mother-in-law's admiration for her son-in-law only grows with each interaction. After finishing their meal, enjoying a cup of tea, and engaging in conversation for a while, they bid farewell to the disciples and returned to their respective rooms. Next, fulfilling his mother-in-law's request, Wang Yi uploaded a lengthy segment of VLP content. Over an hour later, Su Qingwan fell into a deep slumber, while Wang Yi, with his eyes closed, opened the system panel to review. Host: Wang Yi Physique, 22, average male, 10, map, 100 meters 1200, 100000. Items withdrawn from the system space are not displayed. Skills: mastery of net casting, elementary leg techniques, elementary fist techniques, elementary blade techniques, master level fishing, master level culinary arts, master level archery, master level breath control, master level swordsmanship, master level painting, master level architecture, master level swimming, grandmaster beast taming, grandmaster medicine, grandmaster driving, points 113,000 disciples, Wu Tian, Zhao Ri Tian, pet, Wolf King Xiaobai. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, Wang Yi felt a surge of delight. He had anticipated that it would take several days to level up, yet to his astonishment, he accomplished it today. Moreover, the map extended not to 80 meters, but to 100. With a distance of 100 meters on the map, combined with his precise archery skills, his ascent up the mountain was assuredly secure. Even if he were to encounter a bear or a massive northern tiger, he could strike them down from 100 meters away, preventing them from approaching him at all. System: I wish to engage in a lottery, an elite lottery. Chapter 71. Roasting a whole sheep in the mountains as the system's notification echoed in his mind. The lottery wheel materialized on the screen, its central pointer spinning rapidly. Time passed second by second, and Wang Yi's heart raced like a roller coaster. After all, this was a treasure trove of 100,000 points, painstakingly amassed from countless fishing endeavors. If he were to draw something utterly useless, he would surely be devastated. At last, the pointer slowed and came to a halt. When he beheld the prize indicated by the pointer, Wang Yi was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Congratulations, host. You have won the extraordinary level livestock ability, accompanied by an inexhaustible spring water. As the system's announcement faded, a tingle coursed through his scalp as newfound knowledge flooded into his mind. Following a brief period of adjustment, Wang Yi exhaled deeply, a radiant smile illuminating his face. It turned out that this extraordinary level livestock ability was a genetic skill transcending the ordinary. By capturing two different species of marine and terrestrial creatures and administering a concoction of medicinal herbs mixed with spring water, he could induce them to produce extraordinary level offspring. Such beings would grow rapidly, boast larger physiques, and possess not only exquisite meat, but also immeasurable nutritional value. With this skill, he could establish a breeding base and earn money effortlessly from the comfort of his home. Moreover, each time he successfully cultivated an extraordinary creature, he would gain both experience and points, an undeniably splendid prospect. It seems I must venture into the mountains tomorrow to concoct the extraordinary level secret medicine, and subsequently see if I can tame a female tiger or a leopard to provide a mate for Xiaobai. If I manage to produce some extraordinary animals unseen by others to guard my abode, it would be nothing short of phenomenal. With these delightful thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Yi turned over and embraced his wife, drifting into a blissful slumber. The following morning, Wang Yi and Su Qingwan awoke almost simultaneously. Observing the rosy hue on his wife's cheeks and her drowsy eyes stirred something within him, prompting him to spring into action for a morning workout. After more than an hour, they got up and washed up, finding Wang Yi's three younger sisters and his disciples energetically practicing martial arts in the open space. Upon seeing them, the disciples hurriedly greeted them with respect. Wang Yi, noticing their enthusiasm, waved them off and, as usual, reclined in his lounge chair, enjoying the moment with his eyes half closed. As the clock struck 9, he called everyone to a halt and shared his intention to venture into the mountains that day, while the others continued their fishing endeavors. Upon hearing that their master would be going into the mountains without them, the disciples became anxious, clamoring loudly to accompany him. However, this time, Wang Yi was resolute in his refusal. After all, he intended to delve deep into the dense forest in search of tigers and other large animals, and he could not afford to babysit them. With their master's firm denial, the disciples dared not protest further and reluctantly followed Su Qingwan to the dock. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, adorned with a long sword at his waist, a backpack slung over his shoulder and bow and arrows in hand, set forth towards the northern mountains' dense woodland. Accompanied by Xiao Bai, a solitary individual, and a wolf moved with remarkable swiftness. A journey that would typically take an ordinary person 1 to 2 hours was accomplished by them in less than an hour, reaching the entrance to the dense forest. With courage that accompanies skill, Wang Yi, without a moment's hesitation, led Xiao Bai into the thicket. Upon entering the forest, Xiao Bai could not contain an exuberant howl. Having spent the past few days cooped up at home, alternating between eating and sleeping, now, returning to the wilderness brought an unparalleled sense of joy. Observing Xiao Bai's exuberance, Wang Yi felt a stir in his heart, gently stroking its head and speaking softly. Xiao Bai, I regret that I was unable to accompany you during my time at sea. I shall find you a mate shortly to reward you. Xiao Bai responded with eager howls, expressing gratitude and a desire for a robust and beautiful companion. Rest assured, Wang Yi replied with a chuckle, as your master, I shall indeed seek out a strong and lovely match for you. However, inwardly he mused, a fierce tigress would certainly surpass your strength, and as for beauty, that is ultimately a matter of your own taste. As they conversed, a miniature map unfurled, revealing a myriad of purple dots, some overlapping, suggesting a wealth of resources, no fewer than 1,000 at first glance. Rather than rushing towards the dots, Wang Yi paused to magnify them, discerning which herbs were necessary or of significant value. Only upon confirming the presence of desirable or precious herbs did he lead Xiao Bai to carefully harvest or excavate them. The process of gathering herbs proved laborious. Even the relatively common ingredients for a first-level secret elixir consumed half a day of his effort. Once the herbs were gathered, he nibbled on some provisions and sipped from a spring of spiritual water before delving deeper into the forest. After traversing for over 2 hours, he was suddenly greeted by a burst of brightness. In stark contrast to the darkness of the path he had just traveled, this area radiated light, resembling 2 distinct worlds. Before him lay a valley, home to a long, crystal-clear stream, where a few wild goats quenched their thirst on the opposite bank. Beyond the goats, gentle hills undulated in waves, extending infinitely, reminiscent of verdant ocean waves in a tumultuous embrace. Xiao Bai, fortune smiles upon you soon. Your master shall treat you to roasted goat legs. With a grin, Wang Yi retrieved his bow and 3 arrows, drawing the bowstring to aim at the 3 wild goats across the stream. The arrows flew swiftly, and at a distance of less than 100 meters, struck true. Not a single bleat escaped their throats before blood spilled profusely, mingling with the stream and painting the clear waters with a vivid hue. Let us proceed to roast the goat, Xiao Bai, Wang Yi said with a satisfied smile, reslinging his bow over his shoulder. He beckoned to Xiao Bai and descended the slope into the valley. With a running leap, he bounded over the 3-meter-wide stream, landing beside the lifeless goats. My dear goats, do not hold it against me. In the struggle for survival, it is only natural that the strong prey upon the weak. Muttering to himself, Wang Yi unsheathed the long sword at his waist and began to prepare one of the goats for roasting, for he had not indulged in such a feast for quite some time, especially not one as delectable as a wild mountain goat, the flavor of which promised to be exquisite. Before long, he had skillfully processed the goat, while Xiao Bai busied himself, having scouted and retrieved a substantial amount of dry twigs. From the nearby bamboo grove, he cut several bamboo poles, swiftly constructing a rudimentary roasting rack. He then skewered the prepared wild goat onto the bamboo and placed it over the fire. With a snap of his lighter, he ignited the flames and commenced the slow roasting process. Anticipating that he might not return home for a couple of days, he had thoughtfully packed some oil, salt, and cumin in his backpack before his departure. He took them out and evenly spread the seasonings over the meat, turning it occasionally, allowing it to roast further, all the while sprinkling additional cumin and salt. Instantly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze. Gurgling sounds escaped his throat. The richness of the scent was so intoxicating that not only Wang Yi, but even Xiao Bai, who sat nearby, could hardly resist the urge to swallow, nearly drooling in anticipation. Chapter 72. The Northern Tiger Strikes. Xiao Bai risks his life to save his master howl woof woof. Perhaps it is due to the extended companionship with De Huang over these past few days, but Xiaobai has inexplicably begun to adopt peculiar vocalizations whenever he becomes anxious. His cries are tinged with the sounds of barking. He has become neither wolf nor dog. At this moment, he squats on the ground, his right foreleg raised, pointing at the roasted whole lamb, letting out 2 wolf howls followed by 2 barks, his tongue licking his lips, exuding an eager demeanor that is quite amusing. Don't rush. Just wait a moment. It needs to be perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside, and tender on the inside for it to be truly delectable. With a light-hearted reassurance, Wang Yi added a few more branches to the fire, simultaneously quickening his pace in rotating the meat. The flames intensified if he turned too slowly. The heat would be uneven, causing some parts to char while others remained undercooked, adversely affecting the flavor. For one possessing masterful culinary skills, such a scenario was utterly intolerable. Crackle. Slowly, the fire began to die down, and at last, the entire lamb had reached the desired state that Wang Yi envisioned. Its skin gleamed golden, producing a crisp sound upon contact, and when sliced with a sword, it emitted a delightful crackling noise. Detaching one of the hind legs, Wang Yi presented it to Xiaobai. Having drooled excessively, Xiaobai immediately seized it with his mouth and lay down to indulge in a hearty feast. One cannot help but note that this creature is increasingly resembling a dog. After ensuring Xiaobai was satisfied, Wang Yi took the other leg for himself and began to relish the meat. Indeed, the wild mountain goat lived up to its reputation under his culinary expertise. The flavor was simply exquisite. One bite nearly overwhelmed his senses. Gulping and munching. For the next half hour, man and wolf were engrossed in their meal, savoring every morsel. This wild goat weighed approximately 50 to 60 pounds. Once cleaned and roasted, it yielded about 30 to 40 pounds of meat. Wang Yi, with his enhanced physique, could eat voraciously, but Xiaobai surpassed him even further. In the end, the entirety of the goat was consumed, leaving only remnants behind. Splash! After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they washed up and reclined on the stones by the riverbank to rest. Roar! After an indeterminate period, a sudden roar of a fierce beast pierced the air, startling Wang Yi into an upright position. He instinctively grasped his bow, knocking an arrow, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as he scanned the direction from whence the roar emanated. Hao Xiaobai, too, was roused, letting out a warning growl towards the heavens. Roar, roar, roar. Whether it was Xiaobai's vocalizations that provoked the beast, or if the creature had its sights set on them from the outset. Once Xiaobai's howl subsided, a sequence of growls echoed back from that direction. As time passed, the roars grew nearer and more distinct. Eventually, the silhouette of the roar's owner emerged, a creature nearly 3 meters in length, and with its tail, possibly 4 to 5 meters. Its limbs were nearly 1.5 meters tall, adorned in a coat of yellow with black stripes. Most notably, there were several black horizontal stripes across its forehead that coalesced into a pattern reminiscent of the character for king. A tiger, indeed, it was a full-grown northern tiger. The overall appearance was akin to that of a tank, exuding an aura of might and dominance. At this moment, it was rapidly approaching, each step resonating like the tolling of a morning bell, striking at Wang Yi's heart and instilling an involuntary sense of dread within him. Despite his remarkable archery skills, he found himself overwhelmed with the urge to flee, utterly devoid of any inclination to draw his bow. The terror was simply too great. The previously wounded South Tiger seemed no more than a mere kitten in comparison to this fearsome creature. Had he and his wife encountered this beast earlier, escape would have been futile, as they would have been reduced to mere dust in an instant. Simultaneously, upon sighting the North Tiger, Xiaobai released a wolf howl once more, yet this time, the urgency and a hint of fear were palpable. The urgency implored Wang Yi to hastily retreat, while the fear stemmed from the formidable strength of their adversary, an instinctive dread that transcended even Xiaobai's status as the Wolf King. Nevertheless, as the Wolf King, there resided an innate arrogance that looked down upon all creatures. Thus, despite the palpable fear, once the howl resonated, it surged forth, a streak of silver lightning, charging towards the forest sovereign 100 meters away. Get back here, Xiaobai. You foolish creature. Are you rushing towards such a colossal tiger to meet your demise? Wang Yi shouted, his eyes widening in alarm. The audacity of Xiaobai was staggering, utterly disregarding the vast difference in their sizes. If they were to engage in close combat, it would likely be a swift demise, with no hope of survival whatsoever. Upon hearing Wang Ye's call, Xiaobai hesitated momentarily, but only to respond with a fierce howl, continuing its reckless charge towards the North Tiger. Wang Yi and Xiaobai shared an unspoken bond, and he understood the meaning behind that howl, a plea for him to escape while it distracted the North Tiger. This creature was not oblivious to the disparity between them. It was sacrificing itself to afford its master a chance to flee. In that instant, Wang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. What an extraordinary companion. Though a mere animal, in a critical moment, it exhibited a loyalty far surpassing that of any human. Wang Yi confidently proclaimed that had any of his disciples been present, they would have fled in an instant, and even if they hadn't run, none would have dared to charge forth to secure an opportunity for escape. What is there to fear about the North Tiger? It is merely taller, larger, and possesses 2 additional legs than I. He thought, I wield a bow and arrow. I am an archer, able to strike from a distance. Why should I fear it? Once I unleash a few arrows, not just the North Tiger, but even a white tiger or black tiger would be forced to kneel. As he observed Xiaobai drawing ever closer to the North Tiger, Wang Yi endeavored to bolster his own courage while swiftly nocking an arrow and hastening his steps to follow. The distance between Xiaobai and the North Tiger dwindled. 150 meters, 140 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters finally. When Xiaobai and the North Tiger were within less than 50 meters, Wang Yi closed the gap to 100 meters and, without a moment's hesitation, released an arrow. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck true, embedding itself in the flesh of the Northern Tiger's foreleg. The beast, in its frantic dash, lost its balance and stumbled forward, emitting a piercing and wrathful roar. The battle-hardened wolf, Xiaobai, seized this fortuitous moment, accelerating with renewed fervor, closing the 50-meter gap in the blink of an eye. With a powerful leap, he pounced downward, his formidable claws aimed directly at the tiger's eyes. Should his strike land, the tiger's vision would be compromised, diminishing its combat prowess by more than 50%. However, the forest sovereign was not to be trifled with. Despite the injury to one foreleg, the tiger's fighting spirit remained largely intact. Just as Xiaobai's claws were about to make contact with its eyes, the tiger executed a remarkable roll, narrowly evading the attack. It swiftly regained its footing, rising on its hind limbs, and raised its uninjured, robust paw, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Xiaobai's head. It is well known that a tiger's strength lies not only in its fearsome bite, but also in its powerful limbs. A strike from such a paw could spell disaster for Xiaobai, potentially incapacitating him. Having committed fully to his previous assault, Xiaobai found himself suspended in the air, just touching down as his claws found purchase on the ground. His posture was now firmly established, leaving him no chance to evade the impending strike. Helplessly, he watched as the tiger's paw drew ever closer to his head. Sensing the approach of death, Xiaobai let out a defiant roar, simultaneously urging Wang Yi to flee. Chapter 73. Taming the Northern Tiger, Healing with Medicine. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. With a thud, an arrow embedded itself in flesh, splattering blood across the wolf's face of Little White. The tiger's paw was struck aside, the arrow grazing its wolf head and stirring up a gust of wind that startled it into a shiver. Instinctively glancing at the tiger's paw, it noticed an arrow lodged deep, 3 inches into the flesh. Indeed, it was its master's arrow. With a howl of excitement and gratitude, Little White prepared to sink its teeth into the neck of the Northern Tiger. With both forelimbs pierced by its master's shot, the tiger's combat capability had diminished by half. It was determined to retaliate and demonstrate its own strength to its master. However, the injured beast was still formidable, even with its front limbs gravely wounded. The Northern Tiger's prowess was not to be underestimated. It let out a roar of pain and fury before lunging fiercely at Little White. The collision was disastrous for Little White, but fortunately, its wolf head was sturdy. Though it was struck hard, it remained somewhat dazed. Yet the danger was far from over. Seizing the moment of Little White's disorientation, the northern tiger propelled itself forward, its powerful hind legs launching it into an attack. In the blink of an eye, the northern tiger was upon Little White, its enormous maw aimed at the wolf's neck. Had the tiger's bite found its mark, even the mightiest would be unable to intervene. However, Little White was no easy prey. It sprang into action, pushing off the ground with its forelegs and rising to evade the lethal strike. In the spirit of reciprocity, having evaded the northern tiger's attack, Little White swiftly swung its claws towards the tiger's face. The strike landed with precision, leaving a deep gash on the tiger's head. The northern tiger roared in pain and rage, unable to exert its full strength due to its injuries. It resorted to a desperate charge, using every ounce of its power to collide with Little White. The wolf, caught off guard, was sent flying and crashed to the ground. At that moment, the northern tiger lunged once more, its gaping mouth aiming for Little White's throat. This time, the blow was more severe and left Little White momentarily stunned, unable to evade the impending fatal strike. As Little White faced imminent demise, Wang Yi, positioned several meters away, finally took action. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared through the air, finding its mark in one of the tiger's hind legs. Having observed the fierce struggle between the wolf and the tiger, he had been cautious not to harm Little White, while also eager to assess the disparity in their combat capabilities. It was only at this critical juncture that he released the arrow. The arrow struck true, causing blood to burst forth and redirecting the northern tiger just enough to spare Little White's life. With a resounding twang, Wang Yi did not pause for a moment. Drawing his bowstring taut, he swiftly loosed another arrow, which pierced through the air with precision. The arrow struck true, finding its mark in the other leg of the northern tiger. With a roar of fury and indignation, the tiger, now grievously injured in all four limbs, lay helplessly on the ground, emitting a series of anguished growls. "Xiaobai, are you all right?" Wang Yi swiftly slung his bow over his shoulder and unsheathed his long sword, hurrying to Xiaobai's side to assess the situation. Had he wished, he could have dispatched the northern tiger with a single arrow from the outset. However, his admiration for this magnificent creature compelled him to aim for its limbs, intending to tame it instead. He felt a pang of guilt at the thought of causing Xiaobai significant harm in the process. Fortunately, Xiaobai was not gravely injured. Upon hearing Wang Ye's voice, it gradually stood, shaking its head and even extending its tongue to lick Wang Ye's hand, signaling that all was well. "Ah, you reckless creature. You must exercise more caution next time. Your master certainly frightened you just now." With a sigh of relief, Wang Yi patted Xiaobai's head. The creature's clumsiness was evident. Had it not been for its remarkable long-range capabilities today, it might have met a grim fate. He hoped never to face such a predicament again, for he too was prone to mistakes, and the consequences could be dire. Xiaobai whined softly, obediently nodding its head, and concluded by nuzzling Wang Ye's hand affectionately. "Huh, you've become increasingly dog-like, haven't you?" Wang Yi chuckled, shaking his head with a smile. Rising to his feet, he grasped his sword firmly and approached the fallen northern tiger with vigilance. An injured tiger remained a tiger, and he had no desire to be caught off guard by a sudden strike. Its jaws were larger than his own head. A single bite could spell disaster. As Wang Yi drew nearer, the northern tiger, with its blood-red eyes, glared fiercely at him, its growls filled with hatred and rage. Now is the moment, Wang Yi thought. Locking eyes with the tiger, he shouted with authority, "Submit to me." As his voice echoed, his master-level beast-taming skill activated, and a kaleidoscope of colors danced in his gaze. To the northern tiger, Wang Ye's eyes now appeared gentle and nurturing, reminiscent of a mother's loving gaze from its youth. Overwhelmed by this warmth, the tiger's body relaxed, and a sense of vulnerability washed over it, as if it were on the verge of tears. But suddenly, that maternal gaze vanished, replaced by the stern eyes of a father, which startled the tiger into retracting its feelings of vulnerability, instinctively shrinking its neck in fear. The alternating expressions in Wang Ye's eyes mirrored the tiger's fluctuating emotions, one moment filled with a desire to weep, the next suffused with trepidation. As time passed, the northern tiger gradually lowered itself, bowing its head to adopt a submissive posture. In that moment, it resembled not the king of the forest, but rather a slightly larger domestic cat, devoid of any aggression. "Huh! From this day forth, you shall be named Xiao Huang," Wang Yi declared with satisfaction, nodding approvingly as he reached out to stroke the tiger's head, simultaneously bestowing upon it a name. The northern tiger, affectionately referred to as Little Yellow, relished the gentle caress of Wang Yi, blissfully closing its eyes, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction regarding its name. Nevertheless, it merely emitted a couple of plaintive whimpers, gazing up at Wang Yi with a face that bore both sorrow and agony, tears welling in its large, expressive eyes. "Alas, my legs ache, dear friend. Fear not, for I possess a miraculous remedy that will swiftly alleviate your discomfort." Wang Yi affectionately patted Little Yellow's head once more, then removed his backpack and procured a concave piece of green stone resembling a bowl. He subsequently extracted various medicinal herbs and, using the hilt of his sword as a pestle, began to grind them together. In no time, the herbs were transformed into a potent juice. He then placed his fingers upon the rim of the stone bowl and silently invoked the spirit spring water. As he did so, the ethereal liquid flowed from his fingertips into the bowl, and soon a secret potion was concocted. "Come, Little Yellow, drink half of this, and you too. Little White, come over and share the other half. Once you have consumed it, your injuries will heal swiftly." Chapter 74. My goodness. My brother-in-law has returned riding a great tiger howl. Upon hearing Wang Ye's words and seeing the verdant potion presented to them, both the wolf and the tiger, without a hint of suspicion, obediently licked their portions. After consuming the elixir, Wang Yi urged Xiao Huang to endure the pain as he swiftly removed the arrows lodged in its limbs, one by one. As moments ticked by, the miraculous potion began to take effect. Xiao Huang's wounds visibly ceased bleeding, then scabbed, and ultimately healed, shedding the remnants of injury. Had it not been for the bloodstains on its fur, one would scarcely discern that it had recently suffered harm. Remarkably, this transformation transpired in less than 10 minutes. And even Wang Yi, despite his prior knowledge, could not suppress his astonishment at the potency of the remedy. His earlier decision to shoot Xiao Huang's limbs, unperturbed by the possibility of rendering it a cripple, was firmly anchored in the trust he placed in this extraordinary concoction. This potion was deemed extraordinary precisely because it transcended the ordinary. It could heal injuries in all creatures except humans and enable those who consumed it, aside from humans, to undergo a similar evolution into the extraordinary. However, this evolutionary path was gradual, requiring more than just 1 or 2 doses to manifest. Its primary effect lay in enhancing genetics, ultimately giving rise to offspring that transcended species. Not long after, Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang began to exhibit peculiar behavior. The wolf and the tiger gradually drew closer, their eyes sparkling with crimson stars as they gazed at one another. Soon thereafter, an eye-watering spectacle began to unfold. Thankfully, this was a male wolf and a female tiger. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued. Circumstances shifted unexpectedly. Having completed his task ahead of schedule, Wang Yi saw no necessity to spend the night in the forest. So, after witnessing the rather risky performance, he secured 2 wild goats upon Xiao Bai's back. With a swift motion, he mounted Xiao Huang and set off toward the outskirts of the forest. Along the way, the trio managed to capture several small creatures. Under the intimidating presence of the wolf and tiger, these animals dared not flee, instead trailing closely behind Xiao Bai as they descended the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, it was around 5 in the afternoon. Those who had ventured out to fish had returned home, gathered in their yards to dine, drink, and converse. As the villagers beheld Wang Yi riding a tiger and herding small animals, they were left speechless, some spilling their drinks in shock, oblivious to their clumsiness. Once Wang Yi passed by, the realization struck, and a wave of excitement erupted among the households. Subsequently, many chose to abandon their meals, following Wang Yi at a distance, making their way toward the Su family home. Such is the nature of our compatriots. A meal may be forsaken, but the allure of spectacle is irresistible. Dingling, dingling. As Wang Yi approached his doorstep, a call from Su Chingwan came through. Opting not to answer, He called out boisterously toward the gate. "Wife, I'm back. Come quickly and see what I have brought." Beep, beep, beep. The call ended without a response, and as Su Qingwan stepped outside, she shouted back in kind, "Husband, you've returned. What have you brought back?" As she spoke, she had already reached the courtyard gate, swung open the fence door, and gazed towards the north. It was a gaze that, once cast, rendered her momentarily speechless, her mind momentarily bereft of thought. "Elder sister, why are you blocking the doorway? Where is brother-in-law? What has he brought back? Is it something delicious?" Following closely behind, Su Qingke, noticing her elder sister's silence, curiously inquired while peering around the side. "Goodness, a tiger. A magnificent tiger. My brother-in-law is actually riding a huge tiger." Upon seeing Wang Yi mounted on the tiger, Su Qingke was instantly rendered speechless, letting out a piercing scream by reflex. The startling sound reached the ears of the disciples, who were busy arranging bowls and dishes in the courtyard, causing them to jump in surprise. They set down their dishes and rushed outside, clamoring thud, thud, thud. Where? Where is it? Where's the tiger? Qingke, you must be joking. How could Master ride a tiger? Indeed, if you said Master had slain a tiger, I would believe it, but riding one? That's impossible. Absolutely. A tiger is the king of the forest. It would never allow a human to ride upon its neck. However, before the disciple could finish his sentence, Wang Ye's figure appeared within sight, and in that instant, his voice fell silent, as if strangled. The others, who had just been expressing disbelief, now stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with incredulity. "Haha, my dear wife, come quickly. Your husband has brought home a fierce guardian beast. Its name is Little Huan. Would you like to come and ride it? Its fur is so soft." Seeing his wife, sister-in-law, and disciples gathered at the gate, Wang Yi laughed heartily as he patted the tiger's head. Under the astonished gazes of his wife, sister-in-law, mother-in-law, and disciples, he felt a surge of accomplishment. "My dear, you've tamed this tiger too? Just like Xiao Bai?" Hearing Wang Ye's voice, Su Qingwan finally regained her composure and stepped out of the courtyard, her disbelief evident in her tone. Wang Yi beamed in response, "Of course. Isn't it adorable and well-behaved? Come closer, I assure you. It won't bite without my command." "Really? It won't bite?" Su Qingwan took a couple of tentative steps forward but hesitated, her face pale. "I can't. It's too big, it frightens me." Her voice trembled, especially as the imposing tiger drew nearer, an overwhelming fear creeping into her heart. Were it not for Wang Yi seated upon the tiger's back, she likely would have screamed and fled. The others fared no better, cowering in the courtyard, too terrified to venture out. Even Su Qingke, who typically boasted of her fearlessness, now shrank back inside, daring only to peek out cautiously. "My dear, do not fear. This is our pet. It does not bite, and it certainly wouldn't harm you. If you doubt it, you can give it a command, and it will obey." Wang Yi gently patted Xiao Huang's head, then, with a graceful flip, leaped down from the tiger's back, casting an encouraging glance at Su Qingwan. He understood well that he could not fault his wife for her timidity. Anyone who has faced a tiger knows that this formidable creature is indeed terrifying. To speak in more fantastical terms, this beast exudes an innate aura of dominance that can instill fear even in the bravest of men, let alone a woman. Otherwise, when Wang Yi first laid eyes on it, fully aware of his capability to strike from a distance, he still felt an overwhelming urge to flee, his heart racing in sheer terror. If such a valiant man as he could feel fear, what could be expected of a delicate woman like Su Qingwan? "Shall I give it a try?" Encouraged by her husband's reassuring gaze, Su Qingwan felt warmth spread through her, and her fear and anxiety diminished significantly. She opened her mouth, ready to issue a simple command, eager to discover whether this imposing tiger would indeed obey her. However, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 75. "Master, may I touch the tiger's backside?" Brother-in-law, I want to ride the tiger, I want to ride the tiger." A childish, innocent voice suddenly echoed through the crowd. Almost immediately, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, a small figure with pigtails, dressed in a floral dress, excitedly dashed towards the little yellow tiger, grinning widely despite missing a front tooth. Upon closer inspection, this little figure was none other than Su Qingji. "Stop, Xiao Wu. Come back. Su Qingwan cried out, her eyes wide with fear as she instinctively reached out to pull Su Qingji back. Qingji, stop right now, it's dangerous. Su Qingke and the other disciples were equally horrified, shouting in unison to retrieve her. Goodness, little Qingji, hurry back, that's a tiger. It could eat you. Quick, someone go save her. This child is reckless. Hurry. Yes, rescue her quickly. The villagers, who had come to witness the spectacle with Wang Yi, were also gripped with fear, anxiously shouting to rush forward and help. However, both parties were still several dozen meters away from the tiger, while Su Qingji had already approached it closely. Who could possibly reach her in time? Even Wang Yi, the only one capable of intervening, had paused midway to calm Su Qingwan, now at least 3 or 4 meters away from the tiger, unable to turn back in time. 1 meter, 80 centimeters, 50 centimeters, 30 centimeters. As Su Qingji drew nearer to the tiger, everyone except Wang Yi felt their hearts plummet, silently lamenting the impending disaster. Some of the more timid spectators even squeezed their eyes shut, unable to bear the anticipation of the cruel scene that might unfold. Yet unexpectedly, an astonishing event transpired. The tiger not only refrained from harming Su Qingji, but instead crouched down, lying on the ground with a gentle demeanor, resembling an oversized, docile cat. How is this possible? Is this truly a tiger? Indeed, it felt surreal. Moments ago, I was terrified, convinced the tiger would swallow the little girl whole. Who would have thought? I too believed the tiger would devour Su's 5th daughter. I was so frightened I couldn't even open my eyes. It seems Wang Yi was not jesting. This tiger has indeed been tamed by him. TCH, did you need to say that? It's as plain as day. The villagers breathed a collective sigh of relief, and soon thereafter erupted into excited chatter. Su Qingwan and the others also exhaled with relief upon witnessing the scene. Honey, I was truly terrified just now, I thought. Su Qingwan took a few steps forward, playfully patting Wang Yi's chest. It's all your fault for bringing such a massive creature back. You scared me to death. Brother-in-law, can I touch the tiger too? Others gathered around, particularly Su Qingke, who, upon seeing Su Qingji climbing onto the tiger's back, felt a mix of envy and trepidation. The fearless innocence of youth spared Su Qingji from understanding the tiger's ferocity, unlike her, who wouldn't dare approach without her brother-in-law's permission. After all, should the tiger unleash its fury, given her petite frame, it would take but a few bites. Haha, go ahead, this is our pet. I have already spoken to it. Without my permission, it shall not harm anyone. Oh yes, I shall proceed, for I have yet to touch a tiger. Su Qingke exclaimed with delight, rushing towards the little tiger, soon finding herself sprawled atop it, much like Su Qingji. The two sisters were thoroughly enjoying their time petting the magnificent creature. Observing the 2 junior disciples reclining on the tiger's back. Zhao Ritian scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke in a low voice. Master, may I touch the tiger's rear? At this, the crowd instinctively cast him peculiar glances. The disciples standing beside him, including Wu Tian, reflexively covered their backsides and hurried a few steps away. You all, don't think of anything strange. I'm merely curious if one can actually touch a tiger's rear. Faced with the strange looks from others, Zhao Ritian's face turned a deep shade of crimson. The crowd erupted into laughter at his words. Goodness, you've made me think you're some sort of pervert. Indeed, I thought the second senior brother had peculiar tastes, favoring interspecies interactions. Who would argue? I just observed closely, it is a female tiger. Our second senior brother certainly has a heavy preference. Ha ha! Wang Yi couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement. Tian, while you may desire to pet the tiger, perhaps refrain from that particular area. It belongs to Xiao Bai. If you're not afraid of being bitten, then by all means go ahead. Master, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Not only Zhao Riqian, but the others too looked at Wang Yi in bewilderment, unable to fathom the connection between a tiger's rear and a wolf. They would never suspect that wolves and tigers could be linked in any way. Ha ha ha. This is something that cannot be disclosed. Pay close attention, and you shall understand in due time. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Wang Yi smiled mysteriously and then pointed at the group of small animals standing motionless. He gestured to Xiao Bai, saying, "Xiao Bai, please take them all to your room." A Wu being capable of understanding human speech, Xiao Bai certainly comprehended Zhao Ritian's words. At that moment, it glared in annoyance at Zhao Ritian, contemplating whether to nip at his backside for wanting to touch its wife. Upon hearing its master's command, it reluctantly averted its gaze, called out to the group of small animals, and then strode proudly through the crowd, heading toward the west wing. The small animals obediently formed a single file line, following behind it like a well-trained battalion. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. And once Xiao Bai led the group of small animals away, they erupted into chatter once more. Whoa, wild rabbits, wild chickens, golden pheasants, hedgehogs, foxes, squirrels. Goodness gracious, in all the excitement over the tiger, I completely overlooked the multitude of small creatures. Indeed, this is quite astonishing, akin to a small blade at one's rear, opening one's eyes to the extraordinary. These creatures exhibit such remarkable obedience, as if they have undergone training. It is truly unbelievable. I cannot fathom how Wang Yi achieves this. It is simply remarkable. Who could deny it? These little beings are a delight to behold. How wonderful it would be if they belonged to my household. You are overthinking it. Have you not seen the little white one ahead? They raise wolves and even tigers. Can you manage that? Amidst the villagers' bustling discussions, Su Qingwan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Darling, what is the purpose of bringing back so many small animals? Are you planning to open a zoo? In this day and age, there are already numerous zoos in the city, and Su Qingwan, having attended university, is well aware of this business." The apprentices, equally curious, gazed at Wang Yi, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Wang Yi merely waved his hand and laughed heartily, saying, "It is not for me to disclose. If you observe closely, you shall surely comprehend." Chapter 76. Beneath the jujube tree, a casual conversation between spouses. "Darling, how was the income today?" After dinner, as the apprentices departed, Wang Yi sat beneath the jujube tree in the courtyard, tinkering with medicinal herbs while casually inquiring of Su Qingwan, who was nearby. Not far away, the three Su sisters were joyfully playing with Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai. A mere 2 meters away, the dog, Da Huang, lay pitifully, gazing longingly, torn between the desire to approach and the fear that held him back. After all, he had been quite frightened by Xiao Huang previously. It all started when someone called out, "Da Huang, come eat some meat." Excited as usual, he lunged for the meat, only to be met with a swift paw from Xiao Huang, who pressed him to the ground and declared, "What makes you think you can share my name? You're even bigger than I am." Had it not been for the timely intervention of his master, he might have met an untimely end. Reflecting on it now, he felt a mix of fear and embarrassment. Sighing, Su Qingwan replied, "Without you by my side, our earnings today were rather meager, barely reaching 3,000. After distributing wages, we were left with just over 1,000. Unbeknownst to her about Da Huang's grievances, she pouted in frustration upon hearing her husband's question. Today, their outing was for fishing, and the luckiest among them was the fifth sister, Su Qingji, who caught a significant portion of the fish, with others assisting in reeling them in. Su Qingwan's catch was decent, second only to Qingji, while her other 2 sisters fared slightly worse. The apprentices, on the other hand, had an even tougher time. Aside from Wu Tian and Zhao Ritian, who managed to catch a few fish, the rest returned nearly empty-handed, leaving their boat in a state of discontent. Had Wang Yi not returned with the tiger and the small animals, alleviating some of their gloom, they might have struggled to find an appetite for dinner. It's all right. Bringing in 2,000 or 3,000 is quite commendable. Many others in the village would be hard-pressed to achieve that, Wang Yi remarked with a smile, continuing to work on the herbs. Without his small map to locate the fish schools, their haul would undoubtedly have been less impressive. Before venturing up the mountain, he had already prepared himself for a day of minimal earnings, so discovering they had over 1,000 was a pleasant surprise. Furthermore, he had also gathered valuable medicinal herbs today, making the overall earnings satisfactory. Compared to the past and others in the village, this is indeed commendable. But when I compare myself to you, I feel utterly inadequate. Su Qingwan sighed again. Proud by nature, she always believed herself to be equal to any man. Yet since meeting Wang Yi, she felt she fell short. It was baffling how effortlessly her husband seemed to generate wealth. For him, It was as easy as eating and drinking. With him around, whether hunting in the mountains or fishing at sea, they always returned with bountiful catches. For instance, the 10 or so of them had barely managed to earn 3,000 in a day, while Wang Yi, when leading, routinely accumulated over 10,000, with yesterday's earnings reaching an astonishing 70 to 80,000. Today was no exception, excluding Xiao Huang and the small animals. The value of the medicinal herbs alone exceeded 10,000, which she calculated with astonishment. Not to mention the 2 wild goats, along with Xiao Huang and those little animals. If everything were to be sold, she could hardly fathom the value it would yield. In any case, this man truly inspired both admiration and a hint of melancholy within her. She certainly did not wish to be a mere decorative vase, nor did she desire to live off her partner. "Oh, dear wife, we are partners. I am responsible for earning a living while you bear our children. Our roles are distinct, so what is there to compare?" Wang Yi chuckled, shaking his head. "Besides, you are a university graduate. The education of our future children will undoubtedly fall to you." Pausing momentarily, Wang Yi continued, "Moreover, once our school is established, your role will become even more significant. You will be the principal, overseeing both teachers and students. So, do not dwell on unfounded thoughts. Once you have successfully managed the school and earned a fortune, I will be able to comfortably enjoy a life of leisure, which has always been my dream." Su Qingwan laughed heartily, her earlier gloom disappearing entirely. Her husband was right. Men and women have different roles, and comparison was unnecessary. Collaborative effort was essential for building a harmonious family. Her immediate priority was to bear more children for her husband while enhancing her knowledge and management skills in preparation for his future school. "Ha, that's simply one to-do. You're not just asking me to be supported, but to be pampered like a pig. I must maintain my figure and beauty. All right then, let me rephrase that. I will earn a living, and you shall be responsible for remaining a vision of beauty? Indeed, that sounds delightful. With my looks, I was destined to be a beautiful ornament. Whether at home or out and about, I shall never bring you shame." Pausing for a moment, Wang Yi squinted his charming eyes and glanced at Su Qingwan, playfully asking, "My dear wife, confess to your husband, were you not instantly captivated by my handsome visage when you first laid eyes on me? Did you not scheme to bring me home? Indeed, when I first saw you sleeping on the beach, I thought I had stumbled upon a mermaid." Su Qingwan stifled her laughter, continuing the banter. "I thought to myself, such a handsome person must be lured home as a husband. My judgment proved astute, did it not? Ha, I knew it. Who could resist my charm?" Wang Yi nodded in satisfaction, winking playfully. "I recall you even wanted to kiss me. Had I not awakened in time, you might have stolen my first kiss. And in your resistance, did you not slap me? Let us not forget, you are quite the fierce woman. How could you bear to strike such a beautiful face? Were you not afraid of breaking it and causing countless maidens to weep? Puff! Ha. My dear husband, your audacity knows no bounds. How could you utter such words? Are you attempting to amuse me to the point of death, so that my sisters may inherit my fortune?" Su Qingwan could no longer contain herself and erupted into unrestrained laughter. It was evident that this fellow had once pouted, trying to take advantage of her, nearly stealing her first kiss, and now he turned the tables in a most shameless manner. Yet, one must admit, he is indeed quite handsome, particularly when he smiles. His radiance is enough to quicken anyone's heartbeat. Otherwise, she would not have brought him home that day. There was a hint of infatuation then, nay, rather, it was a case of love at first sight. Nevertheless, she now feels immensely grateful for that decision, for without it, she would not be living the blissful life she enjoys today. Chapter 77. Wang Yi, are you a pervert? My dear husband, what exactly are you concocting with those potions? In the aftermath of their playful banter, Su Qingwan leaned against Wang Yi's shoulder, her curiosity evident. "Ah, you'll find out soon enough," he replied with a mysterious smile. "Just wait a moment while I fetch some water from the backyard." With that, Wang Yi poured the meticulously prepared potion into an empty mineral water bottle, then excused himself as he headed towards the yard. While he claimed to be collecting water, he was, in truth, drawing from a spiritual spring rather than a well. As the ethereal water cascaded into the bottle, it quickly filled to the brim. Securing the cap, he shook it gently allowing the spring water and the potion to blend into a bottle of vibrant green elixir. Am I not a black tech biologist now? He mused to himself as he returned to the front yard and made his way to the west room, where he proceeded to administer the potion to the small animals one by one. My husband, what on earth are you up to? Su Qingwan watched intently, her curiosity piqued. Ah, it's nothing significant. It's getting late. Let's retire for the night. Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively and, without further ado, pulled Su Qingwan out the door, shutting it with a decisive snap and locking it behind them. The scene that followed was rather inappropriate, and he was loath to tarnish his wife's innocent heart. Naturally, he would never admit that he feared she might misconstrue his intentions as perverse. Oh well, Su Qingwan, despite her burning curiosity, allowed herself to be led toward the bedroom. However, just as they were midway down the corridor, strange sounds erupted from the west room, peculiar cries from the small creatures within. The noises were bizarre and indescribable, leaving an unsettling impression. My dear husband, what did you give him to drink? Is everything all right? Unable to contain her concern, Su Qingwan halted and glanced back at the door, a mix of curiosity and worry etched on her face. Sister-in-law, what's happening to the animals? Yes, brother-in-law. They sound as if they're in distress. They won't perish, will they? Brother-in-law, the animals are adorable. I don't want them to die. The three sisters, who had been playing with the little yellow and white creatures, rushed over, peering anxiously at the door of the west room. Even the little yellow and white pets joined in, adding to the commotion. Calm down. They're merely playing. It's getting late. We should all return to our rest. Wang Yi coughed lightly, his heart racing, and without further regard for Su Qingwan, turned to stealthily slip into the bedroom. Sister, don't you have a spare key? Shouldn't we take a look? As she observed her brother-in-law's furtive movements, Su Qingchue's eyes darted with intrigue, and she leaned close to Su Qingwan's ear to whisper. Su Qingwan hesitated, swayed by the suggestion, but ultimately shook her head. No, if your brother-in-law wishes to keep it hidden, there must be a reason. Let us just go back to sleep. Oh, dear sister, please open the door and let us take a look. Just listen to the pitiful cries of those little creatures. They must be in a scuffle. If we don't intervene, many of them are bound to perish. Su Qingchue's curiosity was piqued, and she was certainly unwilling to relent. Su Qingfeng hastily nodded in agreement, saying, Sister, Qingke makes a valid point. The little animals are so adorable. It would be a shame if they died. Let us at least take a peek. With that, even Su Qingji tugged at Su Qingwan's sleeve, gazing at her with pleading eyes. Seeing her three younger sisters in such a state, coupled with her own curiosity, Su Qingwan hesitated momentarily before finally conceding. All right, I will fetch the key. But we can only look. You must not enter. Yay, that is wonderful. We want to go inside. We'll just observe from the doorway. In agreement, the Su sisters quickly awaited Su Qingwan, who soon returned with the key. With a crisp click, the lock was undone. With great anticipation, Su Qingke eagerly pushed the door open and peeked inside. Oh, everyone, what are these little animals doing? It doesn't appear they are fighting at all. Su Qingji, bewildered by the scene within, turned to inquire. It's nothing much. We've seen enough. Quickly retract your head while I close the door. Su Qingwan said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, mentally berating Wang Yi for his mysterious antics. No wonder he was being so secretive. He was engaged in such peculiar activities. Just wait until I deal with you. Sister you. Su Qingke obediently pulled her head back, but couldn't resist her curiosity. However, before she could finish her question, Su Qingfeng, equally embarrassed, seized her and declared, Enough questions. It's getting late. Let us hurry back to sleep. She disregarded Su Qingchue's protests and dragged her toward the bedroom. Su Qingji, witnessing this, exchanged a glance with Su Qingwan and obediently followed suit. Bah, I can't see or hear anything, and I want to be pricked by needles. Watching her three sisters depart, Su Qingwan flushed and spat lightly before hastily locking the door, dashing toward her bedroom. With a loud bang, she flung the door open, confronting Wang Yi, who was lounging on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Wang Yi, are you a pervert? Those little animals are so adorable. How could you treat them this way? She exclaimed in exasperation. My dear, you saw it? Wang Yi started, startled, sitting up abruptly, reaching out to grasp Su Qingwan's hand in an attempt to explain. However, Su Qingwan evaded him, scolding, "Don't touch me. After doing such a bizarre thing, I'm covered in goosebumps. You're not allowed to sleep with me tonight. I'm afraid of having nightmares." "My dear, you've misunderstood. I'm not a pervert. I was conducting research on interspecies genetics. I am a great scientist." Wang Yi implored, flustered. "What ist?" It had become a habit to sleep beside his fragrant wife. Without her, how could he possibly endure the long, lonely night? "Pah! You speak falsehoods without a hint of hesitation. Merely confining a group of small creatures together and calling it interspecies genetics? Tossing together some herbs and water and dubbing oneself a scientist? Do you think being a scientist is as simple as one might think?" Su Qingwan spat. Raising her voice once more, "Wang Yi, speak candidly to me. Are you truly a pervert? Just like that butcher from the movie On a Rainy Night? Oh dear, my wife. What thoughts occupy your mind? How could someone as dashing as I possibly be a pervert? Furthermore, what on earth is this butcher of the rainy night? Is he one who slaughters chickens or ducks? Pa, does being handsome inherently relate to being a pervert? If you're not a pervert, then how could you engage in such shockingly bizarre actions?" Upon reaching this point, Su Qingwan donned a look of grievance and said, "I just witnessed that eye-watering scene. I am certain I shall develop a sty by tomorrow, all because of you." Chapter 78. Riding a tiger to school, my dear, do not fret. There will be no eye infections. I have been watching Little White and Little Yellow all day, and as you can see, I am perfectly fine, Wang Yi remarked, pointing to his eyes to emphasize his point. What did you say? Little White and Little Yellow have also engaged in that? Su Qingwan gasped, her astonishment surpassing even her previous shock at the sight of the group of little creatures. Was there anything more absurd than a wolf and a tiger coming together? Heh, I am a scientist, merely conducting a small experiment. It is nothing remarkable. Wang Yi scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish smile. Inadvertently, he had let slip a detail, and now he could only continue to invoke his identity as a scientist. "Pa, you are no scientist. You are simply a pervert. Little White is so small, and Big Yellow is, well, quite large. What on earth are you thinking?" Su Qingwan shuddered, feeling utterly uncomfortable. "Heh, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the outcome. Soon, they will bear offspring," he replied nonchalantly. "Do you take me for a fool? A wolf and a tiger cannot produce offspring. What would emerge, a wolf or a tiger?" Su Qingwan rolled her eyes, incredulous at his audacity. If wolves and tigers could indeed produce young, that would be utterly preposterous. "My dear, perhaps you're simply too naive. Have you not heard the idiom, the ferocity of the tiger and the wolf?" Wang Yi paused before continuing his nonsensical discourse. "The offspring of a wolf and a tiger are naturally endowed with the ferocity of both. They typically inherit the size of the tiger and the intelligence of the wolf. They shall be named Tiger Wolf, the most formidable of beasts. Is that truly the case?" Su Qingwan's eyes widened, bemused. "I seem to recall the idiom, the might of the tiger and the wolf, and there is also the army of tigers and wolves. But is there really such a thing as a tiger wolf? The idiom is of little importance. What matters is that the tiger wolf truly exists. If you doubt it, wait and see. In no more than 3 months, we shall welcome a ferocious pet named Tiger Wolf into our home. Very well, I shall await this revelation. Should I discover that you have deceived me, you shall witness how I torment you." Su Qingwan exclaimed, though she ultimately refrained from further argument. Cross-species genetics is a field within biology of which she had heard. Although she had not studied it extensively, its existence implied possibility. Given her husband's unwavering confidence, who was to say whether he possessed such abilities? After all, he was undeniably formidable, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that was difficult to define. For instance, the medicine he had given her mother. Initially, she had not thought much of it, but upon reflection, she suspected it could not have been procured from some street vendor. Furthermore, the martial arts manuals and elixirs he provided for her and her disciples raised further questions. While her husband had indeed ventured out, and his explanation was reasonable, she sensed something was amiss. Lastly, her husband claimed to have amnesia, yet how could an amnesiac possess knowledge of martial arts, medicine, and science? All signs pointed to the conclusion that her husband harbored a significant secret. However, she is an astute individual, She understands that her husband's affection for her is genuine, as is his kindness towards her family, and that is sufficient for her. She loves this man deeply, and even though she is aware of his secrets, she has never considered unearthing them. In fact, when her apprentices began to harbor doubts, she would assist in providing cover. "My dear, it is getting late, and the animals need to procreate. We cannot afford to lag behind them." Wang Yi, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in Su Qingwan's mind, felt a sense of relief as she ceased her probing. As they conversed, he pulled her onto the bed, and amidst her startled exclamations, they enjoyed a peaceful slumber. In the following half-month, Wang Yi guided his apprentices in a methodical regimen of martial arts training, ventured out to sea, and occasionally meandered through the mountains. Each day was fulfilling, with earnings ranging from 20 to 50,000. Coupled with his previous savings of 300,000, his total now exceeded 700,000. With ample funds at his disposal, he promptly accompanied Li Xiangping to the town, where he paid a substantial 600,000, finally acquiring the coveted Dongshan and the land at its base. With the land secured, he promptly sought a reputable construction firm in the city, presenting his meticulously crafted blueprints. After depositing 100,000, he initiated the first phase of the project, which included the construction of Seaside Villa and the leveling of the school's grounds. Additionally, he submitted an application to the relevant authorities to establish a school. With everything in place and the construction team on site, Wang Yi found himself with only a few tens of thousands remaining after settling payments. Thus, in the ensuing days, he exerted himself to augment his savings, ultimately increasing them to 200,000 until the day the Su sisters commenced their studies, at which point he had to pause. Early one morning, Wang Yi and his family rose with the dawn. After breakfast, the 6 of them, with 2 riding each of the 3 adult male Siberian tigers they had painstakingly tamed from the depths of the forest, set off along the narrow paths of Dongshan towards the town school. Each tiger exceeded 3 meters in length, not including their tails, and stood nearly 1.70 meters tall, towering over Xiaohuang. The purpose of bringing them back was to facilitate Su Qingfeng and Su Qingchue's commute to school, as well as to ease the family's travel. Riding tigers ensured swift passage. A journey that typically required 2 to 3 hours was completed in under 30 minutes. As the 6 rode into the bustling downtown area where the school was located, their arrival incited a commotion. Particularly at the school gates, students screamed in unison, their reactions a mix of fear and exhilaration. Parents and passers-by stared in astonishment, some whisking their children away, others capturing the moment on their phones, and some overwhelmed by the spectacle. Soon, the principal arrived, accompanied by a group of teachers, drawn by the uproar. At this moment, the security guard at the entrance, compelled to muster his courage, wielded a bulletproof shield and an anti-riot baton, trembling with trepidation as he stood sentinel. Meanwhile, the principal and the teachers, equally hesitant, found themselves in a similar predicament, steeling themselves to advance. Brother-in-law, we have endured much hardship. Do you see? Even the principal and the homeroom teacher have arrived. Su Qingke exclaimed excitedly to Wang Yi, who was perched atop the formidable tiger. Was this not the illustrious moment she had longed for? In that instant, she felt like the most radiant presence in the room. After exchanging words with Wang Yi, she flashed a bright smile towards the principal and the group of teachers and greeted them with enthusiasm. "Principal, esteemed teachers, good day. I am Su Qingke from Class 3, Grade 5. Chapter 79. Befriending the principal and teachers. Su Qingke? Is this not the child from a destitute family? How could she possibly arrive riding a tiger?" Upon Su Qingchue's words, the crowd fell into an abrupt silence. The principal and the gathered teachers instinctively halted their steps, gazing in bewilderment at Su Qingke seated upon the back of the tiger to her right. In this town, there existed but one school, encompassing both elementary and junior high, and its modest size meant that, even without having taught her, most were familiar with her. Su Qingke was known for her lively and confident demeanor, earning her a reputation as a prominent figure within the school, making her presence well known even to the principal. However, in their established perceptions, this child hailed from a poor background. Clad in tattered clothing and often returning home dusty and disheveled after traversing the mountain paths for hours each day. Yet now, she sported a neat short haircut, adorned in a yellow short-sleeved shirt paired with beige capri pants, clearly not of inferior quality. Coupled with her plump, rosy cheeks, she bore little resemblance to the child they once knew. At this moment, their curiosity piqued. How could such a transformation occur in just a summer? Good day, principal. Good day, teachers. I am Su Qingfeng from class 1 of the 2nd grade. Su Qingfeng then respectfully greeted them. Upon hearing her greeting, the principal and the others snapped back to reality, redirecting their attention towards Su Qingfeng, who elicited yet another wave of astonishment. In contrast to Su Qingke, they were far more acquainted with Su Qingfeng. Despite her family's hardships, she consistently excelled in her studies, ranking among the top in every examination. However, she had previously been tall and slender, her face devoid of any fullness, and her demeanor had been characterized by a lack of confidence and reticence. Now, she too donned upscale attire, her complexion radiant and healthy. The head that once appeared disproportionately large now seemed just right. Although she still exhibited her reserved nature, there was an unmistakable air of confidence and composure about her. It was hard to fathom how, within a mere summer, these sisters had undergone such remarkable transformations. Moreover, their arrival on the backs of 3 tigers was a spectacle that relentlessly bombarded the minds of the onlookers, leaving their thoughts and actions in a state of bewilderment. Only when Wang Yi and the others dismounted from the tigers did they awaken from their stupor and step forward. Welcome to school, Su Qingfeng and Su Qingke. We hope you both achieve even greater heights this academic season. Thank you, Principal, for your encouragement. We shall certainly strive to excel. Su Qingfeng and Su Qingke replied almost in unison, their charming faces radiant with pride and joy. After the formalities, Principal Wu Difu gently inquired, "Dear students, are these 3 tigers your family's pets?" Hearing this, Su Qingchue's face lit up with excitement as she replied loudly, "Yes, Principal. These tigers were captured by my brother-in-law from the mountains, and they are our mounts." Su Qingfeng nodded and added, "Indeed, Principal. My brother-in-law mentioned that it is quite arduous and perilous for us to commute from home every day, so he brought back tigers to serve as our mounts." A collective gasp echoed among the attendees. What kind of extraordinary individual could capture 3 tigers from the mountains and tame them as steeds? Furthermore, how indulgent must he be to procure tigers for his 2 sisters-in-law? In that moment, all the students present, regardless of age, gazed at the Su sisters with envious eyes. They too yearned for such a remarkable brother-in-law. Not only the students, but even the principal, teachers, parents, and passers-by felt a twinge of envy for these young ladies. Who wouldn't desire a brother-in-law so exceptional? Riding a tiger as a mount was undeniably alluring. Driving a Ferrari or a Rolls-Royce could not compare to the spectacle of parading on a tiger. Cough, cough, Qingfeng and Qingke. Is this your brother-in-law? After a moment of quiet envy, Wu Difu turned his gaze toward Wang Yi, inquiring about the Su sisters. Among those present, only Wang Yi, with his tall and imposing stature and confident demeanor, could be surmised to be the brother-in-law who captured the tigers. However, it was hard to fathom that such a young man, merely in his 20s, possessed the prowess to subdue tigers. "Hello, Principal, esteemed teachers. I am Wang Yi, their brother-in-law. I kindly ask for your care and guidance for these 2 little ones during their time at school." Wang Yi interjected before the sisters could introduce him, extending his right hand with a warm smile. The principal and teachers were figures to be revered. Offending them could lead to unfavorable treatment for the children, which would be utterly disastrous. Haha, you are Wang Yi, right? You need not worry. Although our school is modest, from the principal to the teachers, we are all very responsible and dedicated to every child's well-being. Indeed, brother-in-law Qingke, I am Lin Huaishan, her homeroom teacher. Su Qingke is a wonderful child who embodies unity and mutual assistance. We all hold her in high regard. Quite so, brother-in-law Qingfeng. I am a homeroom teacher of Qingfeng. Rest assured, she excels academically and is a focal point of attention at our school. The principal and both homeroom teachers shook Wang Yi's hand in succession, their words imbued with utmost politeness. Who would dare to be anything but courteous to a man capable of capturing 3 tigers from the wilderness? Moreover, they were already aware of the Su family's circumstances. To have transformed the Su sisters during a mere summer break was no ordinary feat. People are inherently self-serving. Even teachers and principals prefer to associate with capable individuals. Who wouldn't wish to befriend a man who could capture tigers? Ha ha ha. Your assurances bring me peace of mind. Today marks the beginning of the school year, and we shall not take up more of your time. When you have a day off, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. I hope you will honor me with your presence, Wang Yi said, his invitation genuine. He truly wished to foster a good relationship with these educators, ensuring that his two sisters-in-law would thrive in their studies. Moreover, he is preparing to establish a school and will inevitably need to recruit teachers who are invaluable connections. If he cultivates these relationships well, he should be able to enlist a few educators through their introductions or even directly poach talent. What could be more advantageous? Ha ha ha, Xiao Wang. You are too modest. We shall certainly impose upon you when the time comes. Indeed, you are excessively courteous. Quite right, quite right. In response to Wang Yi's overture of goodwill, both the principal and the teachers nodded in agreement with cheerful smiles. One party is eager to forge connections, while the other is equally inclined to engage, resulting in a perfect harmony of conversation. Had it not been the first day of school, which left them pressed for time, they might have even embraced each other and headed straight to a hotel for drinks and a feast. Chapter 80. Second younger sister Su Qingwang, come, my dear wife. Let us take a car to the city. The tiger shall remain here. I have already made the necessary arrangements. After exchanging pleasantries and watching the principal and others enter the school, Wang Yi turned to Su Qingwan to give a few last-minute reminders to her two younger sisters. They had previously agreed to drop the two younger sisters off at school before heading into the city to visit Su Qinghuang, the second younger sister. This younger sister was currently in her third year at Summersea High School, preparing for the college entrance examination next year. According to Su Qingwan, this younger sister's academic performance was not inferior to hers, and as long as there were no mishaps, gaining admission to a prestigious university was undoubtedly within reach. Over an hour later, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Summersea High School, which was far more bustling than the entrance of Pinghai primary and secondary schools. Young boys and girls clad in blue and white uniforms, accompanied by their parents, pushed suitcases as they made their way into the school. Stalls and vendors surrounded the area, their calls blending into a lively atmosphere, while groups of friends and couples gathered, playfully teasing one another, embodying the essence of youth. Honey, let us go to that noodle shop over there. My second sister worked as a waitress there during the summer. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Qingwan pointed to a shop with a large sign reading Big Meat Noodles and, with that, led the way toward the establishment. Wang Yi, noticing this, picked up Su Qingji and followed suit, while Su Ma, Wang Yun, hurried to keep pace. Having not seen her second daughter in quite some time, she felt a deep yearning. She wondered how her daughter would react upon seeing her healthier than before. As the group approached the noodle shop, they found it filled to capacity. Yet, Su Qingwan and the others quickly spotted their younger sister. Even Wang Yi, who had never met Su Qingwang, recognized her at first glance. It was inevitable. This girl resembled Su Qingwan too closely, with a face akin to that of a celestial being. Despite being clad in a school uniform and a red apron from the noodle shop, her beauty shone like a beacon, impossible to overlook. Goodness, the owner must be making a fortune. I wonder how much they pay my second younger sister each month. Suddenly, Wang Yi realized why there were so many young male students and boys in the noodle shop close to 10 o'clock. Eating noodles was merely an excuse. The primary draw was the school beauty, either to admire her or to pursue her. Second sister, Qingji and mom and big brother-in-law are here to see you. With a full belly at home, Su Qingji had grown to be well taken care of, resembling a porcelain doll, and her courage had also blossomed considerably. Spotting her long-missed second sister, the little girl exclaimed, wriggling to be set down by Wang Yi. Upon being released, Su Qingji dashed toward her second sister with her short legs, calling out excitedly, "Ah Xiao, what brings you here?" In the aisle, upon hearing the shout, Su Qinghuang instinctively turned around, her face a mixture of surprise and delight at the sight of her youngest sister rushing toward her. With a swift motion, she wiped her hands on her apron and then half-squatted, extending her arms to embrace the little one rushing towards her. The family's financial circumstances were dire. It was impossible for her elder sister alone to support her education. Thus, during summer and on weekends, she worked tirelessly at the noodle shop. Reflecting on it, she realized it had been quite a while since she last saw her family, and a deep sense of longing filled her heart. Oh, after some time apart, had her little sister truly gained a considerable amount of weight? Cradling Su Qingji in her arms, Su Qingwang suddenly sensed something amiss. She quickly loosened her embrace, pulling Su Qingji closer, placing her hands on her shoulders for a careful examination. To her astonishment, this was no longer her malnourished little sister. Instead, she resembled a well-nourished porcelain doll, with her rosy cheeks and plump figure. Had she not known this was her own sister, she might have suspected she was a princess from a wealthy family. Wait a moment, she recalled that little sister had mentioned that their mother, elder sister, and brother-in-law had come to visit. Brother-in-law? Could it be that her elder sister had married a wealthy man, resulting in her little sister's newfound plumpness? Contemplating this possibility, she promptly lifted her gaze towards the doorway. Indeed, beside her elder sister stood a tall, handsome young man. At that moment, he was also gazing at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, she quickly averted her gaze, her thoughts racing to inquire about the situation with her little sister. However, at that instant, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of their mother, and she froze, disbelief flooding her expression. Her mother had been partially paralyzed and had a crooked mouth for several years. How could she now appear so vibrant, devoid of any traces of her previous condition? Not only was there no sign of the stroke, but her entire demeanor seemed transformed, clad in an elegant, high-quality embroidered dress that made her resemble a wealthy matron. The transformation of her elder sister was even more pronounced. With a rosy, healthy complexion and a tall, shapely figure that had gained some softness, she emanated the aura of a charming young woman that even Su Qingwang found captivating. Goodness, in that moment, her mind felt utterly bewildered. Had it truly only been 2 months since she last returned home? Why did it seem as though she had been away for a decade? Was it possible she had crossed into a parallel universe, encountering an alternate version of her mother and sister? Unbeknownst to Su Qingwang, Wang Yi and the others approached, stepping into the shop and moving towards the two sisters. "Arya, my dear daughter, you must be exhausted." Wang Yin was the first to speak, her face filled with concern as she gently caressed Su Qinghuang's gaunt face. Following suit, Su Qinghuang softly added, "Little sister, you've lost weight again. It's my fault for not visiting you sooner and allowing you to suffer." "Mother, elder sister, I'm not tired. I have endured far less than you both." Su Qinghuang replied, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness, an urge to weep welling within her, yet she valiantly suppressed it. After a brief pause, her voice trembling slightly, she gazed at Wang Yun and inquired, "Mother, is your health better now?" "Yes, it is well, completely well. It was your brother-in-law who procured the medicine for me, and after taking it, I have fully recovered." Wang Yun cast a grateful glance at Wang Yi before redirecting her attention to Su Qingwang, continuing, "Your brother-in-law is a remarkable individual. Since his arrival at our home, our lives have undergone a profound transformation. Not only has my health improved, but we also find ourselves with an abundance of rice daily, with every meal featuring both meat and vegetables. Furthermore, all the clothing for you and your sisters has been purchased by your brother-in-law. We no longer need to worry about food and clothing. Moreover, he has acquired the Dongshan land at the entrance of our home and the land at the foot of the mountain, where he is currently constructing a villa. In addition, he plans to establish a school, and we have also taken in a few tigers along with numerous small animals, all of which are pregnant and will soon give birth." Wang Yun recounted the significant developments within their household, leaving Su Qingwang utterly astonished. It felt as though she were listening to a fantastical tale, an experience steeped in surrealism. Chapter 81. Is it true that Qingji has received 2 red tickets in one day? "Mother, is what you said truly accurate?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingwang regained her senses, still somewhat incredulous. How could it be possible that her brother-in-law is so capable, yet chose to marry her elder sister and reside in this underdeveloped fishing village? It is not that her sister was lacking in worth, but rather that their family's circumstances were far too humble to warrant such an accomplished man. What man of such caliber would choose to wed a fisherman's daughter, especially one encumbered with a family of dependents? After all, life is not a fairy tale. She could hardly believe in the reality of a Cinderella meeting her prince. Dear sister, what mother said is indeed true, Su Qingwan affirmed, gesturing towards Wang Yi. This is your brother-in-law. His name is Wang Yi. Is he really my brother-in-law? Although she had her suspicions, hearing her elder sister's confirmation left Su Qingwan somewhat astonished. However, upon closer inspection, she noted that her brother-in-law and elder sister seemed remarkably well suited for one another. One was tall and handsome, the other beautiful and enchanting, purely in terms of appearance. They were undoubtedly a match made in heaven. Coupled with the fact that this brother-in-law was wealthy, she naturally felt happy for her sister. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she turned her gaze to Wang Yi and greeted him sweetly. Hello, brother-in-law. I am Su Qingwan, the second sister of your wife. Hello to you as well. Wang Yi replied with a warm smile, nodding in acknowledgement. I often hear your sister speak of you. You are indeed beautiful and academically gifted, often referred to as the campus beauty. Now that I see you in person, I can confirm that your sister did not deceive me. Oh, that is merely what my classmates say. If we're to discuss the true campus beauty, it must be my sister. She was once hailed as the fairy campus beauty at Summersea High School, ranking first on the beauty list, and her story is still recounted to this day. Su Qingwan felt a touch of shyness, yet she found Wang Ye's compliments quite pleasing. Oh, your sister is so remarkable. Did she have many young admirers? Of course, she replied with a giggle. However, my sister was not interested in those young boys. Her standards were quite high. Pausing for a moment, Su Qingwan, her curiosity piqued, inquired. I am quite curious. How did you come to know my sister? And when you got together, who pursued whom? Wang Yi chuckled. The tale of how I met your sister is quite extraordinary. He did not shy away from sharing, recounting their first encounter by the seaside and the journey of their romance in brief. He concluded with a smile, when it comes to being together with your sister, it was certainly she who pursued me. I simply could not resist. From the very first moment she laid eyes on me, she was utterly captivated by my handsome appearance and launched an ardent pursuit. Yet, to be fair, your sister possesses her own charm. I found myself unable to withstand her allure, and now I am completely at her mercy. Ha! Brother-in-law, you are truly humorous. Su Qingwan laughed heartily, her heart now understanding why her elder sister had fallen for this man before her. With his good looks, wit, and wealth, who could resist such a man? Not at all. I'm merely speaking the truth. Wang Yi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively before shifting the conversation. Qingwan, I believe it is getting late. Why not request a leave of absence from your boss? Or perhaps even resign? Let us enjoy a meal together, and afterward you can guide us around. We are unfamiliar with the city and know not where the delights lie. Since you have studied here, you are, in a sense, our gracious host and cannot neglect us. Well, all right, I shall speak with my boss. Su Qingwan hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded. With her mother, sister, and younger sibling visiting her, it would indeed be unreasonable to disregard them. My dear, after our meal, please take your sister shopping for a few outfits and purchase her a mobile phone. Having a phone would allow her to inform us promptly of any matters. Additionally, set aside a few thousand yuan for her, so she can refrain from taking on a part-time job. The final year of high school is crucial. She must not falter in her studies for the sake of earning money. As Su Qingwan made her way to the cash register, Wang Yi turned to Su Qingwan and spoke. Thank you, my husband, Su Qingwan replied, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively. We are all family. There is no need for formality. While the two conversed, Su Qingwan's request for leave was proving to be quite troublesome. Her boss, a plump middle-aged woman, was astute and had already discerned that the success of her establishment was not solely due to the quality of the noodles, but rather the allure of the young lady before her. She estimated that at least 80% of the patrons were drawn in by Su Qinghuang's charm. Given that today was the day students returned to school, the influx of customers was at its peak. She would never forfeit such a lucrative opportunity. Thus, she flatly refused Su Qinghuang's request for leave. Faced with her boss's obstinacy, Su Qinghuang felt a surge of frustration, yet more than that, a sense of helplessness. The part-time job was conveniently located near her school and offered a handsome wage. She was loath to relinquish it. Resigned, she returned to Wang Yi and the others. Her spirits dampened. Brother-in-law, mom, elder sister, the boss won't grant me leave. Perhaps you should go explore without me. I shall join you later when the lunch rush has subsided. Qing Wang, if the boss denies your request, then simply resign. Our family is not in need of additional funds. Focus on your studies instead of enduring unnecessary hardship, Su Qingwan advised. Wang Yin nodded in agreement, adding, silly girl, listen to your elder sister. Prioritize your education over a part-time job. It simply isn't worth the trade-off. But, elder sister, mom, I earn quite a decent sum daily. I am reluctant to give it up. Su Qingwang shook her head, unwilling to part with her job. Come now, Qingwang, heed your elder sister and mother. What significance does a few dozen yuan hold? Wang Yi interjected with a smile. After a full day, it hardly compares to the earnings of our little Qingji. It is truly unnecessary to be so attached. Su Qingwang stared at Wang Yi in astonishment. Not even as much as Xiao Wu? Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? Sister, Qing Ji exclaimed. Let me tell you, I accompany my brother-in-law every day to the sea to catch fish. And he gives me a small allowance, 2 red bills each day. She tugged at Su Qinghuang's apron and added, I'll let you in on a little secret. My mother helped me save my money, and I have quite a lot now. What? 2 red bills a day? Su Qinghuang gasped in astonishment, glancing at Wang Yi. Her voice trembling slightly. Brother-in-law, is what Qingji said true? Indeed, it's not just Qingji. Qing Feng and Qing Ke also receive 200 each day. Sometimes, if the catch is plentiful, they might earn an extra 1 or 200. Besides, I have 7 apprentices, each earning 200 a day as well. Therefore, your current job truly does not warrant such concern. If you genuinely wish to earn more, consider joining us on a fishing trip. It could equate to several days' worth of your current income. Chapter 82. Su Qingwang resigns. The landlady persuades disciple. Brother-in-law, do you have disciples? Are you teaching them how to fish? Su Qingwang gazed at Wang Yi in astonishment, unable to fathom that her brother-in-law was indeed a master of fishing. Wang Yi shook his head. No, I teach them martial arts. Your sister and a few younger sisters are currently learning from me. What? Brother-in-law, you know martial arts? Is that true? Su Qingwang was taken aback once again, her mouth forming an ah shape. She was no stranger to martial arts, as many in her school practiced it, and there were even dedicated disciplines for it. Moreover, it was rumored that a group of foreign martial artists had arrived at the school and would publicly compete in the afternoon. If it weren't for her need to work and earn money, she would have loved to witness it. Seeing Su Qinghuang's skepticism, Su Qingwan interjected, Sister, you need not doubt it. Not only does your brother-in-law know martial arts, but he is also quite skilled. You know Wu Tian and Zhao Ritian, right? They are currently your brother-in-law's first and second disciples. When they sought to become his disciples, even their grandfather wanted to apprentice under him, but due to his age, your brother-in-law declined. Pausing for a moment, Su Qingwan's face brimmed with pride as she continued. Additionally, your brother-in-law has a talent for taming beasts. We currently have a wolf king for Siberian tigers and many adorable little animals at home. Sister, are you certain you're not joking with me? Wu Tian and Zhao Ritian are entry-level masters, and their grandfather is an accomplished martial artist, even more skilled than our school teachers. If they are your brother-in-law's disciples, does that not make him a master-level expert? Furthermore, taming a wolf king and Siberian tigers. How could such formidable creatures be tamed by a human? Su Qingwang felt overwhelmed. If this were indeed true, what kind of celestial husband had her elder sister found? Handsome, capable of making money, skilled in martial arts, and able to tame beasts. Goodness. Was he even human? Hey, little girl, what is the matter with you? Do you think I'm someone who speaks without thinking? Su Qingwan rolled her eyes and replied with irritation. I don't know what level of expertise your brother-in-law possesses, but he is certainly more formidable than a master. Moreover, as for me and your 3 younger sisters, we are also entry-level martial artists. Furthermore, taming tigers is indeed true. We rode on the tiger this morning to descend a mountain. What would have taken us several hours now takes less than half an hour. In the future, if you return, just call me, and I will come to pick you up riding a tiger. Brother-in-law, are you a celestial being? Su Qinghuang, swayed by her elder sister's earnestness, found herself compelled to believe. She turned her gaze towards Wang Yi, her eyes sparkling. Brother-in-law, as your sister-in-law. May I learn martial arts from you? Of course, that is no problem at all. Su Qinghuang, like Su Qingwan, possessed a top-tier innate talent for martial arts. Although she could not quite match Su Qingji, she was still considered a prodigy, and Wang Yi had no reason to refuse her. Hee, thank you, brother-in-law. By the way, sister, a group of 4 martial artists has come to our school, and there will be a competition in the afternoon. Would you like to go watch? Oh, how audacious of these foreigners to come to your school for a competition. Wang Yi was taken aback. In the realm of Huagua, every high school and university boasts martial arts programs, and their prowess is formidable. It was utterly audacious for foreigners to challenge a high school. It was simply outrageous. Brother-in-law, these foreigners are indeed brazen. It seems that not only our school is under challenge, but many others have also been approached by these outsiders. Goodness, we must go and witness this. As a citizen of Huagua, we cannot allow them to act with impunity on our soil. After a moment's pause, Wang Yi took out his phone and said, I'll make a call to bring to Tian and Air Tian over. Practicing martial arts should not be a solitary endeavor. One must observe and learn from others. This is a splendid opportunity, and it would be best if we could engage in a spar with the foreigners. Your skills will undoubtedly soar. Su Qingwan nodded and pondered for a moment before replying, Yes, darling. Could you also call Principal Wu and request a couple of days off for Qing Feng and Qing Ke? They should come and witness this as well. All right, I'll make that call and have the Tian bring them along. With that, Wang Yi exited the noodle shop. Xiao Su, you've been chatting for quite a while now. Many customers are still waiting for their orders. Please don't delay my business, the plump proprietress said, her tone tinged with displeasure as Wang Yi left. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan's expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, she declared, Boss, I quit. Please settle my wages. Saying this, she removed her apron and placed it on a nearby table. With a brother-in-law as formidable as hers, even her younger sister could earn 200 a day alongside him. What was there to hesitate about? What? You're quitting? Xiao Su, please don't jest. I believe I Haven Tea treated you unfairly. Why would you choose to leave? The proprietress was startled by Su Qingwan's announcement. This was a lucrative source of income, and losing her would revert the noodle shop to its former state of meager customers. The thought of returning to those sparse days sent a shiver down her spine. She quickly forced a smile and pleaded, Xiao Su, please don't be upset. Let us discuss this calmly. I acknowledge my previous oversight in not considering your feelings. I'll grant you leave today, no salary deductions. Su Qingwan's expression softened, but her tone remained resolute. Boss, this is not merely a matter of taking leave. I truly intend to quit. I previously worked here part-time to earn tuition, but my family is no longer in need of financial support. My sister and brother-in-law have encouraged me to devote more time to my studies, so I genuinely lack the time to continue working. Upon hearing this, the proprietress's gaze shifted to Su Qingwan and her companions, and a wave of despair washed over her, leaving her countenance grim. From their attire, it was evident that the trio did not appear to be in want of money. If they were financially secure, then this lucrative source of income was surely slipping away. However, this lucrative opportunity was simply too enticing for her to relinquish. After some contemplation, she managed to muster a smile and made one final effort, saying, Dear Su, even if my sister and brother-in-law are wealthy, their fortune belongs to them. As independent and accomplished individuals of the new era, we cannot rely on others. As the saying goes, a mountain may crumble and people may flee. Only self-reliance endures. For instance, when I was a teenager, I believed my parents were dependable, yet in the end, they sold me to a man decades my senior. When that man passed away, I sought out a husband, thinking him reliable, only to discover he was consumed by vice and folly, proving utterly untrustworthy. Ultimately, it was through my own efforts after my divorce that I ascended to the role of a successful businesswoman, managing this establishment with great prosperity. Therefore, we must rely on ourselves. The money you earn while working in my shop is yours. This allows you to spend it with confidence and boldness, does it not? Pausing for a moment, She noticed Su Qingwang deep in thought and swiftly continued. Let me propose this, dear Su. I see your diligence and the spark in your eyes. So I have decided to raise your salary. How does 40 yuan a day sound? Chapter 83. The Comprehensive Academy of Mountains and Seas. Conclusion. It was rather unremarkable. Without allowing Su Qingwang a moment to respond, Wang Yi, who had just returned from a phone call, firmly declined and then cheerfully remarked, Ah, people are indeed different. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Without a reliable support, what hope does solitude hold? He paused before continuing, My bond with my wife is unbreakable. All my earnings are entrusted to her, and I regularly bring in thousands. Do you find that untrustworthy? Moreover, with such wealth in her hands, do you truly believe she would neglect her own sister? Therefore, it would be wise for you to cease your persuasion and promptly settle my sister-in-law's wages, allowing for an amicable parting. Should the day come when, as you suggested, her support falters, she might yet return to work for you. But if this situation deteriorates, you may find your chances irrevocably lost. Sighing, he concluded, Very well, Xiao Su, come with me. I shall settle your wages. The owner of the noodle shop, capable of managing her own establishment, was not one to be trifled with. After absorbing Wang Ye's words, she let out a sigh and resolved not to press further. It was evident that he did not appear to be in dire financial straits. He might well be a person of considerable influence. To risk offending someone formidable could lead to dire consequences. Once the wages were settled, Wang Yi and his companions did not linger in the shop, but swiftly made their way to the mall. Ignoring Su Qinghuang's protests, he purchased several sets of high-end clothing, a new mobile phone, and more. Just as they concluded their shopping, Wu Tian and others arrived. Thus, the group headed directly to a grand hotel for a sumptuous meal. After dining, they followed Su Qingwang to the martial arts arena of Xiaohai High School. The vast arena was teeming with spectators, the seats brimming with eager onlookers. And even the expansive stage was surrounded by a throng. The martial competition commenced swiftly, pitting an alliance of Xiaohai High School and local martial artists against a coalition of 4 nations. The combatants soon engaged in one-on-one duels. Initially, students took to the stage, each possessing merely entry-level skills. Their exchanges were filled with artistry and engagement, captivating the audience. As the students' matches drew to a close, it became apparent that the foreign coalition was formidable. Overall, the Xiaohai High School team faced more defeats than victories, marking a disappointing outcome on their home turf. Naturally, this was intolerable, prompting teachers, administrators, and supporting martial artists to take their turn. These participants were all entry-level martial artists, elevating the stakes significantly. Injuries requiring hospital visits were not uncommon, intensifying the excitement of the competition. As the battles approached their climax, just when it seemed that the Chinese side might secure a victory, a master-level martial artist emerged from the foreign coalition. His prowess was overwhelming, instantly dominating the field. This master displayed an audacious confidence, boasting after defeating numerous entry-level opponents. This provoked considerable ire among the Chinese spectators, many of whom felt compelled to confront this brash individual. However, despite his contemplations, his strength did not permit him to remain passive, and reluctantly, he could only engage in verbal sparring. At that moment, Wang Yi could no longer stand idly by, and under the urging of his wife and numerous disciples, he swiftly leaped onto the stage. In a flash, he delivered a fierce beating to the foreigner, sending him tumbling off the arena. Wang Yi's formidable prowess instantly elicited a tumultuous roar of cheers and applause. Meanwhile, the foreigners appeared utterly dejected, as if bereaved of their mothers. Yet, Wang Yi had no intention of letting them off easily. He stood atop the platform and boldly declared to the foreigners that they should vacate the land of Hua. Should they refuse to leave, he would not hesitate to confront them all. Wang Yi's words were not mere bravado. The students here were exceptionally promising. Among them, a significant number possessed the innate gift of wild kings, with several boasting advanced and elite talents. Just imagine, if he were to take all these disciples under his wing and send them out to fish, he could scarcely fathom the wealth of experience and points he could amass in a single day. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have wished to emulate the beggar from Stephen Chow's film, wielding martial arts manuals to sell. No, rather to recruit disciples. In that scenario, he could simply lounge at home, doing nothing, while experience and points surged effortlessly, an enticing thought indeed. Thus, in pursuit of this aspiration, Wang Yi resolved to make a grand statement by decisively dealing with those foreigners, thereby establishing his reputation and enticing disciples to seek him out willingly. Naturally, this would also serve to contribute to his nation. In response to Wang Yi's audacious proclamation, the foreigners were far from compliant, and chaos erupted among them as they vociferously challenged him, vowing to defeat him, while reaching for their phones to call for reinforcements. Consequently, the coastal city of Xiahai became a hub of activity, with foreigners flocking in from all directions. Simultaneously, the name Wang Yi began to resonate across every corner of Hua. Over the following half-month, Wang Yi wreaked havoc in the martial arts arena of Xiahai Middle School. One by one, foreigners ascended the stage only to be sent flying by his casual punches. None could withstand his might. Even masters found themselves unable to endure a single blow. Eventually, he earned the resounding nickname One Punch Man. With the remarkable feats he achieved over those 2 weeks, he truly became a figure of renown. From the elderly at 80 to toddlers of 3, everyone was aware of his name. With fame came countless aspiring disciples eager to join his ranks, and Wang Yi welcomed them all. His victory showcased the spirit of Hua, prompting the nation to bestow upon him an honorary certificate inscribed with the 4 words, "A Generation's Grandmaster." In addition, he received a substantial reward, and, at his request, the entirety of Shanhai Fishing Village was allocated to him for the establishment of a school. As time passed, a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. Shanhai Fishing Village was no longer referred to as such. It had transformed into the Shanhai Comprehensive Academy. In just 10 years, the landscape had completely changed, with no remnants of the old stone cottages, replaced instead by a multitude of innovative high-rise buildings. The towering edifices are delineated into 4 distinct zones. To the east lies a kindergarten, to the north a primary school, to the west a secondary school, and to the south a university. At the center, a vast playground is encircled by the towering structures of these institutions. At this moment, students ranging from the diminutive kindergartners to the soon-to-be graduates of the university are arranged in elongated formations, practicing martial arts with fervor. At the forefront, on a grand podium, stands a tall, sophisticated gentleman, exuding an air of nonchalance, with 10 figures, both male and female, standing behind him, each radiating a unique charisma. Suddenly, the bell rings, and a subtle smile graces the gentleman's face. With a sweeping gesture, he announces in a resonant voice, "Attention all grades, assemble by class, and board swiftly." As his words resonate, the students on the playground respond in unison, "Yes." Following this, a line of students clad in white short-sleeved shirts and black trousers form orderly lines, racing towards the seaside dock. The pace of the procession is brisk, yet impeccably organized, rivaling that of a military formation. Upon reaching the dock, they find dozens, if not hundreds, of steel fishing vessels moored, each extending several hundred meters in length. Reminiscent of formidable warships, the students swiftly board, and with a grand gesture from the gentleman on the central ship, the sails are unfurled, and they set sail. The vessels emit a series of resounding horns, like arrows piercing the sky, as they venture into the depths of the ocean. The story concludes.